The apocalypse has descended upon the world. Yet, Yishi finds herself ensnared by the narrative, transformed into the malevolent supporting character that everyone despises. She helplessly witnesses her beloved elder sister, Yi Yan, fall victim to the manipulations of the male protagonist, Wang Chen, leading to her untimely demise. In a tragic twist of fate, Yishi herself meets a ghastly end while seeking vengeance, leaving not a trace of her existence behind. However, upon her sudden reincarnation, Yishi resolutely tears apart the script of the wicked female antagonist, embarking on a path to defy destiny alongside her sister. She saves the stepping stone and cannon fodder of the male protagonist. She rescues the lovesick male supporting character of the female protagonist. Even the formidable villain, the greatest fear of both the male and female protagonists, she saves. Not only does she rescue him, but she also aids him in evading death's grasp, leading him onto a treacherous path to jointly eliminate the male and female protagonists. Yet, why is it that this formidable villain seems to have vanished without a trace, despite searching half the globe? Having been reborn, Wang Chen is brimming with confidence. He believes he can finally wash away the shame of his previous life by eliminating Yishi before she can harness her unmatched abilities, thus becoming the most powerful ruler of the first base. However, when he finally encounters Yishi, he is left utterly dumbfounded. The strongest humanoid weaponry brigade, a grotesque and violent horde of aberrant beasts, and the most bizarre and twisted existence in this narrative, the colossal boss, Lu Feiyan. How come they are all gathered around Yishi, laughing and conversing so amiably? Chapter 1, Rebirth. Xiaoxi, I'm begging you, even if it's just as your sister, please stop being so willful, alright? Xiaoxi, even if it means begging, please don't be so willful anymore, okay? The voice of a woman, tinged with desperation, rings in her ears. Yishi endures the throbbing pain in her head and slowly opens her eyes. Upon meeting the familiar yet gentle visage of the woman, she feels a momentary daze. Sister? Yishi is utterly bewildered, her pupils dilating in shock. How can her elder sister, Yi Yan, who has been dead for a full 7 years, appear before her? Moreover, did she not perish in a mutual destruction with Wang Chen while seeking vengeance for her sister? How is it that she is still alive? With a heart full of questions, Yishi gazes at the woman before her. Even the small red mole between her brows is vividly familiar. Why Yi Yan's delicate brows furrow with concern as she speaks with unease. Xiaoxi, Shi Ran is very angry. Although he is willing to forgive you this time for my sake, he has informed the captain that if there's you, then there's no him on the next mission. Shi Ran? The captain? Why do these names sound so familiar? Yishi suddenly jolts, scanning her surroundings, a strange room, with no sign of life outside the window below. It feels as though the apocalypse has only just begun. She cannot be certain. Resolutely, she reaches out to touch Yi Yan's face. It is warm. Xiaoxi? Yi Yan, puzzled, swats away the hand Yishi has placed on her face. Xiaoxi, stop fooling around. I am discussing serious matters with you. I understand, but can I hug you, sister? Once she confirms that her sister is alive, Yishi's eyes brim with tears as she gazes intently at her, her voice trembling. Xiaoxi, Yi Yan looks at her sister, whose voice suddenly catches and whose eyes are wet with tears, feeling something is amiss. Could it be that her earlier admonishment was too harsh? But before she can say more, Yishi has already enveloped her in a tight embrace. Yi Yan feels Yishi's body trembling, and she is crying to Yi Yan is taken aback, letting out a sigh. Xiaoxi, I know you are still struggling to adapt to life in the apocalypse, but the current situation leaves us no choice. Even if you wish to leave this team, we must wait until we are strong enough. To leave now would mean seeking our own deaths. Sister, I understand. Yishi clings tightly to her resurrected sister, quickly affirming, I can change. This leaves Yi Yan in a state of confusion. Can her sister truly comprehend her words? She studies Yishi's profile. Today, her sister seems a bit peculiar. No, rather, since the onset of the apocalypse, her sister has not been normal. Including now. Recalling the past month of Yishi's actions, Yi Yan's brows knit once more, skepticism clouding her thoughts. She solemnly states, Xiaoxi, if you understand, then think carefully about how we, as sisters, can survive in this apocalypse. If you insist that you are not wrong regarding Shi Ran, then I will bring you out of the team tomorrow, and we shall leave together. Yi Yan's attitude is more resolute than ever. After speaking, she turns to leave.
Sister,
Yishi watches her sister's retreating figure, her excitement gradually calming down. She raises her gaze and sees her reflection in the floor-length mirror. A fair, exquisite face, unmarred by scars. Softly curled long hair. Pristine clothing. And those delicate hands, untouched by calluses or wounds. None of this belongs to the version of her that has been struggling to survive in the apocalypse for 10 years. She has truly been reborn. Moreover, she has returned to the very onset of the apocalypse. In an instant, a bright and resolute light ignites in Yishi's eyes. With just over a month since the apocalypse began, it signifies that there is still a chance for redemption. She is only just beginning to be influenced by the so-called plot, and has only recently started to act as a malicious supporting character. This is not an immutable fate. In her previous life, her body was overtaken by a strange force, her consciousness adrift. Yet, she could observe herself being manipulated, committing repugnant acts, gradually transforming into the detested, malicious supporting character. Ultimately, due to this binding force, she became a passive observer as her beloved sister, Yi Yan, was deceived and toyed with by the male protagonist, Wang Chen, leading to her tragic death right before her eyes. At this thought, Yishi's expression darkens. She clenches her fists, feeling every inch of her body. Indeed, that controlling force has vanished. Perhaps it was her desperate self-detonation alongside Wang Chen that finally allowed her to break free from the shackles. Yishi does not understand the reason behind her rebirth. But now that she has been granted this opportunity, she will absolutely not tread the same path as in her previous life. At any cost, she must alter her sister Yi Yan's tragic fate. She will ensure that Yi Yan escapes the clutches of that despicable Wang Chen's manipulations. Knock, knock. Xiao Shi Ran is here. Please come out. Yi Yan's voice once again calls from outside the door. Why, Yishi snaps back to reality, recalling everything that transpired at this point in her previous life. The day after the zombie virus outbreak, Yi Yan awakened her healing abilities after a high fever and began leading her to safety. Along the way, they encountered Xiningqing and a small team of friends. In order for the two sisters to survive, Yi Yan willingly exposed her healing powers and brought her into Xiningqing's team. However, at that time, she was already under the influence of a mysterious force. When the team began to assign tasks, she started to slack off. Initially, everyone tolerated her lethargy for Yi Yan's sake. But as Yi Yan repeatedly shared her rations with her, the team members began to voice their discontent. Moreover, within this month, she began to act out continuously, either throwing tantrums to sleep in the big room with the large bed, or wasting water resources to bathe or feeding food to stray dogs. Even more outrageous was this incident. While everyone was focused on fighting off zombies, she deliberately led a zombie to Shi-Ran's back, standing there with a sinister smile as the creature was about to bite him. And she did this solely out of a desire for revenge after a previous spat with Shi-Ran. Just now, Yi Yan's words were not merely meant to intimidate her. The turmoil caused by her over the past month has placed Yi Yan in an exceedingly precarious position between her and Xiningqing's team. It has sparked thoughts of extricating her from the team. However, given her utter ineptitude, coupled with Yi Yan's inherently fragile healing abilities, the two sisters would face nothing but a grim fate should they leave the team. In her previous life, upon hearing Yi Yan express her intent to depart from the team, she indeed remained compliant for a while. Yet, not long after, Xiningqing's squad suffered a devastating blow, with casualties mounting significantly. In their struggle for survival, the sisters were left with no choice but to join another team. That team was none other than the one led by the male protagonist, Wang Chen. It was also the very place where their nightmares began. Yishi's gaze sharpened, her teeth clenched tightly, as a more intense fury and hatred ignited within her. This time, she would not allow Yi Yan to join Wang Chen's ranks again, nor would she permit Yi Yan to have even the slightest interaction with him. The most prudent course of action at present is to remain within Xiningqing's team, striving to strengthen herself as swiftly as possible. Outside the door, Yixiran stood with her arms crossed, squinting at the closed door. After a cold snort, she gritted her teeth and addressed Yi Yan. Sister Yan, you need not continually apologize for her misdeeds or clean up her mess. I've said all that needs to be said. In this team, it's either me or her. With a swift motion, the door was pulled open. Yixiran jumped in surprise, locking eyes with Yishi's chilling, unfathomable gaze. Chapter 2. Has her abilities awakened? Yixiran, I apologize. Today's events were my fault. Yixurin was momentarily taken aback. Had this person taken leave of their senses? Just moments ago, that gaze had unmistakably conveyed a tone of disdain towards him. How much did Yixurin detest Yishi? He had never encountered anyone as utterly incompetent and infantile as her. A month had passed since the apocalypse began, and she still behaved as if nothing had changed. While everyone else ventured out in search of supplies and endeavored to enhance their combat skills, she insisted on remaining at the temporary shelter, like a sloth. The disparity in character and attitude between her and her sister, Yi Yan, was striking. Although Yi Yan was not particularly strong and was quite fragile, she adeptly utilized her healing abilities and diligently joined the others each day to combat zombies and scavenge for resources. Each time, she returned, exhausted yet resolute, insisting on treating each of them afterwards. Yixurin had always held deep respect for her spirit and attitude. Yet, tragically, Yi Yan had to drag along her useless sister, who exhibited a hint of sisterly dependence. After laboring all day, when Yi Yan managed to procure better supplies from the team leader, she would promptly deliver them to Yishi. After witnessing this several times, Yixurin's temper flared. He approached Yishi and openly mocked her. "I've never seen anyone as useless as you. In a world overrun by zombies, you still rely on your sister? Are you physically incapable of seeking supplies yourself?" To his surprise, Yishi brazenly retorted, "What is it to you? My sister enjoys taking care of me. Are you going to dictate that to her?" Then, he watched in disbelief as she audaciously confiscated all of Yi Yan's food. Yi Yan looked at her with a mix of affection and helplessness, saying, "I'm sorry, Yixurin, but little she wasn't he always like this. She just can't cope with the sudden onset of the apocalypse." Yixurin rolled his eyes in exasperation. "What do you mean she can't cope? Is she the only one who feels that way? Haven't we all endured the same trials? How else are we to survive in this zombie-infested world?" From that moment on, he found Yishi increasingly intolerable, and upon encountering her, he would unleash his scorn. Of course, Yishi reciprocated his disdain. Sometimes, the cold, venomous glare she directed at him sent chills down his spine. Finally, the moment arrived when Yishi confronted him. The image of the zombie lunging at him, nearly severing his throat, intensified his animosity and hatred for her. He stood at the doorway, fixated on the woman who had just offered him an apology, and scoffed, "If apologies were effective, why don't you try escaping from a zombie instead?"
Yivi.
"Spare me your pathetic theatrics. I'm not buying it. Mark my words, if it weren't for Yi Yan's sake in this team, it would be me or you." He categorically rejected Yi Shi's apology. Yi Yan furrowed her brow. "Yixurin.
Yi Yan.
I sincerely suggest that Yi Shi is the greatest liability to our team. If she prefers to lounge around, let her stay here while you come with us." After delivering his cutting remarks, he cast one last disdainful glance at Yi Shi before descending the stairs. Yi Yan watched his retreating figure, her brow knitted in worry. Uncertain of what to do next, turning back to her sister, she found Yi Shi gazing at her with a low voice. "Sister, I truly meant my apology. Even though I was controlled, my actions nearly cost Yixurin his life, so I must apologize." Yi Yan looked at her in surprise, not expecting her sister to take the initiative to apologize. Today, her sister seemed markedly different, almost reminiscent of her past self. Yi Yan bit her lip, grasped Yi Shi's hand, and softly reassured her, "Little Shi, Yixurin has a sharp tongue but a kind heart. Since you've apologized, he surely heard you. However, your recent conduct has been quite unsatisfactory. It's as if you've transformed into a completely different person. But I understand that it's likely due to the shock of the apocalypse." "Yes," Yi Shi nodded, looking at her sister with affection and warmth. She opened her mouth to reveal the truth about her rebirth, but to her astonishment, the words caught in her throat. With a sudden change in expression, she instinctively touched her neck. Nothing was amiss, yet in that fleeting moment, that force re-emerged. Instantly, her complexion darkened. "Little Shi?" Yi Yan, perceiving her sister's pallor, mistook it for her own words weighing heavily on her. Yi Shi shook her head. "Sister, I'm fine." She set aside the thought of revealing her rebirth. Once released from that burden, she could speak freely again. It felt like a restriction, but this constraint was unlike the previous life. It did not compel her towards malevolent acts. If it had, she would have been silenced when she apologized to Yixurin, or her words would have been twisted into venomous remarks. In her past life, she had been controlled for 5 long years. She was all too familiar with that sensation. This time it was entirely different. It merely prevented her from disclosing her rebirth. Yi Shi's eyes flickered with comprehension. At this moment, her thoughts were clearer and more rational than ever. Yi Yan sighed helplessly. Little Shi, don't worry. I'll go speak with Yixurin and the captain. Yi Shi bit her lip and grasped her hand, whispering, Sister, I promise I won't be willful anymore.
All right.
Yi Yan patted her hand gently, offering her a tender smile. I believe in you. Now go rest in your room. With that, she withdrew her hand and made her way downstairs. Yi Shi watched her sister's departing figure, a sense of discomfort stirring within her. She knew that Yi Yan did not genuinely believe she would change because she had made too many promises over the past month. Which of them had she kept? Yi Shi couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Now, she had become the target of everyone's disdain, the one they wished to see eliminated. Changing their perception of her would not be an easy task. Yet if she did not change, how could she and Yi Yan continue to remain in Shen Yingqing's group? Yi Shi rubbed her temples and gazed out the window. The bright sunlight outside contrasted starkly with the desolate, sunless world of a decade hence. At least for now, it was still warm. In 10 years, the earth ravaged by cataclysmic disaster would be shrouded in perpetual darkness and cold. Yet, there remained a glimmer of hope. A superbase would emerge in the future, harboring all the survivors from around the globe. There, humanity would once again bask in sunlight, and life would begin anew. Everyone would receive a second chance. Yi Shi's eyes sparkled with renewed determination as she resolved to alter Yi Yan's fate and ensure they both survived to reach the future superbase, embarking on a new life together. However, as she glanced down at her hands, she couldn't help but purse her lips. It seemed she was unable to awaken any powers. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her mind. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in an expanse of blinding white. This space was vast, seemingly infinite. Not far from her, a pool of blue water lay shimmering. Was this a manifestation of spatial abilities? Yi Shi was both astonished and delighted. Could this be a fortuitous boon of rebirth in this lifetime? Without further contemplation, she hurried towards the pool of water, only to discover that it was not genuine water, but a pool of azure fluid. She crouched down, cupping her hands to gather a handful of the liquid. To her surprise, the azure fluid seemed to come alive, transforming into slender streams that burrowed into her body. In Chapter 3, the demise was indeed tragic. Yi Shi was momentarily taken aback as these streams, cool and refreshing, infiltrated her being without evoking a hint of discomfort. Instead, she felt an invigorating sensation, as if her body were being nourished, rendering her increasingly at ease. Was this a healing ability, or perhaps a spring-like power? She found it difficult to comprehend. When she reached out once more into the azure fluid, it ceased its movement and no longer morphed into streams that penetrated her. Yi Shi bit her lip, puzzled, and gazed up at the vast, white expanse surrounding her. How was she to escape? Just as her confusion arose, the scene before her darkened. Yi Shi soon found herself back at the doorway of her room, frozen in the very posture she had maintained moments before. Xiao Shi. It's time for dinner, called Yi Yan, who approached her with a broad, shallow, iron basin. Regaining her composure, Yi Shi resolved to investigate the peculiar space and the azure fluid later. Xiao Shi. Today's meal is prepared by Ruo Qing. It's quite fresh. If there's anything you dislike, don't feel compelled to eat it. I'll finish it for you later, Yi Yan said, handing her the food. Yi Shi lowered her gaze at the contents of the basin, which included both meat and vegetables. Such a meal would have been utterly ordinary before the apocalypse, yet in the over a month since, their team had seldom enjoyed such fare. Furthermore, the portion she now possessed was exclusive to Yi Yan. This was because Yi Yan possessed healing abilities, consuming significant energy daily to tend to the wounds of the entire team. In essence, Yi Yan was the most vital member of their group. Otherwise, Shen Yingqing would not have tolerated a supposed burden like her remaining in the team. Yi Yan had previously informed Shen Yingqing, I will bring my sister along. If she is not allowed to stay, neither shall I. Now, as Yi Shi regarded the bowl of food, her nose tinged with emotion. No matter how difficult she could be, Yi Yan had never contemplated abandoning her. She had always reserved the best for her, even unto death. Xiao Shi? Noticing her stillness, Yi Yan curiously pressed chopsticks and a spoon into her hands. Hurry and eat. Sister, what about you? Yi Shi lifted her gaze to her. I'll eat what you have. What will you eat? Yi Yan paused for a moment, then smiled gently. I can't eat that much. When you're full, I'll have a few bites. No. Yi Shi asserted firmly, clutching Yi Yan's hand. Go find a bowl. We shall share the meal. Shall she? Yi Yan was pulled downstairs by her. Somewhat lost in thought. Had her sister truly changed? Their current temporary residence was a villa. Upon reaching the kitchen, where all team members gathered, Yi Shi noticed Ishiran preparing to greet Yi Yan, but upon seeing Yi Shi, his smile vanished, replaced by a scowl. Especially upon noticing Yi Shi holding Yi Yan's food, he couldn't suppress his temper and scoffed. I can't fathom how some people can brazenly steal food after lounging about all day, thicker-skinned than a city wall. Yi Shi ignored him, retrieving bowls and chopsticks. She transferred all the meat and most of the vegetables into Yi Yan's bowl. Then, under the astonished gazes of the others, she met Ishiran's gaze and retorted, My sister, and I prefer to share a bowl. She enjoys taking care of me. What is it to you? Are you jealous? If you are, go find yourself a sister too. But even if you do, she won't be able to compare to my sister's care for me. Continue to wallow in your jealousy. At her words, everyone was momentarily stunned. Ishiran was taken aback, rendered speechless. He had grown accustomed to Yi Shi's sarcastic demeanor, but he had never encountered this kind of retort. It left him at a loss for words. Ishiran stared at Yi Shi as if she were a ghost. The others shared a similar sentiment. Shin Yingqing cast a subtle glance at Yi Shi, observing her as she pushed the generously portioned food towards Yi Yan, saying, Sister, you eat this, your appetite is small. If you can't finish, I'll help you. It was indeed a bit surreal. The previous Yi Shi would never have behaved this way. Even if she could not eat, she would ensure that she consumed all the food Yi Yan provided. Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes, a gloomy gaze fixed on Yi Shi, a faint smirk playing at his lips. It seemed she had learned to be clever. What tricks was this woman plotting now? The seemingly simple-minded Yan Ziming remained silent, continuing to eat his meal. Fu watching glanced at Yi Shi and Yi Yan with mild surprise, her mouth moving, yet no words escaped. Yi Yan gazed at the food Yi Shi had pushed towards her, her eyes welling with tears of gratitude. For over a month, this was the first time Yi Shi had allowed her to eat first. Such moments had only occurred before the apocalypse, when the sisters relied on one another at home. She had a small appetite and could hardly eat much. Thus, at home, she would finish any leftover food. After the apocalypse, however, the roles had entirely reversed.
Shall she?
She looked at Yi Shi, her eyes brimming with tears. Yi Shi met her gaze earnestly and said, I'm sorry, sister. Trust me. I won't be willful anymore. Yi Yan nodded. This time, she could sense that perhaps her sister truly intended to change. Words are easier than actions. Ishiran scoffed coldly, narrowing his eyes in derision at Yi Shi. How many times have you made such promises? When have you ever changed? Yi Shi cast him a faint glance. Your belief is inconsequential. What matters is that my sister believes in me. This left Ishiran at a loss once more.
Today,
facing Yi Shi, he felt an even greater sense of frustration than usual. It was like striking a punch into cotton. Yi Shi remained unscathed. Just as before, she continued to act as she pleased, which was utterly irksome. However, this meal, due to Yi Shi's presence, rendered the others somewhat unable to eat. Shen Yingqing set down his chopsticks, surveying the remaining members, and declared, Everyone, rest well tonight. We shall prepare to venture to the Lingnan district tomorrow, where there is a large supermarket with an abundance of supplies. A visit there could yield significant provisions. Lingnan district? Upon hearing those 3 words, Yi Shi felt a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she looked at Shen Yingqing. He was tall and handsome, possessing a strikingly symmetrical face imbued with a touch of rugged masculinity. He was her sister's senior, having served 2 years in the military.
principled and steadfast.
He awakened his ice-type abilities at the onset of the apocalypse, yet he did not appear cold. He was the captain of their small team. Seated beside him was Pei Hongqing, a strikingly androgynous figure, with a pair of often squinted phoenix eyes that betrayed a sense of gloom and cunning. He was the most calculating and scheming individual within the entire team. In his past life, He had met his demise during the ill-fated mission to scour for supplies in the Lingnan district. It was also during this very mission that Shen Yingcheng lost an arm. Moreover, there was Yi Shiran, the easily provoked fire-type ability user who harbored a disdain for her. Not only did he perish in this mission, but his fate was far more tragic than Pei Hongqing's. Chapter 4. Their Past Lives. At that time, she had not participated, having heard from Yi Yan upon her return that Yi Shiran had been captured by a high-level zombie while attempting to save Yi Yan. That high-level zombie was exceedingly powerful, far beyond the capabilities of Shen Yingcheng and his companions. In an instant, Yi Shiran was torn asunder, leaving him unable to find peace in death. Consequently, Yi Yan endured an entire year of nightmares, awakening each time in tears, overwhelmed with guilt for Yi Shiran. As for the other members, she cast a sidelong glance. There was Yan Ziming, whose presence was often negligible, yet remained the most loyal follower of Shen Yingcheng until the bitter end. And then there was Fu Ruoqing, a psychic ability user with a shy demeanor who secretly harbored feelings for Shen Yingcheng. Although these two clung to Shen Yingcheng till the very end, their fates were equally grim. Yan Ziming, enamored with the leading lady Lin Cixi, was toyed with for an extended period. Upon discovering that Lin Cixi was merely toying with his affections, he confronted her, only to be falsely accused of attempting to assault her. Wang Chen promptly executed Yan Ziming, instructing others to dispose of his body to feed the zombies outside the base. In the end, his severed head was returned to Shen Yingcheng, accompanied by a warning to keep his people in check. As for Fu Ruoqing, her fate was even more tragic. Shen Yingcheng opposed Wang Chen and was subsequently captured and humiliated. In a bid to save Shen Yingcheng, Fu Ruoqing feigned allegiance to Wang Chen. Ultimately, however, she became a mere pawn in his hands, meeting her demise in a most horrific manner. At that time, Wang Chen even went so far as to force a nearly defeated, half-zombified Shen Yingcheng to bear witness. In the end, Shen Yingcheng was driven to death by sheer rage. He transformed into a high-level zombie, only to have his head severed by Wang Chen, who extracted the crystal core to enhance his abilities. The entire team's experience was so tragic that the word tragedy scarcely sufficed to describe it. However, upon contemplating Wang Chen's team, Shi could not restrain her teeth from clenching. In her previous life, Yan had believed that by actively joining Wang Chen's team, she would receive a slightly better treatment. Indeed, she did. However, this was contingent upon Wang Chen's affection for Yi Yan. Later, with the emergence of Lin Cixi, Shi slowly closed her eyes, too fearful to continue her thoughts. Otherwise, her mind would be flooded with the grim imagery of Wang Chen. In his quest to win Lin Cixi's favor, callously shoving her sister Yi Yan into a horde of zombies to meet her tragic end. Reflecting on this, it seemed as though their team was destined to be cannon fodder, mere stepping stones on Wang Chen's path to ascension. None of them met a favorable end. In comparison, the deaths of Pei Hongqing and Yi Shiran were, ironically, the least tragic. Yet, the high-level zombie that claimed their lives ultimately fell to Wang Chen. Remarkably, each of them, in a convoluted twist of fate, perished due to the same individual. Indeed, Yishi's heart could not help but brim with sarcasm. After all, Wang Chen was the male lead, and Lin Cixi was the female lead. Every individual who opposed Wang Chen and Lin Cixi met with a disastrous fate. This included the subsequent appearance of the formidable antagonist, Yan Wang, who possessed the exceedingly rare dark abilities. Tomorrow's mission carried certain risks, prompting Yi Yan to remain at their temporary base to rest. Hongqing, Shiran, Ziming, Ruoqing, come to my room tonight to discuss the arrangements for tomorrow's mission, Shen Yingcheng declared, pulling Yi Shi's thoughts back to the present. She sensed that Shen Yingcheng's gaze had completely bypassed her when he uttered this statement. Senior, Yi Yan turned to Shen Yingcheng, her brows slightly furrowed, and spoke gently, I have no objections. I can accompany you tomorrow for the mission. If any of you get injured along the way, I can provide timely healing. No way, Yi Yan. If you go, who will be left at home to take care of the others? Yi Shiran interjected, crossing her arms and glaring at Yi Shi with a mocking smile, seizing every opportunity to belittle her. She can't cook, can't scavenge for food. She might as well wait for you to feed her. We have no idea when we will return. What if she starves at the temporary base? I'll go too, then. Yi Shi set down her bowl and chopsticks, pulling out a tissue that Yi Yan had given her to wipe her mouth, as if casually stating an everyday occurrence.
Yet.
Her declaration momentarily stunned everyone. Yi Yan's immediate reaction was one of disapproval. She grasped Yi Shi's hand, frowning. Xiaoxi, don't be reckless. I'm not being reckless. Yi Shi replied earnestly, meeting Yi Yan's gaze. Sister, didn't I promise you I would not act willfully anymore? You mentioned that as a part of the team, we should unite and strive to survive together. So from today onward, wherever you go, I will follow. This includes missions.
Bang.
I object. Ishiran slammed her hand down, glaring at Yi Shi. Captain, if Yi Shi goes, I'm not going. I don't have multiple lives to spare for her recklessness. Shen Yingqing's expression darkened as he turned to Yi Shi, his tone icy. Your sister is right. This is not the time for foolishness. You have never been on a mission before, and you lack the knowledge of how to kill zombies. How can you go? He opposed Yi Shi joining primarily because of Yi Yan. If Yi Shi were to die on this mission, Yi Yan would undoubtedly blame him and harbor grievances against the team. They needed Yi Yan's healing abilities, thus. They would rather have a useless burden like Yi Shi trailing behind, doing nothing. I agree. Pei Hongqing lazily raised his hand, a sly smile playing on his lips as he regarded Yi Shi. It's evident that you are quite determined to venture out this time. Yes, Yi Shi responded, meeting his gaze, feeling as if she were ensnared by a venomous serpent, a chill running down her spine. Pei Hongqing was a master of strategy, however. His schemes were always directed towards his own and the team's benefit. Should anyone infringe upon his interests, they could expect no mercy from him. Naturally, her desire to join this outing stemmed from ulterior motives. She would not allow Pei Hongqing the opportunity to turn against her. Xiaoxi. Witnessing Yi Shi's firm resolve and Pei Hongqing's agreement, Yi Yan began to waver. She had always hoped for Yi Shi to gather her strength, to accompany them in slaying zombies, thereby acquiring crucial self-defense skills. This way, she would no longer need to worry about Yi Shi's safety during missions. With a sigh, Yi Yan turned to Shen Yingqing, Senior. Since Hongqing has said so, I believe we can give Xiaoxi another chance to gain some experience. I will go with you and keep a close watch over her. Brother Pei? Yi Yan? Ishiran erupted in fury once again, glaring at Yi Shi with disdain. How could someone like her possibly change? If she can refrain from causing trouble, I'll chop my head off and give it to her as a ball to kick. I have no such inclination.
Yegi retorted coolly, justing a dismissive glance at Yiran.
However, I might consider you as my servant for a month. When I say go east, you shall not go west.
You.
Upon hearing her brazen tone, Ishiran's face flushed red with anger. You useless, lazy fish.
You have no shame.
If I don't teach you a lesson today, I shall no longer be known as Ishiran. Yi Shi replied nonchalantly. Then you might as well change your name to Yiwan Ibaozha. Damn it. Ishiran detested it when others remarked on his volatile temper. Yi Shi's words, undoubtedly, were like pouring oil on the flames. He was completely incensed, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront her. Yi Yan, upon witnessing this, swiftly positioned herself in front of Yi Shi. Shen Yingqing's forehead was veined with tension as he sternly commanded, Shi Ran, sit down.
Thud.
Before Ishiran could move, Pei Hongqing forcefully shoved him back into his seat. Brother Pei, why are you in such a rush? Pei Hongqing crossed his arms, leisurely rocking his chair, his elongated Danfeng eyes narrowing with amusement as he gazed at Shen Yingqing. When someone wishes to amend their ways, they ought to be afforded a chance. Don't you think? Shen Yingqing pondered this, casting a contemplative glance at him. Chapter 5. Does a kind mother spoil her child? The two had been friends for many years, having formed a team from the onset of the apocalypse, navigating their way together to this point. Shen Yingqing understood Pei Hongqing's character well. He sensed that Pei Hongqing harbored lethal intentions towards Yi Shi. Pei Hongqing valued team interests even more than he did. While Yi Yan could not be abandoned, Yi Shi could be. A resigned sigh escaped Shen Yingqing as he contemplated the long road ahead of them. Yi Shi's continued reckless behavior posed a significant burden on them. Without Yi Shi, they could take care of Yi Yan. Thus, even for Yi Yan's sake, they would afford Yi Shi one final opportunity. Shen Yingqing's gaze turned frosty as he directed it at Yi Shi, speaking in a hushed yet firm tone. Very well. You may accompany us. Brother Shen. Ishiran found it hard to believe that he had actually acquiesced, his tone laced with reluctance. Shun Yingqing's eyes conveyed reassurance. If you feel unwell, you may remain behind to rest. After all, it is entirely normal to be unable to recover immediately from the shadow of near death. We are here to gather supplies, not to court danger. Observing Ishiran's state, concern creased Shun Yingqing's brow. I do not require rest. Ishiran, upon hearing Shun Yingqing's tone, realized that the decision was irrevocable. They would undoubtedly bring Yishi along. He glowered fiercely at her, gritting his teeth. I'll go with you, but I will keep an eye on her. If she dares to stir trouble again, I will show no mercy. No mercy to what extent? Certainly to the point of eliminating Yi Shi. However, it was inappropriate to voice such sentiments with Yi Yan present. I will look after Xiao Shi. Yi Yan quickly promised the group. In truth, her grip on Yi Shi's hand was clammy with anxiety. She herself felt tense, worried and uneasy. What if Xiao Shi truly caused a scene tomorrow? How would she save her? No. She must first have a word with the captain. Yan thought, her heart brimming with guilt towards everyone. Yi Shi sensed her turmoil, tightening her grip in return, whispering, Sister, don't worry. I will be obedient. Hearing this, Yi Yan lowered her gaze, choosing not to respond further. Shun Yingqing surveyed the group, producing a map as he calmly stated, this mission requires the participation of everyone. Let us now discuss the route and plan. The map unfurled across the table, revealing a comprehensive layout of City H, where they currently resided. Shun Yingqing circled a spot in the Lingnan district, marking the target location. This is not the city center, but the only large supermarket is located here. We will need to drive a medium-sized truck and an off-road vehicle to reach it. Shun Yingqing spoke in a steady, unhurried manner. Yet, Yi Shi's gaze drifted to the Jiangbei district adjacent to the Lingnan district. If her memory served her right, it was in this Lingnan district that advanced zombies had emerged, resulting in the deaths of Pei Hongqing and Ishiran in her previous life. The Jiangbei district also housed a large supermarket, albeit nearer to the city center, where ordinary zombies were more abundant. The approach would be treacherous. However, if they ventured there, a police station was located adjacent to the supermarket, and in her past life, she had heard that Wang Chen had acquired a substantial cache of firearms from the police station while battling advanced zombies in Jiangbei district. Although Shun Yingqing and the others possessed supernatural abilities, they were still in the early stages of the apocalypse, and the corpses of zombies had yet to decay, making them somewhat challenging to kill. Their powers were merely rudimentary. Even Shun Yingqing had only reached level 2 in ice abilities, capable of freezing a zombie for approximately 3 minutes and conjuring sharp ice spikes to slay them. Pei Hongqing's wind abilities made him swifter than the average person, but his lethality paled in comparison to Shun Yingqing's. The wind blades he wielded could at most cause superficial injuries. Ishiran's level 1 fire abilities were laughable, allowing him to scorch zombies only at close range, merely igniting them with a palm strike. Yan Ziming's earth abilities were virtually non-existent. Fu Ruoqing's psychic abilities offered some utility, enhancing her perception of danger, but her heightened senses were only marginally better than those of an ordinary person, allowing her to serve as a warning system, nothing more. Thus, obtaining that cache of firearms would significantly augment their team's combat capabilities. Has everyone understood my instructions? Shun Yingqing concluded the plan, his gaze sweeping over the group. Finally, his eyes landed on the dazed Yi Shi. He frowned. Yi Shi? Yi Shi snapped back to reality, responding with a soft, yes, I understand. I will follow my sister.
Ha!
Ishiran scoffed. Brother Shun, Brother Pei, just look at her attitude. And you still want to take her along? Shun Yingqing's brow furrowed slightly, his expression darkening as he fixed a piercing gaze on Yi Shi. Yi Shi, if you maintain this attitude, it might be best for you not to accompany us. Pei Hongqing's eyes also bore a frigid glare directed at Yi Shi. Yi Yan hastily shielded Yi Shi, seniors, Hongqing. Xiao Shi is simply unaccustomed to participating in missions. Let her accompany me. You should proceed with your plans. Fu Ruoqing suddenly raised her head, looking at Yi Yan, her soft voice echoing, Sister Yan, you remind me of a saying. Yi Yan blinked in confusion. Fu Ruoqing tilted her head slightly. A kind mother spoils her child. Yi Yan. Yi Shi. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Qing's words ring true. Ishiran, as if he had found a kindred spirit, excitedly patted Fu Ruoqing's arm. Fu Ruoqing's lips twitched, subtly shifting away to distance herself from Ishiran. Shun Ingcheng, exasperated, sighed. That will be all for today. Everyone should rest well tonight. We will continue our discussions tomorrow before we set off. With that, he rolled up the map and ascended the stairs. Pei Hongqing shot Yishi a frosty glance before following suit. Yishi watched their retreating figures, biting her lip in contemplation. Was there any way to persuade them to change their course to Jiangbei District? Otherwise, if they continued to Lingnan District, Shen Yingcheng and the others would inevitably repeat the mistakes of their previous lives. Xiao Shi, do you want to go back to your room to take a shower? Yi Yan asked softly. Yishi came back to her senses and nodded, okay. Hearing this, Ishiran sneered again. Useless, lazy fish. Make sure to cherish your last beautiful day. This mission will last at least 2 days, and by then, you'll have to rely on Brother Shin to freeze you into a fish stick.
Ha ha ha.
Truly insufferable. Yishi couldn't help but clench her fist. To be honest, if it were not for the fact that Ishiran had sacrificed himself in a bid to save her sister in their previous life, she would have felt compelled to smash his head in. Yi Yan cast a helpless glance at Ishiran and hurriedly pulled her younger sister upstairs, advising her to disregard his words. Shi obediently followed her upstairs. Once they returned to their room, Yi Yan prepared a basin of water for her sister. The villa was equipped with a water tank, and since they had only been there for 2 days, taking a bath was still manageable. However, to conserve water, Yi Yan only filled a basin for Yi Shi to wash herself. Will Shi, you wash up first. Call for your sister if you need anything. Okay, Yi Shi nodded. After giving her sister the necessary instructions, Yi Yan stepped out of the room. Upon closing the door, she furrowed her brow and made her way directly to Shen Yingcheng's room upstairs. Both Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing were present. Yi Yan paused for a moment before addressing them gently. Senior, Brother Hongqing, I wish to discuss something with you. As Yi Shi entered the bathroom, she shed her garments, revealing her flawless, porcelain-like figure in the mirror, which left her feeling somewhat unaccustomed. After briefly cleansing herself, her gaze fell upon her long hair, cascading down to her waist. Her hair, slightly wavy, was almost identical in texture to Yi Yan's. However, since the onset of the apocalypse, Yi Yan had cut her long locks.
Now,
Yi Shi felt no need to keep her hair that long either. With this thought in mind, Yi Shi retrieved a pair of scissors from the vanity. Snip! One swift cut, and her hair was now shoulder-length, tied back into a ponytail, giving her a much sharper and cleaner appearance. Pleased with her new look, she recalled the space she had been experimenting with earlier. With a flicker of thought, she found herself once more in that vast expanse of whiteness.
Yevi Poset.
Realizing that the scissors she had been holding had vanished. So, this was not a storage space? She pondered for a moment before approaching the pool of azure liquid again. She reached her hand into it, but contrary to her expectations, the liquid did not flow into her body. How peculiar. She frowned slightly and explored the space further. Besides the pool of azure liquid, there was absolutely nothing else present. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could this possibly be her mental space? During her first entry and exit, she had maintained the same posture. If this were indeed a mental space, then should not her imagination dictate its contents? Closing her eyes, she endeavored to envision various elements, trees, flowers, stones, and springs. She concentrated intently, yet when she opened her eyes, the expanse remained blank. Nothing at all.
Yi Shi sighed,
realizing it was not a mental space after all. What then was this phenomenon? Confounded and unable to comprehend the situation, she began to pace within the space. Suddenly, an idea sparked, and she focused her thoughts, returning to the bathroom. Glancing at her watch, she noted it was 7:15 in the evening. She set down the scissors and re-entered the blank space. After spinning around numerous times, akin to running a kilometer, she stepped out again, only to find the time remained unchanged at 7:15.
How could this be?
Yi Shi was astounded, struggling to believe it. She quickly noticed another astonishing phenomenon. Despite having run several circles, she felt no fatigue whatsoever. What was going on? Yi Shi chuckled to herself, pondering if this was a time-stopping space. This ability certainly felt far from trivial. Sighing, she recalled how she had never awakened any special powers in her previous life. Surviving the apocalypse for a decade had solely depended on her physical endurance, relentlessly battling zombies to enhance her combat prowess.
Now,
Having the chance to start anew was no small feat. It was best not to be too greedy. With this thought, Yishi retrieved the scissors from the bathroom once more. She waved them around a bit before squinting her eyes and hurling them toward the door. Whoosh! The scissors sliced through the air, embedding themselves firmly into the door. However, 2 seconds later, they clattered to the floor. Yishi observed the fallen scissors, blinking in surprise, and shook her slightly numb hand. It was evident that she needed more practice. After all, she had previously trained her body, but now, it still felt fragile. Having spent over a month merely chasing zombies to build her leg muscles, her arms felt somewhat weak. She picked up the scissors again, wielding them like a dagger, and began to practice her movements in the air. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. In an instant, she entered the blank space again, adopting the posture of gripping a dagger, swinging and exerting force. After several hundred swings, she felt no hint of fatigue when she returned to reality. Once more, she seized the scissors and hurled them toward the door.
Clang!
This time, the scissors embedded themselves deep into the door. Yishi's eyes gleamed with excitement. Good heavens! Who claimed her time-stopping space was useless? This was clearly a space designed for cheating. She flexed her arms, feeling no numbness as before, and could replicate the same motions as when she had practiced in the space. How remarkable was her newfound ability! With this, she could train her body to perfection while hiding in the space. After all, time stood still when she returned to the real world. However, Yishi glanced at the time and realized she must have lingered a bit longer. Her watch had advanced by 2 minutes. This meant that her blank space experienced a different flow of time compared to the outside world. Eager to further understand this extraordinary power, she entered the space multiple times. During her longest stay, she felt as though several hours had passed, yet upon exiting, only a few minutes had elapsed. Essentially, 1 minute in reality equated to 2 hours in the blank space. Such a disparity in time flow was truly astonishing. Yishi felt increasingly thrilled by her newfound ability. However, she soon realized that she was not entirely free from fatigue. Instead, after feeling tired, her stamina was replenished by the azure liquid. The reason the liquid had not entered her body the second time was that she was already filled to capacity. Once she expended a certain amount of energy and again touched the azure liquid, it would stream into her body once more. In that moment, Yishi felt revitalized, akin to having consumed an invigorating tonic. After half an hour of rigorous experimentation, she discovered the optimal use of her space. Training. There was no need to consider the venue. There is no need to consider the passage of time. One should simply immerse oneself in practice with unwavering determination. Even a single sit-up is within her capacity to perform 1,000 consecutively without pause. The results are immediately evident. Her body, through rigorous training, has become lighter and her movements swifter. An hour later, the door creaked open. "Xiao Shi?" Yian called softly as she entered. Upon finding Yishi peacefully asleep on the bed, she approached cautiously, intending to tuck her in, only to be taken aback by the sight of Yishi's hair, now noticeably shorter. Her gaze fell upon the scissors resting on the table, and a wave of shock washed over her. "Xiao, she cut her hair? Just the other day." Xiao Shi had declared, "I would rather be devoured by zombies than cut my hair." Was it for the sake of beauty? No. Yishi had never been concerned with appearances. The decision to keep their hair long had been a pact between the sisters, made while their mother was still alive. Their mother had expressed her fondness for their matching hairstyles, which made them appear as twins. Yet now, Yian gazed at her slumbering sister with a complex expression, unable to resist stroking her face as she murmured softly, "Xiao Shi is growing up, isn't she?" Chapter 7. The Final Opportunity. Externally, Yishi appeared to be sleeping soundly. However, in reality, she had traversed 30 kilometers in the void. She had completed 2,000 sit-ups and 2,000 push-ups, alongside countless planks and high knees that left her utterly drained. Each time her strength waned, she replenished it with the azure fluid, continuing the cycle. Repeatedly, she observed that the small pool, 2 meters wide and 30 centimeters deep, had diminished by a third. Suddenly, Yishi jolted awake. This substance was indeed finite. She gasped, hesitant to rely on the azure fluid any longer. Yet, the timeless exertion had been both exhausting and exhilarating. At the very least, her body felt significantly more robust than it had upon her rebirth. sufficient to face the events of the following day. The sudden urgency stemmed from her reluctance to struggle with her frail form. Perhaps due to the lack of replenishment, when Yishi emerged from the void, she was acutely aware of her fatigue. However, it was merely weariness. Her limbs did not ache. A glance at the clock revealed that only 2 hours had passed. Yet, in the void, her time equated to 10 days. Yishi was inexplicably struck by the sensation of having stolen an abundance of time. Yet, without replenishing the fluid, her exhaustion was genuine. She lay on her bed, drowsiness enveloping her mind. The joy of rebirth gradually dulled by reality. She glanced at the empty bed beside her and recalled her earlier impulsive decision to sleep alone, sending her sister away.
Now,
Yi Yan was sharing a room with Fu Ruoqing. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She sprang from the bed, slipping on her shoes, and heading for the door. In Fu Ruoqing's room, Yi Yan had just emerged from the bathroom. Fu Ruoqing was busy with her computer on the bed and glanced up. "Sister Yan, are you going to sleep?" Yi Yan nodded. "Xiaoxi is asleep too. We should turn in early."
all right.
Fu Ruoqing closed her laptop, swiftly tossing aside the covers to lie down. Seeing her obedient demeanor, Yi Yan couldn't help but reminisce about her younger sister who had once been just as docile. Abruptly, there was a knock at the door. Yi Yan paused, turning to open it, and was greeted by her sister clutching a pillow, her big, round eyes gazing up at her. In a shy whisper, she asked, "Sister, can you come back and sleep with me?" Yi Yan was momentarily taken aback. "Xiaoxi, if it's inconvenient, it's all right." Yishi's cheeks flushed slightly, her ears tinged with pink. It had been ages since she had indulged in such affection with her sister. But now, having returned from a long absence, she couldn't help but yearn to mend the regrets of the past, even in small ways. Like sharing a bed with Yi Yan. Of course, Yi Yan beamed, tenderly ruffling her hair. Yishi felt her eyes prick with unshed tears. After exchanging a few words with Fu Ruoqing, Yi Yan accompanied Yishi back to her room. This room was the master bedroom of the villa, complete with an ensuite bathroom. The bed was the largest in the house, a full 2 meters wide. The sisters nestled back under the covers. In truth, Yishi felt quite embarrassed, silently berating herself for being so childish. At her age, having lived through her previous life and this one, she was well into her 30s. Yet here she was, seeking comfort from her sister. It felt rather immature. Yet, Yi Yan had never denied her any request.
Sleep now.
Yi Yan turned to face Yishi, gently caressing her head. She refrained from probing further about the haircut. "Good night, sister."
Good night, Xiaoxi.
Upon hearing her sister's gentle farewell, Yishi felt her entire being relax in that moment. Yet, she feared this might all be a mere dream. What if she awoke back in the apocalyptic world that had consumed 10 years of her life? Anxiously, she clutched Yi Yan's hand in her sleep. Yi Yan allowed her to hold on, watching her sister's peaceful visage, a long-lost smile of contentment gracing her lips. That night, not everyone found solace in sleep. On the balcony, Shen Yingcheng was smoking, his brow furrowed, a hint of irritation shadowing his expression. He rarely exhibited such emotions, unless faced with troublesome matters. Pei Hongqing, sharing the same room, leaned against the balcony door, his tone cold and sinister like a snake hissing. "Is there still any need to deliberate? We absolutely cannot allow Yi Yan to leave. The best course of action is to eliminate Yishi." Just moments ago, Yi Yan had summoned them to discuss matters concerning Yishi. If during tomorrow's mission, Yishi caused chaos again, Yi Yan had stated she would take her leave from the group, no longer willing to burden them. Shen Yingcheng's had throbbed at this revelation. Yi Yan was vital to their team. Even with her healing abilities at merely level 2, she could mend a severed arm. Not to mention the other minor ailments. In this world, where resources and medicine were scarce, Yi Yan was an indispensable asset. For this reason, he had turned a blind eye to Yishi's shortcomings. But now, if Yi Yan were to depart because of Yishi, Shen Yingcheng's expression darkened as he exchanged glances with Pei Hongqing. One couldn't deny that his proposal was quite tempting. However, it was still a matter of a life. Shen Yingcheng sighed, unable to resist rubbing his temples.
Pei Hongqing,
understanding his nature, scoffed, "You are far too principled." But this principle is misapplied. Yishi's actions clearly threaten our team's interests. Today she could act recklessly against Ishiran. What will happen next time? Perhaps she doesn't even care about her own sister's life. Shen Yingcheng fell silent. Indeed, over the past month, Yi Shi's attitude towards Yi Yan had left him, as an outsider, feeling disheartened. Yet, if he were to place himself in the situation of having a younger sister acting in such a manner, he might find himself making a similar choice to Yi Yan's. The distinction, however, lay in his resolve to employ every means possible to alter his sister's behavior, rather than indulging her, as Yi Yan did. Pei Hongqing, noticing Shen Yingcheng's indecision, narrowed his elongated phoenix eyes and said softly, "In any case, we depart tomorrow. I will handle everything. You can pretend to be oblivious. Yi Yan is innocent and will not suspect anything. As long as you and I remain silent, no one will know that Yi Shi's demise is a consequence of my actions." Shen Yingcheng regarded him with a furrowed brow, sensing the genuine intent to kill that Pei Hongqing harbored towards Yi Shi. A pang of reluctance washed over him, and he sighed, "Let us grant her one more chance. If she remains unrepentant after this outing, you may seize the opportunity to act." Pei Hongqing lazily nodded, "Very well. I can afford to extend this small measure of leniency." Chapter 8. The Fractious Dog. At 4 in the morning, Yi Shi was jolted awake, abruptly sitting up in bed. Yi Yan, just rousing from her slumber and preparing to rise, was startled by her sudden movement. "Xiao Shi? Sister?" Yi Shi's throat was parched, and she gazed at her sister, uncertain if this was reality. Yi Yan approached, stroking her head gently, inquiring, "What is the matter? Are you unwell? I thought I heard you talking in your sleep. Did you have a nightmare?" "Yes." The gentle tone brought her back to reality. Yi Shi exhaled, managing a bitter smile. "I had a terrible dream. I witnessed the scene of Yi Yan's demise in a past life, when Lin Cixi had pushed her into a horde of zombies. I stood helplessly by, watching as Yi Yan was torn apart, utterly powerless to intervene, like a marionette trapped within its own shell. The air was filled with Yi Yan's anguished cries and Lin Cixi's triumphant laughter. This haunting image tormented me for 7 long years. It was this very vision that fueled my hatred for Wang Chen and Lin Cixi, sustaining me through those years of survival as I awaited my chance for vengeance. In that moment of self-detonation, I was certain Wang Chen had perished. Unfortunately, Lin Cixi was positioned a bit farther away, and considering her admirers included a powerful healer, he might still be alive. I feel a tinge of regret. Dreams often run counter to reality. Xiao Shi, do not dwell on it. We must rise. We leave at 4:30.
All right.
Yi Shi nodded and got out of bed. Yi Yan sat at the edge of the bed, observing her sister's transformation since the previous day. Her sole wish now was for her sister to behave, avoid causing trouble, and ensure the day's mission proceeded smoothly. The assembly time was set for 4:30, yet by 15 minutes past 4, everyone had gathered downstairs. Fu Ruoqing had even prepared instant noodles for everyone. As Yi Shi followed Yi Yan down, she saw Shen Yingcheng and the others already present. The lazy fish finally decided to part with that unruly mane? Didn't you once declare that you'd rather be devoured by zombies than cut your hair? Yixiran crossed his arms, mockingly commenting upon noticing Yi Shi's neatly tied short ponytail. Yi Shi touched her hair, seemingly unfazed by his jibe, and retorted, "Does it look good?" "What? You dare ask such a question? You truly are hideous." Yixiran scowled in disgust. Yi Shi scoffed, casting him a sidelong glance. "With your taste, you must have never had a girlfriend before the apocalypse." Yixiran's face flushed with embarrassment at her words, and he dismissed her. "Whatever. You're just ugly, the ugliest in the entire team. Are you being disingenuous, Yixiran? Deny it all you want. My face was likely the object of your admiration on your computer screen before the apocalypse." As she spoke, Yi Shi took a seat, unaffected by Yixiran's insults. Yi Yan noticed Yixiran's rising anger and quickly intervened. "Xiran, Xiao Shi is merely jesting. Don't take it to heart. Let us focus on eating." With that, she tugged at Yi Shi's arm. "Xiao Shi, what did you promise me?" Yi Shi acknowledged. "If he shuts up, I will too. Is that all? Who doesn't deal with such things?" Yixiran's forehead twitched with anger. He glared at Yi Shi, gritting his teeth. "Just wait. If I find an opportunity, you won't get off easy." "Well then, do your best." Yi Shi chuckled. Fully aware of Yixiran's temperament, he was merely blowing off steam and lacked the conviction to follow through. This was in stark contrast to the calculating Pei Hongqing sitting across from her, who smiled benignly while plotting her demise in his heart. "Let's eat swiftly," Shan Yingcheng said, his brow slightly furrowed as he glanced at Yi Shi with a complex expression. Pei Hongqing similarly regarded her, a faint smile gracing his lips, though it did not reach his cold eyes. Yan Ziming remained silent, but detected a shift in Yi Shi since dinner the previous evening. Her remarks directed at Ishiran carried a teasing tone, as if she were playfully toying with a fractious puppy. The thought amused him. At 4:30, everyone finished their meals. Shen Yingcheng once again unfurled the map before the group, reiterating the previously discussed plan. The primary objective this time was to gather supplies sufficient to sustain their journey to City B. Ziming would drive the medium-sized truck, with Ishiran in the passenger seat. They would follow behind in their off-road vehicles, while Ruoqing would keep watch, surveying their surroundings. The destination lay over 100 kilometers away, entering the Lingnan district. At that point, he and Pei Hongqing would lead the way. As for Yi Yan and Yi Shi, he paused, turning to them with a serious admonition. "Even if we stop, do not exit the vehicle." Yi Yan nodded vigorously, understanding the gravity of his words. Yi Shi mimicked her gesture, remembering the warning. Satisfied with their responses, Shen Yingcheng declared, "Prepare to depart."
"Wait."
Yi Shi suddenly stood, causing everyone to freeze in surprise. Shen Yingcheng furrowed his brow, regarding her with scrutiny. "Do you have any other questions?"
"Yes."
She pointed at the Jiangbei district on the map. "This area is approximately 100 kilometers away, closer than the Lingnan district, and it also has a large supermarket. Why don't we go there?" Upon hearing this, Yi Yan was taken aback. "Xiao Shi, didn't we agree that you wouldn't cause any trouble?" Yi Shi looked at her innocently. "I'm not causing trouble. I'm simply asking a question." "Well, have you considered the route to Jiangbei? Reaching there requires crossing a significant bridge. What time is it now? Do you think the bridge will be easy to cross? It could very well be a one-way trip." Ishi crossed her arms defiantly, a scornful smile gracing her lips.
"Xiaoxi."
Yi Yan furrowed her brow, hastily pulling her back to prevent any disruption. "The senior has meticulously planned the journey to the Lingnan district. It must be the result of careful consideration." Careful consideration to what end? Yi Shi couldn't help but feel exasperated. Nevertheless, she was resolute in finding a way to thwart the group's expedition to the Jiangbei district. She raised her gaze toward Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing, gesturing towards a spot beside the supermarket in Jiangbei district. "There's a police station nearby. If we procure supplies from that area, we could potentially find firearms there." The moment the words left her lips, both Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing's expressions shifted slightly. Ishi scoffed. "That location isn't even marked on the map, you slacker. What mischief are you plotting now?" "The absence of notation does not imply non-existence," Yi Shi replied languidly, turning her attention to Yi Yan. "Sister, 3 months ago, when I visited a classmate's house nearby, we encountered some ruffians while out for a late-night snack. I couldn't help but smash a bottle over one of their heads. And you came to bail me out, remember?" Chapter 9. A Lifetime of Singleness. Upon her utterance, the gazes of Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing shifted to Yi Yan. Yi Yan's brow furrowed slightly as she earnestly recalled the incident. Indeed, it had transpired. "Your classmate lives in that vicinity. After I retrieved you, she even invited me over for a meal." This time, Yi Shi was certainly not fabricating tales. Her sister had indeed landed a man in trouble, and upon receiving the police's call, she had been utterly startled. Hurriedly, she had rushed over, only to find the man, bandaged at the head, lamenting his misfortune, while her dear sister sat beside her classmate, laughing and joking as if nothing were amiss. Upon seeing her arrive, Yi Shi gleefully proclaimed that the police had praised her for her bravery in self-defense. If true, a venture into Jiangbei district was indeed worth the risk. Shen Yingcheng regarded Yi Shi intently, hoping she was not deceiving him. This statement bore a hint of warning. Yi Shi countered, "I am accompanying you all. If something goes awry, I could easily escape alone, couldn't I?" Ishi sneered. "Who knows what trickery you're concocting?" Yi Yan pressed her lips together, glancing at Shen Yingcheng. "Captain, Xiaoxi is indeed not lying about this matter. However, how we proceed is ultimately your decision." She genuinely wished to avoid any unpleasantness arising from Xiaoxi's suggestion. Shen Yingcheng turned to Pei Hongqing. "What are your thoughts?" Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes slightly, crossing his arms and leaning back in his chair. producing a creaking sound from the seat. He cast a cool glance at Yi Shi before responding to Shen Yingcheng. It's not far. If we cannot find what we seek in Jiangbei District, we can take an alternate route to Lingnan District. Shen Yingcheng nodded. Then we shall divert to Jiangbei District. He swiftly plotted the route on the map. Yi Shi's expression darkened as she shot Yi Shi a fierce glare. If anything happens because of you, I will not let you off easily. Yi Shi retorted. What? Are you already wishing for our misfortune before we even set out? You! Yi Shi exclaimed. Shen Yingcheng cast a stern glance at Yi Shi and said, Sit tight. Gritting her teeth, Yi Shi reluctantly settled back into her seat, her eyes still darting around. If looks could kill, Yi Shi would have already been torn to shreds by her gaze. Yi Shi chose to ignore the hostility. Considering the sacrifice Yi Shi made in her previous life to save her sister, she deemed it not worth the trouble to engage. Once the destination and route were finalized, the group gathered their belongings and boarded the vehicles. 2 cars in total. Yi Shi and Yi Yan occupied the back seat of Shen Yingcheng's SUV, while Fu Weiqing took the front passenger seat. Pei Hongqing sat beside Yi Yan. However, from the moment they got in, he had largely remained silent, leaning back with his eyes closed. Fu Weiqing held the map, guiding Shen Yingcheng as they set out before dawn. The primary advantage of departing at this hour was the extended daylight for their operation. It was now 5:30, and the sky was beginning to reveal a hint of dawn. Their vehicle was still 50 kilometers away from Jiangbei District. Shen Yingcheng drove relatively swiftly. Yi Shi glanced over at the truck beside them, where Yi Shi sat in the passenger seat. Upon noticing her, he derisively gestured with a middle finger. Yi Shi's lips twitched in response, letting out a scoff, childish. She then averted her gaze, raising her hand to reciprocate Yi Shi's gesture with an equally friendly sign, albeit with her thumb pointed downward. Damn it! Is this dead fish trying to provoke me? Yi Shi fumed, slamming his hand against the window, eager to leap out and thrash Yi Shi. Yan Ziming observed the enraged Yi Shi, silently reflecting that Yi Shi's greatest transformation was likely her newfound skill in teasing. Yi Shi's volatile temperament was undoubtedly well in her grasp. Shen Yingcheng maintained a brisk pace. As the sky brightened, Yi Shi noticed scattered zombies roaming along the roadside. Brother Yingcheng, we'll be able to see the bridge in 10 minutes. Fu Weiqing held her breath, intently watching the road ahead, continuing, This bridge is 2 kilometers long. You can faintly hear the moans of the zombies, but inside the vehicle. She paused, retrieving a small drone from her bag and releasing it through the window. Addressing Shen Yingcheng, Brother Yingcheng, please stop the car. Understood, Shen Yingcheng replied, gradually bringing the vehicle to a halt. The truck following them also began to slow down. There were not many zombies in the vicinity, but the situation ahead remained uncertain. Fu Weiqing intended to use the drone to assess the circumstances. Pei Hongqing stepped out of the vehicle for some fresh air, while Yi Yan and Yi Shi remained still. Yi Shi's gaze fixated on Fu Weiqing's laptop screen, where the situation at the bridge was becoming visible. There were indeed a few cars blocked up ahead, occupied by zombies. However, this did not impede their progress. Fu Weiqing relayed her findings to Shen Yingcheng, noting that the drone's battery was running low, limiting their view to a 3-kilometer radius. She expressed her disappointment. That's all I could see. Shen Yingcheng patted her shoulder gently, offering encouragement. You've done exceptionally well. Keep it up. Fu Weiqing nodded, a smile brightening her round face, revealing 2 small canine teeth, making her appear quite adorable. Yi Shi glanced at her before averting her gaze, thinking that cuteness was of little utility. Shen Yingcheng did not cast another glance at Fu Weiqing. Perhaps, like in the previous life, he simply did not harbor any romantic feelings for her. Or he regarded Fu Weiqing merely as a sister. Ah, that's right. His sister Yi Yan was also treated like a sister under his care. This man was likely destined to remain single for a lifetime. Quite well, Yi Shi mused. Yi Yan glanced at her and asked, Xiaoxi, how are you feeling? Yi Shi nodded. Why do you ask, sister? Oh, it's nothing, Yi Yan replied, her brow slightly furrowed, a hint of concern lingering in her heart. Soon after, Pei Hongqing returned to the vehicle, the scent of smoke clinging to him, clearly having stepped out for a cigarette. Yi Shi subtly rolled down the window. Shen Yingcheng and Fu Weiqing resumed their seats, and the vehicle continued its journey. There was a girl named Fu Ruoqing who had just deployed a drone for reconnaissance. They smoothly traversed the grand bridge before them, officially entering the Jiangbei district. Yi Shi gazed out the window. In reality, The Lingnan and Jiangbei districts were not far apart, merely a river's breadth separated them. Yet, this seemingly short distance could alter the fates of the entire vehicle's occupants. The deeper they ventured into the city, the more demanding the driving skills became. Even in the absence of other vehicles, a zombie would occasionally spring forth onto the road. Should the speed increase, a collision would be inevitable. The sickening splatter of blood would coat the windshield, obstructing their view. Fortunately, Shen Yingcheng was an adept driver and managed to avoid such mishaps. At most, he would run over a zombie, driving the car over its lifeless body. The jolt reverberating through the vehicle, as if one could hear the sound of the creature's bones being crushed beneath. Yi Yan glanced at Yi Shi, her concern evident as she asked, "Xiao Shi, are you feeling all right?" Chapter 10. Are they playing us? Since the onset of the apocalypse, every time Yi Shi found herself in a vehicle, her expression soured whenever they ran over zombies. Yi Yan worried that she was unwell. She shook her head, assuring her, "I'm fine." After 10 years of apocalypse, she had certainly dispatched her fair share of zombies. Even before the catastrophe, she had learned to drive. And she had not shied away from running over zombies like Shen Yingcheng did. Now, she had grown accustomed to it. Hearing her words, Yi Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good to hear." "Yes, sister, don't worry," Yi Shi replied, grasping Yi Yan's hand. Her sister's concern was solely for her safety upon their arrival at their destination. According to past experiences, Yi Yan would undoubtedly disembark to help procure supplies. Leaving Yi Shi alone in the vehicle, Pei Hongqing, having overheard the sisters' conversation, cast a cool glance at Yi Shi. However, it was merely a fleeting glance before he discreetly averted his gaze. 3 kilometers to go, Fu Ruoqing announced, a hint of joy gracing her features. "This trip is proceeding more smoothly than we anticipated." Shen Yingcheng nodded, accelerating the vehicle as the number of zombies surrounding them increased. If they did not hasten, the zombies would easily follow in their wake. The car sped past, and the wandering zombies along the roadside, upon hearing the sound, lifted their heads and began to howl and chase after them. Yi Shi turned to look back. The most troublesome aspect of driving into the city was precisely this. Yet, in comparison to the 10 years of the apocalypse, the towering skyscrapers here were still a nostalgic sight. 10 minutes later, the vehicle came to a halt near an open stretch of road not far from their destination. Fu Ruoqing consulted the map and said, "We need to proceed another 300 meters. The number of zombies is quite substantial." She then turned to Shen Yingcheng, asking, "Brother Yingcheng, how should we handle this?" Shen Yingcheng turned to Pei Hongqing, "You take the wheel. Ishiran and I will divert the nearby zombies and clear the path." Pei Hongqing nodded, and the two exited the vehicle. Pei Hongqing took the driver's seat, adjusting the rear-view mirror. Through it, his narrowed eyes briefly locked onto Yi Shi. Sensing his gaze, Yi Shi glanced at the mirror. Pei Hongqing's eyes remained fixed upon her. In that moment of eye contact, Yi Shi felt a chill and a palpable intent to kill emanating from him. Indeed, it was not mere disdain but a clear and unmistakable killing intent directed at her. After a few seconds, he finally shifted his gaze away, yet the sensation of being targeted by a venomous snake lingered in her mind. She furrowed her brow and clenched her fists, fully aware of Pei Hongqing's desire to end her life. The feeling of being watched, with the possibility of betrayal lurking, was entirely different. It was rather vexing. 10 minutes later, Pei Hongqing drove onward toward their destination, with the zombies having been lured away by Shen Yingcheng and Ishiran. Only a few straggling zombies were vaguely visible, easily dealt with upon exiting the vehicle. The car came to a stop, and Yan Ziming began to reverse, aligning the rear of the vehicle with the tightly shut doors of the supermarket. After Shen Yingcheng and Ishiran returned, Pei Hongqing and Fu Ruoqing exited the car. As Yi Yan prepared to alight, Shen Yingcheng interjected, "You stay here." Yi Yan protested, "Having one more person will speed things up." Shen Yingcheng frowned and glanced at Yi Shi. Yi Shi met his gaze unwaveringly, stating, "I concur with my sister. I'll accompany you all to procure supplies. You can assign someone to keep watch over me." "Xiao Shi?" Yi Yan was somewhat taken aback. Yi Shi looked at her and said, "Didn't he want me to gain some experience? There are only 2 or 3 zombies nearby. I wish to give it a try." This was her initiative to change. Shen Yingcheng, slightly surprised, looked at Yi Yan before addressing Yi Shi in a deep voice. "Very well. You can follow Hongqing and Ziming to check the police station." He then handed her a dagger. Yishi paused, gazing at the dagger he had offered. For me?
Yes.
Don't waste time.
Oh, all right.
Yishi accepted the weighty dagger, which was evidently one of Shuningqing's standard gear. Besides his powers, he always carried 3 or 4 such daggers, concealed within his camouflage pants. Seeing that Yishi genuinely wished to disembark, Yi Yan refrained from discouraging her. She should feel happy and relieved that her sister desired to grow. However, Shuningqing allowing Yishi to accompany Yan Ziming and Pei Hongqing raised some concern. Xiao Shi, be careful, Yi Yan cautioned, her voice laden with worry as she implored her sister to prioritize her safety and not act recklessly. I know, sister. Don't worry, Yishi assured her, growing somewhat exasperated by the repeated reassurances. Yi Yan reluctantly released her hand. Yishi watched as her sister turned back multiple times while entering the supermarket with Shuningqing, feeling a strange sense of helplessness. It seemed her sister relied on her to some extent. Perhaps this was an unchangeable habit for the two sisters who had relied on each other through thick and thin. Pathetic waste. I hope you make it back alive. Ishiran scoffed as he walked past Yishi, not allowing her a chance to retort before quickening his pace to catch up with Shuningqing and the others. Not going? Pei Hongqing crossed his arms, narrowing his eyes at Yishi. Yishi tightened her grip on the dagger in her hand and replied resolutely. You all follow me. She did not hesitate, making her way through a narrow alley beside the supermarket. Pei Hongqing's expression darkened as he swiftly followed suit. Yan Ziming remained silent, also quick to keep pace. The two men trailed Yishi through a series of twists and turns for several minutes. Yet they had yet to reach their destination. Pei Hongqing's patience waned. He abruptly grasped Yishi's shoulder, his gaze dark and intense as he demanded, Are you toying with us? Certainly not. Yishi raised her hand, pointing toward a recognizable building in the distance. The police station is just over there. Pei Hongqing glanced up and indeed spotted the police station as structure, which prompted him to release her shoulder. Yishi continued forward, explaining, This route is a shortcut. There aren't many zombies. Pei Hongqing's expression remained grim, and he refrained from further comment. However, the dagger he twirled in his hand was imbued with an ever-present aura of malice. The trio continued walking for another 2 minutes, until they arrived at the back entrance of the police station. Pei Hongqing halted momentarily, taken aback. Yan Ziming was equally astonished, murmuring to himself. She actually refrained from causing a ruckus? Yishi had already approached the back door, gripping the doorknob and gently pushing the door inward. To her surprise, the iron door emitted not a single sound. However, in the next moment, a zombie clad in police uniform sprang forth from within, seizing Yishi's wrist with a vice-like grip, shrieking as it lunged to bite her neck. Yan Ziming swiftly moved forward. With a decisive crack, a dagger plunged into the zombie's skull, blood splattering onto Yishi's face. Her expression shifted slightly. After wiping the blood from her visage, she pushed the door open and proceeded further inside. Pei Hongqing squinted, scrutinizing Yishi's silhouette. This woman seemed indeed transformed. Typically, when confronted with zombies, she would tremble and cry for help. Yet today, she exhibited a stoic demeanor, wiping the blood from her face before continuing onward. Strange. Pei Hongqing's gaze was complex as he flickered momentarily before trailing behind Yishi. Chapter 11. Learning on the go, reciting prayers for the departed. Yishi was acutely aware of Pei Hongqing's thoughts. His desire to eliminate her was unequivocal. He was merely biding his time for a justifiable opportunity. To be precise, he was keen to observe what antics she might indulge in, hoping to capitalize on her misstep to take her life. Yan Ziming, with his honest disposition, was fiercely loyal to Shuningqing. Likewise, he was not one to relish in unwarranted bloodshed. Shuningqing had invited him along, partially to keep an eye on Pei Hongqing. The trio entered the police station, discovering relatively few zombies. Perhaps during the chaos outside, the majority had ventured out to maintain order. Once inside the station, Yishi ceased to lead the way. She turned to Pei Hongqing and Yan Ziming, stating, You go ahead, I will follow. Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes, casting a glance at her before leisurely stepping into the forefront, with Yan Ziming trailing behind. Yishi, armed with a dagger, followed the two. After all, her mission had already been accomplished. She would not afford Pei Hongqing the chance to slay her. Before their arrival, Wang Chen had informed Pei Hongqing regarding the typical location of the police station's armory. He quickly located it, but the entrance was guarded by 2 or 3 zombies. These zombies were robust, adorned in bulletproof vests, and bore numerous bullet wounds. Pei Hongqing signaled for Yan Ziming to advance. Although Yan Ziming's earth-based abilities were not particularly lethal, his imposing physique was a considerable asset. Upon kicking the door open, he charged forward, toppling one of the zombies and pinning it firmly beneath the door. Pei Hongqing swiftly darted inside, propelled by his wind-based powers. In less than 3 seconds, a zombie's head was completely severed. With a thud, it fell to the ground, rolling to rest at Yishi's feet, its lifeless grayish-white eyes staring vacantly at her. Yishi furrowed her brow. Looking up, she met Pei Hongqing's gaze, which held a peculiar significance. She pursed her lips, crouched down to lift the severed head, and placed it upon a nearby table, gently brushing away the dust and blood before closing its eyes. Rest in peace, Pei Hongqing. Yan Ziming was equally bewildered. What was she doing? Had she lost her mind? Yishi then took a piece of white paper to cover the head, addressing the astonished Pei Hongqing and Yan Ziming with a serious tone. His identity should not be treated this way. Pei Hongqing, is this woman employing a new method of mischief? Yan Ziming, for some reason, I feel inexplicably moved. Roar. Another zombie lurched forward from within the room while the 3 were momentarily stunned, lunging at Pei Hongqing. He sidestepped deftly, then kicked the zombie towards Yishi, a cold smile spreading across his face. All right, let me see how you intend to handle them. Hongqing. Yan Ziming shot a disapproving glance at Pei Hongqing. Typically, during missions, he was the weakest link in terms of combat prowess and was often the most susceptible to injury. Yi Yan would frequently assist him with healing. Even if he harbored disdain for Yishi, he did not wish for her to come to harm under his watch, fearing the repercussions when reporting back to Yi Yan. Just as he resolved to step forward and aid Yishi, suddenly, with a piercing sound, a blade pierced flesh. Crack. The sound of a skull fracturing echoed. Yan Ziming halted mid-step, witnessing the zombie that had lunged at Yishi fall silent, gradually collapsing to the ground. Yishi withdrew her dagger, using a paper towel from the table to wipe off the black blood, then bent down to close the eyes of the recently slain zombie, murmuring something under her breath. Yan Ziming focused intently, realizing she was reciting prayers. Is she performing a rite for the departed? Pei Hongqing was astonished by her decisive action in dispatching the zombie. Someone who had never slain a zombie before would not act with such determination. What on earth was this woman up to? His expression darkened, his gaze on Yishi now tinged with suspicion and scrutiny. Yishi raised her head to look at the 2. What do you think? Don't you usually kill zombies in this manner? I've learned quite well, haven't I? Upon hearing this, Pei Hongqing and Yan Ziming were momentarily speechless. Yan Ziming wore an expression of disbelief. You learned all this on the fly? Why not? Yishi replied, her demeanor casual. I've never killed before, but I've seen you do it plenty of times. Learning a few tricks isn't difficult. The key is overcoming psychological barriers. What method do you mean? Yan Ziming inquired curiously. Is it the chant you just recited? Yishi nodded earnestly. I picked it up last night. It should be somewhat effective. Yan Ziming. Pei Hongqing scoffed. All show and no substance, just a silver-tongued charmer. Yishi refrained from retorting Pei Hongqing. She felt his assessment was indeed quite accurate. However, her preceding actions were merely an attempt to make her behavior appear somewhat rational to the 2. It seemed, however, that both remained skeptical. Pei Hongqing soon averted his gaze from Yishi. It was futile. Regardless of what this woman was scheming, he would find a way to deal with her. The current priority was to retrieve the weapons. Ziming, the keys. He glanced at Yan Ziming. Yan Ziming instantly understood, rummaging through the 3 corpses until he discovered the key to the armory. He then tossed it to Pei Hongqing. Pei Hongqing stepped forward to unlock the armory. As the door swung open, a trove of weapons came into view. Yishi rose on her tiptoes, peering over Pei Hongqing's shoulder. To her astonishment, the armory housed an entire room filled with weaponry. There was even a submachine gun at his feet. Goodness! It was far more than she had anticipated. No wonder Wang Chen's team had been able to swiftly enhance their combat capabilities in the early days of the apocalypse. This armory was one of his trump cards. Where could an ordinary individual find such resources? No, that wasn't right. How could an ordinary police station possibly stockpile such an arsenal? Yi Shi suddenly recognized this discrepancy. Scanning the array of weapons ranging from handguns to submachine guns, even handheld grenades, Pei Hongqing's brow furrowed slightly, suspicion brewing within him. This is evidently not in accordance with the specifications one would expect from a police precinct's armory. It is as though someone had deliberately placed these items here in advance. Pei Hongqing's expression shifted, and he glanced at Yi Shi. Could it be that this woman had stumbled upon this by mere chance? Yan Ziming, lacking understanding of the situation, leaned in for a closer look, noting the abundance of weaponry and lamenting, "Brother Hongqing, with so many weapons, the three of us cannot possibly carry them all back. What should we do? I noticed a cart over there in the lobby. It should be useful," Yi Shi suggested, looking at the two. "Shall I fetch it?" Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing her before instructing Yan Ziming, "You go with her." Yan Ziming nodded in agreement, "All right." Yi Shi was aware of Pei Hongqing's apprehensions. He feared that her venturing out alone might result in trouble, thus instructing Yan Ziming to keep a vigilant watch over her. As Pei Hongqing selected weapons, he casually picked up a compact firearm, assembled a magazine, and secured it at his waist. He then proceeded to assemble all the other weapons that could be put together before donning a bulletproof vest. When Yi Shi and Yan Ziming returned with the cart, Pei Hongqing was fully armed. With a swift motion, he chambered a round. In the next moment, the gun's muzzle was aimed directly at Yi Shi's forehead. Chapter 12. Has enlightenment proved insufficient? Brother Hongqing? Yan Ziming was momentarily taken aback. Yi Shi stood unfazed, meeting Pei Hongqing's gaze. He squinted slightly, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Aren't you afraid I might actually pull the trigger?" Yi Shi raised an eyebrow, responding in a calm, unhurried tone. "The area is swarming with zombies. Your gun lacks a silencer. Firing it would attract a considerable number of them to our location. If you truly wish to kill me, there would be no need to endanger yourself in the process." She remained composed, neither servile nor arrogant, and demonstrated a degree of intellect. Pei Hongqing continued to appraise Yi Shi with narrowed eyes, taken aback and filled with suspicion. In the span of a single night, had this woman genuinely undergone such a transformation? His disbelief lingered, as his instincts warned him that her change was likely shrouded in deeper mysteries. He holstered his pistol and allowed a semblance of a smile to emerge, jesting, "I did not anticipate such a dramatic change in you. It's as if you've transformed overnight, raising my suspicions about your true identity." Yi Shi maintained her unflappable demeanor, retorting, "In the apocalypse, is it not permissible for someone to experience sudden growth? Is it not acceptable that I have come to realizations?" "Indeed," Pei Hongqing replied with a dismissive scoff, his gaze lingering on her as if to convey a hope that her newfound understanding would persist, lest he find an opportunity to eliminate her. Yi Shi refrained from further comment. Yan Ziming then glanced at the time and remarked, "We should hasten. The supermarket likely requires our assistance. Let's swiftly transport these weapons back." "Agreed," Pei Hongqing indicated for him to bring the cart closer. Yi Shi remained still, unbidden by Pei Hongqing. Together, he and Yan Ziming loaded all the weapons, ammunition, bulletproof vests, and helmets into the cart. Having organized their belongings, the trio departed the police precinct. Yan Ziming's heart raced at the sight of the cart brimming with weaponry. He understood the implications. Bringing these back would significantly enhance their collective firepower. Future missions would undoubtedly become safer as a result. With this thought, he instinctively glanced at Yi Shi. Had she not suggested coming to the Jiangbei district, they might never have discovered these resources. Strangely, he sensed that Yi Shi was no longer as irksome as before. At least this time, she had not caused any trouble. Suddenly, as Ishiran was loading supplies onto the truck, he spotted the cart laden with weapons being pushed back by Pei Hongqing and Yan Ziming. He leapt from the truck in astonishment, rushing towards them. "Real guns!" Ishiran exclaimed, grasping one of the firearms, its weight causing his jaw to drop in disbelief. Yan Ziming nodded. "Every piece is authentic, retrieved from the armory. Not a single one was left behind." "My goodness!" Ishiran inhaled deeply several times, struggling to contain his exuberance. He dashed towards the supermarket, eager to show Shen Yingcheng. Just then, Shen Yingcheng emerged, pushing a cart filled with bottled water, only to be confronted by Ishiran shoving a submachine gun into his hands. "Brother, look. It's real. Brother Pei, and the others found it." Shen Yingcheng, Astonished as he gripped the submachine gun, felt his breath quicken upon witnessing the multitude of weapons that Pei Hongqing had brought back. This was no mere stroke of luck. It was an unexpected boon. Initially, upon hearing Yi Shi mention the police station adjacent to the supermarket in Jiangbei district, he had hoped to procure a few handguns at most. He had never anticipated that Pei Hongqing would return with such an impressive arsenal. This clearly exceeds the standard inventory of a police precinct's armory, Shen Yingqing observed, regaining his composure and directing a question towards Pei Hongqing. Are you certain these were taken from the armory? Pei Hongqing replied, indeed, they were from the armory. It appears that someone had recently deposited them there. I cleared it out. Understood, Shen Yingqing nodded, recognizing that this was not the moment for probing into the source of their good fortune. He glanced at Yi Shi, who followed closely behind Yan Ziming, her demeanor seemingly innocent. Is everything all right? He inquired further, directing his question to Pei Hongqing. Understanding the implication of the inquiry, Pei Hongqing reassured him, it's nothing significant. We can discuss it later. Very well, then let us have Chiron load these weapons into the vehicle while I retrieve additional supplies. Shen Yingqing instructed, turning to Yan Ziming and Yi Shi. You two come and assist. Although they had already attracted some of the surrounding zombies away, it did not guarantee that others would not wander back. Chiron, possessing considerable strength, was cautious while loading the cart. However, the sounds generated by his movements within the truck were unavoidable. Moreover, his excitement at seeing the firearms caused him to inadvertently raise his voice. Brother Pei, this is fantastic. We've upgraded from bird guns to cannons.
Sure.
Pei Hongqing motioned for him to be silent. Do you wish to attract zombies? Realizing his blunder, Chiron promptly sealed his lips and continued working. Inside the supermarket, Yi Shi followed Shen Yingqing, where they found Yi Yan loading items into a cart. Sister, she called out, stepping forward to assist with a case of energy drinks. These beverages were more beneficial to them than plain water, as combating zombies was physically taxing, and ordinary water was insufficient for replenishment. Xiao Shi, are you alright? Yi Yan's first instinct upon seeing Yi Shi was to check for any injuries. Yi Shi stood patiently, allowing her sister to inspect her, and with a hint of resignation replied, Fortunately, I didn't encounter too many zombies. In truth, the time of day did influence zombie activity, and since she had chosen a less frequented route, it was quite normal to encounter fewer zombies. That's a relief. Yi Yan exhaled, smiling at her sister. Now let us hurry and help with the supplies. There is still much to do. We need to return to the villa before nightfall. Understood, Yi Shi acknowledged. Today's operation had indeed gone more smoothly than she had anticipated. Unless something unexpected occurred, they would likely return before dark. Yet, no sooner had this thought crossed her mind than a loud bang echoed from outside the supermarket, resembling the sound of a heavy object crashing down from a great height. Yi Shi's eyes widened, and she instinctively shielded Yi Yan behind her. As Fu Ruoqing walked alongside Shen Yingqing, her complexion abruptly changed. Brother Yingqing, there is a zombie, a highly mobile one, right above us. Shen Yingqing's expression darkened as he cast a glance at the three of them. Stay here, and do not venture outside. After saying this, he swiftly made his way outside. Yan Ziming hastily set down his belongings and followed suit. Yi Shi's expression was somewhat grim. A highly mobile zombie? An advanced zombie? But weren't advanced zombies appearing only in the Lingnan district? Moreover, this was merely the first month since the apocalypse began. In her previous life, the advanced zombies that had slain Pei Hongqing and Chiron were at least level 4. It couldn't possibly be that same advanced zombie from Lingnan that had traversed here. Could it? That would be utterly absurd. Yi Shi's mind raced as she contemplated their next course of action. If that were the case, their group would undoubtedly meet their demise here today. She took a sharp breath, her gaze darkening, and dashed outside. Xiao Shi.
Yi Yan.
Realizing she needed to stop Yi Shi, found that she had already vanished.
Bang. Bang.
Outside the supermarket, the sound of heavy objects crashing down from above resounded continuously. Chapter 13. Crisis. As Shen Yingqing burst outside, he witnessed a zombie plummeting from above, landing squarely on their cargo truck. Pei Hongqing and Chiron had just finished loading their weapons into the SUV's trunk when the commotion drew their attention, prompting them to turn around. But the next moment,
bang!
Another heavy object fell from the heights. The cargo truck shuddered violently. The sound of nails scraping against the metal truck body was jarring, causing Shen Yingqing and the others to pale. Creak, creak. Shen Yingqing's face turned ashen as he stepped back several paces. Pei Hongqing sensed the impending danger and quickly pulled Yi Shiran to retreat upwards. The two still held several firearms in their hands. Once they had retreated a safe distance and looked up again, they beheld a towering zombie clad in a suit and tie standing atop the truck. Its face was grotesque and decayed, exuding a foul stench. A pair of crimson eyes seemed to pierce through the darkness. With a crackle, it twisted its neck and slowly lowered its gaze upon Shen Yingqing. Yi Shi had just emerged when she stumbled upon this chilling sight. Red eyes? She froze momentarily. Her mind flooded with descriptions of zombies she had learned about. Superviruses could evolve. Once a human was infected and transformed into a zombie, they could likewise evolve. Their levels were reflected in the color of their eyes. Ordinary zombies had grayish-white eyes, rendering them blind while retaining some hearing. A level 1 evolved zombie would have pale red eyes. At level 2, the eyes turn red, just like the one before her now. Level 3 exhibits a red-black hue, a blend of red and black. By the time they reach level 4, a zombie's eyes would revert to pure white with no pupils. At level 5, they began to transition to light purple. Level 6 would be deep purple, and level 7, black. The fourth stage of zombies marked a critical threshold. They were commonly referred to as advanced zombies. Over the course of the 10 years of the apocalypse, Yi Shi had only encountered a level 7 zombie, which had been slain by Wang Chen. However, rumors spoke of level 8 and 9 zombies, those that had become nearly indistinguishable from humans. Ultimately, they were vanquished by Wang Chen's greatest nemesis, the notorious boss Yan Wang, who even sent their severed heads to the base as a grim token of victory. Yet, those remained mere rumors. She had never witnessed the heads of those level 8 or 9 zombies with her own eyes. Returning to the present, while a level 2 zombie might not spell doom for them, it would still prove to be quite a challenge. This was due to the disproportionate relationship between zombie levels and the abilities of human practitioners. To confront a level 2 zombie, at least 4 level 2 practitioners would be required. Yi Shi glanced at Shen Yingqing, who possessed ice abilities at level 2, then at Pei Hongqing, who wielded wind abilities at the same level, and finally at Yi Shiran, who had fire abilities at level 1. Could they manage? The level 2 zombie still retained its eyesight, clearly perceiving the living beings standing before it. Its excited crimson eyes widened in anticipation. With a feral roar, it leapt from the truck and lunged at Shen Yingqing. Having once served in the military, Shen Yingqing possessed commendable physical prowess and narrowly evaded the zombie's biting attack. However, such a movement would undoubtedly incite further excitement from the level 2 zombie. Its muscles, taut and bulging, threatened to burst through its suit pants. No, Yi Shi squinted, noticing that the area around its groin was already torn, and it was decorated with floral-patterned underwear. She was nearly blinded by this unexpected spectacle. Shen Yingqing swiftly conjured ice blades and charged forward to engage in combat with the level 2 zombie. Pei Hongqing and Yi Shiran rushed to assist, attacking the zombie from behind. Yet, the creature's tough skin and flesh, or perhaps its sheer inability to feel pain, rendered their strikes ineffective. Pei Hongqing thrust a knife toward its forehead, but the zombie, with its keen crimson gaze, deftly avoided the blow. The knife nearly struck Shen Yingqing instead, causing a bead of cold sweat to trickle down his brow. Hongqing! Shen Yingqing shouted, forcefully kicking the restrained level 2 zombie away.
Bang!
The level 2 zombie was sent flying, crashing into the checkout counter. Shen Yingqing wiped the sweat from his brow and called out to Yan Ziming, who was not far off. Go and tell Yi Yan and the others to get in the vehicle. Yan Ziming nodded repeatedly and dashed inside. Yi Shiran, noticing Yi Shi standing at a distance, exasperatedly exclaimed, "Do you have a death wish? Hurry up and run." Not only he, but also Pei Hongqing and Shen Yingqing furrowed their brows at the sight of the zombie before them. Yi Shi considered that, at this moment, none of them had a clear understanding of the zombie's level. The level 2 zombie before them was evidently formidable. Observing the 3 men poised and ready to confront the level 2 zombie, she instinctively thought that perhaps in their previous life, Shen Yingqing and the others had faced a similar scenario. Utterly unaware of the true strength of the zombies they were combating, all they cared about was ensuring that at least one of their team members survived. The more she pondered, the heavier her heart felt. Watching Shen Yingcheng and the others entangled in combat with the level 2 zombie made her head throb.
Xiao Shi.
Yan Ziming had already brought Yi Yan and Fu Ruoqing to Yi Shi's side. Fu Ruoqing's face had turned pale as she gazed at the level 2 zombie surrounded by Shen Yingcheng and his companions, her voice trembling. It's so strong. It's a mutated zombie. I've never seen anything like it before. Yi Yan glanced over, her expression equally grave. Indeed. I've never encountered a zombie with red eyes before. Yan Ziming spoke in a low voice. You all should return to the vehicle. We will handle this and join you shortly. Okay. Yi Yan nodded in agreement, grasping Yi Shi's hand as they began to retreat. She understood that remaining here would only serve as an impediment against such a formidable foe. Yan Ziming swiftly ushered the three women back to the SUV, then dashed to the trunk to retrieve a firearm, once again plunging into the supermarket. Within the confines of the vehicle, Yi Shi, Yi Yan, and Fu Ruoqing had a clear view of the unfolding skirmish. Pei Hongqing was already armed, tossing a gun to Shen Yingcheng, who promptly chambered a round and aimed at the forehead of a level 2 zombie.
Bang.
The gunshot echoed clearly, yet it failed to strike its target. Bang bang. 2 or 3 shots followed, all evaded by the zombie. If they continued firing, the surrounding zombies would inevitably be drawn to the commotion. Shen Yingcheng's expression shifted as he turned to Pei Hongqing and Ishiran, declaring, "Surround it and finish this quickly." The three were the primary combatants of their group. Pei Hongqing and Ishiran swiftly repositioned themselves, encircling the level 2 zombie. Hiss ha! The level 2 zombie glared with crimson eyes, emitting a threatening roar akin to that of a wild beast. Shen Yingcheng furrowed his brow, issuing a low command. Engage. The trio simultaneously launched their assault on the level 2 zombie. The creature exhibited remarkable agility, leaping past Shen Yingcheng and rolling several times upon landing. Of their attacks, only Pei Hongqing's dagger found purchase in the zombie's neck. Enraged, the level 2 zombie yanked the dagger from its throat and hurled it at Shen Yingcheng. He conjured an icy barrier for defense, but the fragile ice shattered, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. Roar! The level 2 zombie emitted an even more resonant and furious roar, one that even Yi Shi in the SUV could hear. Her countenance shifted. This zombie had allies nearby. Chapter 14, Believe It or Not. Yi Yan was momentarily stunned, gazing at her. Xiao Shiyu. Yi Shi pressed her lips together, her expression grave as she explained, Sister, in the animal kingdom, wolves use their howls to attract their companions. This is an instinct of social animals. Zombies, having been transformed from humans, retain this instinct. Is that so? Yi Yan questioned, uncertainty creeping into her tone. Fu Ruoqing was equally taken aback by this explanation, her gaze unexpectedly fixed on Yi Shi. Their lack of knowledge about zombies was evident. They knew only that the apocalypse had begun with a frenzied and terrifying virus sweeping across the globe, leading to infections and subsequent deaths, after which the deceased rose as soulless husks to attack the living. Yi Yan frowned. If what you say is true, we must escape immediately. Yes. Yi Shi glanced toward the Lingnan district. Zombies, upon evolving, possessed intelligence. That advanced zombie had appeared in Lingnan district. Now a level 2 zombie emerged in Jiangbei district. Was it possible that the level 2 zombie was summoning the advanced one? Or perhaps other level 2 or 3 zombies? The latter theory seemed more plausible. However, even if the approaching ones were merely level 2 or 3 zombies, Shen Yingcheng and the others would still struggle to cope. As for herself, she had primarily focused on physical training during the apocalypse. Currently, she had not regained much strength. Defeating a level 2 zombie was a challenge in itself. It was wiser to conserve energy and prioritize collective escape. If that is the case, should we call Yingcheng back? Fu Ruoqing suggested, eyeing the still fighting scene at the supermarket, preparing to exit the vehicle. Yet, not far off, several ordinary zombies began to converge upon them, drawn by the noise. Her expression shifted. She hesitated to leave the safety of the SUV. Yi Shi decisively opened the door, addressing the two. I'll go call them. You stay in the car. Xiao Shi? Yi Yan exclaimed in surprise. Spotting the approaching zombies, she attempted to grab Yi Shi but failed, watching helplessly as Yi Shi sprinted toward the supermarket. Within a distance of 20 meters, an ordinary zombie charged swiftly toward Yi Shi. Yi Yan's pupils constricted in panic as she shouted, Xiao Shi, watch out. The next moment, with a loud bang, Yishi evaded just in time, the ordinary zombie crashing into their cargo truck. Without a backward glance, she continued her dash toward the supermarket. Yi Yen. Fu Ruoqing was momentarily dumbfounded. Yishi's speed was astonishing. A side of her she had never witnessed before. Yi Yen pressed her lips together, murmuring, "Yes, my sister used to study dance. Is that why she is so fast?" What kind of logic was that?
It was a tenuous explanation at best.
Fu Ruoqing exchanged a glance with Yi Yen, understanding her reluctance to elaborate, and wisely refrained from further inquiry. Regardless, Yishi's earlier actions had indeed been rather vexing. Inside the supermarket, the level 2 zombie had already been knocked back several times by Shen Yingcheng and his companions. However, its tough hide proved resilient against their efforts to inflict damage. The trio, Shen Yingcheng, Pei Hongqing, and Yixiran, were drenched in sweat. What the hell is going on with this zombie? It feels impossibly elusive. Yixiran gasped, glancing at Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing, managing a wry smile. "I've exhausted my abilities." Upon hearing this, Shen Yingcheng turned to Pei Hongqing. His expression darkened. They could not sustain this for long. This zombie was systematically wearing them down. The firearms they had just acquired were proving ineffective, as its evasion speed was astonishingly swift, almost beyond comprehension. Besides the initial 3 shots that missed, Shen Yingcheng dared not fire again. The gunfire was too loud, too likely to attract the ordinary zombies they had just managed to divert. They could not afford to be besieged by a horde of ordinary zombies while still contending with this one. Yixiran contemplated momentarily, suggesting they retreat. However, as he glanced outside, he spotted Yishi rushing in. His eyes widened in shock as he yelled, "Are you crazy? Why did you come back?" Yishi ignored him, turning to Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing. "That zombie just called for reinforcements. It's likely that other zombies of the same level are heading this way. We should retreat now." The moment her words fell, Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing were taken aback. Zombies of the same level? Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes, dangerously scrutinizing Yishi, intentionally asking, "Then tell me, what level is this zombie?" "Level 2, Yishi replied without hesitation, casting a glance at Shen Yingcheng as she added, "To kill it, you would need 3 of you." Shen Yingcheng. Pei Hongqing.
Yi Yiran.
Clearly incredulous, scoffed. "What nonsense are you spouting? You've hardly killed any zombies, spending all your time holed up in a temporary shelter. And now you're assigning them levels?" Yishi shot him a glance, indifferent to his disbelief. "Believe it or not, if you die here, I won TB collecting your body."
"You."
Yixiran was infuriated, stepping forward as if to confront Yishi. "Enough." Shen Yingcheng seized Yixiran. His gaze darkened as he instructed Pei Hongqing, "We need to leave." He chose to trust Yishi, not only because of the zombie-level information she had just revealed, but also due to his own abilities being unable to sustain much longer. Rather than prolonging the struggle to eliminate this crimson-eyed zombie, it would be wiser to retreat for the time being. After all, they have already secured the necessary supplies. The decision to confront this level 2 zombie could be made at their discretion. Pei Hongqing cast a fleeting glance at Yishi. After a moment of silence, he nodded and swiftly adjusted their strategy, with Shen Yingcheng taking it upon himself to divert the attention of the red-eyed zombie. Shen Yingcheng grasped Yishi and Yixiran, calling out to Yan Ziming, and they exited the supermarket in haste. As the cargo truck's door shut, Yan Ziming and Yixiran drove away, colliding with several ordinary zombies approaching their direction. Shen Yingcheng returned to the off-road vehicle with Yishi, making a quick turn to wait at the supermarket entrance for Pei Hongqing. Fu Ruoqing was tense, focusing intently on the supermarket, her brow furrowed. "Yingcheng, Hongqing is slowing down. The red-eyed zombie is closing in." This indicated that Pei Hongqing was unable to contain the red-eyed zombie alone. Shen Yingcheng frowned and instructed Fu Ruoqing, "Prepare to drive." "Understood." Fu Ruoqing responded promptly. Shen Yingcheng exited the vehicle and made his way back towards the supermarket. Yi Yan anxiously grasped Yishi's hand, while Yishi frowned, gazing towards the supermarket. 2 minutes later, Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing emerged, but the situation was dire. Pei Hongqing had blood at the corner of his mouth, clearly injured, and was moving slower than Shen Yingcheng. Shen Yingcheng jumped into the passenger seat, but Pei Hongqing was suddenly seized by the shoulder by the level 2 zombie.
Hongqing. Bang.
A gunshot erupted, ringing in their ears. Then came the thud of a heavy object crashing to the ground. Chapter 15. The first time. Pei Hongqing's pupils constricted. He felt the weight on his shoulder vanish. Something splattered on the back of his head, dampening his hair. Turning to look, he saw the zombie that had gripped his shoulder, now lying on the ground, its head a gruesome mess.
Speed.
A woman's clear voice rang out ahead. Pei Hongqing took a breath and hurried into the vehicle, slamming the door shut. The vehicle sped away. The level 2 zombie that had been their adversary lay motionless on the ground, utterly lifeless. Neither Pei Hongqing nor Shen Yingcheng could quite comprehend the situation. Turning to look at Yi Shi, who had just lowered her submachine gun. She met Shen Yingcheng's scrutinizing gaze and grinned. Not bad, right? Shen Yingcheng, who had missed several shots at the level 2 zombie, could only marvel at the irony of the situation. Pei Hongqing, still reeling from the near-death experience, was similarly bewildered. Meanwhile, Fu Ruoqing, who was flooring the accelerator, was equally stunned. Their hearts were profoundly shaken. Yi Yan was also in disbelief. She hadn't seen Yi Shi take aim earlier. It had all happened so swiftly. The gunfire had been deafening, leaving her head buzzing. Yet, looking at Yi Shi, she felt a mix of relief and astonishment, an intricate blend of emotions. Pei Hongqing furrowed his brow, wiping the zombie's brain matter from the back of his head with a tissue, remaining silent. He had permitted Yi Shi to accompany them yesterday, curious to see what further mischief she might conjure, contemplating an opportunity to eliminate her. Little did he expect that the very person he intended to kill would ultimately save his life. Pei Hongqing glanced at Yi Shi, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Shen Yingcheng inquired, "Are you okay?" Pei Hongqing shook his head, "I'm fine. Just exhausted from overusing my abilities." Shen Yingcheng then turned his gaze towards Yi Shi. His expression equally intricate, asking, "You know how to use a gun?" As he posed this question, Pei Hongqing's probing gaze returned to Yi Shi. Yi Yan shared their confusion. Even Fu Ruoqing, driving, couldn't help but glance at Yi Shi through the rearview mirror, all waiting for her response. Yi Shi nonchalantly explained, "I remembered from watching short videos. That was my first time using it, and it seems I didn't miss." Upon hearing this, Pei Hongqing's face darkened significantly. He had truly walked a thin line between life and death. It was a close call. He could have perished at the hands of a zombie, or due to Yi Shi's shaky hands. Yi Yan looked at Yi Shi, frowning disapprovingly. "Xiao Shi, that's far too dangerous." Yi Shi merely acknowledged, "I promise there won't be a next time." Yi Yan was at a loss for words. Her sister had indeed changed dramatically today. Realizing this, she couldn't help but look at Pei Hongqing, apologizing, "I'm sorry, Hongqing. Xiao Shi is too reckless. Let me help you with your injury." Pei Hongqing, still scowling, replied, "Thank you." Yi Yan shook her head and placed her hand on his, channeling her abilities. A soft white light emanated from her hand, flowing towards Pei Hongqing's body. Yi Shi observed closely. Her sister's healing powers could alleviate some of the fatigue and discomfort from overexertion. Seeing Pei Hongqing's expression shift from troubled to relaxed was a relief. As for Shen Yingcheng, he was in slightly better condition and declined Yi Yan's offer for healing. Fu Ruoqing drove at breakneck speed. After covering several kilometers, her brows finally eased a bit. Through the rearview mirror, she stole several glances at Yi Shi. Shen Yingcheng asked, "Do you want to switch?" He offered to take over driving. Fu Ruoqing bit her lip. Shaking her head, "I'll continue. Let's switch after about 30 kilometers, then you can drive, Yingcheng." Hearing this, Shen Yingcheng sensed something amiss and queried, "Are there zombies pursuing us?" Fu Ruoqing nodded, her tone serious. "It feels just like that red-eyed zombie. Within a 2-kilometer radius of our exit, there are at least three. Shen Yingcheng's expression changed drastically. He immediately recalled Yi Shi's earlier words. The roar of the red-eyed zombie was indeed summoning its companions. Realizing this, he cast another glance at Yi Shi. Pei Hongqing shared Shen Yingcheng's apprehensions, his expression darkening as he looked at Yi Shi. "Xiao Shi, your earlier assessment was correct." Yi Yan's brow furrowed in worry and unease. She hadn't anticipated that zombies could truly summon their allies. Yi Shi disregarded Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing's scrutinizing gazes and teasingly remarked to Yi Yan, "It's just animal instinct. Thanks to you making me watch Animal World all the time. That was only because you kept saying you were uninterested in biology and failing your tests. I had no other choice," Yi Yan retorted, exasperated. Yi Shi flashed her a smile. "Well, your method worked. See, I've memorized the survival rules of the animal kingdom. This statement left Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing in contemplative silence. The laws of the animal kingdom, survival of the fittest, mirrored the very principles of existence in their current apocalyptic reality. It was uncertain whether Yishi spoke with intention or merely by chance, but Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes, regarding her with newfound depth. Shen Yingcheng, too, observed Yishi with thoughtful intensity. Fu Ruoqing, overhearing the exchange between Yishi and Yi Yan, was left in doubt. She found it hard to believe Yishi's claims. Coincidences could happen, but not this many. The second occurrence could be attributed to chance. But what of the third? Yishi had never before slain a zombie. Yet just moments ago, she acted without a flicker of hesitation, aiming directly for the zombie's head with deadly accuracy. Her demeanor was far from that of a novice handling a firearm. Was it possible that the past month of Yishi's ineptitude and lethargy was merely a facade? But what would be the purpose of such pretense? Fu Ruoqing found herself perplexed, casting a glance at the contemplative Shen Yingcheng. Clearly, Brother Yingcheng was equally baffled. Only Yi Yan, each time she heard Yishi's explanations, seemed to accept them readily. For she sensed that Yishi's transformation was indeed a positive evolution. Leaning languidly against a wall, Yishi closed her eyes in a state of tranquility, indifferent to the opinions of Shen Yingcheng and the others. They were not fools. Her performance today was sufficient to convey her earnest desire for change. As long as she refrained from causing further trouble and burdening the team, they would not entertain thoughts of casting her aside in favor of Yi Yan. Naturally, she had no intention of abandoning Shen Yingcheng's group. She could wander alone, but Yi Yan could not. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, survival as a lone wolf would be exceedingly arduous. Moreover, Yi Yan's unique abilities were inherently beneficial to the team. A few hours later, the group returned to their temporary refuge. Having driven ahead, Yishi Ran and Yan Ziming were unaware of Pei Hongqing's encounter prior to boarding the vehicle. However, once they disembarked, Yan Ziming immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere surrounding Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing. More specifically, their gazes, albeit subtly, rested upon Yishi, attracting attention. He stroked his chin, perplexed. Could it be that Yishi had caused another ruckus? Chapter 16. A narrow mind sees only the flaws. Phew. Thankfully, that red-eyed zombie did not pursue us. Upon entering the villa, Yishi Ran plopped down onto the sofa, relief washing over him as he patted his chest. Fu Ruoqing glanced at him, noting that the red-eyed zombie was indeed dead.
Huh?
Yan Ziming instinctively turned towards Fu Ruoqing, asking, "Dead?" Yishi Ran, displaying a nonchalant demeanor, confidently asserted, "Of course, it must have been Brother Shen and Brother Pei who took it down. It's a pity I didn't witness it." Just then, Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing entered through the door. Upon hearing Yishi Ran's words, they were at a loss for how to respond. Pei Hongqing crossed his arms, grimacing at the remnants of zombie brain matter in his hair. "You explain to them. I need to take a shower first." Shen Yingcheng nodded in acknowledgement. Yishi Ran, puzzled, asked, "What is there to explain? Is Brother Shen going to share his experience of killing that red-eyed zombie?" "No." Shen Yingcheng shook his head. Yishi Ran was even more bewildered. Shen Yingcheng's expression grew serious as he stated, "The zombie was killed by Yishi. She saved Hongqing's life."
What?
Yishi Ran leaped off the sofa. Incredulity etched on his face as he pointed at Yishi, who was pouring water in the kitchen. Her? Killed a zombie? A mutated one at that? He could hardly believe it. Prior to this, Yishi had never slain a single zombie. How could she possibly defeat one much stronger than an ordinary zombie? Yishi, hearing Yishi Ran's loud disbelief, felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Yi Yan, exasperated, remarked, "Little Shi, you needn't take it to heart. Shi Ran's opinion of you is still tainted by your past actions." Yishi responded nonchalantly, "Sister, I don't care what they think of me. I will fulfill the promises I made to you." Yi Yan felt a swell of pride at her words, gazing at her sister with warmth. "Yes, I believe in you, little Shi." Yishi nodded and drank deeply from her glass of water. After a day without hydration, she was parched. In the living room, Fu Ruoqing observed Yishi Ran's skepticism and interjected, "Brother Shen has no reason to deceive you." She ran. We were all taken aback. But it was indeed Yi Shi who fired the crucial shot just as Brother Hong Qing was about to be seized by that red-eyed zombie. This statement was not an exaggeration. She had witnessed it. Had Yi Shi not fired, Pei Hong Qing would certainly have been bitten. After a moment's contemplation, Yan Ziming commented, "I believe what Brother Shin says, for when we went to retrieve weapons, Yi Shi had already killed a zombie." He looked towards Yi Shi in the kitchen, pausing before continuing. She dispatched the zombie with remarkable efficiency. In any case, Yi Shi's performance today was entirely beyond my expectations. How could that be? Yi Shi Ran still refused to accept it. That mutated zombie had entangled both Shen Cheng and Pei Hong Qing for quite some time without yielding. How could Yi Shi possess such prowess? It was merely luck. She ran. You needn't overthink it, Yi Yan interjected, stepping forward to provide an excuse for her sister's unexpected display. She then tugged at Yi Shi, urging her to speak. Yi Shi drank another glass of water, turning to the agitated Yi Shi Ran and said softly, "Yes, it was just luck. Compared to you, Yi Shi Ran, I am far inferior. After all, I lack any special abilities and am just a lazy, useless person." Yi Shi Ran was taken aback. Was she belittling herself while praising him? Her words sounded excessively sarcastic. She had managed to kill a mutated zombie without powers, yet they, endowed with abilities, could not do the same. What did that imply? Fuming, Yi Shi Ran glared at Yi Shi. "If you truly possess such skill, then kill a few ordinary zombies. I might just regard you with a modicum of respect." "Why do I need your respect?" Yi Shi raised an eyebrow, retorting, "After all, it is the narrow-minded who see only flaws." Are you calling me narrow-minded?" Yi Shi Ran was infuriated, charging towards Yi Shi with the intent to strike. Shen Cheng's expression shifted. She ran. However, before he could intervene, Yi Shi Ran was already in front of Yi Shi, throwing a punch. Yi Shi Ran was known for his impulsiveness, disregarding gender when angered. Yi Yan was startled, wanting to intervene, but it was too late. Yan Ziming averted his gaze, unable to bear watching. Yi Shi Ran was indeed volatile, and this time, Yi Shi was likely to suffer the consequences. Fu Ruoqing shared the same thought, but did not divert her gaze. In the next moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Just as Yi Shi Ran's fist was about to collide with Yi Shi's face, she deftly dodged, raising her elbow with lightning speed to strike his jaw. "Ah!" Yi Shi Ran let out a pained scream, clutching his chin in agony. Shen Cheng and Fu Ruoqing were left speechless. Yan Ziming stared in disbelief. Yi Yan gasped in shock. Yi Shi withdrew her hand, feigning a pained expression while furrowing her brow at the injured Yi Shi Ran. "My apologies, it was a reflex." Yi Shi Ran, tears streaming down his face from the pain, retorted, "Damn it, that's your idea of a reflex? You nearly shattered my jaw. Little Shi." Yi Yan shot Yi Shi a disapproving glance and hurried over to heal Yi Shi Ran with her abilities. Yi Shi Ran's eyes reddened from the pain, and tears continued to fall. Yi Yan comforted him. "I'm sorry, Shi Ran." Little Shi didn't he mean it the healing powers quickly alleviated the excruciating pain in his jaw. Yi Shi Ran gritted his teeth, glaring at Yi Shi with resentment. Though she claimed it was unintentional, it was undoubtedly deliberate. His anger boiled over. Yi Shi, that wretched sloth of a creature. When did she acquire such strength? I never believed she could wield a gun and slay a mutated zombie to rescue Pei Hong Qing. Yet, that singular blow just now left me questioning my very existence. If this woman possesses such power, lifting a firearm would surely be a trivial feat. However, should she actually hit her target, it would undoubtedly be a stroke of luck. A mere fluke. Think as you will. Yi Shi displayed an air of indifference, turning to return to the kitchen to pour herself some water. Yi Shi Ran, brimming with indignation, felt the weight of Shen Qing's hand on his shoulder as he furrowed his brow and spoke in a low, serious tone. "Enough." Regardless of whether it was mere chance or fortuity, the undeniable truth remains that Yi Shi saved Hong Qing today. If you still have energy, you ought to retrieve the weapons from the vehicle. "Very well," Yi Shi Ran responded, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Fortunately, Yi Yan's healing quickly alleviated his discomfort. Fearing he might clench his fists in anger upon seeing Yi Shi again, he chose to heed Shen Qing's advice and obediently went to retrieve the weapons. "I shall assist as well," Yan Ziming chimed in, following closely behind Yi Shi Ran. Shan Ingchen glanced at Yi Yan and the others, having worked tirelessly throughout the day, urging them to rest upstairs for the time being. Yi Yan regarded him and proposed, "Senior, shall I offer you some treatment as well? You've expended quite a bit of your abilities today." After a moment's contemplation, Shen Yingqing acknowledged that the confrontation with that red-eyed zombie had indeed drained him significantly, leaving him physically and mentally exhausted. He turned to Yi Yan and replied solemnly, "As you see fit, but if you feel uncomfortable, it's unnecessary." Chapter 17. Darts? Today I have only treated Hongqing and Shiran. Providing you with treatment should pose no issue. As she spoke, Yi Yan hurried over to him. Shen Yingqing made no further refusals. Fu Ruoqing had already ascended the stairs ahead of them. Yi Shi lingered behind, sipping her water while observing Yi Yan's treatment of Shen Yingqing. Although she had not awakened any abilities in her previous life, she understood that depleting one's powers was not inherently negative. Her sister's healing abilities merely alleviated the fatigue that came after exhausting one's powers. They did not replenish them. There were generally two methods for restoring one's abilities. The first involved waiting for the powers to regenerate naturally, with lower-level abilities requiring less time, similar to cooldown periods in video games. A first-level ability user typically required 2 to 3 days for complete recovery, while a second-level user needed 5 to 6 days. The second method involved seeking external means for replenishment. In this context, the external source referred to the cores of zombies. The second-level zombie they had encountered today possessed a core that could not only rapidly replenish an ability user's energy, but also aid in breaking through to the next level, a truly valuable asset. However, she had been worried that the higher-level zombies from the Lingnan district might approach, and with a single strike, obliterate the second-level zombie's head. In such instances, the core would likely be destroyed along with it. It dawned on her that having awakened her blank space ability, she should perhaps expedite her search for a core to experiment with. "All right, Senior." Yi Yan concluded her treatment. Shen Yingqing nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your hard work." Yi Yan shook her head and moved toward Yi Shi, urging her, "You should go rest now, Xiao Shi." "Very well." Yi Shi poured herself another glass of water and then followed her upstairs. Shen Yingqing observed the two sisters ascending, lost in thought. Upstairs, Yi Yan drew Yi Shi back into their room and promptly locked the door. She furrowed her brow, her expression earnest as she scrutinized Yi Shi. Yi Shi felt somewhat perplexed by her sister's gaze. "What is it, sis?" "Xiao Shi, are you concealing something from me?" Yi Yan was no fool. She had indeed noticed the changes in her sister. However, the elbow strike she had delivered to Yi Shiran earlier had been utterly astonishing. An act uncharacteristic of someone who had never trained. It resembled the prowess of Shen Yingqing. Aware that she could not hide her peculiarities, Yi Shi contemplated her response. Aside from the matter of her rebirth, she had retained certain knowledge about the apocalypse, including details about zombie classifications, which were not bound by any constraints. After a moment of reflection, she looked at Yi Yan and confessed, "Sis, I have indeed changed. Just yesterday, I discovered that I had awakened an ability."
"Huh?"
Yi Yan gazed at her in surprise. "An ability? What kind of ability?" "I can't quite describe it. I call it blank space. However, it isn't a tangible realm. Nothing other than myself can be brought within." Sitting on the bed, Yi Shi continued, "The peculiar aspect is that time within it differs from the outside. 2 hours inside equate to 1 minute outside. Since last night, I have been training within this space, and the results of my training are directly reflected in my physical form. It feels akin to a form of body-enhancing ability." "A spatial body-enhancing ability?" Yi Yan found it perplexing, her concern evident as she regarded her sister. "Xiao Shi, this ability of yours is truly strange. Typically, the precursor to awakening abilities involves severe fever leading to unconsciousness. But yes, it is indeed unusual. I don't comprehend it either, yet it is undeniably real." Yi Shi even retrieved the scissors she had used for practice yesterday and exclaimed, "Sis, take a look." With that, she hurled the scissors, which flew straight into the door, embedding themselves 2 centimeters deep into the wood. Yi Yan was taken aback, rushing over to inspect the situation. Upon seeing the scissors lodged firmly in the door, she found it impossible to doubt her sister's words. Truly, however, she regarded Yi Shi with curiosity. "But how did you practice throwing darts in that space? Isn't nothing allowed inside?" Yi Shi was momentarily taken aback before responding. "I wasn't practicing throwing darts. I was honing my arm's strength." Yi Yan returned to her side, lifting her hand and rolling up her sleeve to examine her arm. It appeared slender and fair, showing no significant differences from before. "Shao Shi, you enough, sis." Yi Shi quickly lowered her sleeve, looking at her sister with exasperation and sincerity. "You needn't overthink it. All you need to know is that I possess the ability to protect myself. In the future, I will only grow stronger, strong enough to shield you from any harm." Shao Shiyan's eyes glistened with tears as she grasped her sister's hand tightly. Yi Shi was taken aback. Why was her sister crying all of a sudden? "I'm just so happy," she replied, embracing her sister tightly. "It feels as though the familiar Shao Shi has returned." Sis Yi Shi felt a lump in her throat. Before the apocalypse, the two sisters had relied on each other for many years, understanding each other all too well. In her past life, Yi Yan had also sensed her sister's unusual demeanor, yet she had never lived to see the return of the Shao Shi she once knew. Yi Shi dared not dwell on such thoughts, softly reassuring Yi Yan. "There's no need to worry anymore, sis. I will always be here." Yes, Yi Yan, with tears streaming down her face, managed to smile. "Is it overly sentimental of me to act this way?" "Not at all." Yi Shi shook her head, gently wiping away her sister's tears. "You're just a bit more emotional than others." Yi Yan chuckled, her laughter warm and gentle, like basking in the sun. Yi Shi couldn't help but reflect. See? No wonder Yi Yan awakened a healing ability. Even without using her powers, simply witnessing her smile is a form of healing. 15 minutes later, Pei Hongqing descended after a shower, his hair damp and his body still enveloped in moisture. He surveyed the surroundings and noted that aside from Xiningqing, no one else was present. He sauntered over to Xiningqing, who was lounging on the sofa, and lazily inquired, "Are you pondering matters concerning Yi Shi?" Xiningqing glanced at him, feeling a sense of peculiarity about everything that had transpired today, particularly her behavior. Fortunately, at least she had not caused us any headaches this time. Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes slightly and scoffed, "People seldom change. It's only the first day. Let us observe her a while longer to ascertain her true nature." What are your thoughts on the zombie level she mentioned? Xiningqing pondered. "I have a gut feeling that she is speaking the truth. Or perhaps she possesses knowledge of other aspects." "I share your sentiment," Pei Hongqing replied, his phoenix eyes glinting ominously under the cold fluorescent light as he addressed Xiningqing. "My suggestion is to summon her and inquire directly. From her demeanor today, it is evident that she harbors no intention of concealment, yet she also does not seem inclined to volunteer information. Perhaps she is simply waiting for us to initiate the conversation?" Chapter 18. A modest suggestion. Half an hour later, Fu Ruoqing knocked on the door. "Sister Yan, it's time for dinner."
Coming.
Yi Yan emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, and noticed that Yi Shi remained seated on the bed, leading her to speculate that her sister had entered that blank space. She approached and gently tapped Yi Shi's shoulder. "Shao Shi, can you hear me? We are heading down to eat." Within the blank space, Yi Shi had just completed 500 push-ups when she heard Yi Yan's voice seemingly whispering in her ear. Simultaneously, she felt Yi Yan's gentle pat on her shoulder. Startled, Yi Shi hurriedly exited the blank space. Upon opening her eyes, she found Yi Yan's hand still resting on her shoulder. Yi Yan smiled. "Shao Shi, weren't you exercising?" "I was, but upon hearing you call, I came out." Yi Shi replied. "You could hear me?" Yi Yan was somewhat taken aback. "I thought I would have to wait for you to emerge on your own." "I perceive this blank space resembles a mental realm. My consciousness enters while my body remains outside. However, the fact that the exercises performed in that space can translate into physical benefits is certainly worthy of exploration. Currently, aside from the vastness of the space and the azure fluid that replenished her energy, there was nothing else. Even if she wished to study it, she could only begin with this azure fluid. Previously, after exercising, she had relied on the fluid to restore her energy, fearing depletion. She preferred to let her body recover naturally. When she had checked moments ago, she noticed the level of the fluid in the pool had risen slightly, reminiscent of how abilities gradually regenerated after use. It appeared that her powers were not vastly different from those of others. They too could restore themselves. Just when Yi Yan had gone to shower, Yi Shi had ventured back into the space to exercise again, pushing herself to exhaustion before absorbing more fluid, aiming to deplete the resource further in preparation for an experiment involving a level 1 zombie and its crystal core. "Shao Shi, keep it up." Yi Yan beamed at her sister's spirited demeanor, feeling her own mood lift. Yi Shi's awakening and burgeoning independence filled her with unparalleled joy. However, Yi Yan suddenly recalled something, grasping Yi Shi's hand. She cautioned, Xiaoxi, your abilities are rather unique, invisible and intangible to others. If disclosed, it may seem quite surreal, leading them to believe you have awakened spatial powers. Yi Shi regarded her sister. Are you suggesting I should not disclose the nature of my abilities? Yi Yan nodded, her concern evident. It would be best to say you possess no abilities at all. Alternatively, you could tell them that you have awakened enhanced physical endurance. Understood, sister. My powers remain ambiguous, aside from you. I have no intention of revealing them to anyone else. Even if I had no abilities in my past life, I am aware that the more unique an ability, the more it attracts attention. At worst, I can feign diligent training in front of Chen and the others. They are all intelligent individuals, having formed a team to face life and death together for over a month. They are unlikely to pry excessively. Upon hearing this, Yi Yan sighed in relief. That is good to hear. However, what you did today will inevitably arouse the suspicions of Chen and the others. I advise you to be discerning about what you can and cannot disclose during dinner. I understand, sister. If she could not trust Chen and the others, she would not have proposed going to Jiangbei district last night to allow Pei Hongqing and Yixiran to evade disaster. These two, along with Shen Yingcheng, constituted the team's most formidable combat strength. Had Pei Hongqing and Yixiran survived in her previous life, their later developed powers might have rivaled Shen Yingcheng, her adversary. In 10 years of the apocalypse, she had encountered level 5 and level 6 wind and fire ability users who were exceptionally powerful. Nevertheless, setting aside the future for now, remaining with Yi Yan in Shen Yingcheng's team was undoubtedly a prudent choice. The sisters descended the stairs, where Yi Shi spotted Shen Yingcheng donning an apron, cooking in the kitchen. Fu Ruoqing assisted by bringing dishes to the dining table. Pei Hongqing, now dressed in fresh, clean attire, sat with arms crossed, resembling a lord awaiting his meal. Yixiran and Yan Ziming had just emerged from the restroom, their clothes still dusted with remnants from their recent supply organization. Yixiran, not noticing Yi Shi as she descended, was immediately drawn in by the enticing aromas wafting from the kitchen. He swallowed hard. Is it Chef Shen today? Fu Ruoqing chuckled softly. Indeed. The supermarket had a large freezer. Although the power is out, some vegetables like pumpkins, potatoes, and onions were well preserved. I brought some back. And Shingo insisted on cooking a few dishes. In less than 5 days since the onset of the apocalypse, the world had plunged into darkness, ceasing electricity, internet, water, and gas. Regardless of the supermarket, the meats in freezers would be the first to spoil. Finding any vegetables that remained edible was a stroke of luck. Moreover, given the villa's somewhat remote location and its age, the kitchen operated on a gas canister, which allowed for the availability of fresh food these past couple of days. Otherwise, everyone had been subsisting on canned goods and instant meals. The supplies gathered from the supermarket were primarily instant foods. This meal marked only the second improvement in their diet over the past month. Yi Shi glanced at the dishes on the table, a plate of pumpkin stir-fried with cured meat, shredded potatoes stir-fried with sausage, and onions sautéed with cured meat. It appeared that the main dish today was stir-fried cured meat. In that fleeting moment, she lamented not having awakened a true spatial storage ability. If she had, she would never need to worry about food again. Before long, Shen Yingcheng emerged from the kitchen with the final 2 dishes, a large platter of steamed cured duck and another of steamed cured chicken. Yixiran, unable to restrain himself, eagerly grabbed his chopsticks, tossing a piece into his mouth without regard for its heat. Shen Yingcheng, exasperated, removed his apron and glanced at Yi Yan and Yi Shi. Come, let us eat. Yi Yan nodded, pulling Yi Shi to sit beside her. The seating arrangement remained unchanged from last night's dinner. Naturally, the food was not the focal point. Shen Yingcheng uncorked a bottle of red wine and poured a glass for everyone, commemorating the successful completion of our supply retrieval mission. He raised his glass, directing his gaze toward the crowd, particularly toward Yi Shi, and gently remarked, Today, we owe a great deal to Yi Shi for helping us discover a substantial cache of weapons. Yi Shi was savoring the succulent cured duck, a delicacy she hadn't tasted in nearly a decade. Looking up at Shen Yingcheng, who had just acknowledged her, she flashed a toothy grin and replied, I merely offered a modest suggestion. Ultimately, the decision rests with you, Captain Shin. However, she had indeed sweetened the options she presented, employing a touch of cleverness.
Oh.
It was merely luck, she added with a hint of mischief. Shan Yingcheng, with a courteous chuckle, teased, "Do you really believe that? I doubt you'll manage such luck again next time." Yi Shiran let out a scoff, seizing a duck leg and glaring defiantly at Yi Shi. Unbothered, she continued to eat, not even sparing him a glance. Pei Hongqing narrowed his elongated phoenix eyes, lifting his wine glass in a meaningful toast toward her. "Regardless of luck, your shot today did indeed save my life. Thus, I owe you my gratitude," he declared, downing the contents of his glass in one swift motion. Chapter 19. A Bet. Brother Pei. Yi Shiran was taken aback by Pei Hongqing's unexpected thanks to Yi Shi. His demeanor soured immediately upon hearing those words. He hastily finished his duck leg and shot Yi Shi an accusatory glare before addressing Pei Hongqing. "Brother Pei, you needn't apologize to this good-for-nothing. Hasn't Yi Shi nearly met her end countless times during this apocalypse? Each time it was either you, Shen Ge, or I and Yan Ziming who saved her. If anyone should be thanking someone, it ought to be Yi Shi expressing her gratitude to all of us." Hidden. Shen Yingqing's voice was stern as he glanced at him. "We are a team. When one of us is in peril, we must come to their aid. There's no need for thanks. Please refrain from such remarks in the future." Yet, he acknowledged that this situation was unique, and Yi Shi had indeed contributed to the mission's success. Had she not offered her timely reminder, their return might have ended in tragedy. He recalled Fu Ruoqing's words. On their way back, just a few kilometers from the supermarket, they encountered zombies akin to the red-eyed ones. One alone had nearly exhausted all their abilities, let alone several. Had they not departed in time, the consequences would have been dire. Yi Shi's shot that saved Pei Hongqing had been crucial. He saw no issue with Pei Hongqing expressing gratitude to her. Yi Shiran, chastised by Shen Yingcheng, was left even more puzzled. Why had Shen Yingcheng and the others shifted their attitudes toward Yi Shi upon their return? It was a complete about-face. He couldn't fathom it, and could only continue eating to assuage his growing frustration. In truth, Yi Shi was not surprised by Pei Hongqing's expression of thanks. He was cunning and calculating. This move was merely a means to dangle a sweet morsel before her. Shen Yingcheng's words served as a reminder that she was now a member of the team, and they had recognized her transformation, willing to embrace her anew. In essence, they were all astute individuals. Having nearly finished her meal, Yi Shi set down her chopsticks and turned to Shen Yingcheng, feigning seriousness as she stated, "Captain, you are absolutely right. It was only yesterday that I began to awaken to the realization that I am part of this team. My survival thus far hinges on everyone's assistance. Therefore, I have decided to share what I know about the different levels of zombies with you all." Both Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing were momentarily taken aback by her words. Was Yi Shi so easily led? Very well, he thought. Let us see what she can conjure up. Yi Shiran, however, remained unconvinced by Yi Shi's assertions. He was well aware of her contributions since joining their team over a month ago. Besides their necessary travels, she had remained inactive at their temporary base, avoiding outings with them. Just yesterday morning, during their travels, she had nearly gotten him killed by unleashing a horde of zombies in a fit of revenge. Such a malicious and foolish woman could hardly possess any knowledge regarding zombie classifications. Surely, her claims were mere fabrications born from boredom.
Yevi.
Undeterred by Yi Shiran's comments, addressed Shen Yingcheng and the others. The abilities awakened in humans of levels. Why should zombies not possess them too? Moreover, if memory serves, this is not our first encounter with such mutated zombies. We previously encountered a similar one. You may not have seen it, but I did. It had red eyes, albeit a lighter shade than today's zombie. Its speed surpassed that of ordinary zombies, and it exhibited keen vision and acute senses. She elaborated further, explaining that the zombie in question had chased their vehicle alongside other ordinary zombies, but had failed to catch up, an observation they had overlooked. Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes. On what basis do you assert that today's red-eyed zombie is classified as a level 2? Is it merely the color of its eyes? Surely, you've read those apocalyptic novels? My theory is that these zombies possess levels akin to awakened human abilities. They might even have something akin to the crystal cores described in those tales. Upon hearing her explanation, Shen Yingcheng frowned slightly, disappointment evident in his expression. All she had was conjecture. Yi Shi lacked any concrete evidence to substantiate her claims. Furthermore, referencing apocalyptic novels was absurd. They were living in a true apocalypse. And there was no correlation with fictional narratives. Pei Hongqing scrutinized her closely, having observed every nuance of her expression since she began speaking. He detected traces of deceit intertwined with truth. This woman had never before spoken in such a half-true manner. Yi Shi, you truly possess a talent for nonsense. What with your talk of apocalyptic novels, crystal cores, and zombie classifications? It's clear that you've conjured all this from thin air during your idle time. Ishiran scoffed at her. Do make your fabrications a bit more believable next time. As it stands, you only make yourself appear utterly ridiculous. And what if I'm right?
Yevi kantret, fink her gaze on yiviran.
Let us make a bet. Should my hypothesis prove correct, you, Ishiran, will serve me for an entire month, obeying my every command. If I say go east, you shall not venture west, and you will address me as sister in front of others. Do we have a wager? And if I'm wrong, you'll have to leave the team. Shiran Yi Yan interrupted, frowning at him. Yi Shi is indeed changing. And perhaps what she says holds some truth. If she chooses to leave the team, I will follow her. We are sisters bound as one and cannot be separated. No matter the circumstances. Her tone was resolute. Previously, she had expressed her stance in front of Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing, but now, she laid it bare. All because Ishiran had nearly spoken out of turn. Yan Jia, upon hearing Yi Yan's words, Ishiran swallowed back the retort he had prepared for Yi Shi, who had just been so boldly challenging him to a bet. Yi Yan was no joke. He understood that within their team, she was an irreplaceable presence. Without her, how could he muster the courage to confront zombies? In summary, Yi Yan undoubtedly cannot be separated from their team. Yi Shi cannot drive her away either. Contemplating this, Ishiran shot a resentful glare at Yi Shi and gritted his teeth, declaring, "Fine. I won't let you leave. Just as you said, if you lose, you shall serve me like a beast for a month. I will elevate you to the heavens, yet you must not dare to descend. You must address me as boss in public and in private. None of that brother or sister nonsense. I disdain such trivialities. Boss is far superior." He firmly placed Yi Shi beneath his heel, ensuring he would be his subordinate. "Oh, I didn't expect you to harbor such a penchant for being a boss. I have no objections."
Yevi shuruk.
A smile gracing his face, secretly hoping that Ishiran wouldn't go back on his word when the time came, unable to accept defeat. Chapter 20. Unable to accept defeat? You are the one who cannot bear the loss. Ishiran erupted once more, throwing down a harsh ultimatum. If I cannot bear to lose, then I shall chop off my head and present it to you as a ball to kick. Very well, I will remember that. Yi Shi replied, shifting her gaze to Shen Yingcheng. Captain, I believe this matter holds significant value for verification. What if it turns out to be true? Shen Yingcheng frowned slightly and replied gravely, if it is indeed true, it would be beneficial for us. After all, our greatest enemy at present is the zombies. The emergence of the red-eyed zombies today has left us at a loss. What if other types appear in the future? Green-eyed, blue-eyed, or even purple-eyed ones? How are we to discern their levels of threat? Yet, he also felt that Yi Shi's speculation lacked solid evidence and was rather implausible. Hongqing, what do you think? Shen Yingcheng directed his attention towards Pei Hongqing. Pei Hongqing crossed his arms, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Yi Shi, coldly suggesting, let us verify it. Go find a red-eyed zombie and kill it. If it truly possesses the crystal core that Yi Shi mentioned, then her hypothesis would be largely validated. Where are we supposed to find a red-eyed zombie? Fu Ruoqing frowned. We've been to the Zhongbei area once, and I genuinely felt the presence of other equally strong zombies upon our return. If we venture there again now, it would be tantamount to seeking our own demise. Yan Ziming proposed, then let us try the Lingnan area? Lingnan area? Yi Shi's lips twitched as she glanced at Shen Yingcheng. The red-eyed zombie I saw was in a small town called Qingxi, which we passed on our previous route. The existence of mutated zombies with levels has long been understood by the ability users in recent years. Level 1 red-eyed zombies are stronger than ordinary zombies, and their numbers will gradually increase, becoming the mainstream zombies. As the virus lingers in the zombies' brains for an extended period, it will naturally cultivate a crystal core, which is the key to the evolution of level 1 zombies. The small town we passed had a modest population with only about 300 to 500 visible zombies.
Now,
A month into the apocalypse, surely there must be at least one ordinary zombie that has evolved into a level 1 red-eyed zombie, right? As for high-level zombies, they remain an extraordinary rarity and are unlikely to be encountered in small towns. Yian glanced at her sister and concurred. The small town has a low population, so the danger level isn't too high. We might be able to find a level 1 zombie there, which is far preferable to risking a return to Jiangbei. Lingnan is too close to Jiangbei. I fear that those level 2 zombies will be summoned by their companions, which would lead us into trouble. Shen Yingcheng pondered deeply, contemplating the suggestion. Very well. I agree with this proposal. Pei Hongqing raised an eyebrow, glancing at Yi Shi before addressing Shen Yingcheng. We can make the trip tomorrow. Shen Yingcheng had already analyzed the pros and cons of the situation. Upon hearing Pei Hongqing's words, he furrowed his brow and replied solemnly, all right. Everyone should rest well tonight. We will set off for Qingxi in the morning. Back in the room, Yi Yan looked at Yi Shi with concern and asked, Little Shi, regarding the matter of zombie levels, is it really not just a fabrication? Yi Shi met her gaze and replied earnestly, Sister, rest assured, I would never joke about such matters. Yi Yan paused, her brow furrowed in confusion. Then how did you come by this information? In a dream, perhaps. Rebirth, past lives, such terms are hard for me to articulate. So I can only describe it as a dream. Upon hearing those words, Yian couldn't help but laugh and sighed. This explanation is indeed more implausible than your earlier speculations. Indeed, Yi Shi was no fool. In the past, if someone had told her they had a dream predicting an imminent apocalypse, she too would have dismissed them as insane. A dream is merely a dream. How could it be credible? More ridiculous than her earlier conjectures.
But I believe you, sister.
Yi Yan grasped Yi Shi's hand, looking at her with gentle determination. Little Shi, no matter what you say, I believe you. Yes, I know you believe me, sister, which is why I spoke honestly. I had a dream yesterday, filled with many aspects of the apocalypse. I can't shake the feeling that it was real, somewhat akin to a prophetic dream. A prophetic dream? Yi Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that this is the manifestation of your awakened abilities? Yi Shi sat on the bed, shrugging her shoulders. Who knows? Regardless, I did glean some knowledge from that dream. Now, we just need to verify it. Yi Yan's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she leaned closer. Unable to restrain herself from asking, did you see what the future of the apocalypse holds in your dream? The future of the apocalypse? Yi Shi's expression shifted slightly. She didn't wish to conceal anything from Yi Yan and said solemnly, besides the zombie crisis, there's also a climate crisis. It will be extremely challenging for survivors to endure. Upon hearing this, Yi Yan felt her breath tighten. Was there truly no glimmer of hope? Of course there is. Yi Shi's brows lifted, her tone rising with enthusiasm as she earnestly told Yi Yan, Sister, in the future, a super base will emerge in the apocalypse. It will be the place where all survivors begin anew. It is our true beacon of hope. The super base will amalgamate the most advanced scientific technologies from around the globe, a precious gem of humanity, even if it is constructed underground. Within, we will still behold the sun, the moon, and the mountains and seas. Moreover, at that time, ability users will be akin to a new breed of humanity, no longer fearing the zombie virus. Even if bitten, death will no longer lead to mutation. Not only that, but they will also develop an antidote to the zombie virus. At that time, all zombies worldwide will be eradicated. After 3 to 5 years, the surface will be restored, and survivors will be able to return to the ground to live. Everything will reset, and all will welcome the dawn of a new era. Will that day truly come? As Yi Yan listened to her description, vivid images began to form in her mind, and she couldn't help but feel a surge of yearning and hope. In the early days of the apocalypse, she had fantasized that someone would come to end this terrifying nightmare. Yet, after more than a month of experiences and encounters, despair had enveloped her. She was not an exceptionally strong person. Had it not been for the thought that her sister Yi Shi still needed her, she might have already crumbled under the weight of it all. Yet now, Yi Shi's words undoubtedly offered her a renewed hope. Regardless, sister, you believe in me. Together, we will strive to survive in the days to come. As long as we are alive, there will be hope. Yi Shi held firmly to this belief. The life controlled by others in her previous existence had indeed suffocated her with despair. Yet, in the end, she broke free. Everything begins anew. She firmly believes that she can alter the tragic fate that Wang Chen had inflicted upon Yi Yan in her past life. The two sisters must survive until the day the apocalypse comes to an end. The next day, at 3 a.m. in the bedroom, Fu Ruoqing jolted awake. Chapter 21. The Pursuit. The chilling sounds of zombies' moans penetrated her ears. They were alarmingly close. A cold sweat broke out on Fu Ruoqing's forehead. She swiftly threw off the covers and leapt out of bed, racing to the 3rd floor to find Sheningcheng. However, she encountered Yi Shi, who stood by the window in the corridor. Fu Ruoqing hesitated for a moment. You. Yi Shi furrowed her brow slightly and explained, I woke up to use the restroom and sensed some commotion outside. You should go wake the captain and the others. Okay. Fu Ruoqing did not have time to ponder how Yi Shi could have sensed that. She hurriedly dashed upstairs, knocking on the door of the room where Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing were. The two soon emerged. What happened? Shen Yingcheng gazed at Fu Ruoqing with a serious expression. Fu Ruoqing gasped for breath. Zombies. The mutated ones we encountered during the day are very dangerous. I can sense them nearby our villa. What? Pei Hongqing's expression shifted slightly. Are they following us from Jiangbei district? Fu Ruoqing shook her head. I'm not sure. We drove for a while and didn't sense their presence, but just now, as I was trying to sleep, I distinctly heard the moans of zombies. She was certain she could distinguish the sound. There had to be mutated zombies lurking near their villa, and they were drawing closer. Remembering how they had failed to subdue that 2nd-level zombie earlier, her anxiety escalated. As a psychic ability user, she could perceive the disparity in power between them and the mutated zombies more acutely than Shen Yingcheng and the others could. It was a subtle feeling, indescribable. Yet, as Yi Shi had said, it would require 3 Shen Yingchengs to defeat a red-eyed zombie. If the red-eyed zombie from Jiangbei was indeed pursuing them, then they were in grave danger. Pei Hongqing's brow furrowed, gripping Fu Ruoqing's shoulder.
Calm down.
Can you discern its location? Fu Ruoqing nodded, pointing towards the corridor's window. It's approaching from that direction. Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes and glanced at Shen Yingcheng. I'll grab a gun from downstairs. There's no need to be cautious. We've already cleared the zombies in the vicinity. Shen Yingcheng nodded. I'll head downstairs to investigate. He then turned to Fu Ruoqing and instructed, wake the others and gather them in the living room downstairs to prepare for battle. Understood. Fu Ruoqing complied, hurrying to rouse Yan Ziming and Ishiran. Pei Hongqing headed downstairs first. On the 2nd floor corridor, he caught a glimpse of Yi Shi standing by the window, peering outside. He barely glanced at her silhouette before continuing down. By the window, Yi Shi sensed someone watching her from behind, a prickling sensation that made her hair stand on end. It must be Pei Hongqing coming down. However, she did not turn around, focusing intently on a certain direction outside the villa. It wasn't far. Just over 100 meters away. It was a patch of forest. The darkness obscured her view, and beyond the trees, nothing else was visible. Yet, she could hear rustling sounds, something trampling over fallen leaves and dead branches, drawing closer. The pace was neither fast nor slow, akin to the 2nd-level zombie from earlier. It was highly likely to be of the same rank. If it were a 3rd-level zombie, with her current capabilities, she might not even sense its approach. Ultimately, it boiled down to her present body lacking in training. What do you see? Shen Yingcheng's voice broke through her thoughts. Yi Shi squinted her eyes, not turning back. There are zombies approaching from the forest. It's likely the same rank as the ones we encountered during the day. Shen Yingcheng's brow furrowed as he looked at her. How did you sense that? I heard it. The sounds of it colliding with the trees are similar to what we heard during the day. What about if it's a 3rd-level zombie? How do you differentiate? I can't tell. Yi Shi shrugged, revealing only psychic ability users like Fu Ruoqing can sense higher-level zombies. Thus, both psychic and healing ability users are indispensable in a team. The issue lies in the fact that Fu Ruoqing has yet to grow. She lacks understanding of the zombies' ranks. All she can sense is that a dangerous zombie is closing in, relying on her 5 senses and intuition to detect it. However, she recalled that in her previous life, Fu Ruoqing's psychic abilities hadn't even reached level 3 when she perished. Because Wang Chen's team had a level 5 psychic user, Fu Ruoqing had become expendable to him. After listening to Yi Shi's words, Sheningqing's brow furrowed even deeper. He pondered her words. From a distance of over 100 meters, he couldn't sense anything. It was only Fu Ruoqing's earlier warning that alerted him. So how did Yi Shi perceive it? Could it be that she had awakened her abilities? Sheningqing's doubts remained unconfirmed when Yi Shi suddenly tapped his arm and whispered, "Look over there. It's coming out of the forest." Sheningqing was taken aback. He followed her pointed finger and indeed spotted a figure moving towards them. In the darkness, the full form was indistinguishable, but it was clear enough that danger was approaching them all. Sheningqing said in a low voice, "Let us head downstairs and prepare for battle." Yi Shi signaled him with an okay gesture. "You should instruct Fu Ruoqing to keep an eye on its direction, otherwise, it will vanish in the blink of an eye. I'll go wake my sister." Just then, Fu Ruoqing and the others were descending from the third floor. After Sheningqing acknowledged her, he directed Fu Ruoqing to Yi Shi's position. In reality, before Yi Shi could return to her room, Yi Yan emerged. Upstairs, Ishiran had let out a curse, which startled her awake. Hearing footsteps outside her door, she quickly got up to check the situation and found everyone gathered together. "What's going on?" she asked, her expression one of confusion. Yi Shi pulled her along downstairs, explaining as they went, "A second-level zombie is coming towards us." "What?" Yi Yan exclaimed, her eyes widening. "Why is a second-level zombie coming our way?" She looked utterly perplexed. Yi Shi paused, glancing at herself and then at Yi Yan. "Perhaps it caught a whiff of our scent."
Huh.
Yi Yan replied, bewildered, not comprehending her meaning. Yi Shi shook her head. "It's nothing. I was just rambling. Let us head downstairs."
All right.
Yi Yan followed her down the stairs. Yet, Yi Shi was deep in thought about the reason for this second-level zombie's appearance. What she had just told Yi Yan was no idle jest. It was simply too complex to explain. Some evolved zombies possess exceptionally keen senses, much like dogs. They had entered a supermarket, and while moving items, they would sweat, and the liquid that dripped to the ground could be detected and memorized by these mutated zombies, leading them to follow the scent all the way here. However, these were merely her conjectures. Before formally encountering the zombie, no one would believe her if she voiced her thoughts. What if it was just a pitiable, misguided level 2 zombie? Chapter 22. Ishiran could hardly hold on for 30 seconds. How could a level 2 zombie be approaching us? Ishiran stood by the window, utterly perplexed. The sound of instant noodle lids tearing open echoed ominously in the darkened living room, jarring and loud. Everyone was anxious about being spotted by the zombie, hence, they refrained from turning on the lights or lighting candles. However, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window, Ishiran turned and saw Yi Shi seated at the dining table, opening 2 containers of instant noodles and pouring in hot water. He erupted in anger, glaring at Yi Shi. "You useless slacker, what on earth are you doing? At a time like this, you're still thinking about food? Are you possessed by a starving ghost?" Yi Shi met Ishiran's gaze and the others, replying softly, "How can we fight zombies if we're not well fed? This could very well be a level 2 zombie." Her words rendered Sheningqing and Pei Hongqing speechless. During the day, even after a hearty meal, they had failed to take down a single red-eyed zombie. Not to mention, they had just woken up. Perhaps she had a point. "I'll make instant noodles for everyone," Yan Ziming interjected, quickly grabbing several packets of noodles to bring to the dining table. Yi Yan hurriedly passed over the boiled water, affirming, "Xiaoxi is right. Our villa is walled. Even if that zombie comes, it will need time to approach. Instead of waiting idly, we might as well eat something." Sheningqing and Pei Hongqing had barely recovered their supernatural abilities. Venturing out now would be even more torturous than during the day. Of course, if they used firearms, that would be feasible. The problem was that it was nighttime, and they were not particularly skilled marksmen. Visibility was hindered, making it highly likely they would waste ammunition. In that fleeting moment, Sheningqing assessed the pros and cons, and took large strides toward the dining room. Pei Hongqing and Fu Ruoqing followed suit. Only Ishiran remained frozen in place, incredulous. "Shengo, Pei-ge? You really believe such nonsense?" Gurgle. His stomach suddenly betrayed him, grumbling inappropriately. Ishiran thought, "This is insane." He shot a resentful glare at Yi Shi, who was slurping his noodles. Ultimately, he could not resist, moving over to sit beside Pei Hongqing, starting on the noodles that Yan Ziming had just prepared. The room was shrouded in darkness, yet an eerie slurping sound began to resonate. Outside, dozens of meters away, a red-eyed zombie twitched its nose, locking its gaze onto the villa before it. The scent. Humans. Food. Inside the villa, Watching pressed her lips together, setting down her half-finished noodles as she turned her attention to the outside. It's coming. Hearing her words, Ishiran momentarily paused, quickly slurping down the remaining noodles, wiping his mouth hastily. He grabbed the firearm secured at his waist, turning to Shen Yingcheng with a serious expression. Shen Ge, should we go out and take a look? All right, Shen Yingcheng replied, rising with a submachine gun in one hand and a sidearm at his waist. Leading the way out of the villa. Slurp. Yi Shi rapidly finished the half-bowl of noodles that Yi Yan could not finish, grabbed a nearby tissue to wipe his hands, and then pulled out the dagger Shen Yingcheng had given her earlier, stating to Yi Yan, I'm going to take a look too. Stay here, and don't go outside. Shao Shi. Yi Yan watched her with concern. Yi Shi offered her a reassuring glance before stepping outside. Pei Hongqing glanced at her, then rose to follow. Yan Ziming opted to stay behind, needing to protect Yi Yan and Fu Ruoqing under the current circumstances. Yi Yan did not venture out. As a healer, she truly was fragile. The dagger Shen Yingcheng had given Yi Shi had been tried in her hands before, with little success against zombies. She lacked the strength. The dagger could not penetrate a zombie skull, and she had nearly been bitten. Fu Ruoqing was in a similar predicament, though slightly stronger. At least she could kill a few zombies with her dagger and drive. As they stepped outside, Yi Shi glanced at the time. 3:30 in the morning.
Suddenly,
a crucial thought struck her. Their villa was 100 kilometers from Jiangbei district. Driving would take at least 3 hours at best. They had been slow in the morning, needing to scout the route. By the time they reached their destination, it would already be 8 or 9 o'clock. If they encountered a level 2 zombie attack and had to flee, they would return to the villa around 4:30 in the afternoon. The return journey alone would consume 3 hours. Now it was 3:30 in the morning. If this zombie had followed them from Jiangbei, it had been pursuing for 15 hours? At a speed of 6 to 7 kilometers per hour, such a pace could be considered typical for a human runner. Given the nature of zombies, this was quite unreasonable, as the virus severely disrupts motor coordination post-infection. Therefore, the zombies they typically encountered were not particularly fast and could hardly maintain a steady pace. This indicated that the pursuing zombies' speed should not be underestimated. They needed a strategy to counter it. Yi Shi decisively turned back, bypassing Pei Hongqing to return to the villa, calling out to Yi Yan. Pei Hongqing furrowed his brow slightly at her retreat, pondering what she might have realized. Suddenly, outside the villa, Ishiran's furious shouting erupted. Pei Hongqing's expression shifted, and he dashed outside. Upon reaching the villa's exterior wall, he witnessed Shen Yingcheng locked in combat with the zombie. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed a red-eyed zombie. Smaller and more slender than the one they had encountered in the supermarket, yet it moved with remarkable agility, evading several of Shen Yingcheng's ice blades. Ishiran attempted to rush in to assist, but could not even get close. Pei Hongqing frowned, drawing his handgun and taking aim.
Bang!
The first shot hit, but it struck the zombie's shoulder. The wounded zombie felt no pain, merely pausing momentarily before fixing its blood-red gaze on Pei Hongqing. With a menacing roar, it gaped its mouth wide, exposing its gory maw, emitting a beast-like growl. Observing this, Shen Yingcheng glanced at Pei Hongqing. I'll distract it, you shoot. All right. Pei Hongqing responded, swiftly pulling out another firearm, readying both hands. Shen Yingcheng employed ice blades to effectively draw the zombie's attention. As it attempted to dodge the incoming ice, it fell prey to Pei Hongqing's gunfire. This time, he was not hesitant to fire as he had been in the supermarket. Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes, unleashing a barrage of shots. Even in the darkness, he managed to hit at least 3 out of 5 rounds. The red-eyed zombie, realizing it had been outsmarted, let out a furious roar, shifting its focus to Pei Hongqing and launching an attack. Pei Hongqing began to evade, but his wind ability had recently been depleted, and the zombie's speed was formidable. Evading the assault once or twice was manageable, but continuing to do so began to take its toll on him. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and he found himself gasping for breath. Observing this, Ishiran launched an attack from behind, delivering a decisive strike to the zombie's clothing. With a whoosh, sparks ignited. It hit.
Yi eklaymet inhilaratım.
Indeed, the zombie's garment caught fire. But it was still mobile, its movement swift. In an instant, the flickering flames extinguished. Pei Hongqing and Shen Yingqing were taken aback. Yi Shiran exclaimed in disbelief. What the hell? That barely lasted 30 seconds. Suddenly, a sharp and clear shout rang out from behind. Get out of the way. Chapter 23. Who will dig? Shen Yingqing, Pei Hongqing, and Yi Shiran were momentarily stunned. Upon lifting their gazes, they beheld an enormous bedsheet soaring toward them. Goodness! Isn't that my bedsheet? Yi Shiran cried out instinctively as he rolled aside. Pei Hongqing and Shen Yingqing also dodged. The colossal sheet descended directly upon them, enveloping the red-eyed zombie completely. Its movements constrained, it began to emit furious screeches. Shen Yingqing's eyes narrowed, preparing to unleash an ice blade, only to realize that his powers were completely depleted. The ice blade he intended to conjure had shrunk to merely the size of his thumb. It posed no threat to the zombie, only capable of tearing through the bedsheet. His expression shifted, and he quickly grabbed a dagger and surged forward. Pei Hongqing followed suit, and the two worked in tandem, one tackling the zombie while the other decisively wielded the dagger. A soft thud, followed by a crack. The blade pierced flesh, and the skull shattered. The two sounds resonated simultaneously. At long last, the zombie beneath the bedsheet ceased its struggle. Breathing heavily, Pei Hongqing tore the sheet away, revealing the lifeless eyes of the red-eyed zombie, still gaping as if to utter a cry for help. It was dead. Pei Hongqing furrowed his brow and turned to Shen Yingqing, who exhaled in relief. His powers had scarcely replenished. The earlier skirmish had drained him entirely. Even the final stab with the dagger had left his hand trembling from fatigue. Yi Shiran hurried over to assess the situation. Is it done? Shen Yingqing nodded. He gazed at Yi Shi, standing at a distance, his emotions complex. It was Yi Shi who had shouted to clear the way and thrown the sheet, granting them the opportunity to eliminate the red-eyed zombie. Otherwise, given the zombie's agility, Pei Hongqing could have continued firing, but it may not have concluded the battle so swiftly. Get up. Shen Yingqing extended his hand to Pei Hongqing, who grasped it and used the support to rise. Both were drenched in sweat, although not entirely disheveled. They had indeed exhausted their powers and began to feel weak. Damn it, which bastard took my bedsheet out? Yi Shiran fumed, and upon looking up, he saw Yi Shi standing there. Yi Shi shrugged. I don't know. Why not ask Yan Ziming? Yan Ziming, standing at the entrance, raised his hand silently. It was me, Shiran. Yi Shiran fell silent, his anger extinguished in an instant. He had thought it was Yi Shi's doing and had been ready to vent his frustrations on her. Since it was Yan Ziming, he let it go, reasoning that he could still share a blanket with him that night. Fu Ruoqing and Yi Yan, having heard the commotion outside, emerged. Is it dead? Is it another mutated zombie, like in the daytime?
Fu Ruoqing inquired anxiously.
Shen Yingqing nodded affirmatively. Fu Ruoqing furrowed her brow and fell silent, instead directing her gaze toward Yi Shi. Yi Shi glanced at the red-eyed zombie and remarked, Isn't this the perfect moment to validate my hypothesis about zombie levels? Why don't you two dig into its brain? How disgusting. Yi Shiran shot her a glare. You proposed this theory, so why aren't you the one digging? Yi Shi nonchalantly shot him a sidelong glance, who said I'm a girl. I can't bring myself to commit such a cruel act.
Ugh.
Yi Shiran nearly retched at her words. He retorted sarcastically, stop using being a girl as an excuse. Xiao Qingzi doesn't he act that delicate when killing zombies?
Oh.
Yi Shi turned to Fu Ruoqing, then how about you go dig? Fu Ruoqing's expression shifted, and she firmly refused. I don't want to. Yi Shiran has more strength. Let him do it. Xiao Qingzi you. Yi Shiran looked at her incredulously. Fu Ruoqing couldn't help but roll her eyes. Why did these two have to drag her into their banter? Yi Shiran's previous remark made it sound like she wasn't a girl at all. She was afraid of killing zombies, let alone digging into one's head. I'll do it. Yan Ziming stepped forward. He looked at Shen Yingqing and Pei Hongqing, Shen Ge. Pei Ge, you both are exhausted. This laborious task falls to me. The two nodded and stepped back. Yan Ziming brandished the dagger, measuring it against the zombie's head, then looked up at Yi Shi. Where do you think the crystal core is located? When Shen Ge stabbed earlier, he didn't damage it, did he? It should be at the base of the brain. Give it a try. That's how it's typically depicted in novels, Yi Shi shrugged, feigning a guess. Yen Ziming nodded and, without hesitation, severed the entire head of the zombie first. He then flipped it over and used the sharp dagger to slice open the back of the skull.
Ugh.
Ishiran could no longer suppress the nauseating smell and leaned against the wall to vomit. The others, however, found the stench considerably more intense than that of ordinary zombies. Yi Yan's face paled, gripping Yi Shi's hand tightly. Noticing her sister's aversion, Yi Shi forcibly turned her face, whispering, "Sister, this is crucial. If you wish to upgrade your powers in the future, you must do this." Xiao Shi? Yi Yan was taken aback by her words.
Sure.
Yi Shi's eyes glimmered as she continued to watch. Yi Yan pressed her lips together, swallowing hard. Her hands were clammy, with cold sweat, but under Yi Shi's insistence. She had to witness Yen Ziming excavating the zombie's brain. The brain matter and fragments were being smashed and smeared onto the bedsheet, which had turned a light blue. Now a mess of stains and bits of flesh. Just a glance at it was enough to trigger the urge to vomit. Yi Yan glanced at Yi Shi, only to find her sister, remarkably composed, seemingly unfazed by the repulsive scene unfolding before them. Since yesterday, her sister had changed, becoming much stronger than before. Yi Yan steadied her resolve, unwilling to dwell on it further, and continued to observe as Yen Ziming sought the crystal core. Yen Ziming, too, was overwhelmed by disgust as he dug deeper, nearly extracting everything from the brain, a messy heap in his hands. The overwhelming stench compelled him to suppress the urge to regurgitate the scant remnants of instant noodles he had consumed that morning. Shen Yingcheng inquired in a low voice. Nothing? Yen Ziming, his hands weary and sore, shook his head, unable to detect anything other than the remnants of brain matter. Yes, the brain matter of the zombies he had obliterated. Upon hearing this, Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes and directed a gaze toward Yi Shi.
What do you propose?
Yi Shi glanced at the crushed brain matter that Yen Ziming had produced and suggested, "Perhaps you should search a bit more?" Yen Ziming cast her a silent look. Upon returning from his bout of nausea, Ishiran was incensed by her words. With a fierce glare directed at Yi Shi, he gritted his teeth. "You worthless salted fish. Your assumptions were utterly wrong. You made us waste so much time, nearly costing us our lives." Found it. Chapter 24. Who is truly useless? Yen Ziming's voice rang out once more. Ishiran was taken aback. Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing turned their attention to Yen Ziming. With his dagger, Yen Ziming extracted a gelatinous mass from the zombie's brain, which was roughly the size of half a ping-pong ball. It felt solid when prodded with the dagger. "Fetch a bottle of water." Shen Yingcheng suppressed his emotions and quietly called out to Fu Ruoqing. Fu Ruoqing hurriedly dashed into the villa. Once the water was retrieved, Shen Yingcheng approached Yen Ziming. Yen Ziming used his dagger to pry at the mass while mineral water cascaded over it, washing away the repugnant liquid and revealing its original hue, red, crystalline. Shen Yingcheng bent down to pick up the crystal core, his expression complex as he examined it before glancing at Pei Hongqing. Pei Hongqing stepped forward, taking the crystal core to inspect it. They had witnessed it with their own eyes. This object had indeed been extracted from the brain of a red-eyed zombie, precisely as Yi Shi had speculated. Pei Hongqing's breath quickened involuntarily. He turned to Yi Shi and inquired, "What purpose does this serve?" In that instant, he felt an inexplicable anticipation for an answer that could significantly alter their fate. Shen Yingcheng shared the same curiosity. What utility does the zombie's crystal core possess? While Yi Shi's hypothesis was indeed accurate, it held great significance. It could serve as a criterion for assessing the strength of zombies in the future, determining whether to continue exterminating them or prioritize their own escape. Ishiran regarded Yi Shi with an incredulous stare, as if to say, "What other fabrication will you conjure up? Haven't you all read apocalyptic novels?" Yi Shi retorted. Ishiran scoffed, "Do you think we're all as idle as you?" Before the apocalypse, Brother Shen had just returned from military service to start work. Pei Go was employed at a large corporation, and I was busy attending classes. Who has the luxury to indulge in such trivial pursuits? Hence, when the apocalypse struck, you were utterly clueless. Yi Shi crossed her arms, casting him a nonchalant glance. Yet, through my speculation, we discovered the crystal core. Shouldn't you address me as Sister Shi? You merely got lucky, blindly guessing correctly. Ishiran's face flushed with indignation. There was no way he would ever call that useless Yi Shi sister. "Oh, so you can't handle losing, can you?" Yi Shi spread her hands in indifference, regardless. I anticipated this outcome. You certainly won, T concede. You. Ishiran gritted his teeth, glaring at Yi, thoroughly enraged. I refuse to accept it. You're just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Yi-Shi's lip twitched, too weary to engage with the irate dog. She turned to Shen Yingcheng and said, in novels, such crystal cores typically replenish abilities. Why not give it a try? Replenishing abilities? Those 4 words detonated in Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing's minds. Shock was evident on their faces. Yan Ziming and Fu Ruoqing shared the same sentiment. Yi Yan had already heard Yi-Shi mention this once, and now, hearing it again, she found it hard to believe. Only Ishiran stood there, arms crossed, entirely disbelieving Yi-Shi's claims, scoffing. How could this be plausible? How would you even replenish abilities with such a large object? Grind it into powder and consume it? Shen Yingcheng's gaze darkened as he looked at Yi-Shi, inexplicably feeling that she might have a solution. This object could not simply be ingested, especially given its origin from a zombie's brain. The circumstances were evident to all. Who could possibly consume it? Pei Hongqing raised an eyebrow, glancing at Yi-Shi before addressing Ishiran. Shiran, you have a good set of teeth. Why not come over and see if you can eat it? Brother Pei? Ishiran nearly exploded, his expression one of utter disbelief. Yan Ziming turned to Yi-Shi. In the novels you read, how is the crystal core typically utilized? This question struck at the heart of the matter. Yi-Shi, seizing the opportunity, surveyed Shen Yingcheng and the others before responding nonchalantly. It's generally said that if you hold it in your palm and concentrate, you can absorb the energy within the core. As for the method, I've never tried it. You could just give it a shot, and you'd know. The crystal core rested conveniently in Shen Yingcheng's hand. Upon hearing Yi-Shi's casual tone, he felt an uneasy uncertainty. From their very first encounter, he had sensed something off about her. Her subsequent actions within their team had been irksome, even wearing down his usually patient demeanor. Yet, since the previous night, everything Yi-Shi had done appeared to carry a subtle guiding quality. It was an uncanny sensation. She must know something. From revealing that there was a J Bureau in Jiangbei to summoning second-level zombies during the day, and now to the zombie levels and the crystal cores within their brains. All of this indicated that Yi-Shi possessed knowledge regarding the apocalypse. As for the source of her information, he was unsure. Throughout the past month, Yi-Shi had spent most of her time sequestered at the temporary shelter, only beginning to stir when mischief ensued. Just days prior, while they were relocating from another temporary shelter, her actions nearly led to Ishiran being bitten. Such an enigmatic woman. Should her words be trusted or doubted? Shen Yingcheng hesitated to take a risk. Let me give it a try. Yi Yan stepped forward, standing before Shen Yingcheng as she addressed everyone. Since this hypothesis originated from little she, and she has yet to awaken any abilities, I possess healing abilities. I expended considerable energy healing everyone today, making me a suitable candidate for this experiment. As she stepped forward, Shen Yingcheng and the others remained silent. Yi-Shi, however, smiled. Her smile was born from Yi Yan's trust in her.
No.
What if the crystal core is flawed? Sister Yan, what will happen if you face issues? You're a crucial member of our team. Ishiran was the first to voice his dissent. Yi-Shi's mouth twitched, her expression darkening as she shot him a cold glare. The team leader and Pei Hongqing were the primary combatants, while Yan Ziming handled logistics, making him equally important. Fu Ruoqing's mental abilities served as the best alarm system. Only Ishiran, with his first-level fire abilities, was neither here nor there. His presence mattered little. So, why not you give it a try? You? Ishiran was once again infuriated by her words, blood boiling in indignation, his eyes turning red. I am more valuable than you, Yi-Shi, who is nothing more than a useless fish. Oh, but as a worthless fish, I lack any supernatural abilities. So, does that mean only the second-to-last waste of space yourself can undertake this experiment? Yi-Shi crossed her arms, squinted her eyes, and let her tongue become even sharper, primarily out of annoyance. Otherwise, she would have seized this opportunity to allow Yi Yan to absorb the crystal core first. But with Ishiran meddling, it has become an immense hindrance. Ishiran erupted with fury. You are the real waste here. I'll give it a try. Pei Hongqing interrupted Ishiran. He took the crystal core from Shen Yingcheng's hand and, under the astonished gaze of everyone, turned to Yi-Shi and asked, I just need to concentrate, right? Yi-Shi was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat surprised. After all, Pei Hongqing had been contemplating how to eliminate her earlier that day. Now he was beginning to trust her words? Yishi furrowed her brow slightly, affirming with a soft yes, and added, then imagine it as a power bank. Focus your mind to absorb and channel it using your abilities. Hongqing? Shen Yingqing looked at Pei Hongqing with a hint of disapproval. Pei Hongqing was certainly not foolish. He had keenly observed all of Yishi's earlier reactions. When Yi Yan expressed her desire to try first, Yishi exhibited no response at all. However, when Yishi Ran wanted to use it, she suddenly became reluctant. Thus, only one possibility remained. This crystal core was indeed valuable. Chapter 25. The Upgrade of Supernatural Abilities. Why had Yishi suddenly changed her demeanor? This, Pei Hongqing could not quite fathom. Yet, he was aware that Yishi would not harm Yi Yan at this moment. After listening to Yishi's instructions, he glanced at the crystal core in his hand. This solid object, aside from its color resembling that of a zombie's eyes, felt akin to a crystal stone, angular and prickly. It was somewhat uncomfortable to hold in his palm. Nevertheless, Pei Hongqing slowly closed his eyes, following Yishi's guidance to sense the supernatural energy within himself, then channeled that energy to make contact with the crystal core. Suddenly, an energy began to seep gently from the core, burrowing into his palm. Gradually, at an astonishing speed, it filled his parched supernatural meridians. The rate of absorption was relentless. In no time, less than 30 seconds, he felt his supernatural channels brimming. He even sensed a tingling, swollen pain coursing through them. This sensation was strikingly similar to the transition from level 1 to level 2, but held its own unique differences. Hongqing? Shen Yingqing's calm voice echoed in his ears. Pei Hongqing was momentarily stunned, swiftly halting the absorption of energy. Pei Ge, are you alright? How do you feel? Yishi Ran approached, her expression tense as she scrutinized Pei Hongqing. Your face is flushed. Are you unwell? Pei Hongqing replied, no, not unwell. On the contrary, I feel as though I am on the verge of a breakthrough. He took a deep breath, passing the crystal core to Shen Yingqing, suppressing his excitement, and smiled. I believe there is indeed energy within. Upon channeling my abilities, it absorbed into my body, filling my supernatural channels. I can even sense that if I continue to absorb, I can break through into the level 3 realm. The moment he uttered these words, Shen Yingqing, Yishi Ran, Yan Ziming, and Fu Ruoqing all displayed expressions of astonishment. Leveling up. This was inherently a challenging feat. Once their supernatural abilities were depleted, they would recover based on their levels. For instance, Shen Yingqing, Pei Hongqing, and Yi Yan's level 2 abilities were all the result of unexpected breakthroughs. Initially, they had no knowledge of levels at all. It was only after exhausting their abilities and feeling utterly fatigued and sore that they realized their supernatural channels had expanded, allowing for greater energy output. Shen Yingqing had originally been able to condense small ice blocks, but after leveling up, he could produce ice blades. However, due to the limited energy within his supernatural channels, the number of times he could utilize the ice blades was equally restricted. Essentially, he could only produce them about 30 times after expending all his energy. Pei Hongqing's wind abilities were inferior to Shen Yingqing's ice abilities. Leveling up to level 2 merely enhanced his speed without increasing the lethality of his wind blades. This had previously been a source of frustration for Pei Hongqing. Now, the prospect of a single crystal core bringing him within reach of a level 3 breakthrough was astonishing and delightful. How could this be possible? Yishi Ran still found it hard to believe. Yishi scoffed. Why not try it yourself then? I'll give it a shot. Yishi Ran, provoked by her words, lunged for the crystal core in Shen Yingqing's hand. Shen Yingqing evaded, frowning as he admonished. She ran. Don't be reckless. Yishi Ran froze, feeling utterly embarrassed. Shen Ge, I just wanted to try. Our understanding of the crystal core is still insufficient. We can't experiment carelessly. What if a single core is only meant for one person? If you try it casually and something goes wrong, what then? Shen Yingqing frowned, handing the crystal core to Pei Hongqing. Since you are the first to try, this core is yours to utilize. Moreover, if your wind abilities break through, it will be beneficial for our team. Pei Hongqing understood his intent. Shen Yingqing undoubtedly believed in his words. With that, he resolved to proceed with the experiment to the end. Yishi stood silently beside Yi Yan, leisurely observing the unfolding scene. Pei Hongqing focused once more on absorbing the energy of the crystal core. Having already filled his supernatural channels, this time, the sensation of swelling pain was even more pronounced. His face grew increasingly flushed, and beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Yi Yan, watching anxiously, grasped Yi Shi's hand and whispered, "Xiaoxi, he will be all right. Won't he?" Yi Shi affirmed softly, "He is breaking through. This is a normal reaction." Hearing this, Yi Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Yi Shiran remained deeply concerned, glancing at Shen Yingcheng. "Shengo, look at how red Pei Ji's face has become." He didn't experience this during his last breakthrough. Shen Yingcheng remained composed, casting a glance at her. "You have never undergone a breakthrough. You wouldn't understand the situation. What he is experiencing is a normal reaction. I felt similarly during my own level 2 upgrade." He speculated that perhaps a more intense reaction during the upgrade signified a greater lethality in the supernatural abilities post-upgrade.
Now,
They awaited the result of Pei Hongqing's breakthrough. However, he glanced again at Yi Shi, who was whispering with Yi Yan. Judging from Yi Shi's earlier demeanor, it seemed likely that her claims were mere excuses, possibly a ruse. She must have encountered something significant during their absence from the temporary shelter, which explained her extensive knowledge. However, since Yi Shi chose to remain silent about it, they could hardly subject her to harsh interrogation. As long as it benefited the team, a little secrecy was acceptable. Pei Hongqing was unaware of how long his flushed and sweaty state would persist. Yi Shi, feeling somewhat unsteady, sighed. "Had I known, we should have returned to the villa before allowing him to upgrade. Now we have no idea how long this will take." Her words were neither too loud nor too soft, yet Shen Yingcheng and the others heard her. Yi Shi ran, infuriated, glared at Yi Shi. "You are so heartless. Pei Ge is currently upgrading here, and isn't it all because of you?" She ran. Shen Yingcheng firmly grasped Yi Shiran's shoulder and spoke in a low voice. "This matter cannot be blamed on Yi Shi. Indeed, after acquiring this crystal core, they became overly eager." Upon hearing this, Yi Shiran, who was about to continue berating Yi Shi, found the words stuck in his throat, feeling utterly frustrated. Yan Ziming glanced at Shen Yingcheng, Yi Shiran, and Yi Shi and proposed, "How about we move Pei Ge into the villa? He seems unable to stop in his current state." Finally, his gaze fell upon the zombie crystal core tightly held by Pei Hongqing, where he vaguely noticed its color seemed to have faded slightly. Shen Yingcheng looked at the motionless Pei Hongqing, whose eyes were tightly shut, clearly entrapped in the process of upgrading. Yi Shi was right. Pei Hongqing had no idea when he would complete his upgrade and awaken. It was already past 4 in the morning, and if they waited any longer, dawn would break. They couldn't leave him at the entrance. After some contemplation, Shen Yingcheng said to Yi Shiran, "Come with me. Let us carry Hongqing into the villa." Yi Shiran was momentarily taken aback. "Carry him in?"
yes.
He promptly moved to Pei Hongqing's side, preparing to slip his arms under his armpits.
Suddenly,
An unexpected change occurred. Pei Hongqing abruptly opened his eyes and, in a swift motion, launched an attack towards him. Chapter 26. Unease. Shen Yingcheng instinctively raised his hand to block, but Pei Hongqing was too fast. Although he managed to deflect the attack, his arm was jolted, leaving it slightly numb. "Hongqing?" He stumbled back several steps, staring at Pei Hongqing in astonishment. Pei Hongqing was panting, his face flushed, and his dark eyes seemed to shimmer with a greenish glow in the night, mixed with suppressed excitement and exhilaration.
Eva leveled up.
He exclaimed. Shen Yingcheng's eyes flickered, the weight in his heart finally lifting as a smile broke across his face. "Congratulations, Hongqing." "Pei Ge?" Yi Shiran was utterly astonished, gazing at Pei Hongqing. "Pei Ge, were you just practicing on Shinge? That was truly terrifying. I thought you would mutate into a zombie after absorbing that crystal core. What nonsense are you spouting?" Pei Hongqing irritably swatted him on the head. "You'll understand when you level up." Yi Shiran rubbed his pained forehead, feeling speechless. Why does Shinge always say the same things as Pei Ge? When he levels up, everyone awakens their abilities only a day or 2 apart. Yet Pei Hongqing has already reached level 3, while he remains at level 1. Just thinking about it felt a bit stifling and frustrating. That last attack I could feel. After your ability upgraded, the gap between it and level 2 is quite significant. Shen Yingcheng looked at Pei Hongqing. Pei Hongqing nodded and unleashed a wind blade. The wind blade was invisible in the darkness, but as it sliced through the air, it tousled Shen Yingqing's hair.
Whoosh.
Everyone heard the sound of the wind. The next moment, crack.
Bang.
A tree, about the thickness of a palm, 10 meters away, came crashing down. Shen Yingqing and the others stood in shock, witnessing the scene. Is this the power of a level 3 wind ability? It seems extraordinarily powerful. If that tree were a zombie's head, it would be severed in an instant. Ishiran's eyes lit up, looking at Pei Hongqing with admiration. Pei Ge is incredible. To cut through something at such a distance. Pei Hongqing smirked slightly, indeed. After leveling up to 3, the capacity of my abilities has expanded to twice that of level 2. Not only has my speed increased, but I can also utilize the wind blade. With such destructive force, I can use it 3 times at that distance. After all, abilities are not limitless. One must learn to adjust how to utilize them based on their own capacity. Shen Yingqing was mildly astonished. A level 2 crystal core contains such vast energy. Yes. But it's likely because I was nearing my bottleneck. This crystal core can no longer absorb even a trace of energy. Pei Hongqing opened his palm, showing the crystal core to Shen Yingqing. Upon inspection, Shen Yingqing discovered that the once red crystal core had now turned transparent white. This indicates that its energy has been depleted. He glanced at Yi Shi with the crystal core in hand, asking, "Can this still be used?" Yi Shi yawned, squinting at the exhausted crystal core, and nonchalantly replied, "I'm not sure. Perhaps we should keep it as a trophy? After all, level 2 zombies are quite difficult to deal with." Shen Yingqing pondered, discerning the deeper meaning behind her words. This depleted crystal core should not be discarded. It may still serve some other purpose. He nodded in understanding and said to the others, "Everyone, let us head back to the villa to rest." Yan Ziming inquired, "Shingo, should we proceed with our plan to depart for Qingxi town today?" "Yes. Let us proceed as planned, but delay our departure by 3 hours." Shen Yingqing tightened his grip on the useless zombie crystal core. It has now been confirmed that Yi Shi's speculation was correct. These mutated zombies do indeed possess crystal cores, which can be utilized by us ability users for enhancement or upgrading. This news is undoubtedly a significant boon for them. Moreover, as Yi Shi mentioned earlier, the number of these mutated zombies should not be too many. Discovering a level 1 shallow red-eyed zombie is no easy feat. They cannot miss this opportunity. Furthermore, with Pei Hongqing as upgrade, their combat power has significantly increased, adding a layer of security to their team. Pei Hongqing crossed his arms and addressed Shen Yingqing and the others. "I agree. Now that we know the mutated zombie crystal cores are valuable, we should hasten to eliminate a few more mutated zombies to procure their cores and enhance the overall ability of our team." After the upgrade, he felt a surge of power within his body. Even after expending a third of his energy on that wind blade, he didn't feel as fatigued as before. Perhaps soon, they could return to Jiangbei district, where there are several level 2 zombies. With his current capabilities, taking them down one by one should pose no problem. With their 2 main combatants voicing such sentiments, the others naturally had no objections and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, everyone returned to the villa to rest. Once back at her room, Yian looked at Yi Shi and couldn't help but ask, "Xiaoxi, how did you know that zombie crystal cores could upgrade abilities?" She had been holding back her questions since downstairs, fearing their conversation might be overheard by others, making it difficult for Yi Shi to explain. Upon hearing this, Yi Shi replied, "Sister, have you forgotten? I told you before sleeping that I had a dream about the future apocalypse, and the matter of the crystal cores appeared in it."
"Huh?
"But you mentioned that during the day when you went to Jiangbei, you—" I didn't clarify. That dream was from the day before yesterday." Yi Shi yawned again and said, "Sister, I'm going to sleep a bit more. You should rest too. We can discuss anything once we wake up." Yian looked at her helplessly. "All right, you sleep then." Yes. Yi Shi had been sleeping quite well lately, falling asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Perhaps it was because she had trained too hard in the blank space, and before she could rest adequately, she was confronted with a level 2 zombie attack again.
Now,
she is in urgent need of replenishing her sleep. Yian glanced at her, who was sleeping soundly, and could only sigh as she tucked her in. However, she herself found it difficult to drift off, needing to process the recent revelation about the ability of zombie crystal cores to upgrade. The number of mutated zombies is limited, making these crystal cores exceedingly rare. Her own abilities also require enhancement, yet she has no means to eliminate zombies. Should she wait for Shen Yingcheng and the others to do the killing for her? As this thought crossed her mind, a dull ache began to throb at her temples, leaving her at a loss for what to do. In truth, Yi Yan is not the only one harboring such concerns. Fu Ruoqing shares them as well. The events of this evening have shaken her deeply. The sudden emergence of second-tier zombies has heightened her sense of crisis, leaving her feeling quite unsettled. She yearns to elevate her mental abilities swiftly, much like Pei Hongqing, so she can provide better and quicker warnings for the team. However, slaying mutated zombies is evidently no simple task. Chapter 27. The Hunt Begins.
Zimming.
Do you think that this time, Yi Shi's uselessness has inadvertently led her to guess the second time correctly? Back in their room, the disgruntled Yi Shiran clung to Yan Zimming, who was about to take a shower, expressing his dissatisfaction over their bet. Yan Zimming remained unperturbed, firmly believing that Yi Shi's success was mere luck. After all, he had not witnessed any real prowess from her during this period, just some clever tricks and minor tactics. Yan Zimming looked at him helplessly, stating, "I believe this is not a matter for you to ponder, regardless of whether she guessed correctly or genuinely knows. The crucial point is that zombie abilities represent a valuable upgrade for us, the ability users. In the future, we must strive in this direction, slaying more mutated zombies to elevate our own powers as swiftly as possible." That makes sense. Ishiran stroked his chin, contemplating his own abilities. If he could expedite his enhancement, he certainly wouldn't end up like today, merely managing to produce a small flame that barely lasted 30 seconds. The primary issue is the speed of the mutated zombies. Unlike ordinary zombies, which move sluggishly, the flames would ignite rapidly given the right conditions. So, Zimming, what do you think? Ishiran intended to continue speaking, but upon turning his head, he was met with a resounding slam as the bathroom door closed. Yan Zimming had gone to shower. Ishiran, feeling exasperated, turned back to find his bed empty. The sheets had already become the burial shroud for the second-tier zombie downstairs. In the adjacent room, Shen Yingcheng regarded the corpse of the mutated zombie outside the perimeter wall, lost in thought. Pei Hongqing emerged, towel in hand, and asked, "What else on your mind? Still contemplating the crystal core?" Shen Yingcheng glanced at him, inquiring, "How do you feel now?" Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes and replied, "Like never before. I believe if you utilize this crystal core, you could also break through." Shen Yingcheng looked at him, slightly puzzled, and asked, "What made you suddenly believe Yi Shi's words earlier?" "It's simple." Pei Hongqing leaned against the window frame and replied pensively, "Yi Shi has indeed undergone significant change. Yesterday, when we went to fetch weapons, she killed a zombie with remarkable skill, clean and decisive, nothing like someone making their first attempt. Even when she shot to save me. Using an assault rifle is no easy feat, and she claimed it was her first time. A cover-up," Pei Hongqing observed. "From what I can see, she is indeed moving in a positive direction, and for now, we can trust her." "Indeed." Shen Yingcheng nodded slowly, feeling the same, yet uncertain how long Yi Shi could maintain this state. Pei Hongqing gave his shoulder a reassuring pat and said, "Tomorrow, during our journey to Qingxi, let's find the crystal core, and you should prioritize enhancing your abilities. After all, within our team, your offensive power is the strongest." Shen Yingcheng shook his head, stating that the primary concern lies with Yi Yan and Fu Ruoqing, whose abilities are crucial. They should come after you. If you don't grow stronger,
Who will protect them?
Moreover, in Yi Yan's case, we might not even need to worry about her ability upgrades. Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes, a playful smile tugging at his lips. Shen Yingcheng grasped his implication. "Are you suggesting Yi Shi will take action?" "Indeed," Pei Hongqing replied thoughtfully. "Since she expressed her desire for change, she is already transformed in ways we cannot fathom. How many secrets lie within her?" He then shifted the conversation back to Shen Yingcheng. "For now, I will keep a close watch on her. Our immediate focus should be on hunting mutated zombies to acquire crystal cores and enhance our abilities." "Understood." Meanwhile, in the Jiangbei district, a 20-member team had just arrived to gather supplies. A military-modified Hummer came to a slow stop. As the door swung open, a tall, unremarkable man stepped out, squinting at the JC Bureau in the distance. Another man approached him, speaking with a fawning tone, "Brother Wang. Just a few more steps ahead is the JC Bureau in Jiangbei district. Should we send a few people over now? The weapons inside the JC Bureau are not plentiful. Why don't you bring a few along to take a look with me?" Wang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. He never expected to have another chance at life. Just a few hours ago, he had blinked and found himself transported from a post-apocalyptic world back to the present. He swiftly reviewed everything that had transpired in his previous life. The first thing that came to mind was the firearms and weapons present in the nearby Jiangbei JC Bureau. For someone who had just awakened their abilities and had yet to upgrade, it was an absolute boon. He must seize those firearms and ammunition stored there to quickly catch up with Xiningqing's team. He knew that in the last days the strongest ability user Yi Shi was part of Xiningqing's group. Their destination is City B. As long as he follows the current route, he will soon encounter Xiningqing's team. At that point, he would have the opportunity to eliminate Yi Shi and seize her unique abilities. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated Wang Chen became, urging those around him. Hurry up, don't waste time. Let us get everything moved back quickly. Then, I will continue pursuing Yi Shi. Yes. His subordinates hastily began packing up, preparing to head towards the JC Bureau. However, as Wang Chen and his men arrived at the JC Bureau's entrance, he sensed something was amiss. Why were the zombies outside dead, with stab wounds on their necks? A sudden premonition of danger washed over him, prompting him to stride into the building. The further he walked, the more zombie corpses he encountered, clearly killed by someone wielding a dagger. Wang Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he quickened his pace towards the armory. His subordinates were bewildered by his sudden haste. One of them, a subordinate named Lu Gang, exclaimed, "Brother Wang, is the weaponry you mentioned right here? But there's nothing here. It's all empty." Wang Chen's eyes widened in fury as he locked his gaze on the corpses of several zombies on the floor. Unable to contain himself, he cursed and slammed his fist against the wall, grinding his teeth in frustration. Someone got to the goods before us. What? Lu Gang was utterly confused. But Brother Wang, didn't you say that no one knew about the weapons here? Wang Chen did not respond, equally puzzled. In his previous life, it took him over 3 months to reach this place, and the weapons were still there. Why were they missing now? Someone has preemptively seized the firearms. But aside from him, who else is aware that weapons are concealed in this location? Wang Chen's expression darkened further, his mind racing with thoughts. After much contemplation, only one possibility emerged. Among his former comrades, there were those who had also reincarnated and had snatched the weapons before he could. But who could it be? Wang Chen squinted, racking his brain to identify the most likely perpetrator, yet he found himself at a loss. Brother Wang, what shall we do now? The firearms are gone. Has our journey been in vain? Lu Gang's face bore a grimace. Their group had originally consisted of over 30 individuals, yet now, only a little over 20 remained. If this continued, who could say how many would survive? What can we do if someone has already taken the supplies? Wang Chen replied impatiently. Aside from the firearms, there is a large supermarket nearby. We shall gather supplies there and proceed forward. With that command, he turned darkly and retraced his steps. Lu Gang and the others exchanged worried glances, their expressions reflecting their anxiety. However, they had no other options. Wang Chen was indeed the strongest among them, having awakened lightning abilities, and he had led them to acquire significant resources along their journey. With no alternative goals in sight, their only chance of survival was to follow Wang Chen's lead. Suddenly struck by a thought, Lu Gang's expression soured further, compelling him to urge the others to hasten in following Wang Chen. 100 kilometers away, at a temporary villa. After awakening from a 2-hour slumber, Yi Shi stretched lazily and glanced at the sleeping Yi Yan beside her. Her mood was quite cheerful. In truth, after the events of the previous night, she had already formulated another plan. Yi Yan was not capable of combating zombies on her own. She needed the team support. However, with the current circumstances, each individual required crystal cores. When would the team be able to locate enough cores to upgrade Yi Yan? Thus, she resolved that during their trip to Qingxi, she would propose splitting up to hunt zombies. She could take on a few first-level zombies herself and then distribute the cores to Yi Yan for her upgrade. Reflecting on this, she checked the time. There was still half an hour until their assembly. She decided to enter her space for some additional training, knowing that Yi Yan would surely wake her when it was time to depart. At 6:30 in the morning, the group gathered downstairs. After hastily consuming some self-heating rice, Xiningqing produced a map and addressed everyone. It will take us 3 hours to return to Qingxi town. After that, We will proceed along another route towards City B and will not return to this temporary location. Brother Shen, aren't we going back to Jiangbei to hunt the mutated zombies? Aren't there more mutated zombies there, making it easier to obtain crystal cores? Ishiran eagerly raised his hand to inquire. How clever of you. Both Jiangbei and Lingnan are central urban areas where people are most densely packed. Mutated zombies tend to attract their companions. With our current numbers, even if we all upgraded to third-level abilities, we might still struggle to escape from a dozen second and third-level zombies. It would be tantamount to delivering ourselves as a meal. Yi Shi interjected, crossing her arms and dismissing Ishiran's suggestion without hesitation. Pei Hongqing glanced at her and said to Sheningcheng, "Indeed, there is no need to take such risks. Although I have upgraded to third-level abilities and can manage a second-level zombie, it is still a challenging feat. They should not be underestimated." Shun Ingcheng nodded. Turning to Ishiran, our understanding of mutated zombies is still insufficient. We should prioritize locating first-level zombies whenever possible and only work together to deal with second-level zombies. Our safety must come first. Fine. Ishiran slumped down, visibly displeased, casting a glare at Yishi. Since the incident involving the crystal cores yesterday, her words had been heeded by both Brother Shin and Brother Pei. An hour later, everyone had finished packing their supplies into the truck. Yan Ziming and Ishiran drove the truck at the rear, while Pei Hongqing and Fu Ruoqing took the lead in another off-road vehicle. Yi Shi and Yi Yan remained in the off-road vehicle driven by Sheningcheng, flanked by the other vehicles. Gazing out the window in the bright daylight, the zombies appeared sluggish. However, they were remarkably sensitive to sound. As the vehicles sped by, they would abruptly turn their heads and give chase. Often, they would cease their pursuit the moment the noise faded. The road back to Qingxi town was relatively clear, with few obstacles in the form of zombies or vehicles. Around 11 o'clock, the cars began to enter the town. This town was not particularly large, with a population of merely a few hundred. Were it not for the navigation indicating it as a town, one might mistake it for a mere village. The group parked their vehicles at a spot outside the town where zombies were sparse. After disembarking, Yishi squinted as she surveyed the wandering zombies in the distance. Given the town's small size, they decided to split into two teams for their mission. Shen Yingqing surveyed everyone and continued, "She ran, Ruoqing and Ziming will stick with me, while Yi Yan and Yi Shi will follow Pei Hongqing." After speaking, he tossed the walkie-talkie to Pei Hongqing, who caught it and signaled with an OK gesture. "Be mindful of the time. Regardless of whether we encounter mutated zombies, we must regroup at this location in 3 hours," Shen Yingqing instructed. Chapter 28. Has the zombie king fallen for me? Understood. Everyone replied in unison. Yi Shi subtly adjusted the black cap atop her head. Yi Yan handed her a lollipop, gently saying, "Your favorite lychee flavor. I secretly grabbed a lot when we were at the supermarket yesterday." "Thank you, sis." Yi Shi smiled, unwrapping the lollipop and savoring it. Yi Yan then offered another to Pei Hongqing. "Hongqing, would you like one?" Pei Hongqing shot a glance at Yi Shi, a smirk curling his lips as he coolly remarked, "Only children enjoy sweets. You little child, she." She suspected that Pei Hongqing was engaging in personal attacks. However, given that he no longer scrutinized her with that venomous gaze, she chose not to hold it against him. Yi Yan chuckled, affectionately ruffling Yi Shi's hair, and remarked to Pei Hongqing, "Little Shi is turning 20 next month. She is still indeed a child." Cough, cough. Yi Shi choked slightly. "What's wrong?" Yi Yan observed her with concern. "Do you need some water?" Yi Shi shook her head. "It's nothing, just thinking that in another 10 years, my sister will still perceive me as a child." In reality, adding her previous life, she was already 30. Yi Yan smiled tenderly at her. "No. Sister believes you are already maturing. Perhaps soon, you will become very strong." She sensed Yi Shi's determination to improve. Yi Shi nodded, adjusting her cap to shield her slightly flushed cheeks. Her sister's compliments made her feel bashful. Pei Hongqing squinted, observing the interaction between the sisters. "Let us go," he said, prompting Yi Yan to grasp Yi Shi's hand as they followed behind him. The three of them, along with Shen Yingqing's team, split into two paths as they entered the town. Pei Hongqing inquired as they walked, "What are the characteristics of first-level zombies?" Yi Shi casually replied, "When you see a zombie with light red eyes among ordinary zombies, resembling someone with conjunctivitis, that's it. They aren't as agile as second-level zombies. but they move faster than ordinary ones. The eyes actually reflect the crystal core within the mutated zombie's brain. Like the second-level zombie we killed at dawn. The crystal core gleams a deep crimson. The eyes of a first-level zombie are a pale red, which naturally corresponds to a pale red crystal core. The analogy extends to others as well. However, at present, no other zombies have manifested. Moreover, these individuals currently place their faith solely in her initial conjectures, while the subsequent explanations remain elusive. She casually remarked, perhaps they might encounter more advanced beings in the future, with eyes of varying hues, uttering this in a speculative tone. Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a meaningful glance her way, and inquired, "What is the title of the apocalyptic novel you are reading?" Why would he ask that? Yishi's lips twitched as she fabricated a title. "The Zombie King in the Apocalypse Fell in Love with Me? HM?" Pei Hongqing paused momentarily, seemingly finding the title rather absurd. Or perhaps in the apocalypse, my Wang Chen is the protagonist. Pei Hongqing merely raised an eyebrow. It might also be Lin Cixi becomes a Sea King in the apocalypse? After casually suggesting 3 titles, Yishi waved her hand impatiently, admitting she had lost track after reading too many. Pei Hongqing's lips twitched slightly, his gaze fixated on Yishi with an icy demeanor.
Yevi.
Unfazed by her own deception, met his gaze with a challenging look, wondering if he wished to see it. That might not be feasible. That book had long since vanished into the jaws of some zombie. Just a casual inquiry. Pei Hongqing lowered his gaze, continuing onward. Yishi exhaled a sigh of relief. Feeling somewhat exasperated, the conversation had reached its limit as they entered the town, where the number of zombies had markedly increased. The trio had to tread carefully to avoid the undead. Fortunately, their objective this time was to locate mutated zombies, not to exterminate them or scavenge for supplies. With caution, they could avoid attracting the attention of these mindless creatures. After all, they were essentially blind, relying solely on sound for movement. Before discovering the mutated zombies, Pei Hongqing preferred not to waste his abilities, opting instead to guide Yi Yan and Yi Shi towards safer pathways.
I think I see something.
Yi Yan exclaimed, suppressing her excitement as she pointed to a nearby building. Look over there. Isn't there a first-level zombie standing by the window? It seems to be gazing at something below. Yishi had previously mentioned that mutated zombies possessed vision. She quickly glanced down at the street below the building, spotting another zombie with similarly pale red eyes wandering near the curb. 2 of them. Yishi's eyes narrowed as she tightened her grip on the dagger. She glanced at Pei Hongqing, contemplating their course of action. If he weren't present, she would have charged in without hesitation. Now, they had to remain somewhat discreet, which was rather bothersome. Pei Hongqing spoke in a low voice. First, eliminate the ones on the ground, then we'll check the hallway. Understood. Yishi pulled Yi Yan aside and said to Pei Hongqing, you go ahead, we'll wait for you here. Pei Hongqing sighs internally, aware that this little girl was concealing her abilities, yet she confidently pushed him out. He felt a twinge of irritation as he cast a cool glance at Yi Shi before swiftly launching an attack on the first-level zombie 10 meters away. A rush of wind swept by, disheveling Yi Yan's hair. She tucked a loose strand behind her ear, watching Pei Hongqing's retreating figure with admiration. So fast. Yi Shi wanted to clarify that this was merely the standard maneuver of a wind-type ability user. Suddenly, she noticed a first-level zombie meandering nearby, just around the corner. She surveyed their surroundings and found no other zombies in their immediate vicinity. Yi Shi pulled Yi Yan towards the direction of the first-level zombie. Xiao Shi? Yi Yan inquired. Puzzled, Yi Shi released her grip, saying, Sister, be careful. I'm going to take down a first-level zombie. Without waiting for a response, she dashed forward. Yi Yan was taken aback by her speed. In a blink, she witnessed Yi Shi brandishing the dagger, swiftly and decisively plunging it into the back of the unsuspecting zombie's head. In the next moment, the dagger seemed to come alive in Yi Shi's hands, deftly extracting a crystal core from the zombie's skull without the need for the cumbersome search that Yan Ziming had to endure. Precise and rapid. Yi Shi even washed the crystal core with her bottled water before returning to Yi Yan's side. Sister, look. A first-level zombie's crystal core, pale red. She placed the core into Yi Yan's hands. Yi Yan was astonished, still reeling from her sister's clean and efficient actions. How could she move so swiftly? Was this the result of her training in the void space? Incredible.
Yan eklimet involuntarily.
Yishi noticed Pei Hongqing had successfully retrieved the core and quickly urged Yi Yan, "Put it away, sister. Don't let anyone know you have a crystal core." "But Xiaoxi, this is yours, sister. My abilities haven't been disclosed yet. Have you forgotten?" Yi Yan hesitated, looking at her sister. "But, Chapter 29. Hide it away." "There is no but or however. Rest assured, sister, I can surely procure more crystal cores myself. Just don't tell anyone about this one." After saying this, Yishi placed the core into Yi Yan's small backpack.
Yi Yan, speechless.
"All right, Pei Hongqing is back," Yishi whispered. Pei Hongqing approached quickly, glancing at the two before heading upstairs. "Let us go." Yishi nodded, positioning Yi Yan behind her to shield her expression from Pei Hongqing. There was no other choice. Pei Hongqing was particularly perceptive. Just like last night, he must have sensed her lack of objections regarding Yi Yan's use of the crystal core, prompting him to volunteer for the experiment. Yi Yan's current expression was still unguarded, making it easy for Pei Hongqing to detect something amiss. However, Pei Hongqing truly paid no mind to what the sisters were doing. His focus remained on the first-level zombie upstairs. The zombie he had just slain was indeed quicker than an ordinary one, and it could see him, making it a bit more challenging to deal with than the typical undead, yet simpler than a second-level zombie. His initial unfamiliarity with extracting the core cost him some time. The crucial point was that while he was engaged with the first-level zombie downstairs, the one upstairs had spotted him. Once he obtained the core, he noticed the upstairs zombie had vacated its position by the window. To prevent it from escaping, he needed to ascend promptly. Yi Shi and Yi Yan followed closely behind Pei Hongqing as they entered the building. The residences in this small town were primarily civilian structures, typically 4 to 5 stories high. The first-level zombie they had spotted earlier was by a window on the 3rd floor. Yi Shi recalled the floor number. Yet as the trio entered, they encountered ordinary zombies first. Pei Hongqing swiftly dispatched 2 zombies that lunged at them from a room on the 2nd floor. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they found 2 rooms. Pei Hongqing furrowed his brow, a look of indecision crossing his face. "In this left room, I'll handle the door." After saying this, Yishi promptly produced a thin wire from her pocket and began picking the lock. Both Pei Hongqing and Yi Yan were taken aback. With a click, the lock sprang open in mere seconds. Yishi then proceeded to open the second door, glancing at Pei Hongqing. "Get ready. It might attack us first." "Understood." Pei Hongqing was currently too preoccupied to inquire how she had learned to pick locks. He immediately focused his mind and directed a blade of wind toward the door. With a sharp crack, the second door swung open. A chilling groan from within the room echoed, unmistakably the sound of a zombie. Yi Shi swiftly lowered her head. Pei Hongqing's eyes narrowed sharply. The moment he laid eyes on the first-tier zombie, he reacted with lightning speed. The upgraded wind blade proved to be exceptionally powerful. Before Yi Shi could even raise her head, she heard a dull thud as the head of the first-tier zombie rolled to her feet, its pale red eyes unblinking and fixated upon her. Ignoring it, Yi Shi felt a chill run down her spine and called out to Pei Hongqing, who was about to enter the room. "There are other mutated zombies inside, 2nd tier." Just as her words fell, the door to the bedroom was violently shattered by a 2nd-tier zombie. Pei Hongqing's expression changed instantly as he rushed into the room to confront the threat. Yi Shi looked up, observing the fierce struggle between man and monster, her mind racing with confusion. This small town was not large. Yet today she had discovered several first-tier zombies, and now a 2nd-tier one had appeared. The number of mutated zombies exceeded her expectations. Yi Yan grasped her hand tightly, her voice trembling with anxiety. "What should we do, Xiaoxi? This is a 2nd-tier zombie." Pei Hongqing had already expended a considerable amount of his abilities when he dispatched the first-tier zombie, and he should be able to manage it. "It's not a big problem. Sister, you stay here and keep an eye on your surroundings. I'll go help." After giving her instructions, Yi Shi stepped into the chaos of the room. The space was already a mess, and the 100 square meters were insufficient for Pei Hongqing to fully utilize his wind abilities. Yi Shi gripped her dagger tightly, not intending to strike just yet. She needed to wait for the right moment. Charging in recklessly might not guarantee a successful hit. Pei Hongqing was fully concentrated on battling the 2nd-tier zombie. Although he had ascended to the 3rd tier, the earlier depletion of his abilities meant he was barely holding his ground against the 2nd-tier foe. He panted heavily, feeling for the handgun strapped to his lower back. This was not the villa. He could not afford to fire a shot. Otherwise, the commotion would attract more zombies, especially with the emergence of second-tier zombies in the town. If he inadvertently drew in more second-tier monsters. Hey, Pei Hongqing, all distracted. You can absorb the abilities from the first-tier zombie you just defeated. Yi Shi's clear voice rang out from just behind him. Pei Hongqing was momentarily taken aback. Before he could comprehend her words, he saw her darting toward the second-tier zombie at breakneck speed. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Pei Hongqing's brows knitted together as he lunged forward to restrain her. Yi Shi shot him a glance. If you don't hurry up and absorb the crystal core to recover, none of us will make it out alive. Pei Hongqing's expression darkened as he furrowed his brow. Reluctantly, he released her and retreated to a corner, swiftly retrieving the first-tier zombie's crystal core to replenish his abilities. The absorption was rapid. He focused intently, not glancing at Yi Shi's confrontation with the second-tier zombie, but he could hear the creature growing increasingly agitated at being taunted by her.
Outside.
Yi Yan shouted a warning to be cautious. Time passed agonizingly slowly. Finally, Pei Hongqing abruptly opened his eyes and, upon seeing Yi Shi in a desperate retreat, he surged forward, aiming for the neck of the second-tier zombie, shouting "Wind Blade." With a swoosh, a crack echoed, the sound of its neck snapping mingling with Yi Shi's labored breaths. The room reverberated with the cacophony. Thud. The second-tier zombie, which had moments ago glared furiously at Yi Shi, preparing to strike, now found its head severed and rolling on the ground. Xiao Shi. Yi Yan rushed into the room, helping Yi Shi to her feet, her expression fraught with concern. Are you alright? You scared me to death. That second-tier zombie almost got you. I'm fine. Yi Shi waved her hand dismissively. Sister, pass me a bottle of water. I'm parched. Yi Yan quickly handed her a bottle of mineral water. Yi Shi gulped it down, wiping the sweat from her brow, then glanced outside. The commotion they had caused had already attracted the attention of zombies from upstairs. She yanked Yi Yan into the room. Pei Hongqing had extracted the crystal cores from both the first and second-tier zombies, casting a complex look at Yi Shi. Yi Shi paused, shaking the bottle of water in her hand. Want some? No need. Let us head downstairs.
All right.
Yi Shi wiped more sweat from her brow and stepped aside. You go first. I'm out of energy. The cramped space made maneuvering around zombies quite exhausting. Had it not been for Pei Hongqing's presence, she would have decisively claimed the second-tier zombie's crystal core herself. However, taking the core would require submission to the authority, which was rather uninteresting. It was better to let Pei Hongqing handle it. Pei Hongqing exited first, swiftly dispatching the ordinary zombies descending from upstairs. Yi Yan followed closely behind, holding Yi Shi's hand as they descended together. Be careful. Chapter 30. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Yi Yan exclaimed as a first-tier zombie appeared at the door, charging at Pei Hongqing with alarming speed, its claws bared. Yi Shi could even see bits of flesh caught between its teeth. Pei Hongqing dodged expertly, evading the attack. However, the first-tier zombie swiftly redirected its attention to Yi Yan. Upon meeting the zombie's pale red gaze, Yi Yan froze in terror, unable to move. Positioned as she was, Pei Hongqing dared not unleash a wind blade, otherwise he would risk decapitating Yi Yan along with the zombie. With a swift tug, Yi Shi pulled Yi Yan back, plunging her dagger directly into the first-tier zombie's temple. The zombie stiffened, motionless, never reaching Yi Yan. This scene horrified Yi Yan while simultaneously astonishing Pei Hongqing,
who stood at the doorway.
He squinted, scrutinizing Yi Shi with a discerning gaze. After withdrawing her dagger, Yi Shi shook her wrist, exclaiming, Ugh, it's numb. Pei Hongqing. What is she trying to prove? Xiao Shi, is your hand all right? Yi Yan, regaining her composure, looked at Yi Shi's wrist with concern. Yi Shi inhaled sharply. She had exerted too much force, and her wrist felt slightly numb. It's nothing serious. That's good. Yi Yan sighed in relief, a guilty expression on her face. It's all my fault. I was so frightened I forgot to dodge. Pei Hongqing stepped forward, flipping the first-tier zombie over and extracting its crystal core with precision. Don't dwell on it. We need to head back now. Yi Yan nodded vigorously, quickly urging Yi Shi to follow Pei Hongqing. The three emerged, only to find that the streets outside were teeming with a growing number of wandering zombies. Rustling sounds filled the air as Pei Hongqing's walkie-talkie crackled to life. He hastily resumed his sprint toward safety, moving with remarkable speed. Yi Yan struggled to keep pace, prompting Yi Shi to slow down. She was in no rush, casting her gaze at a nearby first-tier zombie that had just turned to face her. She locked eyes with it, both recognizing the thrill of the hunt. "Sister, you keep running. I'll take care of this zombie and catch up with you." After breaking free from Yi Yan's grasp, he swiftly dashed towards the first-level zombie. Yi Yan paused momentarily, glancing at the departing Pei Hongqing and then at Yi Shi, who was heading to confront the zombie. With no other option, she decided to follow Pei Hongqing's direction, as there were fewer zombies that way. Although she wielded a dagger, she had yet to face a zombie alone. Her previous encounters had been under the guidance of Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing, who had helped her cultivate her courage. 2 minutes later, Yi Shi discarded the head of the first-level zombie, using the remaining bottled water to wash the crystal core before tucking it into her pocket. She leaped from the car, evading an oncoming ordinary zombie, and hurriedly chased after Yi Yan's location. Yi Yan, panting heavily, had just paused to catch her breath when a zombie lunged at her. Instinctively, she dodged and continued running forward. The ordinary zombie was not particularly fast, and she easily evaded it. However, in the next moment, she felt a grip on her shoulder. "Don't come any closer." Yi Yan instinctively swung her dagger backward. "Sis, it's me." Yi Shi blocked the blade with her arm, looking at her helplessly. "It's all right, Xiao Shi." Yi Yan was momentarily disoriented but quickly grasped Yi Shi's hand and continued to run. "I think I heard cries for help from the senior. They're in trouble." And Pei Hongqing went to assist them. "Really?" Yi Shi focused, indeed hearing distinct sounds of combat not far away. She pulled Yi Yan into a nearby alley. "This way." Yi Yan staggered slightly but had no choice but to follow her. A few minutes later, they spotted Shen Yingcheng and the others. Fu Weiqing was supporting Shen Yingcheng against a wall, while Pei Hongqing, Yixiran, and Yan Ziming were engaged in a fierce battle with a second-level zombie. Seeing this, Yi Yan rushed toward Shen Yingcheng. "Senior, how are you?" "Yan Jie, hurry. The senior just sustained a wound on his arm." Fu Weiqing exclaimed anxiously. Yi Shi approached to take a look. Shen Yingcheng was indeed in dire straits. His right arm was drenched in blood, with a gash measuring a full 20 centimeters. The entire arm trembled slightly, and his face was slick with sweat from enduring pain and the exhaustion from his abilities being nearly depleted. Yi Yan hastily unleashed her powers to heal him. However, with such a large wound, even her abilities could only temporarily halt the bleeding from Shen Yingcheng's arm, reconnecting the severed blood vessels, ultimately exhausting all her energy. Yi Yan's face paled, and she collapsed to the ground. Yi Shi rushed to support her, shoving a crystal core into her hands. "Sis, use this." "Okay." Without hesitation, Yi Yan concentrated her mental energy to absorb the core's energy. The process was even simpler than she had anticipated. The energy from the first-level zombie's crystal core flowed into her body like a rushing stream, replenishing her energy channels. Though she couldn't break through, it restored her abilities almost instantly. Yi Yan took a deep breath and released her powers again to heal Shen Yingcheng. This time, the 20-centimeter gash visibly closed, restoring his arm to its former state. But once her powers were spent, Yi Yan once again felt drained. Shen Yingcheng's blood loss, however, could not be quickly remedied. He coughed twice, his pale complexion regaining some color. Fu Weiqing wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Guqing, how are you holding up?" "I'm much better. Go assist Hongqing and the others." Shen Yingcheng insisted on rising. Yi Shi glanced at Pei Hongqing and the others. "I'll go. I can run fast." With that, she dashed into the fray. Just then, she saw Yixiran being kicked away by a zombie, flying past her. Coughing up blood, Yixiran exclaimed. Yi Shi responded. Goodness, everyone was injured so severely, her sister would be utterly exhausted soon. Yan Ziming soon collapsed to the ground as well. Though he hadn't coughed up blood, likely due to his robust physique. Pei Hongqing was sweating profusely, his gaze fixated on the second-level zombie before him, which was far more formidable than the one they had encountered earlier in the building. Though his powers had not yet been fully depleted, subduing it was still quite a challenge. Before long, he caught sight of Yi Shi approaching. "Are you going to recharge?" Pei Hongqing's lips twitched slightly as he retorted.
Can you hold on?
Yishi eyed the imposing second-level zombie, her brow furrowing slightly. I should manage. Give you 1 minute. All right, Pei Hongqing nodded. Their previous cooperation had been smooth, and their communication remained fluid. Yishi took a deep breath and dashed toward the second-level zombie, aiming to draw its attention. Unlike in the hallway, the space was more maneuverable now. Her task was merely to buy Pei Hongqing some time. However, one should not underestimate the challenge of evading a zombie. It was truly a skillful endeavor. Chapter 31. Severe Injury. Crisis. Especially when facing a second-level zombie, which was not an ordinary zombie and retained some semblance of thought. Initially, it followed Yishi with its gaze, but once it realized it could not catch her, the enraged behemoth roared and lunged at the fallen Yan Ziming. Not good. Yishi's expression changed. Seeing the zombie refuse to cooperate, she swiftly pursued it, plunging her dagger into the back of its neck. With a sharp crack, the blade severed its spinal cord. The zombie attempted to retaliate, but Yishi forcefully pushed off its back with her legs. The dagger was pulled free, and due to the severed spine, the zombie's head grotesquely drooped. Wind blade. A familiar low call resonated. A strong gust rushed toward her as Yishi quickly retreated. With a sickening crunch, the second-level zombie's head detached and fell to the ground with a thud, its massive body collapsing beside it. Just as Yishi prepared to exhale in relief, she looked up to find herself surrounded by numerous ordinary zombies.
Goodness.
This was the unmistakable rhythm of a zombie siege. The noise from their earlier battle had undoubtedly attracted the attention of the zombies. Yan Ziming staggered to his feet and pointed towards an alley, shouting, "That alley leads out."
Run.
Everyone froze momentarily. Regardless of their injuries, they scrambled to escape in the direction Yan Ziming indicated. How could they not flee? The zombies from the entire town were converging on this spot. Even the ordinary zombies, injured and depleted of their abilities, had no choice but to prioritize escape. Yishi joined the flight, clutching the head of the second-level zombie as she ran since she had yet to extract the crystal core. This marked the second one. It might very well end up in Yi Yan's hands. It was essential to secure it. Ai Shiran limped forward with great effort. Yan Ziming intended to assist him. However, he was gravely injured and could hardly move. As the zombies were closing in, a figure flashed past him. Before either of them could react, Yishi seized Ishiran by the collar and dragged him towards the alley's exit. Ishiran was bewildered, and Yan Ziming was even more so. Yet, upon seeing the encroaching zombies behind them, he cast aside all other thoughts and hurried to catch up. Once everyone had passed through the narrow alley, Pei Hongqing pulled over a stall nearby to block the pursuing zombies' path. He then caught up with Yishi, hoisting Ishiran onto his shoulder and continuing to run. Yishi was utterly exhausted. She had exerted all her strength to drag the hefty Ishiran, who weighed around 180 pounds. With Pei Hongqing's assistance, she felt herself lighten and was able to run faster. After several minutes, the group of 7 emerged from the town. But the zombies were still in pursuit. They couldn't afford to be complacent. Those capable of driving quickly took their positions behind the wheel. With a swift press on the gas, they reversed.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Pei Hongqing's truck plowed straight through a large throng of chasing zombies. The first off-road vehicle was driven by Fu Ruoqing, followed closely by Yan Ziming. These 2 vehicles led the way. Pei Hongqing glanced in the rearview mirror and saw that there were at least 200 or 300 zombies trailing behind. Among the horde, he could spot at least 4 or 5 first-level zombies. Regrettably, given the current circumstances, ensuring the safety of his comrades took precedence. Pei Hongqing's eyes narrowed with resolve. He wasted no time and pressed on the accelerator, following closely behind the 2 leading off-road vehicles. Ishiran was severely injured. Once in the vehicle, Yi Yan absorbed the residual energy from the crystal core and immediately began to treat him. Ishiran had been howling in pain, but gradually, the agony subsided, and his furrowed brow relaxed. Shuningqing turned to glance at him and inquired of Yi Yan, "How is he?" Yi Yan replied, "A few ribs are broken, but fortunately, his internal organs remain unharmed." Ishiran took a breath and touched his neck, relieved that it wasn't broken. Just moments ago, Yishi had dragged him by the collar, causing his neck to be painfully pinched. He had narrowly escaped death at the hands of the zombies, only to nearly succumb to the clutches of Yishi. She must have done it intentionally. Yet, it was undeniable that she had saved his life. Yi Shi was in Yan Ziming's vehicle. Since Yi Shiran had been dragged along by her, it was only natural that he would require treatment upon boarding. Thus, she refrained from crowding into that space. Yan Ziming was managing to hold on, and she hoped there wouldn't be a car accident. As Yi Shi contemplated this, her gaze swept around. They had already left the vicinity of Qingxi town and hadn't encountered many zombies, but it wasn't a suitable place to stop. They could only continue driving forward. However, Yi Shi sensed the vehicle swaying slightly. She turned to Yan Ziming, asking, "Can you still manage? Should I take over?" Yan Ziming, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, replied, "You can drive?" Yi Shi responded, "I was about to take my driving test before the apocalypse. I practiced the second subject for a few days, so it should be fine." Yan Ziming was indeed struggling to maintain control. He took a breath and, with difficulty, said, "All right, you try it. I'll tell you how to drive." Subsequently, the vehicle gradually pulled over to the side. Yi Shi moved from the back seat to the driver's position. Yan Ziming laboriously climbed into the passenger seat. This fatigue was purely from his exhausted abilities, and he was prepared to instruct Yi Shi on how to operate the vehicle. However, once Yi Shi started the engine and pressed down hard on the accelerator, the car shot forward at breakneck speed. The sudden force thrust Yan Ziming back, rendering him momentarily blind. Before he could utter a word, he fainted. Yi Shi glanced at him, astonished. "No way? He fainted?" Confused, she nudged Yan Ziming, but he showed no response. Deciding to ignore it, she continued driving. His fainting was perhaps for the best. She wouldn't have to field questions or fabricate excuses. It was just an off-road vehicle. How could she possibly not know how to drive? After all, in her previous life, she had even piloted a helicopter. It was merely a lack of practice that had led to that crash. Pei Hongqing's truck trailed behind. He noticed the switch between Yan Ziming and Yi Shi. He also observed Yi Shi's abysmal driving skills, swerving erratically and changing lanes unpredictably. If he accelerated any faster, he would surely collide with them. Fortunately, after driving 50 kilometers, Watching brought the lead vehicle to a stop at a gas station. Yi Shi and Pei Hongqing followed suit. "Is everyone all right?" Shen Yingcheng exited the vehicle to check on all his teammates. Upon opening Yi Shi's car door, he discovered Yan Ziming was unconscious. His expression shifted, and he hastily called for Yi Yan. Yi Yan unleashed her healing powers, stating, "He's just too exhausted. He'll be fine." Hearing this, Shen Yingcheng finally exhaled in relief and turned to Yi Shi. "You drove?" Yi Shi, feeling guilty, rubbed her nose and explained, "I practiced the second subject before the apocalypse. I saw he was about to collapse, so I switched positions. As expected, as soon as we switched, he fainted. Otherwise, I would have been in the same predicament." Just as Yan Ziming was regaining consciousness after treatment, Chapter 32, Fainted. A myriad of thoughts raced through Yan Ziming's mind, each one more chaotic than the last. However, he felt too embarrassed to admit that he had fainted from the shock of Yi Shi's sudden acceleration. After all, he was a man. Such an admission would be utterly humiliating. Shen Yingcheng, confirming that everyone was safe, finally relaxed. Pei Hongqing exited the truck, casting a glance at Yi Shi before focusing on Shen Yingcheng. "Is everyone well?" Shen Yingcheng nodded. "Yi Yan has treated everyone. Yi Shiran is fine too." Pei Hongqing glanced at the small shop at the gas station. "I'll go inside to clear out the zombies. We can rest here for a bit?"
"All right."
Shen Yingcheng massaged his shoulders. Although Yi Yan's healing had saved his arm, he was still feeling faint from the blood loss and needed time to recover. Yi Shi opened a bottle of mineral water and gulped down a large swig. She felt parched. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she realized she was indeed too easily fatigued. Could it be due to the physical exertion? She closed her eyes and immediately entered a blank state. Rushing over to the fluid pool, she absorbed the liquid. Moments later, the fatigue from the earlier battle dissipated entirely. "Xiao Shi?" Yi Yan's voice rang in her ear. Yi Shi quickly withdrew her hand, returning to reality. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Yi Yan standing before her, her complexion slightly pale, clearly drained from using her powers. "Sister, how about?" Yi Shi gestured toward Yi Yan's backpack. Yi Yan shook her head. "I'm fine. I'll recover soon. Let us not waste it." Earlier, she had used a crystal core to replenish her powers twice, each time reaching a full state, which allowed her to save Shen Yingcheng. Ishiran's primary injury was a few broken ribs, which was serious but manageable. Thanks to her treatment, he had returned to normal. Now lively and searching for water and food. Yishi looked at Yi Yan with a twinge of concern. Sister, your ability is indeed the most crucial asset to our team. Otherwise, just consider the previous situation. Shen Yingcheng could have perished there. He was losing a significant amount of blood. For the zombies, who possess a keen sense of smell, he was an irresistible target. Otherwise, the noise from the fight wouldn't have attracted so many zombies. Thankfully, this time, they had escaped unscathed. Xiao Shi, we need to heed the senior's arrangements regarding this matter, Yi Yan remarked, glancing toward the small shop. Pei Hongqing has finished dealing with the zombies. Let us head over there to rest and grab something to eat. Shen Yingcheng was also gesturing for everyone to come over.
Yehi furovet her brov slightly.
Choosing not to say more as she followed Yi Yan toward the shop. The group of 7 quickly reconvened. Ishiran rubbed his neck, casting a complicated glance at Yi Shi. It was indeed thanks to Yi Shi's timely intervention that he was pulled to safety just in time for Pei Hongqing to rescue him. He hesitated, contemplating whether to thank her. In truth, he didn't want to be indebted to her. Yan Ziming and Fu were watching prepared self-heating rice for everyone. Silence enveloped the group as they ate. Once they finished, Shen Yingqing turned to Pei Hongqing. What was the situation like on your side when you entered the town? Pei Hongqing produced a first-level zombie crystal core and a second-level zombie crystal core, placing them on the table. We eliminated 3 first-level zombies and 1 second-level zombie. However, 2 of the first-level cores were depleted when I replenished my abilities. Shen Yingqing nodded and retrieved 2 first-level zombie crystal cores. These are the results from our 4 members. Plus, their Esme and Xiao Shi. Yi Yan pursed her lips and added, Xiao Shi managed to take down a first-level zombie while Hongqing was busy. So I took one of the cores to replenish everyone's abilities. Shen Yingqing looked at Yi Shi with surprise. She took a bite of her rice and explained, it was merely luck. She continued to eat. Shen Yingcheng's expression shifted as he contemplated. Pei Hongqing examined Yi Shi, having observed her performance throughout the day, and realized she wasn't merely relying on luck. She was deliberately concealing her abilities. Regardless, she had indeed contributed significantly. Such a pity, Yan Ziming sighed. The crystal core from the second-level zombie that Brother Pei killed hasn't been retrieved yet. Otherwise, we would have 2 cores to upgrade Shin Go and Yan Jie to 3rd-level abilities. The events of the day had made it abundantly clear how vital it was to elevate their powers and which team members needed to upgrade their abilities soonest. Shen Yingcheng frowned at the thought. Indeed unfortunate. Yi Shi timidly raised her hand. I happened to grab the head of that second-level zombie while I was running. It's currently beneath the back seat of the vehicle. Everyone was momentarily stunned, their expressions filled with disbelief. Ishiran's eyes widened. You had the time to carry a zombie's head but not to grab my collar or pull my arm. Yi Shi shot him a cool glance. You're too heavy. It's much easier to carry a head. If you were just a head, I could manage it effortlessly.
Hey.
Ishiran was infuriated by her words, his earlier inclination to thank her evaporating instantly. You're downright toxic. Yi Shi paid him no mind, shrugging her shoulders. Well, I did bring back the head. She was unconcerned with Ishiran's remarks, as her primary motive for rescuing him was the necessity of maintaining their fighting strength. I'll go take a look, Yan Ziming said, recalling that Yi Shi had indeed brought something onto the vehicle, although he was uncertain if it was the zombie's head. The strain of using his abilities had consumed all his focus on driving. Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes slightly, casting an amused glance at Yi Shi. Quite clever. Yi Shi chuckled softly, spreading her hands. What can I say? Second-level zombies are incredibly difficult to kill, and everyone was injured. Wouldn't it be a waste to not retrieve the cores? Xiao Shi is truly attentive, Yi Yan praised sincerely. Her sister was indeed becoming more impressive. A moment later, Yan Ziming returned, carrying the second-level zombie's head. Pei Hongqing deftly extracted the crystal core from the head and placed it alongside the others. At present, they had 2 second-level zombie crystal cores and 3 first-level zombie crystal cores. Shen Yingcheng surveyed the group. The collection of these cores is a testament to our collective efforts. However, this battle has clarified what our team requires most. Therefore, one of the second-level cores will go to me, and the other to Yi Yan, so that we can both upgrade our abilities. The next time we find a second-level core, we can allocate it to Ruoqing, Shiran, and Ziming. As for the 3 first-level cores, we will reserve them for replenishing our abilities. Does anyone have any objections to this distribution? No, the group responded in unison. This was indeed the most equitable distribution for the time being. Shen Yingqing nodded and handed one of the second-level zombie crystal cores to Yi Yan, who eagerly accepted it. Looking at the others, she spoke softly, "Thank you, everyone. I will strive to upgrade. I aim to break through to 3rd level and provide everyone with better and faster healing." Quite commendable, Yishi thought to herself, feeling relatively satisfied with the distribution. Of course, the core in her pocket and the one in Yi Yan's backpack were absolutely non-negotiable.
Now, moving on. Bang!
Chapter 33. The Arrival of the Lin Sisters. Just as Shen Yingqing was about to speak, a loud noise erupted from outside. Yi Shi instinctively turned her head to look. She noticed an unknown car had suddenly crashed into the rear of their truck. The truck lurched forward uncontrollably.
Bang!
It collided again with one of their SUVs. The group stood in shock. Yi Yan and the others rose to peer outside. Shen Yingqing drew his gun from his waist and glanced at Pei Hongqing, who narrowed his eyes dangerously, preparing his weapon to approach. From the small car behind their truck, the door swung open, and a man along with 2 women emerged. Lin Yujia? Yi Shi's pupils dilated with shock upon recognizing the woman exiting from the passenger seat. Lin Yujia was Lin Cici's cousin, a woman of similar disposition to Lin Cici. This woman had always been by Lin Cici's side, conspiring with her to torment countless ability users and innocent girls, including her sister Yi Yan. At the thought of this, Yi Shi's expression darkened, her fists clenching involuntarily. Xiao Shi? Yi Yan stood beside her, acutely aware of her sister's sudden change in demeanor, her face shifting to an expression of concern. What's wrong? Why do you look so grim? Her gaze was fixed on the individuals stepping out of the car. She quickly asked in a hushed tone, Xiao Shi, "Do you know those people? Have you had past grievances?" At this question, Fu were watching and the others nearby turned their attention to Yi Shi. Yi Shiran folded his arms, wearing a look of schadenfreude, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. With such a terrible personality, that salted fish must have offended quite a few people in the past. Looks like her enemies have come knocking. Ignoring him, Yi Shi turned to Yi Yan, cautioning, "The woman getting out of the passenger seat is Lin Yujia. Sister, keep your distance from her." Finally, she directed her warning at Yan Ziming as well. "You two stay away from her." Yan Ziming was taken aback, completely unprepared for Yi Shi's grave warning. What is the true nature of Lin Yujia? Everyone pondered over Yi Shi's words, yet Yi Shi refrained from elaborating. She had already devised a strategy. Regardless of the circumstances, she must find a way to eliminate Lin Yujia. It was imperative that she did not allow Lin Yujia and Lin Cici to unite. In her previous life, aside from her sister's demise, it was the chaos wrought by these 2 sisters upon Yan Ziming that had tormented her. Thus, she had made a point to issue a warning. As for Fu watching, Shen Yingqing and Pei Hongqing, they were not devoid of intelligence. In this apocalyptic era, the most unpredictable element was the human heart. They had endured over a month of trials and tribulations. Yi Shiran was a non-issue. This individual possessed a primitive mindset. To him, men and women were indistinguishable. With strength reigning supreme, Lin Yujia's manipulations would bear no fruit in his presence. "Forgive the intrusion. I am Lu Wenfeng, and this is Lin Yujia, my girlfriend. This is Lu Hong, my sister. We have fled from Hongxi Town, adjacent to Qingxi Town." Lu Wenfeng, of unremarkable appearance, raised his hands in a gesture of harmlessness before introducing himself and those beside him. Shen Yingqing's expression darkened as he slowly holstered his firearm, coldly interrogating, "What do you want with us?" Lin Yujia, possessing striking beauty and an appearance that seemed frail and innocuous, gazed at Shen Yingqing and Pei Hongqing, her tone gentle as she explained, "Gentlemen, we have been on the run for so long without encountering any living souls. Upon discovering you, we were overwhelmed with joy and couldn't help but follow. We truly mean no harm." Lu Hong stood silently behind Lu Wenfeng, her demeanor unremarkable. Shen Yingqing frowned slightly. Why had they yet to get to the crux of the matter? He glanced at Pei Hongqing, who, his eyes narrowed, scrutinized the trio before him, sneering, "No ill intent. Yet you've wrecked our vehicle?" His words held no trace of politeness. They were a clear demand for accountability. Lu Wenfeng's expression stiffened. Lin Yujia quickly interjected with a soft apology, "I am truly sorry, dear brother." It was my delayed command to stop that caused my boyfriend to inadvertently fail to brake in time. Can't drive? Even a dog could do better. Ishiran scoffed. Primarily because their cargo truck had indeed sustained damage. The off-road vehicle had also been battered in a series of collisions. It was unreasonable to expect him to be pleased about it. I deeply apologize. I truly am sorry. Lin Yujia bowed deeply, her eyes soon brimming with tears. We did not intend for this to happen. In such a dire world, to finally see so many living people, we were simply overwhelmed with joy. Lu Wenfeng furrowed his brow, pulling his apologetic girlfriend closer, and addressed Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing. We have explained our situation. We primarily wish to inquire where you are headed, and if we may accompany you. We do not take on passengers. Pei Hongqing said coldly before turning to Yi Shi and her companions. Get in the car. We are leaving. Yi Yan quickly grasped Yi Shi's arm to follow suit. Yi Shi squinted, her gaze resting on Lin Yujia. TSK. The aroma of tea wafting from her was simply too evocative. Just as she had anticipated. Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing were not the sort to be swayed by a woman's dulcet tones. Their refusal was resolute and unyielding. Indeed, in her past life, most men had been thoroughly ensnared by Lin Sisi and Lin Yujia. Yet Shen Yingcheng remained steadfast. In his eyes, the pursuit of power eclipsed any notion of romantic entanglements. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to one of the 10 strongest supernatural beings in the apocalypse, rivaling the male protagonist, Wang Chen. Hongqing, Shiran, drive the cargo truck. Dimming. You take the off-road vehicle. Watching, Yan and Shi, follow me. Shen Yingcheng swiftly assigned roles, and there was no hesitation as everyone boarded their respective vehicles. Observing this scene, Lin Yujia grew anxious. She tugged at Lu Wenfeng's sleeve, exclaiming, Wenfeng, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and speak to them. Look at their vehicle. It must be filled with supplies. And those 2 men we spoke to earlier are armed. Sticking with them will undoubtedly increase our chances of survival. Lu Wenfeng hesitated, but they just turned us down. Pressing further might provoke them. Lin Yujia bit her lip, gazing at him with imploring eyes. Then what shall we do, Wenfeng? Our supplies are nearly depleted. We cannot possibly hold out until the next city. Are we truly to starve here? You possess no abilities. Yujia, I. The man wore a look of guilt. I will try to speak to them again. Gritting his teeth, Lu Wenfeng prepared to call out to Shen Yingcheng and the others. However, the off-road vehicle roared to life and sped away, showing no signs of stopping. In an instant, they were gone, leaving only a cloud of exhaust in their wake. Lu Wenfeng's expression soured as he contemplated pursuing the next vehicle, but it was the same. The leading off-road vehicle sped off without pause. Lin Yujia rushed over. Her tone urgent. Wenfeng, get in the car and follow them. We can talk once they stop. Lu Wenfeng paused, realizing, and quickly urged Lu Hong to board the vehicle. Chapter 34. Go on, give it a try. Pei Hongqing drove the cargo truck at the rear. Ishiran lounged in the passenger seat, munching on the remnants of a sausage. Suddenly, through the rearview mirror, he noticed a shabby little car tailing them. Brother Pei, the dead salted fish's enemy is on our tail. An enemy? Pei Hongqing glanced at the rearview mirror, then turned to Ishiran, puzzled.
Yiran snorted.
When you and Brother Shin went out earlier, the dead salted fish specifically warned Sister Yen and Zimming to steer clear of that Lin Yujia woman. Given her venomous expression, it's clear she holds a grudge against her. Is that so? Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes. Did she say anything else? Ishiran shook his head, nothing more. Very well. Pei Hongqing replied nonchalantly. Ishiran turned to glance back again, asking, Brother Pei, should we shake them off? Pei Hongqing raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. No rush. If they wish to follow, let them. Initially, he had little interest in this group of travelers and was ready to lose them. However, Ishiran's words prompted a change of heart. Ever since Yishi's arrival, she had shown no malice toward anyone in the team and had not been dismissive, even teasing Ishiran on occasion. Her sudden warning was indeed rare. Could it be that this Lin Yujia was somehow connected to the information about the zombie levels that she had received? Yet, Lin Yujia appeared not to recognize Yishi. Otherwise, she would have acknowledged her first. In any case, he found the situation rife with peculiarities that invited further investigation. Perhaps it would be prudent to allow them to follow for now and uncover the reason behind Yishi's alarm. According to their original plan, after departing from Qingxi, they intended to take a different route toward City B. The supplies in their vehicle were sufficient to support their journey for 2 days before they reached City B via backroads. However, now that they sought a second-level zombie crystal core to enhance their abilities, Sheningcheng had no choice but to alter their strategy. Before nightfall, they needed to find a suitable place to rest and upgrade their powers before considering anything else. As the vehicle came to a halt, Yishi disembarked and immediately spotted the small car belonging to Lin Yujia and her companions closely trailing behind Pei Hongqing's cargo truck. How did they come to follow us? Yi Yan inquired, perplexed. Shen Yingcheng furrowed his brows, deciding to assess the situation. He strode directly towards the vehicle driven by Lu Wenfeng. Pei Hongqing alighted from the car and pulled Shen Yingcheng back, advising him, "Don't engage. If you step forward, they will presume you are easy to talk to." Shen Yingcheng paused, questioning whether they should simply allow them to follow. "Indeed," Pei Hongqing replied softly, "let the others keep an eye on the supplies in our vehicle. Their car is likely lacking in provisions. They probably do not possess much strength, which is why they cling to us. To put it plainly, they pose little threat." Shen Yingcheng's gaze flickered subtly. It was indeed as Pei Hongqing had articulated. Otherwise, this group would not be so tenaciously tailing them. Their chosen stop was near a field, devoid of any structures and scarcely populated by zombies. After disregarding Lu Wenfeng and his companions, Shen Yingcheng turned to Yan Ziming and instructed, "Prepare some food." Yan Ziming nodded, and Fu Ruoqing joined in to assist with the preparations. Yishi narrowed her eyes, observing Lin Yujia, who had yet to disembark from the vehicle. She anticipated that Lin Yujia would follow. If she did, it would be advantageous. If not, how would she seize her opportunity? Yishi's lips curled into a slight smile, her mind already concocting a plan. She turned to Yi Yan and asked, "Sister, would you care for some meat?" Yi Yan hesitated momentarily. "Shao Shi, are you referring to something like sausages?" "No, I mean actual meat," Yishi replied, gesturing toward the field ahead. "I just spotted a wild rabbit. Perhaps we can catch a couple for a savory meal." "Can we catch them?" "They say cunning rabbits have 3 burrows," Yi Yan remarked. "We won't know unless we try," Yishi responded, and with that, she leaped off the embankment, clutching her dagger. It was now 5 in the afternoon, and daylight still illuminated the field, allowing for clear visibility. Pei Hongqing noticed Yishi descending into the field and, narrowing his eyes, approached Yi Yan to inquire, "What is she doing?" Shao Shi mentioned she was going to catch rabbits. Yi Yan replied helplessly, "But I haven't seen any." "She has." Pei Hongqing's cool voice whispered in her ear. Yi Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to look at Yishi, who was indeed approaching with a plump, large rabbit in tow. That was remarkably quick. Shao Shi had been gone for less than 2 minutes. Pei Hongqing crossed his arms, his tone contemplative. She must have found a rabbit's burrow just as the rabbit was emerging. This is a skill of outdoor survival. However, judging by her adeptness, she has likely captured many rabbits before. Yishi returned with a hefty rabbit, which was a male, weighing around 5 pounds. Although the apocalyptic virus had ravaged humanity and some primates, and even mutated certain large carnivorous beasts, smaller herbivorous creatures like chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, and rabbits remained unscathed. A decade into the apocalypse, these animals were still essential sources of meat for all survivors. In Qingxi town, many households still raised chickens, ducks, geese, or pigs and dogs, though most had become fodder for the undead. "Shao Shi, what a fat rabbit!" Yi Yan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she beamed at Yishi. "It seems we can enhance our meal today." "Indeed," Yishi replied, glancing at Pei Hongqing. "Will you be the one to kill it? You must know how to skin and gut it, right?" Pei Hongqing cast her a sidelong glance. "How do you know I can?" Yishi blinked innocently. "Because you are remarkably proficient at dispatching zombies for their cores." With that, she swiftly dispatched the rabbit, handing the lifeless creature to him. "Wait! Where did this rabbit come from?" Ishiran exclaimed in astonishment upon spotting the dead rabbit in Pei Hongqing's arms. "Pei, did you just catch a rabbit? Why didn't you call me to join? We could have caught a few more. This one is enormous." Pei Hongqing's lips twitched as he tossed the dead rabbit into Ishiran's embrace, proceeding to skin it for roasting. "Huh? I can't do that," Ishiran protested, bewildered. "I can." Yan Ziming, who had observed the rabbit in Ishiran's arms, chuckled. "Perfect. We can improve our dinner tonight." Shun Yingqing approached, glancing at Pei Hongqing. Did you catch this? Where is it? We should check again. 1 rabbit is insufficient for 7 people. Pei Hongqing gestured towards Yishi. Shun Yingqing was taken aback. Yishi had caught it? Indeed, Pei Hongqing remarked disinterestedly, not wishing to claim credit for her achievement. Yixiran stared at Yishi incredulously. You a slacker. Can catch rabbits? Were you waiting for them to come to you? Yishi narrowed her eyes, playfully pointing to a spot in the field.
Do you see that hole?
That S.A. rabbit burrow. If you can't catch them, you can smoke them out. They will emerge quite easily. After all, 1 rabbit isn't even enough to fill your gaps, is it? Chapter 35. So cruel. What did you just call me?
Yiviran erupted.
Glaring at Yi Shi with fiery eyes. Yi Shi crossed her arms, unhurriedly responding, can't handle the heat. Huh? From now on, you shall be known by this name in my presence. Everyone witnessed your loss in the bet, and your refusal to admit it. Isn't this name quite fitting for you? You. Yixiran was left speechless, his face reddening with frustration. You think I would ever call you sister? Not a chance. Fuming, he jumped off the embankment, muttering threats to Yi Shi as he marched off. It's just catching rabbits, as if you're the only one who can.
Oh?
I eagerly await your results. Yi Shi replied nonchalantly, her tone dismissive. The more indifferent she was, the more incensed Yixiran became. Propelling himself toward the rabbit burrow with determination, as if he would not return without a rabbit. Shun Yingqing, shaking his head in resignation, turned to Yan Ziming. Give me the rabbit, you go help Yixiran. Understood. Yan Ziming nodded, passing over the rabbit before swiftly following Yixiran. Their elemental affinities, fire and earth, made them an excellent team for catching rabbits. Shun Yingqing, with his military training and outdoor experience, noted Yi Shi's precise strike when he took the rabbit. It had been a clean kill. He quickly skinned the rabbit, cleaned its innards, and skewered it on a metal stick meant for roasting, placing it over the newly kindled fire, brushing it with oil while turning it. Observing Shun Yingqing's skilled movements, Yi Shi felt assured that today's roasted rabbit would be exceptional. Content, she settled on the embankment, watching as Yixiran and Yan Ziming chased after the rabbit. Of course, her gaze occasionally drifted toward Lin Yujia's vehicle. Lu Wenfeng was clearly too afraid to exit the car, especially after witnessing Yi Shi's rabbit hunt and Shun Yingqing's methodical cleaning of the carcass. The presence of firearms on their persons made it abundantly clear they were not to be trifled with. Yet Lin Yujia continued to softly urge him. Wenfeng, look at this splendid opportunity. They have halted to rest, and you saw for yourself the abundance of supplies in their vehicle. If we could join their ranks, we would no longer have to toil so hard for resources. But the way they slaughtered that rabbit, it was so cruel. As she spoke, her demeanor was one of unbearable discomfort, averting her gaze. Lu Wenfeng furrowed his brows slightly. They were so formidable, having previously declined our request to accompany them. Approaching them now might provoke their ire. In this apocalyptic era, the rule of law had dissolved. They could easily take our lives. Ultimately, it boiled down to one word: cowardice. Lin Yujia was so incensed that she couldn't suppress a cold laugh within her heart. Blame her. A month ago, she could have chosen any suitor, yet she foolishly agreed to travel with Lu Wenfeng. To make matters worse, he brought along his sister. It would have been one thing if he had merely brought her sister, but insisting on 3 of them sharing a room was outrageous. Were it not for Lu Wenfeng's family's central city residence, which was slated for demolition, yielding a compensation of 2 to 3 million yuan, she would have dismissed this insufferable loser entirely. Over the past month of this apocalypse, Lu Wenfeng had proven utterly inept, aside from leading them in evasion and survival. He had slain hardly any zombies. Now, having finally encountered Shun Yingqing's convoy, she was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Otherwise, continuing to associate with this useless Lu Wenfeng would inevitably lead her to become a zombie herself. With this thought in mind, Lin Yujia once again fixed her gaze on Shun Yingqing's team. She could discern that the most authoritative figure among them was a handsome man, tall and decisive in his actions, adept at dispatching rabbits, with a firearm holstered at his waist. Based on her years of experience in assessing men, he had undoubtedly served in the military. The second was a man with phoenix eyes, clearly cunning and scheming, not to be trifled with. These 2 were the backbone of the group. Aside from them, There were two more men. One was reckless, and the other was honest and straightforward. The reckless one appeared utterly clueless. While he could be courted, he would pose a nuisance. The honest one was undeniably the prime target for her schemes. Moreover, Lin Yujia turned her attention to Yan Ziming, toiling in the fields, calculating that this man was also an ability user. Even if he was weaker than the other men in the group, he was still the best candidate for her to leverage in order to remain with them. As for the three women, aside from the one who had just dispatched the rabbit, the other two seemed quite easy to manipulate. With just a subtle maneuver, she was sure she could persuade at least three of them to agree to her staying in the group. However, there was one prerequisite. Lin Yujia glanced at Lu Wenfeng and Lu Hong, seated beside her, silently resolving to shake off the two siblings first. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she turned to Lu Wenfeng, her eyes reddening as she spoke softly. Wenfeng, if you truly don't want to go, then I shall go alone. Rather than starve to death or be bitten by zombies, I would prefer to be beaten to death by them. As she spoke, she feigned an attempt to push the door open and exit the vehicle. Yujia. Lu Wenfeng quickly restrained her, grasping her hand. Don't rush. Let's wait a bit longer. Until it gets dark. I promise I'll give it another try, alright? Lin Yujia looked at him with tearful eyes. Really? It's about to get dark. And they're starting to eat. Yes, Lu Wenfeng replied earnestly. Rest assured, Yujia. Even if I have to swallow my pride again, I will ask once more. For indeed, they were out of food. If they didn't procure some from Xiningqing's group, they would be unable to sleep due to hunger tonight. Seeing him agree, Lin Yujia wiped her tears and said, All right, I'll wait for you. Don't worry. Lu Wenfeng held her hand tightly, making his promise. Lu Hong, seated in the back, remained silent. She pursed her lips, casting a glance at Xiningqing and his companions, a hint of envy flickering in her eyes. As dusk descended, the enticing aroma of roasted rabbit wafted from behind Yishi. Meanwhile, on the distant field, Yixiran and Yan Ziming were still striving to secure the rabbit from its burrow. Xiningqing chopped the roasted rabbit into pieces and placed them on a plate, instructing Fu Ruoqing, go fetch Xiran and Ziming for dinner. All right, Fu Ruoqing replied as she went to call them. The result was two dusty men returning, looking disheveled. What the hell kind of rabbit is this? Has it become sentient? Why is it so difficult to catch? Yixiran exclaimed, his face smeared with dirt and smoke from the fire he had ignited, frustration evident in his tone. Half an hour had passed, and the two had yet to pluck a single hair from the rabbit. Yan Ziming sighed. My abilities are nearly depleted, and all I managed to do was touch the rabbit's rear end. In short, this wild rabbit is not easy to catch. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but admire Yishi just a bit. Chapter 36, she agreed. Huh. The lazy fish merely has good fortune. Yixiran brushed the dust from his head, washed his face, and maintained his usual defiance. Yishi shot him a sidelong glance. If you can't handle defeat, then try harder. Why not catch one with your own strength to treat everyone to a feast? As for my catch, which relied on luck, you can skip it. After saying this, she casually took a small piece of rabbit leg and began to gnaw on it. The aroma was undeniably tantalizing. Why shouldn't I eat it? I nearly fell victim to you again today. Even if you caught it by luck, this rabbit is still my rightful compensation. Yixiran charged forward, defiantly grabbing another leg of rabbit and starting to gnaw on it, wearing an expression that conveyed, what if I eat it? Yishi promptly rolled her eyes at him. Childish. After that, she opened her self-heating rice and placed 2 pieces of roasted rabbit meat into her bowl. One must admit, Xiningqing's grilling skills were commendable. They certainly surpassed her own. This roasted meat is exquisite. Yixiran couldn't help but lick his fingers, looking at Xiningqing. Brother Xin, can you make a few more tomorrow? Xiningqing raised an eyebrow, casting a glance his way. If you can catch one, I'll make it for you.
All right.
Tomorrow, Brother Pei will join me in catching rabbits. Yixiran was so enthused by the roasted rabbit meat that he eagerly turned to Pei Hongqing. Brother Pei, your wind abilities are swift. You can surely catch one in no time. I'll distract them while you do the catching. Pei Hongqing leisurely peeled the rabbit's head, glancing at him coolly. Did I upgrade my abilities just for you to catch rabbits? Yixiran scratched the back of his head and chuckled. I just thought it would improve everyone's meals. Otherwise, look at how Brother Shin's culinary skills go to waste. Pei Hongqing finished the rabbit head and clapped his hands. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Yixiran. Then I'll ask again tomorrow. In any case, He must catch a rabbit to prove that he was not the useless fish they thought him to be. As everyone enjoyed their meal, suddenly, Lu Wenfeng and his companions exited their vehicle, approaching them. Yi Yan frowned slightly and whispered to Yi Shi, "The senior has already rejected them. Why are they still following?" Yi Shi glanced at Lin Yujia, who hid behind Lu Wenfeng, and smirked coldly. "Sister, some people are simply thick-skinned by nature and know how to scheme. Especially when it comes to manipulating men's hearts. Are you referring to that, Lin Yujia?" Yi Yan recalled her sister's earlier warning to keep her distance from this woman named Lin Yujia. "Yes," Yi Shi affirmed, her gaze icy as she watched Lin Yujia stride toward them. Pei Hongqing, leaning against the front of the vehicle and eating, observed Yi Shi's expression as she regarded Lu Wenfeng and his companions. Yi Shi clearly harbored a deep aversion towards the woman named Lin Yujia. At that moment, Lu Wenfeng had approached them. He gazed hungrily at the roasted rabbit meat and self-heating rice laid out on Sheningqing's small table, unable to suppress a gulp. Sheningqing scrutinized him, having made his stance abundantly clear at the gas station earlier, hadn't he? Lu Wenfeng stiffened under his piercing gaze. Halting 2 meters away from Sheningqing and the others, he swallowed nervously and cautiously spoke, "My girlfriend, my sister, and I do not have many requests. We merely wish to accompany you and promise not to disturb your group. If there's anything we can assist with, we are more than willing. Could you perhaps spare us a bit of food?" His eyes remained fixated on the plate of rabbit meat, which still held a substantial portion. Lin Yujia chimed in softly. "Esteemed brothers, during these arduous times of the apocalypse, we do not seek much from you. If you could lend us some of that food, we would be grateful to follow you. Once we reach the next location where we can scavenge for supplies, we shall promptly return the favor." Her tone was gentle and meek, presenting an image of vulnerability that would typically soften the hearts of most men. However, Sheningqing merely cast a fleeting glance at her before inquiring of Lu Wenfeng, "Can you kill zombies?" Lu Wenfeng nodded fervently, "Yes. I've killed a few." "How many?" "About 5 or 6, I can't recall precisely."
Oh.
Sheningqing then glanced at Lin Yujia and Lu Hong. "What about them? Have they killed any zombies?"
No.
Lu Wenfeng explained, pulling Lin Yujia closer. "Yujia is timid. I've been protecting her all along." "My sister as well," Sheningqing remarked. "Well, it's been over a month since the apocalypse began. It's quite impressive that you can safeguard 2 people on your own." Pei Hongqing surveyed the trio with a bemused expression.
"Captain."
Yi Shi called out to Sheningqing. He turned to her. "What is it?" Yi Shi smiled lightly, suggesting that encountering fellow survivors in this desolate world was indeed a rarity, and perhaps they could allow them to join. Hearing this, Yi Yan was taken aback, but refrained from questioning Yi Shi's motives immediately. Ishiran was puzzled, wondering if this slacker had lost her mind. Did she not despise Lin Yujia? Why then would she want to keep them around? "I agree," Pei Hongqing said, narrowing his eyes meaningfully at Yi Shi. "Keeping them around could indeed prove advantageous for us. For instance, they could catch wild rabbits." At this remark, Yan Ziming nearly burst into laughter, while both Lu Wenfeng and Lin Yujia appeared somewhat embarrassed. Catch wild rabbits? They were utterly incapable, yet they could not openly object, for such a refusal might jeopardize their chance to remain with the group. Sheningqing frowned slightly, suspecting that Pei Hongqing had ulterior motives for wanting to keep Lu Wenfeng and his companions. He paused and turned to Fu Ruoqing and the others. "What do you all think?" Fu Ruoqing replied, "I've checked the map. The next town isn't far, just over 50 kilometers. There's a supermarket where they could gather supplies." In other words, she did not agree with sharing their resources with Lu Wenfeng's group. Yan Ziming added, "I have no strong opinions. I'll defer to your and Pei Ji's arrangements." Ishiran shot a glance at Yi Shi, finding her agreement rather peculiar. "Then let's keep them." He was eager to see what this slacker intended to concoct. "What about Yi Yan?" Sheningqing turned to her for her input. Yi Yan smiled slightly. "Senior, I trust Xiao Shi. If she says it's fine, then it is." She understood that her sister certainly had her own plans. "Very well." Sheningqing looked once more at Lu Wenfeng and his companions, instructing Yan Ziming, "Go fetch 3 servings of instant noodles for them." Yan Ziming nodded and turned to retrieve 3 containers of instant noodles from the SUV's trunk, handing them to Lu Wenfeng. "Thank you, Shen-ge." Lu Wenfeng accepted the noodles, yet his expression was tinged with embarrassment, as the feeling of receiving charity was hardly pleasant. Nevertheless, He felt compelled to express his gratitude to Shen Yingqing. Afterward, he quickly ushered Lin Yujie and Lu Hong back to the vehicle.
Wait.
Chapter 37. Target. Shen Yingqing called out to Lu Wenfeng, his voice low and serious. You may accompany us, but our group will not harbor any dead weight. The fact that your girlfriend and sister cannot kill zombies is your responsibility. Should they hinder our progress? Both Lu Wenfeng and Lin Yujie's expressions shifted, understanding the warning embedded in his words. Even if they joined Shen Yingqing's group, they could be discarded at any moment. However, the current circumstances left them with little choice. Lu Wenfeng could only grit his teeth and respond, "Rest assured, Shingo, I will take good care of my girlfriend and sister." Shen Yingqing did not elaborate further. Resuming his meal with a piece of rabbit meat, Lu Wenfeng hurriedly returned to the vehicle with the two women as the door closed. Lin Yujie bit her lip, glancing at the instant noodles, unable to contain herself. "Wenfeng, there's no hot water. How are we supposed to eat this?" The noodle cakes can be eaten directly. Though they won't be as tasty without soaking, Lu Wenfeng replied, his forehead slick with cold sweat from his earlier conversation with Shen Yingqing, his back drenched. For a moment, he had feared that they had been called back to face a lethal fate. Thankfully, it was merely a false alarm. Now that the food was in hand, he had no desire to return. Lin Yujie was irate at his words. In truth, she too had been intimidated by the imposing presence of Shen Yingqing and his group, whose bodies bore the stains of zombie blood, a testament to their prowess.
Now.
She dared not approach them hastily. She needed to bide her time and seek an opportunity. However, the instant noodles were indeed difficult to swallow. Prompting her to turn to Lu Hong, seated behind her, "Xiao Hong, why don't you go and borrow some water from that tall and seemingly honest man?" Or the girl sitting by the kettle. Lu Hong pursed her lips and retorted, "Why don't you go?" "I don't want to go. I can manage eating it dry," Lin Yujie replied, before crunching down on the noodle cake. Infuriated, Lin Yujie tugged at Lu Wenfeng's arm. "Wenfeng, you're a guy. It's different for us girls. I'm saying this for her sake. The noodles will be easier to swallow if we have some water, otherwise we'll be in quite a predicament if we choke." Lu Wenfeng paused, recognizing the validity of her argument, and turned to Lu Hong. "Xiao Hong, you're younger. They won't harm you. Go ask for some water. Brother."
Hurry.
His tone bore an air of command. Gritting her teeth, Lu Hong reluctantly exited the vehicle. After dinner, Yi Yan pulled Yi Shi aside, unable to contain her curiosity. "Xiao Shi, weren't we supposed to steer clear of Lin Yujie? Why did you suddenly agree to let them follow us?" "Just to witness the spectacle," Yi Shi replied with a smile. "Sister, rest assured. I know exactly what I'm doing."
All right.
Hearing her sister's confident words, Yi Yan chose not to press further. Pei Hongqing, observing from a distance, listened to the sisters' exchange with keen interest. The true reason he had consented was the cunning glint that had flickered in Yi Shi's eyes before she voiced her agreement. Thus, it is evident that Yi Shi is undoubtedly scheming something, likely targeting the woman named Lin Yujie. In light of this, he shall take advantage of the situation and observe the unfolding drama. "Excuse me, sister, could you possibly spare me some hot water for instant noodles?" Lu Hong approached Fu Riqing, who was busily tidying up, her voice tinged with nervousness. Fu Riqing glanced at her. This girl had been shadowing Lu Wenfeng and Lin Yujie, appearing exceedingly shy. However, in comparison to the impression Lu Wenfeng and Lin Yujie left, she was considerably more agreeable. Fu Riqing found it difficult to be stern with such a girl, so she handed her the kettle filled with hot water, saying, "There's still some left. You may take it." Lu Hong hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, "Thank you, sister." "No need for thanks. Just remember to return the kettle," Fu Riqing replied.
All right.
Lu Hong nodded eagerly, hastily making her way towards the vehicle, almost jogging back, breathless. Fortunately, there was not much water in the kettle, so she managed to avoid spilling any. As soon as the car door swung open, Lin Yujie gleefully accepted the kettle and poured the water into her instant noodles. Lu Hong held her bowl, waiting expectantly, only to watch in dismay as Lin Yujie emptied the entire contents, leaving behind merely a scant amount, insufficient even to moisten her noodles. Meanwhile, Lin Yujie's noodles were swimming in water, completely submerged. The water that could have served two had been entirely consumed by her. Lu Hong was left bewildered, having gone through such effort to retrieve the water. Lin Yujie, with an apologetic expression, said, I'm so sorry, Xiaohong. I didn't realize there was only enough water for 1 cup of noodles. Lu Hong bit her lip, gazing at Lin Yujia's overflowing bowl, pleading, Yujia, could you perhaps share some of the water with me? Lin Yujia looked troubled, but this is precisely the amount needed for 1 cup of noodles, and it's rather inconvenient to manage in the car. If you truly wish to eat, I can give you my portion. As she spoke, she turned to Lu Wenfeng and sweetly coaxed, Wenfeng, could you please help me get a bit more water? Upon hearing this, Lu Wenfeng frowned and turned to Lu Hong. Look, I have no water and I'm still eating, so you won't starve either. Besides, you have a bit of water in your noodles, so it's sufficient. Just eat, and don't make a fuss. Unable to scold his girlfriend, he could only direct his annoyance towards his sister. Lu Hong felt a swell of grievance at his words, swallowing her indignation. Moments later, the car was filled with the delightful aroma of Lin Yujia's prepared noodles, accompanied by the slurping sounds as she ate. Lu Hong nearly choked on her noodle cake. More crucially, Lin Yujia's broth was so abundant that it was ultimately consumed entirely by Lu Wenfeng. The arduous effort Lu Hong had put into fetching that water had yielded her nothing. Xiaohong, return that kettle, Lu Wenfeng ordered again. Oh, Lu Hong replied dryly, taking the kettle and stepping out of the car, heading towards Shen Yingcheng and the others. Observing this, Lin Yujia narrowed her eyes and softly remarked to Lu Wenfeng, see, I told you it would be easier for Xiaohong to ask for things. Lu Wenfeng nodded. Realizing that perhaps due to her youth, Lu Hong posed little threat in the eyes of Shen Yingcheng and the others. Meanwhile, Lin Yujia quickly began to calculate her next move. Upon seeing Yan Ziming take the kettle from Lu Hong, her target became clear. The most opportune person to approach was undoubtedly Yan Ziming. He appeared simple-hearted, honest, and easily swayed. Chapter 38. Coerced regarding the supernatural abilities and crystal cores. Due to Lu Wenfeng and the others' presence, Shen Yingcheng refrained from discussing these matters openly. Moreover, given their current location in the wilderness, he and Yi Yan were not in a rush to upgrade after acquiring the crystal cores. Shen Yingcheng surveyed Yi Shi and the others, stating, tonight, we shall take turns keeping watch in pairs. After a good rest, we will seek a temporary lodging point tomorrow night and upgrade. This arrangement met with unanimous agreement. Yi Yan, recalling that Yi Shi might enter the blank space to practice at night and would need someone to awaken her, proactively suggested, I will pair up with Xiaoxi. Yi Shi looked at Yi Yan, touched by her sister's thoughtfulness. See, this is what it means to have a sister who constantly thinks of you. All right, Shen Yingcheng consented. Turning to the others, for the remainder, I will keep watch with Shi Ran during the first half of the night, while Hong Qing and Ziming will take the latter half. Ruo Qing, rest well and recover your abilities. Okay. Yi Shi Ran had no objections to this arrangement, but couldn't help but glance at Pei Hongqing, eagerly asking, Brother Pei, shall we catch rabbits tomorrow morning? Pei Hongqing cast him a fleeting glance, replying coolly, we'll see how I feel. Yi Shi Ran's expression instantly soured. Did this mean there was no chance of him capturing a rabbit to retaliate against the arrogant Yi Shi? Pei Hongqing chose not to engage further, yawning before retreating to the truck to sleep. Yan Ziming followed him up as well. Shen Yingcheng turned to Yi Shi and Yi Yan, solemnly advising, there may be wolves prowling nearby tonight. If you need to use the restroom, please wake us. Do not venture out alone. Yi Yan nodded, rest assured, senior. After a brief acknowledgement, Shen Yingcheng cast a complex glance at Yi Shi, who was busy savoring a lollipop. If it had been a few days earlier, he would never have allowed the two sisters to keep watch together. However, Yi Shi's impressive performance today had undeniably surprised him. He had first-hand experience of how fast a level 2 zombie could be, yet she had managed to attract its attention so swiftly without sustaining any injuries. Such prowess was certainly not characteristic of the previous Yi Shi. Or perhaps she had always possessed these abilities, merely concealing them? These thoughts eluded him. The only certainty was that, as Pei Hongqing had remarked, Yi Shi's current transformation posed no detriment to their team. Although her conveyed messages were often cryptic, her credibility remained remarkably high. For now, Yi Shi seemed worthy of their trust. Shen Yingcheng averted his gaze, choosing not to dwell further, and turned to rest in the vehicle. Hey, you useless slacker. Yi Shi Ran climbed aboard but couldn't resist shouting at Yi Shi, deliberately warning. Keeping watch is no trivial matter. You better not stir up trouble. Yi Shi crossed her arms, squinting with a cold smirk. In this desolate wilderness, where not a single zombie can be seen, If I truly wish to cause chaos, I would surely attract those wolves to tear you apart. You man who cannot afford to lose.
You.
Ishiran's eyes widened in indignation. Furious. Who are you trying to scare? If you had such capabilities, why hide behind Yan Jia for over a month? All you do is boast empty words and concoct stories, you good-for-nothing slacker. Don't believe me? You can always test it. Yishi scoffed, pretending to gaze toward the distant fields and woods, about to whistle. Her tone was so earnest that one would think she genuinely possessed such abilities. Ishiran's expression shifted dramatically. His heart skipped a beat. Was she serious? If she truly attracted wolves, wouldn't they all be doomed? All right, Xiaoxi. Yi Yan pressed down on Yishi's hand, exasperated. Stop scaring him. His face has turned pale. The pallid-faced Ishiran felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. This worthless, ineffectual individual was indeed merely putting on an act. Hidden. Shen Yingchen called from the vehicle, urging him to come in and rest, lest he impede the night watch. The simmering anger within Ishiran was ruthlessly extinguished in an instant. He shot a fierce glare at Yishi, seething. Just you wait. I'll settle the score with you next time. After delivering his menacing promise, he promptly dove into the car, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Yishi couldn't be bothered to spare him another glance. The blustering fool was forever resorting to empty threats. She fetched a small stool and plopped down beside the campfire, casting her gaze toward the vehicle where Lin Yujia sat. Contrary to expectations, Lin Yujia had not succumbed to slumber, but had instead disembarked with Lu Wenfeng. For reasons unknown, they wandered off toward the small grove behind the fields. Yishi narrowed her eyes, the sound of her lollipop cracking under her bite echoing in the stillness. Yi Yan settled beside her, softly inquiring, Xiaoxi, aren't you going to work out a bit? No rush, Yishi replied with a half-smile, gesturing toward the direction Lin Yujia and Lu Wenfeng had taken. Sister, what do you suppose they're up to over there? Yi Yan paused, her brow furrowing in confusion as she squinted into the distance. It's too far. I can't see anything. Maybe they went to the restroom? She ventured. Yishi scoffed. Who would venture that far just to relieve themselves? Why run all the way to the woods? Lin Yujia had previously employed numerous seductive tactics while in Wang Chen's group. Realization dawned on Yi Yan as she grasped her sister's implications, her expression shifting to one of surprise as she regarded the pair's departing figures. Xiaoxi, could it really be? At a time like this? Sister, just wait and see. Yishi replied, finishing one lollipop before reaching for another. Yi Yan sighed, gently suggesting, Xiaoxi, perhaps you should focus on your own training for now, and not concern yourself with others' affairs. Yishi slowly closed her eyes, sinking into a void of contemplation. When she completed 1,000 push-ups, Yi Yan's voice broke through, Xiaoxi, they're back. Upon opening her eyes, Yishi beheld Lu Wenfeng leading Lin Yujia back from the distant grove. As they drew nearer, the disheveled state of Lin Yujia became apparent. Her hair was tousled. Her blouse's neckline was indecorously unfastened, and her skirt had ridden up, exposing her fair thighs. Reluctantly, she was being led back by Lu Wenfeng, who was attempting to placate her, yet her furrowed brow remained unyielding. Any adult could discern, at a glance, what had transpired between them. Though Yi Yan had never been in a relationship, her feminine intuition prompted her to frown, sensing something amiss. Xiaoxi. It seems Lin Yujia may have been coerced by Lu Wenfeng, she murmured. At this revelation, Yishi's pupils widened in shock.
So,
it was Lin CC's tactics that Lin Yujia had learned from. What a performance! Her sister's immediate reaction was to assume Lin Yujia had been forced. But if Lin Yujia had opposed it, she was right there. All she needed to do was cry out, and could Lu Wenfeng truly dare to harm her? Yet, Lin Yujia's demeanor invited misinterpretation. More critically, as Lin Yujia approached, she bore an expression of utter victimhood, casting a brief glance their way before ducking into the car. Lu Wenfeng, upon noticing the sisters, appeared guilty, sheepishly touching his nose before following her inside. Yi Yan, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but sigh, Xiaoxi, the apocalypse is harsh. It's even more challenging for girls to survive. Perhaps Lin Yujia isn't as bad as we imagine? Yishi, indeed. Clearly, Lin Yujia's recent display was a ploy to elicit sympathy from her and Yi Yan, both of whom were also young women. Chapter 39, A Revelation. In her previous life, During her time with Wang Chen's group, Yishi had witnessed Lin Cixi employ this very tactic. By that time, she and Yi Yan were already part of the team. And as a healer, she was openly favored by Wang Chen. Initially, Yi Yan enjoyed a decent standing within the group. Several of Wang Chen's subordinates affectionately referred to her as sister-in-law. Being naturally shy, she struggled to handle such teasing and even attempted to distance herself from Wang Chen. During that period, as other women began vying for Wang Chen's attention, he, unable to pressure Yi Yan due to her unique abilities, turned his attention to other women instead. Yi Yan, innocent and disinterested in Wang Chen, remained oblivious to this dynamic. Yishi had noticed it and wished to warn her sister, but found herself trapped within her own body, unable to voice her concerns. Eventually, when Wang Chen grew tired of those other women, he carelessly sent one to feed the zombies, only to return and eagerly court Yi Yan again.
Yi Yan,
focused on enhancing her abilities, continued to ignore Wang Chen. Yet, such behavior only intensified Wang Chen's desire to conquer her. From that point, Wang Chen disregarded all other women, fixating solely on Yi Yan. Eventually, due to her antics, he even used her safety as leverage to manipulate her, claiming that if she stayed with him, he would protect her and her sister from harm. Naive Yi Yan believed him and agreed to explore a relationship with Wang Chen, unaware that this was merely the beginning of her nightmare. Wang Chen was not a faithful man. Once he had secured Yi Yan, he began to indulge in infidelities, pursuing other women during missions. He even had his sights set on her at one point, but refrained from acting out of fear of upsetting the only healer in the group. Yi Yan remained blissfully ignorant of the truth, while Wang Chen's other lackeys, fully aware of his escapades, returned with grins, calling Yi Yan's sister-in-law and extolling Wang Chen's supposed devotion, claiming he had resisted advances from two women seeking his attention that day. It was Lin Cixi's arrival that changed everything. It was the third year of the apocalypse, and the second year of Yi Yan's relationship with Wang Chen. He had heroically rescued Lin Cixi, bringing her back in a state of disarray, resembling a tragic victim of the apocalypse. Wang Chen claimed it was out of pity that he wanted to care for Lin Cixi. Recognizing the difficulties women faced in such dire times, Yi Yan did not object to Wang Chen's intentions. However, as Wang Chen and Lin Cixi's interactions grew increasingly intimate, Yi Yan began to sense something was amiss. Wang Chen claimed Lin Cixi resembled her younger sister, and every time he saw her, he was reminded of his sister who had perished early in the apocalypse, compelling him to care for Lin Cixi. But who, in their right mind, would care for a sister in such a manner? When the truth finally surfaced, Wang Chen resorted to evasions, asserting that he truly loved Yi Yan. Otherwise, why would he allow her useless sister to remain in the group for so long? Even if she merely committed a minor transgression common among men, Yi Yan should exhibit a degree of magnanimity and refrain from excessive scrutiny. For Lin Cixi would forever remain a sister and pose no threat to her status as the esteemed sister-in-law. At that moment, Yi Yan was utterly bewildered. In a state of heart-wrenching despair, she sought counsel, asking what she should do. Trapped within her own body, she could only watch helplessly as she offered Yi Yan advice, urging her to endure, asserting that no matter how many women appeared, as long as Wang Chen favored her, the treatment of the sisters within the team would remain unchanged. Contemplating these thoughts, Yishi felt an intense frustration. She longed to strike down the version of herself from the previous life that uttered such words. Yet ultimately, she could only watch in anguish as Yi Yan continued to be manipulated by Wang Chen. Eventually, the day arrived when Wang Chen discovered a healer with abilities surpassing Yi Yan's. This extraordinary individual was fortuitously brought back by Lin Cixi, who had a romantic interest in him. His abilities were 2 levels above Yi Yan's. In a bid to have Lin Cixi assist in retaining this healer, Wang Chen callously disregarded their past friendship, directly causing Yi Yan's demise by pushing her into a horde of zombies. As an onlooker at that time, she coldly joined in the chorus of condemnation, asserting that Yi Yan deserved her fate, having been left behind by Wang Chen and Lin Cixi. Yet, trapped within her own shell, she could never erase the harrowing image of Yi Yan being torn apart by zombies, her expression one of utter despair, agony, and disillusionment. Each recollection of that scene twisted her heart in anguish. It felt as though someone was relentlessly scraping at her heart, repeatedly reminding her that her sister's death was intertwined with her own actions, that Wang Chen and Lin Cixi were the culprits, and she was complicit. Xiao Shi? After a prolonged silence, Yi Shi finally spoke up. Yi Yan sensed an anomaly and turned her head, only to find Yi Shi's eyes were red-rimmed, prompting her to inquire. What's wrong, Xiao Shi? Yi Shi shook her head. It's nothing, sister. Just some unpleasant thoughts. Yi Yan's earlier sympathy for Lin Yujia abruptly dragged her back into memories of her past life, inciting increasing anger, yet she felt helpless. She understood that Yi Yan possessed this disposition, too easily soft-hearted, far too trusting of what she saw. Even if she were to tell Yi Yan that Lin Yujia was not a good person, Yi Yan would merely regard it as preconceived bias, believing her sister's negative assessment. Once Yi Yan witnessed Lin Yujia's other commendable actions, she would inevitably start to think that Lin Yujia was not as bad as her sister portrayed, perhaps even considering acceptance and interaction. Such a mindset, if described favorably, could be seen as innocence and kindness. If viewed unfavorably, it could be labeled as naivety. Were Yi Yan not her biological sister, she might have unhesitatingly opted to expel someone like her from the team. For survival in a post-apocalyptic world requires a certain ruthlessness and rationality, not naivete. Xiao Shi, would you like to do some training? Yi Yan, sensing her sister's disquiet, proposed gently. Yi Shi nodded. I'll be right back. Sister, you keep watch, and call me if anything arises.
All right.
Yi Yan gazed at her tenderly, but don't overexert yourself. Yi Shi acknowledged with a couple of affirmations, then closed her eyes, entering a blank space. This time, as she trained, she pondered how to make Yi Yan swiftly recognize Lin Yujia's true nature. Using Lin Yujia as practice would be an excellent way to refine her sister's character. This was also the ultimate goal behind her agreement to have Lin Yujia and her companions join their team. When she completed 2,000 sit-ups, a sudden epiphany struck her, and her eyes sparkled with realization. She had a plan. Chapter 40. A Woman Weeps. At midnight, Yi Yan called Yi Shi awake, for it was their turn to return and rest. Shen Cheng and Yi Shi Ran had come to take over the night watch. The night passed without incident. When dawn broke, Yi Shi yawned herself awake. Yan Ziming had already prepared breakfast outside, while Yi Shi Ran, undeterred, continued his relentless pursuit of rabbits in the fields, returning in a disheveled state. However, this time he had learned his lesson, shamelessly soliciting Pei Hongqing's assistance. Pei Hongqing's windblade ability was sufficient to dispatch a rabbit. Lazily, he sent forth a couple of wind blades, successfully yielding 2 plump rabbits. Yi Shi Ran triumphantly approached the newly awakened Yi Shi, boasting, "Did you see? I'm far superior to you, you lazy fish." Yi Shi's lips twitched as she shot him a disdainful glance. "I don't know about your rabbit-catching skills, but your audacity is undeniable. To boast about rabbits caught with someone else's help is truly the mark of a poor sport." "You!" Yi Shi Ran was at a loss for words, his hands trembling with indignation as he clutched the rabbits. Yi Shi cast him a sidelong glance. "What? Did I say something wrong?" Yi Shi Ran's temper flared, and in a fit of rage, he hurled the rabbits at Shen Cheng, exclaiming, "Brother Shen, you take care of this. I'm going back to catch more rabbits. I'll do it myself." He was determined to prove himself. Today, he would dig out every rabbit den if necessary, to catch a few rabbits for her to see. Shen Cheng regarded the irked Yi Shi Ran, who had been provoked into action by Yi Shi, with a resigned expression. He met Yi Shi's gaze, and she shrugged innocently. "You can't blame me." He is too prideful to accept defeat and insists on challenging others. Shen Cheng sighed. For Yi Shi spoke the truth. Yi Shi Ran's temperament was easily riled by a few words, and he needed to amend that. Pei Hongqing shot a glance at Yi Shi, noting her strong sense of retribution. She was clearly taking her revenge on Yi Shi Ran for his previous provocations. However, their antics resembled the playful squabbles of children, harmless in nature. The focus shifted as Pei Hongqing glanced at the small car where Lu Wenfeng and the others were stationed, inquiring of Shen Cheng. "Did you notice anything unusual while keeping watch last night?" Following his gaze, Shen Cheng frowned, observing that the woman named Lin Yujia was in tears. Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes and smirked. "What a coincidence. I heard it too. As for the reason behind her tears, who would bother to inquire? They are not so benevolent." Yi Shi Ran, known for his quick temper, had scolded Lin Yujia when he heard her sobbing outside the vehicle last night, questioning whether she craved danger so much that she wished to attract wolves or distant zombies with her cries. Lin Yujia was so frightened by his words that her face turned pale, prompting her to retreat into the car. Pei Hongqing's first reaction upon witnessing this was to think that this woman was rather theatrical. Now, hearing Shen Yingcheng's account, it appeared that Lin Yujia was not only dramatic but also adept at fishing for sympathy. Yet, her methods seemed overly eager and somewhat clumsy. And she had chosen the wrong target. After slaughtering the 2 rabbits, Shen Yingcheng prepared a pot of rabbit soup for breakfast. The other rabbit was marinated and stored in a jar, intended for roasting later that evening when they found a temporary shelter. He instructed Fu Ruoqing to call Yi Shiran back for a meal. However, Yi Shiran stubbornly clung to his resolve, insisting that he would not eat unless he caught a rabbit himself. Shen Yingcheng's expression darkened, and he sent Yan Ziming to inform him. If you love catching rabbits so much, then stay here and do just that. Do not return with the team. Only then did Yi Shiran hastily scurry back. Fearing that Brother Shen might truly abandon him in this desolate and forsaken place, Yi Shimei savored the wild rabbit soup with great delight. Once again, she could not help but marvel at Shen Yingcheng's culinary skills. However, such a delectable dish had equally drawn the attention of Lu Wenfeng and his companions, who were now watching Yi Shi and the others drink the rabbit meat soup, their mouths watering in envy. Brother Shen Lu Wenfeng, suppressing his embarrassment, could not resist asking for food. We're a bit hungry too. Lin Yujia, her eyes glistening, glanced longingly at the pot of rabbit meat soup, the enticing aroma wafting directly into her nostrils. Unable to bear the sight any longer, she quickly averted her gaze, gripping her hands tightly to refrain from giving in. The young girl, Lu Hong, was equally tempted but dared not lift her gaze to meet Shen Yingcheng and the others. Shen Yingcheng cast a sidelong glance at Lu Wenfeng and instructed Yan Ziming, fetch them some food. Finally, having finished his meal, he set down the disposable bowl and chopsticks. Addressing Lu Wenfeng, we will reach the next village or town before noon. You can find your own food then. Understood. Lu Wenfeng replied eagerly as he accepted 3 bottles of milk and bread from Yan Ziming, nodding repeatedly. He then turned to head toward the vehicle. Lin Yujia bit her lip, eyeing Shen Yingcheng and the others, hesitating to speak. Yi Shiran shot her a glare, protectively covering the remaining rabbit meat soup with a pot lid. What are you still staring at? That rabbit meat isn't for you. Lin Yujia, instantly embarrassed, felt her face flush with a mix of shame and anger, hastily turning to follow Lu Wenfeng. Yi Shi, having watched the scene unfold, smirked slightly, having discerned Lin Yujia's intentions. After last night's brewing tensions, she suspected Lin Yujia had merely been testing her sympathy-inducing tactics, which, as it turned out, had clearly failed. In their group, Yi Shiran, akin to a fierce watchdog, judged solely by strength, showing no favoritism based on gender. Moreover, he was fiercely protective of their food. Previously, when Yi Shi had received food from Yi Yan, he could hardly tolerate it. Now, Yi Shi had begrudgingly been accepted by them. As for Lin Yujia and her companions, they were undoubtedly outsiders. Even Yi Shi, who had shared food with her group for over a month, felt reluctant to extend the same courtesy to 3 newcomers. Lin Yujia's tactics for garnering sympathy among the group had evidently borne no fruit. Watching Lin Yujia a silhouette as she boarded the vehicle, Yi Shi squinted thoughtfully, pondering that the next move would likely involve a strategy to isolate each of them. Returning to the vehicle, Lin Yujia felt utterly humiliated. Lu Wenfeng, observing her distress, consoled her, don't think too much about it. We are currently dependent on others, so we must endure a bit. Once we reach the next supply point, we can gather our own provisions and no longer have to rely on their goodwill. Yes, Lin Yujia's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked at him. Wenfeng, their team is truly intimidating. I just glanced at that pot of rabbit meat. We haven't had fresh meat in ages there. Don't dwell on it. Let us eat, Lu Wenfeng reassured her. I promise to bring back some extra sausages and canned food. But, Wenfeng, Lin Yujia gazed at him with worry. They must need supplies too, right? As you mentioned, those food items are likely scarce. How could they allow us to gather anything? Chapter 41. Not a drop left. Lu Wenfeng fell silent. Upon witnessing Shen Yingcheng and his group escape the horde of zombies in Qingxi town without a single casualty, he suspected that Shen Yingcheng and his companions were no ordinary individuals. At the very least, their combat capabilities far surpassed those of his small team. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Lin Yujia and Lu Hong had relied solely on his efforts to forage for food to survive. Yet, food would inevitably run out. Now that he had discovered a reliable team in Shen, he thought of the strength in numbers and sought temporary refuge. Moreover, Shen and his group possessed firearms. However, he had not anticipated their exclusionary behavior. It took 2 requests before they agreed to let them temporarily join. The experience of having to humbly ask for food had indeed been disheartening. Yet he felt he had no alternative. What if Lin Yujia was right? And they withdrew their offer when they reached the next supply point? Lu Wenfeng regarded Shen thoughtfully. This man, known as Brother Shen, was the leader of the group, and no one in the team disregarded his words. Since he had spoken, it was unlikely they would entirely refuse to share even a morsel of food with them. After finishing their meal, Lu Wenfeng comforted Lin Yujia. When the time comes, I will negotiate with Brother Shen again. I believe he is not the kind of person who would be unreasonable. Lin Yujia, distracted, nibbled on her bread. Its dry texture reminded her of the rabbit meat soup that Yishi was enjoying, and she could not help but swallow hard, gritting her teeth as she thought. I must find a way to truly join Shen Cheng's group. She had grown weary of subsisting on bread, instant noodles, and congee. In the back seat of the vehicle, Lu Hong, having overheard Lu Wenfeng and Lin Yujia's conversation, said nothing, focusing instead on her own bread and milk. For her, having something to eat was sufficient to stave off starvation, and she felt no greed. Even if the rabbit meat was enticing, she had never considered asking for any. In such a harsh world, with Shen Qing's group being strangers, it felt overly ambitious to follow them. The fact they had not been driven away was a kindness on Shen Qing's part. However, glancing at Lin Yujia, who was begrudgingly munching on her bread, Lu Hong felt that she was being rather ungrateful. After finishing breakfast, the group set off once more. Yishi yawned, nestled comfortably in her seat, closed her eyes, and drifted back into the blank space. She was perhaps the most diligent among them, seizing every opportunity to train whenever she was not engaged in combat. Outside, hours would pass, yet inside, she experienced 20 days of rigorous training, completely exhausting the azure fluid in the pool. Not a drop remained. Yishi stared at the empty pool, a mix of amusement and reluctance washing over her as she exited the blank space. It was said that while the space could steal time, it also had its limitations. The fluid in the pool served as that limitation. If she exhausted all her energy without replenishing it with fluid, the fatigue she felt would surpass that of the real world, requiring even more time to recover. This was a peculiar aspect of the space. It seemed to be a kind of restriction. Only after absorbing the fluid would her fatigue truly dissipate. It felt as if there was a cycle of absorption and release. She had to exhaust her physical training to draw the fluid into her body. The fluid also alleviated the fatigue that followed her training. Most importantly, Yishi discovered that if she pushed herself to the brink of exhaustion during her first training session, the absorbed fluid could sustain her for 5 hours, the second session for 10 hours, and the third for 15 hours, cumulatively increasing with each session. Once she had consumed all the fluid, the pool would begin to fill up again, drop by drop. However, the duration required for it to refill remained an enigma yet to be unraveled. As the vehicle came to a halt, Yishi opened her eyes. She lowered her gaze and squeezed the muscles in her arms. There is indeed one perplexing matter. Despite her prolonged engagement in physical training within the void, the muscles on her corporeal form hardly exhibit any significant increase. Her physique remains akin to that of a few days prior, when she had yet to commence her regimen. Yet, the sensation of strength is undeniably palpable. Is this, then, the peculiar nature of the empty space's abilities? At the very least, it does not transform her into a formidable figure akin to a Barbie of steel. Yishi stroked her chin, recalling her physique from her previous life. Muscles that were robust and well-defined, yet not to the extreme of resembling the aforementioned Barbie of steel. Her skin bore a healthy bronze hue, radiating vitality, yet marred by numerous scars that detracted from her aesthetic appeal. However, as is often the case with young women, she possessed a natural inclination towards beauty. It seems this empty space caters to such inclinations quite well. As they prepared to disembark, Shen Yingcheng unfastened his seatbelt and quietly reminded Yishi and the others to wait. Yishi cast her gaze out the window. In the distance lay the entrance to a town, where a few wandering zombies could be seen. In the post-apocalyptic world, if their vehicle were to continue towards City B, they would need to access the highway. However, The highway was not entirely unimpeded, necessitating a diversion through the town's byways. The path they currently traversed wound through the town, populated by relatively few residents, with the number of infected zombies remaining manageable. Furthermore, due to the potential of zombie cores to enhance abilities, Shen Yingcheng and the others had altered their plans. They were no longer in a hurry to reach City B, and were quite content to make delays along the way. This evening, Shen Yingcheng intended to spend the night in this small town, absorbing the cores from the zombies with Yi Yan to upgrade their abilities. The group disembarked, and Yi Shi estimated the nearest habitable dwelling to be a 3-story house, roughly 100 meters away. The front door stood ajar, likely indicating that the homeowner had succumbed to infection. They would settle in that house for the night. Shen Yingcheng gestured towards the 3-story building Yi Shi had just surveyed and continued, Hongqing and Shiran, accompany me to clear out the nearby wandering zombies. Pei Hongqing and Yixiran nodded in agreement. The group had no objections to this arrangement. Lu Wenfeng and his companions followed suit, having overheard Shen Yingcheng's instructions. Lu Wenfeng approached cautiously. Brother Shen, is it safe to park the vehicle here? What if there are still living people nearby? Shen Yingcheng glanced at him nonchalantly. Just as today, tomorrow there will be people on watch. You 3 will also take turns keeping watch. Lu Wenfeng, with his gaze now turned towards a small convenience store not far within the town, continued, then we. Shen Yingcheng understood his implication and replied, if you seek supplies, you may go on your own. Whatever you find is yours. It has nothing to do with us. In essence, they were to fend for themselves. They would not offer assistance, nor would they intervene should any trouble arise. After all, they were not a unified team, and allowing them to accompany them was already a significant act of goodwill. Lu Wenfeng's expression brightened. He had been awaiting this very statement from Shen Yingcheng. Now that Shen Yingcheng had spoken, there was no need to worry about their supplies being seized. Of course, they were not in a hurry to enter the town just yet. They would wait until Shen Yingcheng and his companions had cleared the nearby zombies before proceeding. An hour later, Yi Shi finally saw Shen Yingcheng and the others return. Chapter 42. Stealing my sister. In truth, Shen Yingcheng's approach to clearing the zombies was rather straightforward. He first sent the swift-footed Pei Hongqing to assess the number of wandering zombies in the vicinity. Subsequently, they cordoned off an area, luring the zombies into it before Yixiran set fire to the gathered horde. Despite the simplicity of the actions, executing them required a seamless team effort. Some zombies that managed to break free would need to be manually dealt with by Pei Hongqing. Over the past month, they had honed this cooperative strategy, which typically consumed at least 2 hours. This time, however, with Pei Hongqing's powers upgraded to level 3, the speed at which they handled the zombies improved accordingly. Upon Yixiran's return, he gazed at Pei Hongqing with envy. I wish I were at level 3 like Brother Pei. Shen Yingcheng cast him a sidelong glance. Once we obtain a level 2 core, I'll upgrade you. Thank you, Brother Shen. Yixiran exclaimed, his spirits soaring. He couldn't help but boast to Yi Shi. You have no idea what it feels like to possess abilities some hapless souls will likely never understand. Yi Shi crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes at his smug demeanor. To be honest, I can't afford to lose. I refrain from speaking to spare your pride. Yixiran stared at her in disbelief. What do you mean? In a team, I offer you a kindly suggestion. Go find a village and slaughter a pig. You could use a bit of pig brain to supplement your own, as they say. You are what you eat. You are in dire need. With that, Yi Shi tugged Yi Yan along and headed towards their temporary lodging. No longer inclined to spare Yixiran another glance, Yixiran, seething with frustration, contemplated chasing after Yi Shi to deliver a sound thrashing. Yet, recalling the elbow she had delivered to him just the other day, claiming it was unintentional, though it had clearly been forceful, he hesitated. Instead, he turned to Yan Ziming to vent his grievances. I'm infuriated. That useless layabout dares to accuse me of lacking brains.
Who does she think she is?
Yan Ziming cast a silent glance his way. It wasn't a question of intelligence. It was merely that he couldn't compete with Yi Shi. After observing for several days, it was evident that while Yixiran was akin to an irritable dog, Yi Shi was a cunning cat that regarded such canines with disdain. The foolish Yixiran found himself ensnared in her games, yet he stubbornly persisted in his pursuit. In any case, it was rather entertaining from an onlooker's perspective. Upon arriving at their temporary lodging, Shen Yingcheng glanced at Lu Wenfeng. Aren't you all supposed to be seeking supplies? Just continue forward. He added, however. We have cleared the nearby zombies that wandered outside. As for those within the houses, how you choose to deal with them is entirely up to you. Lu Wenfeng forced a smile. I understand. Thank you, Brother Shen. With that, he led Lin Yujia and Lu Hong towards the convenience store. Shen Yingqing paid them no further mind, as he had other matters to attend to. He left Yan Ziming, Yi Shi, Yi Yan, and Fu were watching at the temporary lodging before continuing on with Pei Hongqing and Yi Shiran to further explore the town, primarily to seek out mutated zombies to eliminate. Once Shen Yingqing and Lu Wenfeng's group had ventured a distance away, Yi Shi turned to Yi Yan and said, Sister, I'm going out for a bit.
Yi Yan,
Aware of Yi Shi's intent to hunt for mutated zombies, cautioned her, Be sure to be careful on your own. Yes, I will. After promising, Yi Shi donned her cap and stepped outside, lollipop in mouth. Yan Ziming and Fu were watching exchanged glances, but did not inquire further. They had witnessed Yi Shi's recent performances and deemed her capable of handling herself. Even Yi Yan had not attempted to dissuade her. So they felt no need to voice their concerns. Even if she encountered a level 2 zombie, Yi Shi possessed the means to protect herself. However, this time, as she ventured out alone, she deliberately followed Lu Wenfeng and his companions for a short distance. As the three individuals rummaged through the already cramped convenience store, they ultimately returned empty-handed. Lin Yujia, her eyes reddened, exclaimed, No wonder they disdain coming here. There's simply no food available. What are we to eat for lunch and dinner today? Should we beg them for food again? Lu Wenfeng attempted to console her, saying, Yujia, let us venture a little further. There ought to be other convenience stores. I'm not going. I'm tired and want to rest. You can go yourself. Lin Yujia retorted, sulking as she turned to head back. Lu Wenfeng hurriedly caught up, stating, Then I will escort you back first. And then I'll go out with Xiaohong to search. Lin Yujia remained silent. Meanwhile, Yi Shi concealed herself around the corner of a building, observing as the three made their way back to the temporary shelter. After escorting Lin Yujia back, Lu Wenfeng and Lu Hong resumed their quest for supplies. Yi Shi meandered aimlessly for a couple of rounds before deliberately returning to the vicinity of the temporary shelter. She spotted Lin Yujia squatting at the entrance, her gaze frequently drifting back into the room, seemingly waiting for someone to emerge. When Fu were watching and her sister finally stepped out, Lin Yujia pretended not to notice. It was only when Yan Ziming appeared that Lin Yujia rose to her feet. At the moment their paths crossed, her legs buckled, and she fell directly into Yan Ziming's arms. Instinctively, he reached out to support her, and she landed in his embrace. Lin Yujia feigned weakness, looking pitiful as she apologized. I'm so sorry. I think I'm experiencing low blood sugar. Yan Ziming, having never even held a girl's hand before, found himself blushing and flustered by her presence. After awkwardly responding, he quickly seated her on a nearby chair. Upon completing this act, he turned to head back inside. But Lin Yujia grasped his hand, her eyes glistening with tears as she implored, Brother, I truly don't feel well. Could you give me a piece of candy? Yan Ziming, even more flustered, hastily withdrew his hand, saying, Just wait a moment. He then turned and returned with a lollipop he had obtained from Yi Yan, presenting it to Lin Yujia. She broke into a radiant smile, thanking him. Thank you, brother. You're such a good person. Yan Ziming, flattered by her praise, turned beet red and dared not look at her again, hastily retreating indoors. Lin Yujia watched him flee, a triumphant smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Yi Shi raised an eyebrow, her suspicions confirmed. Lin Yujia was indeed employing a strategy of divide and conquer, with her first target being Yan Ziming. Unfortunately, such a well-crafted plan unfolding too smoothly could be unseemly. With narrowed eyes, Yi Shi leisurely approached Lin Yujia, savoring her lollipop. At the entrance, Lin Yujia toyed with the lollipop in her hand, feeling a swell of pride.
See?
Regardless of the man, with just a slight maneuver, she could easily ensnare them. The earlier reaction from Yan Ziming made it abundantly clear. He was an inexperienced youth who had never been in a relationship. A mere few words had earned her a piece of candy. Before the apocalypse, such a lollipop would have held little value. Any man offering her one would have been promptly added to her blacklist of suitors. Yet in this post-apocalyptic world, things were different. Just moments ago, Lu Wenfeng had searched the convenience store, and not even a half bottle of water had been found. In this new reality, all food items were in high demand, including that lollipop. Merely by employing a subtle tactic, Lin Yujie had successfully procured candy from Yan Ziming, a gift procured from another woman. This indicated that he was already hooked, completely within her grasp, making him exceedingly easy to manipulate. Lin Yujie was in high spirits, feeling justified in her earlier deception of Lu Wenfeng as she pretended to head back. However, just as she prepared to unwrap the lollipop to enjoy it, an unexpected hand appeared before her, snatching it away. Lin Yujie was taken aback. Looking up, she met Yi Shi's amused gaze, who coldly questioned, "Did you steal the lollipop my sister left for me?" Chapter 43. The Emergence of the Villainess. Caught off guard by the sudden theft of her lollipop and the unexpected accusation of theft, Lin Yujie momentarily froze before hastily shaking her head. "No, I didn't steal it. It was given to me by my brother."
Brother?
"Who is your brother?" Yi Shi, with the lollipop in her mouth, squinted at Lin Yujie and sneered, "Call him out so we can confront this matter. I'm quite curious how he came to possess the lollipop my sister left for me." Just then, Shen Yingcheng and his companions returned, accompanied by Lu Wenfeng and Lu Hong. Lin Yujie trembled, her face paling as tears began to flow unbidden, appearing utterly aggrieved. I truly didn't steal it," she wept, her distress amplifying Yi Shi's villainous persona. "Yujie." Lu Wenfeng rushed forward, embracing her protectively. "What happened? Who bullied you?" Lin Yujie glanced up at Yi Shi, her expression turning startled as she quickly lowered her gaze, sobbing quietly. In reality, she felt a blossoming joy within her. The opportunity had come so unexpectedly. Now was the perfect moment to elicit sympathy from Shen Yingcheng's team. But she needed to cry convincingly. Not to the point of wailing, which would tarnish her image. It would be ideal for her to achieve two objectives with one arrow, making the woman who had snatched her lollipop detestable in the eyes of Shen Yingcheng's team. Yi Shi? Noticing Lin Yujie's silence, Shen Yingcheng furrowed his brow and turned to Yi Shi, asking in a low voice, "What is going on?" Pei Hongqing also regarded her with curiosity. What trick was this little girl playing now? Yi Shi, unfazed, swung the lollipop in her hand, casually stating, "It's nothing serious. Just that I discovered someone stole the lollipop my sister left for me." The word stole caused Shen Yingcheng to scowl in distaste, directing a piercing gaze at Lin Yujie. Upon hearing Yi Shi's words, Lin Yujie quickly looked up, her tear-streaked face filled with sorrow. "I swear I didn't steal it. I merely had a low blood sugar episode and almost fainted. That older brother inside gave me a piece of candy. I had no idea it belonged to someone else." With this explanation, everyone comprehended the situation. Lin Yujie had low blood sugar. Yan Ziming had given her a piece of candy. But the candy had been hidden by Yi Yan for Yi Shi. The whole team was aware that Yi Yan had taken candy from the supermarket previously. And Yi Shi had not concealed her candy when consuming it. Even Yixiran had never remarked on the sister's actions, as he had deemed those few bags of lollipops unworthy of his attention. However, elevating the matter to a theft fundamentally altered its nature. They could not afford to have a thief or traitor among them. As for how Yan Ziming came to possess the candy, had he pilfered it from Yi Yan to give to Lin Yujie? After hearing Lin Yujie's account, Shen Yingcheng's frown deepened. Pei Hongqing raised an eyebrow, casting a knowing glance at the villainous Yi Shi. It was highly probable that she had witnessed something and was deliberately orchestrating this smear campaign. Meanwhile, Lin Yujie spoke with remarkable cunning, deftly shifting the blame away from herself while feigning a victim-esque demeanor. Lu Wenfeng, believing Lin Yujie's narrative, turned to Shen Yingcheng and suggested, "Brother Shen, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Perhaps we should call the others inside for clarification?" Yujie has never stolen anything. She has always been well-behaved. Lu Hong's eyes flickered momentarily upon hearing those words. She stepped aside, remaining silent. Shen Yingcheng murmured an acknowledgement before turning to Yixiran and instructing, "Call Ziming and the others out." Yixiran hurried inside to summon them. The kitchen of this house lay deep within, accompanied by a small courtyard. Yan Ziming, Fu Ruoqing, and Yi Yan were inside, preparing lunch and organizing some supplies that had been moved over. It was only when Yixiran called out that they became aware of the unfolding situation. Yan Ziming's expression changed drastically, prompting him to quicken his pace towards the exit. Upon stepping outside, he was met with the sight of Lin Yujie weeping pitifully in Lu Wenfeng's embrace, a sight that indeed tugged at one's heartstrings. Yan Ziming's brow furrowed deeply as he approached the group. Noticing his arrival, Lin Yujie wiped her tears, attempting to suppress a smile that was threatening to break through. Given Yan Ziming's earlier demeanor towards her, she was certain he had come to defend her. With so many eyes upon them, the misunderstanding perpetuated by this woman named Yi, she would surely evoke disdain from all. The candy was given by me, Yan Ziming declared, striding forward confidently to clarify. Just now, when I was about to fetch some supplies, she unexpectedly stumbled into my arms. I had no choice but to catch her and assist her to a chair by the door. She then claimed to be feeling unwell due to low blood sugar, called me brother, and asked if I could give her a piece of candy. I remembered that Yan Jia had some, so I went to ask her for a piece, unaware that I should have consulted with Yi Shi first. At that moment, he turned to Yi Shi, sincerely apologizing. I apologize, Yi Shi. I should have sought your permission first. Yi Shi responded with a nonchalant "oh," and waved her hand dismissively. I see. Then I forgive you. However, her gaze shifted meaningfully to Lin Yujia, so the candy was indeed requested from you and Ziming. Huh? How did you know Ziming had candy? And why did you call him brother so intimately to ask for it? Does your boyfriend know about this? Moreover, it seems you just had bread and milk this morning. It's only noon now. How could you be experiencing low blood sugar so quickly? Lin Yujia's expression abruptly froze. Initially, she had been smug, confident that Ziming would undoubtedly side with her, but little did she expect him to detail everything so thoroughly. And Yi Shi's probing questions only served to blatantly reveal to everyone that she was trying to seduce Yan Ziming. I just feel a bit unwell, she stammered, panic rising as she found herself at a loss for how to respond. She had never anticipated Yi Shi would confront her so directly. Glancing around, she noticed not only Xiningqing's group, but even Lu Wenfeng, who was holding her, wore expressions tinged with unease as they regarded her. How could this be happening? Lin Yujia was utterly flustered, an overwhelming sense of losing control enveloping her. What manner of straightforward man was Yan Ziming? Why did he have to be so meticulous in his account? And as for Yi Shi, she sensed that Yi Shi was clearly targeting her.
But why?
Lin Yujia was utterly bewildered. All she knew was that if she didn't devise a way to respond, she would truly be finished. Yujia. Lu Wenfeng stammered in disbelief, ready to question her, when suddenly Lin Yujia's eyes rolled back and she fainted. Yujia. Panic surged through him as he quickly pinched her philtrum, but there was no response. Brother Shin, Yujia has never been in good health. She might genuinely be unwell today. Lu Wenfeng implored Xiningqing, can we wait until she wakes up to discuss this matter? Very well. Xiningqing gestured towards a small house behind their temporary residence, stating coolly, it's a simple dwelling, devoid of zombies. You can take her and your sister over there to rest. Thank you, Brother Shin. Lu Wenfeng exclaimed, urgency propelling him as he carried the unconscious Lin Yujia towards the small house. Lu Hong cast a glance at Yi Shi and the others, feeling an acute sense of awkwardness, and could only lower her head and hurriedly follow Lu Wenfeng. Chapter 44. Not yet finished playing? Xiao Shiyan sighed helplessly at Yi Shi. The candy was indeed requested by Ziming. I merely handed it over. Observing Lin Yujia, who had just fainted, she felt a pang of compassion. Yi Shi knew that Yi Yan would respond in this manner. In her previous life, Lin Yujia's tactics had produced such results. She turned to Xiningqing and Pei Hongqing. Do you all think this is merely about a piece of candy? Xiningqing cleared his throat lightly, addressing Yi Yan. The candy isn't the crux of the matter. The key lies in Ziming's description. This Lin Yujia approached with ulterior motives. He had simply not anticipated Yi Shi's swift response that directly exposed Lin Yujia's intentions, namely, to seduce Yan Ziming. Pei Hongqing crossed his arms, observing Yi Shi with a smirk. I actually think Lin Yujia's act pales in comparison to yours. Your compliment is duly noted, Yi Shi replied, hands spread wide in acceptance. Indeed, I witnessed Lin Yujia disregard Fu Ruoqing and my sister, deliberately collapsing into Yan Ziming's arms, calling him brother and requesting candy, all while making him blush profusely. I decided to stage this performance to unveil her nefarious intentions. After all, if one is to play the villain, one might as well do it thoroughly. There's nothing left to conceal. Upon hearing Yi Shi's words, Yi Yan couldn't suppress her astonishment. So, Xiaoxi, you saw it all. Yan Ziming's face reddened once more, but this time from genuine embarrassment as he hurriedly addressed the group. I apologize. I was a bit dazed at the time. When she mentioned low blood sugar, and that she felt faint, I thought I could lend a hand. Assuming it was merely a matter of a piece of candy, I never expected that Lin Yujia had ulterior motives for seducing me. What merit did he possess to warrant such attention? The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. "Ah, I see," Ishiran exclaimed, clapping his hands as understanding dawned upon him. After all, they were adults. With Yishi's clear explanation, he finally grasped the situation. However, Ishiran glanced at Yan Ziming's ordinary, somewhat naive countenance, then at the handsome Shen Yingcheng and the striking Pei Hongqing, unable to help but remark, "It's rather strange."
Though,
If Lin Yujia intended to seduce someone, shouldn't she have targeted Brother Shen or Brother Hongqing first? They are the strongest in our group. Though his words were somewhat blunt, they were nevertheless factual. Yan Ziming sighed. "Perhaps I appear more approachable, making me easier to manipulate? That must be it." Fu Ruoqing paused thoughtfully, analyzing. Brother Yingcheng and Brother Hongqing seem rather unapproachable, difficult to provoke. Lin Yujia is cunning. She likely chose her targets based on who would be easiest to ensnare within our group. She was referring to people, not merely men, which naturally included the three of them as well. In the current apocalypse, women were often the most susceptible to kindness. Shen Yingcheng furrowed his brow slightly. Turning to Yishi, he stated in a low voice, "You handled this matter well, providing everyone with a preemptive warning about Lin Yujia's intentions. Let's not mince words. Even if such a woman were to join our team, it wouldn't be troubling. In fact, it would be the contrary. If she could use seduction to infiltrate our ranks, she could just as easily employ such tactics for her gain, inciting discord and undermining our unity." What Yishi was doing now was merely aiding them in preemptively eliminating factors that could threaten the cohesion of their team. Shen Yingcheng's voice turned colder as he addressed everyone. "Tomorrow, we shall set out again, ensuring they distance themselves from our group. Brother Shen, what if they follow us?" Yishi ran, displaying a hint of impatience, remarked, "Following us will surely bring trouble upon ourselves, won't it?
yes.
We must evade them and leave tomorrow night." As Shen Yingcheng spoke, he turned his gaze towards Yi Yan, instructing, "Utilize your second-level zombie crystal core tonight to upgrade." Yi Yan nodded in agreement. "All right. The meal isn't ready yet. I'll go and check." Yan Ziming scratched his head and, after speaking, made his way into the house, followed closely by Fu Ruoqing. Yet, Yishi's attention was drawn to the humble abode where Lu Wenfeng and his companions resided. It was evident to anyone that Lin Yujia had feigned her unconsciousness earlier. Narrowing her eyes, she resolved to investigate further. Not done playing yet? Pei Hongqing folded his arms, eyebrows raised as he regarded Yishi. She glanced at him. "Are you coming along?" Pei Hongqing's eyes narrowed slightly, his inquisitive gaze fixed upon her. "Your animosity towards Lin Yujia is rather overt. It seems there is more to your history than mere past grievances, is there not?" Indeed. Among the entire team, this vixen was the most perceptive. The slightest display of emotion on her face could be easily detected by him. Yishi believed she had concealed her feelings quite adeptly, yet she could not elude Pei Hongqing's keen eyes. After a brief pause for contemplation, she met his gaze and replied with a cold smirk, "There are no past grievances. But there is enmity, an enmity that wishes for her demise." Pei Hongqing was momentarily taken aback. His inquiry had been casual, and he had not anticipated her candor. Moreover, it was the first time he had witnessed such intense murderous intent etched upon Yishi's face. After she finished speaking, Yishi strode towards the humble dwelling of Lu Wenfeng and his companions. Pei Hongqing observed her retreating figure, his brow furrowing in concern as he followed closely behind. Noticing this, Yishi turned to Shen Yingcheng and remarked, "Brother Shen, it seems that Brother Pei and that dead fish are heading to find Lu Wenfeng and the others." Shen Yingcheng glanced in the direction of the departing duo and replied, "They know what they are doing. You continue with me to search for mutated zombies." "Understood." Yishi promptly shifted his focus. At present, he had no time to ponder the conflicts between Yishi and Lin Yujia. His sole desire was to upgrade his abilities. Thus, upon Shen Yingcheng's mention of seeking mutated zombies, he felt an invigorating surge of determination. Inside the humble abode, after placing the unconscious Lin Yujia upon the sofa, Lu Wenfeng turned and instructed Lu Hong, "Xiaohong, please fetch some water." Lu Hong responded with an affirmative "oh," and began to move about the room. Suddenly, as the kitchen door swung open, a middle-aged female zombie lunged out, shrieking. Lu Hong, filled with terror, bolted for the exit. Lu Wenfeng's expression shifted drastically as he grabbed a wooden stool and hurled it fiercely at the zombie. Yet, the creature, oblivious to pain, continued its advance towards him and Lin Yujia. Gritting his teeth, Lu Wenfeng desperately searched for a weapon to combat the zombie. Remembering the kitchen, he attempted to draw the zombie in that direction. However, in the next moment, the zombie abruptly turned and lunged towards the unconscious Lin Yujia on the sofa. Yujia, run! Lu Wenfeng shouted instinctively, his heart racing in fear. The zombie's moans echoed ominously above him. Lin Yujia could no longer maintain her charade. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the decaying visage of the zombie, prompting a terrified scream as she rolled off the sofa, her face ashen. Yujia! Lu Wenfeng swiftly grabbed a kitchen knife and aimed for the zombie's head, striking down with force. The knife lodged into the back of the zombie's skull, shattering its cranium. Yet it still writhed, turning its grotesque face towards Lu Wenfeng with a menacing snarl. In a sudden surge, it lunged at him. Brother! Chapter 45. The beating. Lu Hong, instinctively fleeing from the zombie, turned back just in time to see it pounce upon her brother. Panic surged through her as she screamed. Seeing Lu Wenfeng being overwhelmed, she rushed in, seizing anything at hand to strike the zombie's head. With a thud, her unexpected strength sent the zombie crashing to the ground. Gasping for breath, she urged Lin Yujia, go to the kitchen and grab a knife. Lin Yujia, panic-stricken, recoiled at the sight of the knife lodged in the zombie's head, the repulsive liquid oozing forth. I'll go call for help, she stammered, sprinting towards the door. Lu Hong's expression shifted in alarm. Realizing Lu Wenfeng could not shake off the zombie, she dashed forward, yanking the knife from the zombie's skull. With a splatter, the putrid liquid sprayed out, the blade coated in a gruesome mixture of brain matter and blood. Steeling herself against the nausea, Lu Hong swung the knife down fiercely at the zombie's neck. With a sickening crunch, the zombie's head was severed cleanly, its hands that had been poised to claw Lu Wenfeng falling limp. Lu Wenfeng, panting heavily, scrambled to his feet, checking his arms to ensure he had not been scratched, letting out a sigh of relief. When he looked up, he saw Lu Hong, trembling uncontrollably, clutching the knife. Xiao Hong. He rushed over, taking the knife from her hand. It's all right. I'm here. You did well. Brother. Lu Hong's pupils dilated in shock, her body shaking uncontrollably. I killed a zombie. Yes, you did. That was your first zombie, and you handled it excellently. Lu Wenfeng continuously encouraged her. Lu Hong bit her lip, her mouth tainted with the metallic taste of blood, gripping Lu Wenfeng's hand tightly. Observing her pale complexion, Lu Wenfeng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It was still his fault. For the past month, he had vigilantly protected Lin Yujia and Lu Hong, ensuring they remained untouched by the zombies. Yet he never anticipated a day would come when he would nearly fall victim to one. Just moments ago, when the zombie lunged at him, normally, he would have easily evaded it. However, after carrying Lin Yujia over, he had expended considerable energy, compounded by the fact that he had not eaten all day, leaving him momentarily sluggish. Had Lu Hong not intervened, he might have indeed been bitten by that zombie. In such circumstances, a bite would undoubtedly lead to death. He dared not dwell on it further. After calming Lu Hong, he said, "Don't think too much. That was a zombie, not a human. You killed it, which means I want to be bitten or scratched, and I want to die. You did the right thing. Now rest for a moment while I go find your sister-in-law." With that, Lu Wenfeng turned to head outside. Lu Hong, momentarily dazed, quickly regained her senses and chased after him. Brother, why would you go to her after seeing her almost get you killed by a zombie? If she wants to join Brother Shin's team, let her. Otherwise, next time, she might seduce another man and betray you. Xiao Hong. Lu Wenfeng's expression darkened, his gaze icy as he admonished. Do not speak of your sister-in-law in such a manner. Brother, Lu Hong struggled to comprehend. At this point, you still care for her? Have you forgotten how they humiliated you? They've long since realized Lin Yujia is not a good person.
Slap.
A resounding blow struck her cheek. Lu Hong was utterly stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Lu Wenfeng. Brother, did you just hit me? Lu Wenfeng's face was cold as he replied. Xiao Hong, you must not speak so of your sister-in-law. I know better than you what kind of person Yujia is. The individuals associated with Brother Shen have always harbored discontent towards us for aligning ourselves with them. How can their words be trusted? Brother, I truly believe you have lost your senses. Lu Hong, covering her face, her eyes reddened, felt utterly wronged. Ever since you began your relationship with that woman, you seem to have transformed into a completely different person. Lu Wenfeng gazed at her solemnly, saying, Xiao Hong, there are matters you do not comprehend. I will explain later. But for now, I must go retrieve your sister-in-law. Please tidy up the house in my absence. I shall return shortly.
With that,
He paid no mind to Lu Hong's protests and dashed out. Frustrated, Lu Hong could only bury her face in her hands and weep within the confines of the room. Not far away, Yishi, savoring a lollipop, observed the unfolding drama with a sense of pity for the young girl named Lu Hong. She appeared to be merely 17 or 18, her inherently introverted nature exacerbated by the recent events. It was only upon witnessing her brother being overwhelmed by a zombie that she unleashed an astonishing strength to sever the undead's head. Regrettably, Lu Wenfeng was more concerned about his girlfriend, Lin Yujia. Despite knowing that Lin Yujia was terrified and would flee at the slightest hint of danger, he still felt compelled to chase after her. An idea struck Yi Shi as she glanced at Pei Hongqing, who was also spectating. Is this how all devoted admirers behave? Pei Hongqing, his lips twitching, replied, I wouldn't know. I'm unfamiliar with such individuals. Indeed. Yi Shi scrutinized his features and mused, with your looks, it stands to reason that many girls would pursue you. How could you possibly become a devoted admirer? Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes, fixating on her. Are you complimenting me? Or are you implying that my appearance attracts attention? That depends on which interpretation you prefer to accept, Yi Shi retorted, turning away towards their temporary lodging. It seemed that another captivating scene was about to unfold. True to her expectations, just a few steps later, she beheld Lin Yujia nestled in Lu Wenfeng's embrace, weeping profusely. Lu Wenfeng comforted her. It's all right, Yujia, I hold no grudge against you. I understand your fear. It was entirely natural for you to flee in such a situation. But Wenfeng, I didn't faint on purpose. You know I suffer from low blood sugar.
How could they say such things about me?
Lin Yujia protested, her voice filled with distress. Lu Wenfeng gently patted her back, his expression one of deep compassion. I understand. They never wanted us to accompany them, so they devised a scheme to drive us away. Oh, Wenfeng, you are truly kind. Thank you for believing in me. There's no need for thanks. Let's return to rest for now. We can discuss everything else later. With that, Lu Wenfeng embraced Lin Yujia and began to head towards the nearby house. Upon turning, he caught sight of Yi Shi and Pei Hongqing standing not far away, and an awkward tension enveloped him. Lin Yujia, meeting Yi Shi's gaze, shivered involuntarily. In a feeble voice, she confided to Lu Wenfeng, Wenfeng, I feel as though that Yi Shi has always looked upon me with disdain. Yes, I can sense it too. Lu Wenfeng replied. What happened earlier was undoubtedly her deliberate scheme. Brother Shen and his group surely trust her. Lin Yujia was seething with anger. Their meticulously crafted plan had been thwarted by Yi Shi's unwarranted interference. Yet, she understood Yi Shi's motives. She simply wished to prevent her from joining their team, fearing that her presence might overshadow Yi Yan's standing within the group. From the moment she laid eyes on Yi Yan, Lin Yujia recognized that they were of the same ilk, women who could only survive through the patronage of men. Chapter 46. Am I inadequate? Lu Wenfeng found it perplexing. Why did that girl named Yi Shi harbor such animosity toward Yujia? Yujia, you don't know Yi Shi, do you? I don't know her. Lin Yujia shook her head, having never encountered her before. Lu Wenfeng furrowed his brow. I understand now. In that case, I will step out to find something to eat and later inquire with Yi Shi about her motives. Given their current predicament, they needed to remain aligned with Xiningqing's group, so it was crucial to clarify any misunderstandings. All right, Lin Yujia leaned against him, her eyes gleaming with concealed scheming. With Yi Shi's interference, her plans had unraveled, and she needed to devise alternative strategies to secure her place within Xiningqing's ranks. After witnessing the drama between Lu Wenfeng and Lin Yujia, Yi Shi lost interest and returned to their temporary abode. Pei Hongqing, however, found her behavior intriguing. Despite her vehement disdain for Lin Yujia, she now seemed to adopt a more passive role, merely observing rather than taking lethal action. It was as though she was awaiting the perfect opportunity. Yi Shi sensed Pei Hongqing's gaze upon her, but chose to ignore it. She was preoccupied with plotting against Lin Yujia. In truth, eliminating Wang Chen and Lin Cixi, key players in their group, was no simple task. She had attempted it in her previous life. After Yi Yan's demise, she had struggled for 3 years to escape the clutches of a mysterious force. From that moment onward, her singular focus became avenging Yi Yan. Naturally, her first target for retribution was Lin Cixi. In comparison to Wang Chen, who possessed formidable strength, Lin Cixi, surrounded by a throng of men vying for her attention, was devoid of true power. All Yi Shi needed was to wait for an opportune moment when the other men departed, granting her the chance to eliminate Lin Cixi. After 2 long years, she finally found an opportunity. At that time, Lin Cixi was accompanied by a devoted admirer named Wen Xiu, whose father was a general at Beisei. Although Wen Xiu himself had yet to awaken any abilities and relied entirely on the protection of his father's subordinates, he still fancied himself the protagonist of a romantic drama, indulging in jealousy and possessiveness while confining Lin Cixi within his father's base. Yi Shi painstakingly disguised herself as a servant to infiltrate the base. Just as she was about to strike against Lin Cixi, Wen Xiu discovered her presence. Consequently, she was forced to eliminate Wen Xiu first. However, at the critical moment, when her dagger was poised to plunge into his neck, the mysterious force seized control of her body once more. The dagger recoiled, plunging into her own shoulder instead. Had she not been swift on her feet, she would have been discovered by Wen Xiu and met her demise that day. Initially, she believed someone was intervening to protect Wen Xiu, which led to her disastrous outcome. After half a month of waiting, she finally caught a break. Lin Cixi was escorted away by other admirers while Wen Xiu, disregarding the protests, chased after her alone. Following his lead, Yi Shi witnessed him tumble into a trap she had devised, rendering him unconscious. She then seized the moment to attempt another assassination. Yet, much to her dismay, the outcome was identical. Her still recovering shoulder endured yet another stab. Infuriated, she nearly spat out blood, compelled to drag Wen Xiu from the trap and feign her role as a savior, thereby remaining close to him for the time being. It must be said that Wen Xiu's connections, thanks to his father's influence, were indeed advantageous. Before long, Lin Cixi was obliged to return to the base controlled by Wen Xiu's father. Yet another opportunity arose, compelling her to target a different admirer of Lin Cixi's, named Gu Qian, an ability wielder of the metal element. During a confrontation with a 5th-level zombie in an effort to protect Lin Cixi, he had lost an arm and was left in a precarious state upon being rescued. Utilizing Wen Xiu's identification badge, Yi Shi sought out Gu Qian. Knowing he would be defenseless, without hesitation, she raised her dagger, intent on delivering a fatal blow to his throat. But once again, that mysterious force intervened, and the dagger pierced her own thigh. This is merely the 3rd iteration of the experiment. She had previously encountered opportunities to eliminate Lin Yujia, yet the outcome remained unchanged. When it came to members of the protagonist group, she found herself utterly incapable of delivering a fatal blow. Thus, for many years following her awakening, she pondered various strategies to break free from that binding power in pursuit of vengeance. What about in this lifetime? Would the result be the same? Yi Shi concluded her reminiscence, narrowed her eyes, and resolved to find an opportunity tonight to test Lin Yujia. They were temporarily residing at the lodge. Yan Ziming and Fu Ruoqing had roasted the rabbit that Ishiran had captured that morning. Upon Yi Shi and Pei Hongqing's return, Shen Yingcheng and the others were already gathered around the dining table, prepared to feast. Ishiran couldn't help but complain, "This town is far too small." After wandering for a considerable distance, Hian Ti encountered a single mutated zombie. The absence of mutated zombies meant no crystal cores for upgrading. When would he ever succeed in advancing? The more he thought, the more despondent he became, rendering the rabbit meat tasteless. Shen Yingcheng glanced at him and handed him a level 1 zombie crystal core. "You might want to try this first, and see if it can enhance your abilities." "Thank you, Brother Shen. I knew you were the best," Ishiran exclaimed joyfully, clutching the level 1 zombie crystal core like a treasure. Immediately abandoning his meal to close his eyes and begin absorbing the core. The others could only shake their heads in exasperation. Yi Shi raised an eyebrow, casting a knowing glance at Ishiran. Ishiran closed his eyes, concentrating desperately to sense the core. However, strangely, no matter how hard he tried, the crystal core in his hand showed no sign of response. He suddenly opened his eyes, bewildered, and looked at Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing. Why can't I feel the abilities within this crystal core?
Huh.
Pei Hongqing, puzzled, asked to see it. Yixiran handed over the crystal core. Pei Hongqing merely focused lightly and with a flicker of his mental energy. The energy from the core began to visibly penetrate into his body. Within just a second, he severed his absorption of the abilities and returned the core to Yixiran. This core is perfectly fine. It's impossible. I couldn't feel anything just now. Yixiran's face fell immediately, looking as dejected as a wilted cucumber. Could it be that I'm simply incapable?
Give it to me.
Shen Yingcheng took Yixiran's crystal core to examine it, frowning slightly. There is indeed nothing wrong. He cast a questioning glance at Yishi. Pei Hongqing also turned to Yishi. Yishi, unfazed, continued to munch on her chicken leg. Glancing at Yixiran with a hint of mockery, both the captain and Pei Hongqing can manage it, yet you cannot. It's high time you reflected upon yourself. You. Yixiran was already feeling thoroughly frustrated. Her words only fueled his ire further, his eyes reddening with fury as he gritted his teeth. Even if I'm incapable, I'm still better than you. A useless fish. Someone with no abilities will inevitably be eliminated in this apocalypse. Hate him. Shen Yingcheng's expression shifted. Coldly admonishing. What nonsense are you spouting? Apologize to Yishi. Brother Shen? Yixiran exclaimed in disbelief, furious beyond measure. It was she who first said I was incapable. Why must I apologize to her? I refuse to comply. Chapter 47, however, concerning the childlike Yixiran, Shen Yingcheng felt an overwhelming headache. Yixiran's temper truly flared at the slightest provocation. Moreover, he often failed to grasp double meanings in conversation. Yishi's words clearly bore an ulterior motive. Pausing for a moment, he handed the crystal core to Yan Ziming, instructing, Ziming, as a level 1 ability user, try to absorb the energy from this crystal core. With that, he forcefully seated the standing Yixiran and said sternly, What's the rush? Observe closely. If there's an issue, we can analyze and discuss it. Yet it was evidently her. Yixiran felt utterly suppressed, wishing to voice his grievances, but succumbed to Shen Yingcheng's warning gaze, begrudgingly sitting quietly, glaring at Yishi. If looks could kill, Yishi would surely be in pieces today.
All right.
Yan Ziming accepted the crystal core. Recalling the method Yishi had previously mentioned for absorbing cores, and summoned his abilities to engage with the crystal core. In the next moment, he could distinctly feel a surge of power emanating from the core, continuously penetrating his palm and coursing through the meridians of his abilities. The speed was astonishing, rendering him unable to exert control. That energy swiftly filled his ability channels, generating an intense sensation of pressure and fullness. See, how could the core possibly be useless? He on the verge of a breakthrough? Yishi wore a knowing smile, her gaze playfully fixed on Yixiran. Yixiran was left dumbfounded. Observing Yan Ziming with his eyes tightly shut, his face flushed, reminiscent of the state Pei Hongqing exhibited during his own breakthrough, he was genuinely taken aback. Yan Ziming, like him, was a level 1 user. Why could Yan Ziming achieve a breakthrough while he couldn't even sense the energy within the core? Yixiran sat motionless on the bench, grappling with an overwhelming emotional blow that left him reeling for a long time. Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing were equally astonished to witness Yan Ziming suddenly entering an upgrading state, believing only a level 2 core could provide sufficient energy for their advancement. They never anticipated that a level 1 core could suffice. Furthermore, Yan Ziming completed his upgrade in no time. 3 minutes later, the flush on his face from the upgrade began to fade. He abruptly opened his bright, clear eyes, gazing at Shen Yingcheng and the others. Suppressing his excitement, I've advanced to level 2 abilities. The moment those words left his lips, it was as though the final straw had broken Yixiran's back. He shot up, unable to accept the reality, his expression dark as he dashed outside. Hit him! Shen Yingcheng's face changed drastically as he sprang to his feet. Addressing the others, continue without me. I'll go bring him back. With that, he hurriedly pursued after Yixiran. Yi Yan, exasperated, cast a glance at Yishi. Knowing Xiran has a child's temperament, why do you always provoke him? Yishi tilted her head, batting her eyelashes innocently. Sister, I'm merely speaking the truth. Besides, he's a child. Am I not one as well? You just said that to you. I'll always be a little kid. How unreasonable. Yi Yan chuckled helplessly, flicking her forehead. Yi Shi, unfazed, returned a playful smile. Pei Hongqing, deep in thought, glanced at Yi Shi before producing a crystal core for Fu Ruoqing. You should give it a try too.
All right.
Fu Ruoqing's eyes lit up. Ever since Yan Ziming successfully leveled up, she had been itching to try. Just as she was about to mention it to Shen Yingcheng, he rushed off to chase Yixiran. Fu Ruoqing felt a bit disheartened, but fortunately, Pei Hongqing remembered her. Fu Ruoqing quickly accepted the crystal core, took a deep breath, and slowly closed her eyes, focusing on the core. A few seconds later, a distinctive flush of red appeared on Fu Ruoqing's round face, indicative of the upgrading process. Pei Hongqing's gaze flickered as he exchanged a glance with Yi Shi, pondering if Yixiran truly had an issue with himself. Otherwise, why would I casually comment on him? Yi Shi, taken aback, opened a bottle of beverage and began drinking heartily. Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes slightly as he observed her, contemplating what could cause such a situation. After awakening abilities, your body develops ability meridians, correct? These are the channels for storing ability energy. However, due to the diversity of abilities, the meridians will vary from person to person. Individual differences result in varying energy requirements for upgrades. However, one thing is certain, frequently depleting one's abilities seems to facilitate the upgrading process. It appears that way. Although my Earth-based abilities lack significant lethality, I typically use them to construct a cooking platform during missions, which effectively exhausts my powers. Yan Ziming awkwardly scratched the back of his head, having reached level 2. I feel capable of erecting a wall or perhaps a defensive mound. As for how to enhance the lethality of Earth-based abilities, he has yet to determine that. Pei Hongqing remained silent, casting a contemplative glance at Yi Shi. Meanwhile, Fu Ruoqing had opened her eyes, smiling, and announced, I've also advanced to level 2. Congratulations, Ruoqing. Yi Yan replied with genuine happiness for her friend. Fu Ruoqing nodded and continued. Moreover, compared to level 1, the channels of my abilities have significantly widened. It feels like it won't be easy to advance to the next level. Thus, she found herself torn between laughter and tears. Yi Shi squinted, unwrapping a lychee-flavored lollipop and popping it into her mouth. This exemplifies individual variation. Typically, the strength of abilities relates to their growth. Ice, wind, fire, lightning, and metal abilities all fall within the category of high lethality. The upgrading of such powers demands robust physical conditions. There was no need to mention Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing. Both possessed chiseled physiques. As for Yixiran, even if he jumped around, he might only boast a six-pack. Yet, his temperament is exceedingly impatient. He does not master level 1 abilities with proficiency, let alone exhaust his powers for the team as Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing do. In other words, Yixiran's current method of releasing his powers does not allow for better exhaustion of his abilities. To put it plainly, Yixiran is somewhat dim-witted, lacking the ingenuity exhibited by Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing in maximizing the lethality of their powers. The flames gathered and his palm extinguished in less than 30 seconds. Fortunately, ordinary zombies are not swift. Otherwise, over the past month, with such meager abilities, Yixiran would have been unable to eliminate even a single zombie. The strength of ability growth? Fu Ruoqing's heart raced at this notion, eagerly turning to Yi Shi. Does this mean my abilities will become formidable in the future?
Indeed.
Yi Shi replied, meeting her gaze with a serene expression. The strength of upgraded mental abilities is invariably significant. After your advancement, your perception range should have expanded considerably. But Chapter 48. Killing? But what? Her pause piqued Yi Yan's curiosity. Yan Ziming set down his chopsticks, while Fu Ruoqing felt her heart leap into her throat. Anxiously watching Yi Shi, Pei Hongqing crossed his arms, slightly squinting, patiently awaiting her response. Yet, Yi Shi spoke leisurely. The difficulty of upgrading mental abilities surpasses that of ordinary powers. You are currently at level 2. Advancing to level 3 cannot be satisfied with merely 1 or 2 level 2 zombie cores. Is that so? My ability upgrade is so troublesome. Fu Ruoqing bit her lip, her brows knitting together. As a mental ability user, her lethality is not substantial, making it impossible for her to hunt mutated zombies herself. If she were to wait for Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing, then the thought made her bitterly smile. Such a challenging upgrade renders her future strength inconsequential. Who says it's inconsequential? Yishi looked at her. You are falling into a misconception. Every type of ability can be developed. With some effort and contemplation, your powers can achieve far more, including killing zombies and even people. Killing zombies? Killing people? Those 5 words left Fu Ruoqing bewildered. Could she truly reach such an impressive level? You must have some confidence in yourself. Yishi sincerely encouraged Fu Ruoqing. Mental abilities, when fully developed, will undoubtedly exceed your imagination. Is that so? Fu Ruoqing's pupils slightly trembled. She could distinctly sense that Yishi's words were not mere flattery or empty promises. It was as if Yishi possessed foresight into the potential of mental ability users, using her experiences to inspire Fu Ruoqing. The resoluteness and sincerity of her tone compelled Fu Ruoqing to believe in Yishi's assertions. Among the listeners, Yi Yan held the utmost trust in Yishi, urgently asking, "Then, Xiao Shi, can my healing abilities also kill zombies?" Killing people was not her desire, but eliminating zombies was. She wished to upgrade her powers independently, rather than relying on Yishi or Xiningqing for cores. Sis, that Yishi suddenly hesitated. Healing abilities truly are an anomaly among all powers. They seemingly exist solely for saving lives. However, voicing such sentiments might disappoint her sister. After some contemplation, she cleared her throat and stated, "The greatest aspect of healing abilities is that in the later stages, they can heal wounds inflicted by zombies, preventing living beings from transforming into zombies." Upon hearing this, Yi Yan's face was filled with shock. Fu Ruoqing and Yan Ziming also found it hard to believe. Even Pei Hongqing was taken aback by Yi Shi's revelation. Healing abilities could mend wounds caused by zombies and avert zombification? In this apocalyptic world, the common enemy for all surviving humans is the zombie virus. If future healers can achieve this, it implies a potential solution to the zombie virus, thus bringing an end to the apocalypse. But is this statement credible? Pei Hongqing squinted, regarding Yi Shi with skepticism. He suspected this girl was fabricating such claims to persuade them to provide more cores for Yi Yan's upgrade. Is that true? You're not just spouting nonsense again, are you? Did you read that in some book? Came Ishiran's mocking inquiry from outside. He had stormed out in a fit of rage, only to return now, arms crossed and brimming with arrogance. Shen Yingqing followed him in, equally doubtful of Yi Shi's assertions. Yi Shi leaned back lazily in her chair, casually remarking, "As I've said, believe it or not. I'm not compelling you to accept my words. If you wish to listen, then do. If not, let it go in one ear and out the other." Ishiran was exasperated. This woman was as infuriating as ever. Were it not for Shingo, he would have thrown her into a horde of zombies that very evening. By the way, Yishi raised an eyebrow at him, "I have some delightful news to share. Within the 10 minutes since you stormed out, Fu Ruoqing has also advanced to level 2. What? Ishiran's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Fu Ruoqing. Xiao Qingzi? Fu Ruoqing awkwardly chuckled. Yes. I'm now a level 2 mental ability user.
Damn.
Ishiran was completely unsettled. He shot a begrudging glance at Shen Yingqing.
Go.
There's still 1 core left? I want to try again. He refused to believe he could be so unfortunate. If Fu Ruoqing could do it, why couldn't he? Shen Yingqing, feeling helpless, handed the remaining Miji Songshu Jinghe to Ishiran. Ishiran grasped the crystal nucleus and promptly brought over a stool to sit down. He then closed his eyes, furrowing his brows, appearing to exert effort to absorb the energy from the crystal. By channeling his supernatural abilities to make contact with the crystal nucleus, its energy would subsequently trigger and automatically be absorbed into his supernatural meridians. Pei Hongqing's voice resonated steadily in his ears. Ishiran's brows tightened further as supernatural energy emanated from his palm. Coming into contact with the crystal, he clutched tightly. In the blink of an eye, streams of supernatural energy seeped from the crystal, burrowing into his palm. Eureka! Ishiran suddenly opened his eyes, exclaiming with excitement. I can feel the supernatural energy entering my body. That's splendid. Keep it up, Shen Yingqing replied, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Ishiran, triumphantly holding the crystal, turned to Yishi, saying, "See? I told you I could do it."
Oh.
Then why did it fail during the first attempt?
Came the retort.
It was merely a matter of not grasping the method correctly. I understand now. He added, ultimately, it's just your own stupidity at play. You. Ishiran gritted his teeth, casting a resentful glare at Yishi. A gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. I can't be bothered to argue with someone as useless as you, who doesn't even possess any supernatural abilities. With that, he huffed disdainfully and returned to his stool to continue absorbing the supernatural energy. Shuningcheng, exasperated, glanced at Yishi. Yishi rose and said to Yiyan's sister, "Aren't you looking to upgrade? Let's head back to your room. I'll accompany you." "All right," Yiyan replied, standing up and addressing Shuningcheng and the others. "Then senior, everyone. I shall head upstairs first." Shuningcheng nodded. Yan Ziming and Fu Ruoqing also acknowledged her with a nod. Pei Hongqing crossed his arms, observing Yishi's retreating figure with a slight lift of his brow, a glimmer of profound meaning flickering in his gaze. "So now you choose to keep secrets?" Perhaps Yi Yan's upgrade of abilities differed from theirs. "Hongqing?" Shuningcheng patted Pei Hongqing on the shoulder. Pei Hongqing withdrew his gaze and looked at him. Shuningcheng frowned. "When I chased after Shiran earlier, did Yishi say anything to you guys?" "Yes, indeed. He mentioned some matters regarding supernatural abilities," Pei Hongqing replied, looking at Yan Ziming. "You should recount what Yishi said." Yan Ziming nodded and promptly recited Yishi's words to Shuningcheng. Upon hearing that Yi Yan's healing abilities could eventually cure the zombie virus, Shuningcheng's breath hitched, and his pupils widened in shock. Chapter 49, Mutation. Downstairs. Shuningcheng and the others were engaged in conversation, but Yishi had no interest whatsoever. Yi Yan sat on the bed, absorbing the energy of the crystal nucleus. Entering an upgrading state, she sat cross-legged on the floor, retrieving the Yiji Songshu Jinghe she had secretly found earlier for research. Although the blank space could be considered a type of supernatural ability, she lacked both the meridians and the ability to output energy. How could she absorb the supernatural energy within the crystal? Yishi stroked her chin, pondering deeply, and decided to close her eyes and try to absorb it with determination. Clearly, there was not the slightest effect. After half a day of closing her eyes, she felt nothing. Therefore, she decided to first enter the blank space to seek a solution. However, as soon as she entered, she sensed something was amiss. Opening her palm, she discovered the Yiji Songshu Jinghe quietly resting in her hand. "Is this even possible?" Yishi gasped in astonishment. She examined the crystal nucleus from every angle, finding it hard to believe. Before returning to reality to look at the crystal she held. Then, she attempted to take the crystal back into the blank space. After repeating this process twice, she finally confirmed the crystal could indeed be brought into the blank space. Yishi was overwhelmed with joy and hurriedly took the crystal to the small pool of azure fluid. The fluid she had used that morning had now replenished somewhat, approximately 5 millimeters in depth. She thought, since this fluid resembles supernatural energy that can be absorbed into the body, placing the crystal within it might yield some other effects. With a bold hypothesis and cautious validation in mind, Yishi first scooped up a bit of fluid and dripped it onto the crystal. However, the fluid merely slid off the crystal, landing in her palm and being absorbed by her body. It seemed the fluid had no effect on the crystal. She then decided to place the entire crystal into the small pool. With a plop, the crystal fell, creating a muted sound as it collided with the bottom of the pool. Yishi leaned in to observe the crystal for any reaction. Just then, the edges of the small pool suddenly began to heat up. The scorching temperature caused her hand to retract sharply. Losing her balance, she tumbled to the ground. In the next instant, as if by magic, the small pool, originally 2 meters wide and 30 centimeters deep, suddenly expanded by a meter before her eyes, transforming into a square pool with 3-meter sides. Yishi's pupils quivered as she hurried to inspect the pool, only to be astounded once more. The fluid, which had previously restored to a depth of 5 millimeters, now completely filled the entire square pool to the brim, nearly overflowing from the edges. She quickly plunged her hand into the pool to search for the crystal. Upon retrieving it, she discovered that the red color of the Yiji Songshu crystal had entirely faded, becoming transparent. This indicated that the energy within the crystal had been fully consumed. Goodness, does this mean that every time I toss a crystal into the pool it will enlarge? She mused, calculating the potential growth. Glancing at the seemingly limitless blank space, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words. One peculiar aspect of this space was its seemingly infinite nature. No matter where she wandered or in which direction she faced, as long as she thought of this little pool, she could instantly return. In essence, within this space, she possessed a form of mental teleportation. It appeared that the entire realm existed centered around this small pool. Of course, this was also a rather terrifying notion. After all, everything around was a blinding white. Staring at it for too long was unbearable. Hence, whenever she ran or exercised, she would close her eyes and proceed. By not looking, she could continue running indefinitely. When utterly exhausted, she would simply visualize returning to the pool's edge to absorb the fluid energy and recover. However, if the only thing happening was the pool enlarging, wouldn't that be a bit monotonous? Yishi rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the fluid-filled pool, feeling somewhat puzzled.
Oh well.
She finally shook her head in self-comfort. This supernatural ability is undoubtedly better than having none. If anything, I can just train more. After all, in the end, the results of her training would directly benefit her physical form in reality. Xiao Shi. Hearing Yi Yan call her from outside, Yi Shi put aside her thoughts about the blank space and hurried out to check on Yi Yan's upgrading progress. Thus, she did not notice the azure fluid gradually overflowing from the small pool behind her. Returning to reality, Yishi opened her eyes to meet Yi Yan's flushed face. Xiao Shi, I successfully upgraded to level 3 supernatural abilities. Yi Yan exclaimed with uncontainable joy, embracing her tightly, overwhelmed with excitement. Thank you, Xiao Shi. Congratulations, congratulations. Yi Shi eagerly inquired, Sister, please share what it feels like to upgrade to a level 3 healing ability. Yi Yan slowly released her grip, contemplated earnestly for a moment, and replied, It's akin to what Pei Hongqing and the others experienced. The meridians of my ability have expanded. Yet there seems to be a slight difference. Previously, my ability meridians were merely transparent, but after this upgrade, I can sense that they have transformed into a golden hue. Golden meridians of ability. Yi Shi exclaimed, taken aback. The emergence of color in ability meridians indicates a mutation. This phenomenon typically occurs in level 4 to 5 ability users. How could Yi Yan, having just ascended from level 2 to level 3, possibly experience such a mutation? Yi Yan nodded and continued. After the upgrade, the energy within the meridians is abundant. I can feel it. With injuries like the one Senior experienced yesterday, not only can I heal it in one breath, but I can also treat similar injuries 3 times. Even a severed arm, I could reattach using my ability. To reattach a severed limb is a capability possessed by at least a level 4 healing ability user. Yi Shi furrowed her brow, meticulously recalling Yi Yan's upgrade journey in her past life. Yi Yan's ability ascensions had been rather ordinary, as she had previously stated. Healing ability users exist for the benefit of the team. They are too weak to independently hunt zombies for crystal cores to level up, relying entirely on the support of their teammates. In Yi Shi's past life, when Wang Chen still harbored feelings for Yi Yan, he had generously provided her with numerous crystal cores to facilitate her upgrade to a level 3 healing ability user. However, throughout this process, Yi Yan's ability meridians had not exhibited any mutations. Could it be that the wings of a butterfly have stirred things anew in this life? Typically, ability meridians serve as the reservoir for an individual's abilities. This reservoir can expand but never shrink. The mutations of ability meridians generally fall into 2 categories. Firstly, the walls of the meridians thicken. Secondly, the previously transparent meridians acquire color. The first scenario allows the ability user to absorb a significant amount of energy in a short period without risking a rupture of the meridians. The second scenario corresponds to what Yi Yan just described. Though she has only reached level 3, she possesses the energy storage capacity typically reserved for level 4 healing ability users. In her previous life, the first type of mutation was not uncommon, including among the 10 most formidable ability users in the Hope Base, all of whom underwent this mutation. However, she had only witnessed the second scenario occur in one individual. That person was Wang Chen. Yi Shi gritted her teeth. Even if she wished to avoid thinking about him, he remained an inescapable thought. The mutation of ability meridians is exceedingly peculiar. Wang Chen's lightning ability, initially transparent, transformed into blue upon reaching level 5. Furthermore, the destructive power of his lightning ability surpassed that of other ability users of the same level by several folds. It mirrors Yi Yan's current situation closely. Xiao Shi, is something the matter? Is my ability upgrade a bad thing? Yi Yan, noticing her sister's prolonged silence, began to worry. Yi Shi paused momentarily, realizing it wasn't a negative development. In fact, it was rather splendid. Yi Yan looked momentarily perplexed. Why do you say that, sister? Your situation is referred to as a mutation of the ability meridians. She explained the two scenarios of the mutation to Yi Yan. In summary, it is indeed a fortuitous circumstance. If outsiders were to discover this, you would become a coveted entity. Yi Shi's concern lay in this point. After all, healing abilities do not possess the same destructive potential as that scoundrel's lightning ability. If someone truly coveted it, they could simply unleash a powerful lightning strike, obliterating everything in their path. The potential of a healing ability with golden meridians, what heights could it ultimately achieve? That is the most tantalizing prospect. Yi Yan, eager to allay her sister's concerns, swiftly interjected, Xiaoxi, fret not. As long as we keep this matter to ourselves, everything will be fine. However, merely keeping it under wraps does not equate to it not being discovered. Why not demonstrate your ability now? Yi Shi suggested, taking a dagger and slicing her palm. Blood oozed forth. Seeing this, Yi Yan panicked and immediately unleashed her ability to heal her. As she did, a soft golden light emanated, enveloping Yi Shi's wounded palm entirely. In just a second, the injury was completely restored, leaving no trace of a scar. Xiaoxi, even if we are to experiment, you need not inflict such a deep wound. Doesn't it hurt? Yi Yan frowned, inspecting her sister's palm. Yi Shi chuckled. In an instant, you healed it completely. How could it possibly hurt? Yi Yan paused, realization dawning on her. It seems to be much faster than when I treated the senior before. And the golden light of the ability is. Indeed, that is the distinction. Currently, you are merely level 3. Once you ascend to a higher level, the color and luminosity of your ability will deepen, becoming distinctly identifiable in its uniqueness. Xiaoxi, your observation prompts me to recall that Hongqing and the others' abilities lack color. Mine was previously a faint white glow. Precisely, Yi Shi replied thoughtfully. Sheningqing's ice ability releases ice blades that are transparent and devoid of ability light. Pei Hongqing's wind ability is even more elusive, entirely formless. As for Ishiran's fire ability, it manifests solely in flames. While Yan Ziming's earth ability allows him to manipulate soil, but he struggles in a concrete environment since cement does not qualify as soil. His ability level has not yet reached the point where he can create soil independently. As for Fuerwatching, her ability is not one that is externally released. It is one that attaches to the 5 senses. Yet now, your ability releases a hue.
That.
Yi Yan frowned slightly, gazing at her sister. Xiaoxi, for the time being, I shall only treat our team members. It should not pose a significant problem.
They are trustworthy.
I understand, sister, but it is prudent to remain vigilant. Yi Shi, aware of Yi Yan's discomfort with deception, placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and advised, when they inquire, simply state that this is how it has been since your upgrade, and you are unsure of the reasons behind it. Should they question me, I will provide a different explanation. Yi Yan nodded. All right, I will heed your words, Xiaoxi. Indeed. Yi Shi contemplated for a moment before sharing her recent success of entering the blank space with a crystal core. Yi Yan's eyes sparkled with joy. It appears, Xiaoxi, that your unique ability is not so different from ours. We can all utilize crystal cores for upgrades. Exactly. Yi Shi beamed. From now on, we can hunt more mutated zombies to gather crystal cores for upgrades. I shall strive for that as well. Yi Yan's gaze held a gentle yet resolute determination as she spoke to her sister. Xiaoxi, moving forward, prioritize your own upgrades with the crystal cores. Of course. Yi Shi comprehended that Yi Yan belonged to the team now. She could not solely provide crystal cores for her own ability. It was imperative that Sheningqing and the others also put in the effort to hunt more zombies and return with crystal cores for Yi Yan. In another room, Sheningqing's flush gradually faded. Upon opening his eyes, he couldn't suppress a sneeze. Pei Hongqing, standing on the balcony, gazed at him with a teasing smile. New skill after your ability upgrade? Sheningqing rubbed his nose helplessly, whose ability skill involves sneezing. Then it seems you have been set up by someone. Are you referring to Yi Shi? Perhaps. Sheningqing fell into silence. He recalled what Yan Ziming had said before ascending the stairs and turned to Pei Hongqing. Do you believe Yi Shi's words? Pei Hongqing raised an eyebrow slightly, previously speaking in a tone that was half earnest, half feigned. However, today, it was evident that 90% of her words were truthful. As for the remaining 10%, which of her statements do you believe to be fabricated? Shen Yingcheng had not lingered to hear the entirety of the conversation. Now, he could only make a rudimentary judgment based on Yan Ziming's words. Pei Hongqing's eyes narrowed dangerously as she spoke in a low voice. Once a healing ability reaches a certain level, it can cure the zombie virus. Shen Yingcheng paused momentarily, echoing her sentiments. He found her claims to be exaggerated, lacking substantiation, and thus difficult to believe. Where could she have acquired such knowledge regarding the upgrade of abilities and the zombie crystals? It was clear that what they had read in novels was merely a ruse. They were not fools, Yishi was no fool either. She simply knew they would be skeptical and thus concocted an excuse to lead them towards validating her assertions. Pei Hongqing replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, we can only continue to observe. In the future, I shall take it upon myself to keep a close watch on Yishi, to see if I can extract any further information from her." "That works." Shen Yingcheng exhaled a breath of relief. Rising from the bed and approaching the balcony where Pei Hongqing stood, her gaze swept over a tree 10 meters away, and she inquired, "Shall we test your upgraded ability?" Shen Yingcheng nodded in agreement. He raised his hand, and in the next instant, a shard of ice swiftly shot forth from his palm, hurtling towards the tree. The tree was as thick as a grown man's waist. The palm-sized ice shard embedded itself deeply into the trunk. Crack! The tree trunk splintered halfway and slowly began to topple in a particular direction. Thud! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground resonated. Not far away, Lu Wenfeng and his companions instinctively rushed out of their dwelling to investigate. A perfectly healthy tree had suddenly collapsed, startling anyone in the vicinity. Lin Yujia clutched Lu Wenfeng's arm tightly, asking, "What just happened? Is there a zombie?" Lu Wenfeng furrowed his brows, scanning the surroundings of the fallen tree. Ultimately, his gaze landed on Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing on the balcony. Chapter 51 Bait. How formidable were Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing? A glance was all Lu Wenfeng needed to deduce that the tree's untimely collapse was undoubtedly their doing. His expression shifted as he embraced Lin Yujia and began to retreat, reassuring her, "It's nothing. I'll go ask Shingo about the situation shortly. You should head back and finish your meal." "All right," Lin Yujia murmured, her gaze lowered, concealing her emotions. In truth, she had also spotted Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing on the balcony and had surmised that they were responsible for the tree's fall. With no zombies around, who else possessed such capabilities besides the two of them? But why was Lu Wenfeng withholding this from her? The answer was glaringly obvious. He did not wish for her to learn of Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing's strength. He feared she might abandon him to join them. A cold smirk formed in Lin Yujia's heart. Did he think she was oblivious to his intentions? Nevertheless, Lu Wenfeng had indeed hit the nail on the head. After her failed attempt to entice Yan Ziming, she had devised a new plan to target Shen Yingcheng. This time, she intended to employ a secret weapon she had long kept hidden. She was merely waiting for the right opportunity. Lu Hong did not rush to leave with the two of them. She remained rooted in place, her gaze fixated on the fallen tree, her clear eyes revealing an insatiable desire, a yearning for immense power. In stark contrast, the mark of Lu Wenfeng's earlier slap still marred her face. At the moment the tree fell, Yi Shi, who had been conversing with Yi Yan, also took notice. Coincidentally, their room was adjacent to that of Pei Hongqing and Shen Yingcheng. Upon stepping onto the balcony to look outside, Yi Yan turned to her in delight. "Senior, was that you using your ability?" Shen Yingcheng smiled faintly. "Indeed. I just completed my upgrade. The results appear to be promising. I too have just finished upgrading." Yi Yan shared, "And I feel my abilities surging with vitality. The kind of injury you sustained yesterday, Senior, can now be healed in one go without the need to absorb crystal energy." Yi Shi remained silent, her attention fixated on the tree that Shen Yingcheng had felled. The power of the third-level ice blade was comparable to the lethality of Pei Hongqing's wind blade. It was roughly as she had envisioned. Combined, their current strengths could barely take down a third-level zombie. Yet the town they were in was far too small. They had yet to encounter even a single first-level zombie. They should leave promptly and head to their next destination. With this thought in mind, she looked toward Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing and suggested, Shall we depart tonight for our next location? We could find a temporary refuge with a slightly higher presence of zombies. Upon hearing this, both Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing understood her implications. In truth, their thoughts aligned. Their stay in this area had primarily been for the purpose of upgrading their abilities. With their powers now enhanced and no mutated zombies available for hunting nearby, there was no reason to linger any longer. For them, collecting mutated zombie crystals and further enhancing their abilities had become their foremost objective. After all, they still faced a daunting 2,000 kilometers to reach B-City. They required formidable strength to contend with the myriad unforeseen circumstances that could arise along the way. Are we leaving so soon? Yi Shiran lamented upon receiving news from Yan Ziming that Shen Yingcheng was preparing to depart. Clutching the now transparent first-level zombie crystal, he felt utterly vexed. Have all of you completed your upgrades, while I have yet to show any signs of progression after consuming the crystal? Is it truly as Yishi the Slacker suggested? Is it me who is deficient? Do not fret. You likely need a second-level crystal to match your unique ability pathway, Yan Ziming reassured him, patting his shoulder. Moreover, Shun Go and Pei Go have already scouted this town. There are no other mutated zombies here. We must move to the next stop to find more. Or else you will have no crystals left to upgrade. Will you? Could it be that Shun Go is hastening the departure solely for my ability? Yi Shiran's excitement surged upon hearing Yan Ziming's words. Yan Ziming stroked his chin thoughtfully, perhaps? It must be. Yi Shiran was utterly convinced.
Why?
Because among the entire team, aside from the non-ability Yishi, I am the only one still at first-level ability.
Who could endure that?
Shingo is certainly eager to continue moving forward. Earlier today, Shingo had even promised him that the next time they found a second-level zombie crystal, he would let him try it first.
The more he thought about it,
the more moved he became, his eyes reddening. My biological brother treats me no better than this. Shingo is like a brother to me now. Yan Ziming, perplexed by his words, inquired, Aren't you an only child? Where did this brother come from? It's a metaphor, a metaphor. Yi Shiran sighed. Forget it. You wouldn't understand if I explained it to you with your wooden mind. You can't even recognize when someone is trying to flirt with you. Yan Ziming's lips twitched. And you can? Absolutely. Yi Shiran flicked his bangs, puffing out his chest with confidence. When I entered my freshman year, quite a few junior girls sent me subtle signals, even gifts and letters confessing their feelings. I simply had no interest. Yan Ziming was left speechless, severely doubting the veracity of his claims. Never mind. It is not worth my time to argue with a little pup whose thought process seems rather peculiar. Shen Yingcheng has scheduled their departure for 1 o'clock in the morning, instructing Fu Weiqing to meticulously calculate the location of their next temporary lodging, precisely 200 kilometers away. By dawn, they shall arrive just in time. After finishing her dinner, Yishi found herself contemplating the matter concerning Lin Yujia. It was evident that Lin Yujia must be dealt with. Yet, she was unable to take matters into her own hands. With this thought in mind, her gaze inadvertently drifted towards Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing. Neither of these two seemed likely candidates to serve as her instrument. Therefore, at this juncture, it would be prudent to allow Lu Wenfeng and his companions to accompany them. Yishi squinted slightly, lost in thought. She resolved to venture out and set a bait. Xiao Shi, are you planning to go to bed soon? Yi Yan inquired, noticing her sister's distracted demeanor. Sister, I'm going for a stroll. You should rest first, Yishi replied, popping a lollipop into her mouth as she made her way outside the temporary lodging. Yi Yan hurriedly cautioned her, come back early, don't stay out too late, and avoid any areas with zombies. I know. Yishi waved her hand, her figure soon vanishing into the darkness at the entrance. Yi Yan sighed helplessly and decided to head upstairs to rest. Pei Hongqing, who had been lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed, closed his eyes to relax. But upon hearing the sisters' conversation, he opened his sharp, cold eyes and observed Yi Shi's departing silhouette. After Yi Yan ascended the stairs, he raised an eyebrow slightly, nonchalantly rising to follow Yi Shi outside. Chapter 52. What is she up to? Yi Shi had not ventured far when she sensed someone trailing behind her, accompanied by a cool breeze brushing past her ear. Her eyes narrowed instinctively as she recognized that it was Pei Hongqing following her closely. This cunning fox had been keeping a watchful eye on her these past couple of days, likely questioning the origins of her information regarding zombies and crystal cores. This only underscored the fact that Pei Hongqing and Shun Yingcheng harbored doubts about her trustworthiness. In their eyes, she was indeed a teammate, but merely a reserve. One who could be expelled from the team at any moment due to a single act that jeopardized their safety. Yishi squinted slightly and glanced at the flickering shadows cast on the road beside her. Initially intending to visit Lu Wenfeng and his companions, she decided to alter her course, veering towards the woods. Not far off, Pei Hongqing observed Yishi changing direction towards a forest. His expression a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Wasn't she supposed to be searching for Lin Yujia? According to Yishi's earlier statements, they intended to leave this small town at dawn, simultaneously shaking off Lu Wenfeng and his companions. Thus, she should have been eager to eliminate Lin Yujia first. Her sudden change of plans perplexed him. Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes slightly and continued to pursue her. 10 minutes later, Yishi halted in a clearing within the woods. Pei Hongqing positioned himself behind a tree, preparing to discern her intentions. To his astonishment, she began performing warm-up exercises, twisting her waist, stretching her legs, kicking high knees, and expanding her chest while turning in circles. Pei Hongqing's lips twitched in disbelief. She had come out at this late hour merely to engage in such activities. She was diligently adjusting her breathing and workout state. Initially, it appeared to be simple warm-up exercises, but soon she transitioned to sit-ups. Her movements seemed quite practiced. Pei Hongqing, skeptical, began counting how many she could do per minute. Upon realizing she could manage 70, he suddenly understood why Yishi had been able to strike Ishiran so painfully with her elbow. In addition to the 70 sit-ups she completed in 10 minutes, she also performed push-ups. A typical adult male can manage 30 to 40 per minute. He, being an avid exerciser, could do 60. Yet here was Yishi, someone they believed was idly lounging around the temporary lodging, matching his push-up count. Pei Hongqing stared incredulously at the girl, drenched in sweat, his brow furrowing slightly. Observing Yishi's expert movements, it became clear that she was no novice at exercising. So, it seemed that despite her apparent inactivity at the temporary lodging, she had been secretly training her body. If she had been doing this consistently, then her remarkable strength during her first encounter with a zombie and her ability to wield a submachine gun effectively no longer seemed so astonishing. However, Pei Hongqing's brow knitted in concern. Something still felt amiss. Unable to pinpoint his unease, he chose to continue observing her. To his surprise, she persistently exercised for a whole hour without pause. Glancing at the time, Pei Hongqing suddenly lost patience for further surveillance. Nevertheless, he did not depart, opting instead to lean against a nearby tree, feigning sleep. Half an hour later, Yishi finally caught her breath and began her journey back. Pei Hongqing shifted to one side to avoid her as she passed by. Indeed, one must exercise diligently. A single day without it leaves one feeling utterly uncomfortable. Her muttered words drifted to his ears on the breeze. Pei Hongqing felt a wave of exasperation. In just 2 short hours that night, he had found himself speechless 3 times. Yishi's behavior perplexed him. Was she truly just out for exercise? If so, why the secrecy from the others? With doubts swirling in his mind, Pei Hongqing followed Yishi back. She did not return to the flat where Lu Wenfeng and the others were, but headed straight back to the temporary lodging, grabbing a bottle of mineral water to drink as she ascended the stairs. He trailed behind her. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he saw Yishi enter her room, and he stood at the door, listening intently to the sounds within. Yi Yan's voice emerged, tinged with exasperation. "Where did you go? Why are you drenched in sweat?" Yishi mumbled in response. "I intended to search for something, but the more I walked, the hotter it became. So I couldn't help but rush back for a shower." Pei Hongqing was baffled as to why she felt the need to conceal anything. Why did Yishi exude an air of reticence? The sisters ceased their conversation, and Yishi proceeded to take her shower. Only then did Pei Hongqing enter the room he shared with Shen Yingcheng. As he entered, Yishi emerged just in time, catching sight of the recently closed door. Her eyebrows slightly arched, and a subtle smile tugged at her lips. Pei Hongqing's patience was commendable. He had managed to observe her workout for such an extended period. Fortunately, she had maintained her composure. After this evening's exertions, she would at least be more agile in her movements, and her strength for combating zombies would be readily explicable. Inside the room, Shen Yingcheng inquired, noticing Pei Hongqing's furrowed brow. What troubles you? Pei Hongqing replied, I just accompanied Yishi outside. Shen Yingcheng raised an eyebrow in surprise. Did you discover something? Pei Hongqing regarded him with an enigmatic expression. Can you guess what she was up to? Shen Yingcheng paused, pondering seriously. What could Yishi have been doing outside? Considering her peculiar interests and observing Pei Hongqing's demeanor, he surmised. Did you go to the nearby town's bookstore to read some novels? Pei Hongqing's lips twitched slightly as she glanced at him. She had gone to exercise. For an hour and a half, she had completed 500 sit-ups, 500 push-ups, 300 pull-ups, 15 minutes of high knee jumps, and 10 minutes of planking. Shen Yingcheng looked at him in astonishment. You can't be serious? Is that the kind of workout Yishi does? Pei Hongqing scoffed. Do I look like I'm joking? She actually did it. Her movements were exceptionally proficient, indicating she had not been neglecting her fitness routine. After a moment of silence, Shen Yingcheng remarked, It seems she has indeed been concealing quite a few secrets from us. Indeed. Pei Hongqing leaned lazily against the wall, her phoenix eyes narrowing as she mused. Like a little fox hiding its bushy tail. Shen Yingcheng shot her a sidelong glance, thinking to himself that this big fox had no right to comment on others. Yet, the description was quite apt. Both Pei Hongqing and Yishi were cunning in their own ways. Meanwhile, Yishi was downstairs enjoying a refreshing shower. On a whim, she decided to enter her space without any clothes on, resulting in her truly being naked upon entry. However, she soon noticed something unusual in the space. The previously barren ground surrounding the 3-meter fluid-filled pool had sprouted green grass. Yishi was utterly delighted and hurried over to investigate the situation. Even though it was merely a 10-centimeter wide strip, it formed a snug circle around the pool. As she touched the grass, she discovered it came away easily, feeling surprisingly real. Moreover, she could even see the black soil beneath her fingers. This sudden and unexpected change filled her with overwhelming joy. Could it be that her blank space was capable of upgrading? Chapter 53. A Bite. Such alterations immediately brought to mind the zombie crystal core she had recently placed into the small pool. It was highly likely that the crystal core had instigated this transformation, for before inserting it, no matter how she rotated within the space, she could find nothing apart from the fluid in the pool. After brushing aside the grass a couple of times, she hurriedly replanted it, feeling a pang of regret. With such a limited area, it was essential to protect it well, even if only for the sake of observation. Once she absorbed the fluid and alleviated her fatigue, Yishi returned to reality. In less than 30 seconds, she emerged, the hot water in the tub still releasing steam. She quickly changed her clothes and, noticing no one was downstairs, ventured outside. Pei Hongqing stood on the balcony above, smoking, the smoke swirling around her as her gaze rested on the nearby house where Lu Wenfeng and his companions were located. She had been watching for hours and had yet to see Yishi head in that direction. Was she no longer planning to kill Inyuja? Or had she found another method? Half an hour later, Yishi returned to her temporary lodgings, humming a cheerful tune while washing her hands in the kitchen. This household had access to a well in the backyard, providing clean water. Unfortunately, the entire family had perished, turning into zombies. Otherwise, with their geographical advantages, water, mountains, and land, far removed from urban chaos, they could have easily sustained themselves. Yet, this little town was devoid of any living souls. Moreover, there were far more elderly zombies, along with a handful of children aged from a few years to their teens. All were ordinary zombies, with no signs of mutated ones. Suddenly, Yishi felt a chilling sensation creeping up her spine. She spun around abruptly, catching a glimpse of a shadow darting past the window. It moved with incredible speed. Her expression shifted instantly. After quickly drying her hands, she hurried outside. Just as she stepped out, a woman's terrified scream erupted from the direction of Lu Wenfeng's house. Yishi sprinted forward, only to see Pei Hongqing leap down from the second-floor balcony, landing before her. Shen Yingcheng followed suit. Only her sister remained on the balcony, anxiously urging, Cici, hurry, and see what is happening. Ruo Qing sensed the presence of a level 2 zombie. Fu Ruo Qing stood beside Yan. After her upgrade, her perception range had expanded and her speed had increased. However, the level 2 zombies were also swift, quickly entering her range of awareness. Pei Hongqing and Shen Yingqing did not hesitate, making a beeline for Lu Wenfeng's house. Yi Shi turned to Yi Yan, instructing, "Stay inside with Yan Ziming. There might be other levels of zombies in the vicinity." Yi Yan's expression changed slightly as she replied, "All right, just be careful with your seniors." After saying this, she grabbed Fu Ruoqing and sought out Yan Ziming. Yan Ziming was now a level 2 Earth Elemental ability user. If level 2 zombies were to attack, he could buy them some time. When Yi Shi reached the house, she saw Lin Yujia, covered in blood and panic-stricken, rushing out, desperately clutching Shen Yingqing's arm. "Help! Help! Wenfeng has been bitten by a zombie." Simultaneously, Lu Hong's frantic cries echoed from within the house. Yi Shi and Pei Hongqing hastened inside, only to find a small level 2 zombie with blood-red eyes clinging to Lu Wenfeng's shoulder, viciously biting into the arteries of his neck, feasting ravenously. Lu Hong wielded a knife, attempting to save Lu Wenfeng, but the level 2 zombie bared its teeth menacingly at her, poised to pounce. Lu Wenfeng's neck was punctured, blood spraying everywhere. His face turned pale as he stared in disbelief at Lin Yujia. "Brother!" Lu Hong cried in desperation. Spotting Yi Shi and Pei Hongqing entering, she fell to her knees before them, pleading, "Please, save my brother." Yi Shi's brow furrowed deeply, given the volume of blood Lu Wenfeng had lost. Combined with the bite from a level 2 mutated zombie, he would undoubtedly transform into a zombie within 10 minutes. There was no saving him. Even with her sister's ability having mutated to that of a level 4 user, she still could not cure the zombie virus, at least not until reaching level 7. Pei Hongqing had already taken action. A wind blade struck the small zombie, severing a significant portion of its neck. In an instant, its body fell away from Lu Wenfeng. Yet, its teeth remained firmly embedded in Lu Wenfeng's neck. Pei Hongqing struck again, plunging a dagger into the small zombie's skull, finally rendering it motionless. "Brother!" Lu Hong, frantic and distraught, rushed forward, her eyes swollen from crying, desperately pressing her hands against Lu Wenfeng's bleeding wound. Gurgling sounds escaped Lu Wenfeng's lips as blood continued to pour forth. No matter how Lu Hong tried to staunch the flow, it was futile. She could only keep calling out, "Brother!" Lu Wenfeng clutched her wrist tightly, his gaze shifting towards Lin Yujia. Lu Hong turned to her, shouting, "Come here. My brother wants to see you." But Lin Yujia dared not approach. The stench of blood made her stomach churn. Moreover, Lu Wenfeng, suddenly struck by a thought. Lin Yujia's expression darkened even further. Shen Yingqing cast a fleeting glance at her and realized he could no longer endure. "Isn't he your boyfriend? Aren't you going to take one last look?" Lin Yujia froze momentarily. Initially, she had no intention of going, but now she felt compelled to follow Shen Yingqing and the others, unwilling to tarnish their image further. After some contemplation, she understood that Lu Wenfeng was beyond uttering another word. Tears welled up in her eyes as she hurried over to him. "Wenfeng, please hold on." Upon seeing her approach, Lu Wenfeng's emotions surged, blood gushing more violently from his neck as he clutched Lin Yujia's hand tightly, his body convulsing uncontrollably. He seemed to strive for speech, his pupils, once dark, now morphing into a grayish hue, fixated on Lin Yujia as if trying to convey something, yet no words escaped his lips. Lin Yujia trembled, tears cascading down her cheeks. She yearned to withdraw her hand, but found herself unable to do so. A wave of frustration washed over her. When would Lu Wenfeng finally succumb? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Lu Wenfeng's body convulsed violently one last time, before falling motionless to the ground, his eyes wide open, refusing to close. "Brother?" Lu Hong's voice trembled with disbelief as she called out his name. But it was evident that Lu Wenfeng's pupils had constricted, changing from black to a lifeless grayish-white, a telltale sign of his transformation into a zombie. Before Lu Hong could utter another word of warning, Lu Wenfeng's body jerked once more, rising abruptly. A guttural moan escaped his lips, reminiscent of a zombie's wail. "Ah!" Lin Yujia screamed in terror, desperately trying to pull her hand away, inadvertently drawing the attention of the zombified Lu Wenfeng. He turned towards her, his mouth agape, ready to strike. "Help!" Lin Yujia cried out in panic, struggling fiercely. Lu Hong stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend that her brother had perished and transformed, failing to intervene as Lu Wenfeng advanced. Chapter 54. A host of them.
Bang!
The echo of a gunshot rang in their ears. The bullet struck Lu Wenfeng squarely in the forehead. Before he could sink his teeth into Lin Yujia, he toppled backward, lifeless. "Brother!" Lu Hong's heart-wrenching cry pierced the air as she lunged toward Lu Wenfeng's fallen form, weeping uncontrollably. Lin Yujia yanked her hand free from Lu Wenfeng's grasp, her heart racing in panic as she stepped back, still shaken. She crossed her arms, narrowing her eyes at Lin Yujia, reading her guilty demeanor. It was likely that Lu Wenfeng's demise was somehow intertwined with her actions. Observing Lu Hong's sorrow, Shen Yingcheng felt a twinge of compassion. Regardless of who it was, witnessing a loved one perish before one's eyes was an unbearable experience. Initially intent on severing ties with Lu Wenfeng and his companions, he found himself compelled to reconsider. He approached Lu Hong, crouching beside her. "Death is irreversible. You can choose to leave with us or remain in this small town." Lu Hong kept her head down, but Lin Yujia, unable to contain her urgency, seized Shen Yingcheng's hand. "Brother Shen, I want to leave with you. There's no one left in this town. I cannot survive here." Shen Yingcheng furrowed his brow, gently pushing her hand away. "There may be no people, but there are resources. The villagers have cultivated an abundance of crops, and there is well water. Self-sufficiency shouldn't pose a significant issue."
"No.
"I cannot survive here. I can't kill zombies." Lin Yujia began to sob, feeling utterly wronged. She advanced, brandishing a dagger concealed within her sleeve, a sardonic smile playing on her lips as she regarded Lin Yujia. "Lu Wenfeng was your boyfriend, and you didn't shed a tear for his death. Yet, you're distressed at the thought of remaining in this town." Lin Yujia halted her sobs, her gaze fixed on the dagger pointed at her, her complexion paling as she trembled. "I am distressed, even if my relationship with Wenfeng lasted barely over a month. But I wish to survive. He would want me to live well." "Indeed," Yishi replied, her tone contemplative. Just as she intended to press the dagger closer to Lin Yujia, she felt an unexpected resistance. It was reminiscent of her previous life. The force that hindered her from eliminating the protagonists lingered, albeit with diminished intensity. In her past life, the dagger would have already been turned against herself. "Self-preservation is paramount," Yishi remarked, retracting the dagger and feigning amusement. Lin Yujia, relieved to see the dagger withdrawn, felt her heart race again upon hearing Yishi's tone. Sensing an ominous implication, did she witness the moment Lu Wenfeng was bitten? As this thought coursed through her, Lin Yujia's expression shifted, her grip tightening on her clothing as she bowed her head to conceal her emotions. "No, it's impossible. Their room was locked tight. That little zombie came from outside. And I did nothing. Why should she feel guilty? Lu Wenfeng's death had nothing to do with her. It was entirely his own doing." Observing Lin Yujia's desperate attempt to hide herself, Yishi's eyes narrowed, her suspicions confirmed. I will go with you." Lu Hong finally raised her head, wiping her tears as she gazed at Shen Yingcheng. "But Brother Shen, could you help me bury my brother?" She understood that there was no time for mourning. She had to survive, carrying her brother's memory with her.
"All right."
Shen Yingcheng regarded Lu Hong with a mixture of pity and admiration. At merely 17 or 18 years old, she managed to compose herself so swiftly, contemplating her next steps, which was no small feat. They indeed had little time to grieve their lost loved ones, for they must continue to fight for survival in this apocalyptic world, awaiting the dawn of a new day. Shen Yingcheng led Lu Hong and Lin Yujia to bury Lu Wenfeng, while Pei Hongqing casually extracted the crystal core from the head of a small, second-tier zombie. How could such a young child, around 3 years old, become a mutated zombie? He cast a puzzled glance at Yishi. Chewing on a lollipop, Yishi replied nonchalantly. "I don't know. This mutation shows no signs. One thing is certain, there must be other mutated zombies nearby. It's impossible for just one small zombie to suddenly evolve into a second-tier zombie. Evolution requires a process, possibly certain conditions, such as zombies turning on one another." In her previous life, the researchers at the base had conducted extensive studies on zombies, including the notion that mutated zombies could evolve by consuming the crystal cores of their kind or the flesh and blood of ability users. They speculated that the highest-ranked 8th and 9th tier zombies likely evolved in this manner. However, with too few cases studied, the only person knowledgeable about 8th and 9th tier zombies, Yanwang Lu Fan, had been elusive, leaving the research results ambiguous at the time of her demise. "Then let us search the vicinity." Pei Hongqing pocketed the crystal core and ventured outside. Yishi nodded, casting a sweeping glance around the room. Upon noticing the open window in the bedroom, her eyes narrowed slightly, and a sardonic smile graced her lips. Meanwhile, at their temporary refuge, Yi Yan anxiously waited in the room with Yan Ziming, Fu Ruoqing, and Yi Shiran for Shenning Cheng and the others to return. Suddenly, a noise echoed from downstairs. Fu Ruoqing's complexion changed dramatically as she whispered to the group, "It's a first-level zombie. And not just one. At least 3 are approaching us." 3. Yi Shiran's face paled. He dashed to the balcony, intending to call out to Pei Hongqing and the others in the nearby bungalow. However, he was met with the sight of a first-level zombie, a small child around 5 or 6 years old, climbing up the sewage pipe towards their floor. Damn it! Ishiran couldn't contain himself and instantly summoned flames in his palms to incinerate the sewage pipe. Yet his flames were insufficient. The pipe melted far slower than the small zombie's ascent. He urgently called for Yan Ziming's assistance. Yan Ziming rushed over and, without hesitation, drew his pistol, aiming it at the small zombie's forehead.
Bang!
The gunshot erupted, and the small zombie fell motionless. Ishiran exhaled a sigh of relief. But then, the door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. Yi Yan and Fu Ruoqing immediately stood up, moving closer to Yan Ziming and Ishiran. Fu Ruoqing's face turned pale. There were 2 first-level zombies outside. Yan Ziming positioned the 2 women behind him, grabbing an assault rifle from the side and aiming towards the door, pulling the trigger. The gunfire erupted in rapid succession, riddling the door with numerous holes. 2 corpses could be faintly seen lying outside. But the next moment, the door was slammed again. Fu Ruoqing pressed her back against the wall, her lips trembling. 3 or 4 more. There are 4 more first-level zombies outside. And a second-level zombie is approaching us from not far away. Damn it! Why do they come in swarms when they arrive? Ishiran's mental state was fraying. His abilities were utterly useless, and he could only follow Yan Ziming's lead, grabbing a gun to face the door. But as he turned his head, he spotted a first-level zombie perched on the balcony railing. It appeared to be an 11 or 12-year-old boy, bloodied with crimson eyes fixed intently on him. Chapter 55. Surrounded. Danger.
Damn!
Ishiran felt a wave of dread wash over him. A chill surged from his feet to the top of his head. Before he could raise his weapon, the first-level zombie lunged at him. She ran. Yi Yan cried out in desperation. Yan Ziming remained fixated on the door, unable to assist. Fu Ruoqing, her face pale, grabbed a nearby table lamp and hurled it at the small zombie.
Bang!
The lamp struck the zombie's head, causing it to veer off course and crash into the vanity. Ishiran narrowly dodged disaster and quickly grabbed his gun, moving to Yan Ziming's side. However, that single strike enraged the small zombie, which immediately bared its teeth at the 4 of them. At that moment, a second first-level zombie appeared on the balcony. This time, it was in the form of an adult woman, yet her appearance was horrifying. Half her skull was missing, and writhing maggots filled the exposed cavity. A foul stench wafted outwards as one of her eyeballs dangled, moving solely with her nose. After sniffing the air, she slowly and eerily turned her face towards Ishiran and the others.
Ugh! Fu Ruoqing raged.
Her psychic energy had not depleted, but the extensive search and tracking of the approaching zombies had left her feeling excruciatingly pained. Even more terrifying, a cacophony of chaotic zombie howls invaded her mind, overwhelming her with uncontrollable and passive information, causing her head to throb painfully. Yi Yan hurriedly helped her find a corner in the room to crouch down, releasing her abilities to alleviate Fu Ruoqing's suffering. Yet, there was no respite as the zombie woman leaped down from the balcony railing, crawling towards them with her head full of maggots. Yan Ziming's expression darkened as he turned to unleash a barrage of gunfire at her. But she was even more agile than the small zombie, skillfully evading the bullets aimed at her head. Ishiran stood in shock as he fired at the small zombie, which had fallen against the vanity and was attempting to pounce on him. However, that shot was not fatal. The small zombie continued to advance. To make matters worse, at that moment, with a resounding crash, their already battered door was breached. Yi Yan and the others' faces paled in horror as despair surged within them. They were surrounded by zombies. But just as the zombies were about to invade through the door, a figure leaped in from the balcony. It swiftly tackled the woman zombie. Yi Yan's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "Cici." Yi Shi and the others had rushed back upon hearing the gunfire, with Pei Hongqing heading towards the front door of their temporary shelter. Yi Shi, spotting the zombies from the balcony, sensed the impending danger. Without hesitation, she kicked aside the small first-level zombie's corpse and began climbing up the sewage pipe. In less than a minute, she stood at the edge of the balcony railing. Hearing Ishiran's frustrated exclamations, "Damn it, I'm out of bullets," Yi Shi's expression changed, and she lunged at the back of the zombie. Thrust. A dagger plunged fiercely into its skull, twisting it violently. The zombie fell lifeless. Yi Yan's delighted voice rang out in front of her, "Cece." Yi Shi took a breath, withdrew her dagger, and surveyed the scene inside the room. Aside from Ishiran still grappling with a first-level zombie using a chair, everyone else appeared unharmed. Pei Hongqing had also arrived through the front door, swiftly using a wind blade to decapitate several first-level zombies at the entrance, including the one Ishiran was contending with. All the zombies collapsed. Ishiran, drenched in sweat, collapsed onto the ground, gasping heavily. Pei Hongqing glanced at Yan Ziming, asking, "Is everyone all right?" Yan Ziming shook his head. "No injuries." Fu Ruoqing looked unwell, likely due to her energy depletion, her face pale. Yi Yan had continuously used her abilities to assist Fu Ruoqing, but it was evidently ineffective. Fu Ruoqing lay in Yi Yan's arms, her face ashen and in agony, biting her lip tightly, her body trembling and convulsing. Yi Shi furrowed her brows and swiftly approached, grasping Fu Ruoqing's hand. It might be due to her inability to control her psychic abilities. "What do you mean?" Yi Yan asked, bewildered. Yi Shi explained, "The reason psychic abilities are more formidable than others is that they are difficult to control. If she cannot learn to master it quickly, it could ultimately be her downfall. Moreover, this is something we cannot assist with. She must rely on herself." "How can this be?" Yan Ziming frowned, his gaze filled with concern for Fu Ruoqing. Pei Hongqing looked at Yi Shi and asked solemnly, "Is there no way to help her?" Yi Shi met his gaze. "Imagine if your mind were flooded with a chaotic torrent of information, with everyone's voices mingling together. That's the sensation she's experiencing now. She is not only receiving our words but also the sounds of heartbeats, footsteps, and breaths, all at once." As these words escaped Yan Ziming, Yi Yan and Ishiran were utterly astonished. The mental abilities were so formidable. Pei Hongqing furrowed his brow and turned to Yan Ziming, instructing, "First, lay her on the bed." Yan Ziming nodded, promptly advancing to lift Fu Ruoqing and place her on the bed. Once lying flat, Fu Ruoqing appeared somewhat better. At least her body had ceased its convulsions. However, before they could resolve the situation, the sounds of fighting erupted once more from downstairs. Pei Hongqing's expression shifted slightly as he swiftly turned and descended the stairs. Ishiran staggered, hastily following suit. Yan Ziming's countenance changed. Brother Shun had returned, and it seemed he was battling mutated zombies below. Yi Shi nodded slightly and said to him, "Stay here. I will go down to see." Yan Ziming was momentarily taken aback. Before he could refuse, she dashed out the door with remarkable speed. Left with no choice, he remained behind, unable to leave Yi Yan and Fu Ruoqing unattended. Downstairs, Shun Ingcheng was indeed engaged in combat with a mutated zombie. It didn't take long for him to realize something was amiss. This mutated zombie was evidently of the second level. According to his abilities, dispatching a level 2 zombie should pose no challenge. Yet, the speed of this particular creature was astonishing. It managed to evade his icy blades. Time and again, his ice blades merely grazed the zombie's neck, leaving only a shallow cut, while the zombie relentlessly pressed closer. As they neared the doorway, Shen Ingcheng found himself slightly strained when someone behind him supported his shoulder. "I'll take over." Pei Hongqing pushed him back and confronted the approaching level 2 zombie directly. The zombie's sharp teeth clamped tightly onto the dagger in his hand. After a couple of fierce clashes, sensing that Pei Hongqing was not an easy opponent, the zombie suddenly retreated, creating a significant distance between them. A gust of wind swept through. Pei Hongqing narrowed his elongated phoenix eyes, rapidly closing in on the level 2 zombie, unleashing a blade of wind. This time, the wind blade struck true, piercing the zombie's forehead. Its entire crown was cleaved open, along with a portion of its brain. With a sickening thud, blood splattered onto the ground. The level 2 zombie glanced at its own brain, then fixed its gaze on Pei Hongqing, erupting into a furious roar. Chapter 56, Level 3. Where is Xiaoxi? With a thunderous growl, the Level 2 zombie surged towards Pei Hongqing with even greater speed. Just as Yishi emerged, she happened to witness this scene. The speed of the Level 2 zombie was surprisingly on par with that of Pei Hongqing, a Level 3 wind elemental user. Her expression shifted slightly. Upon scrutinizing the zombie's eyes, which glowed a deep red laced with hints of black, she deduced it was a recently evolved Level 3 zombie. Yi Shi's expression darkened. She immediately cautioned Pei Hongqing, be careful. This is a Level 3 mutated zombie. Don't allow it to drain your abilities.
Damn.
Level 3? Yi Shiran's complexion paled in shock. Sheningqing's expression was hardly better. According to Yi Shi's previous assessments regarding zombie levels, a Level 3 zombie would typically require 3 or 4 Level 3 users to combat effectively. Yet, within their team, only he and Pei Hongqing possessed Level 3 abilities. Having already expended a significant portion of his powers, he quickly realized something and instructed Yi Shiran, go retrieve a zombie core for me. Yi Shiran nodded, recalling the numerous mutated zombie corpses sprawled across the second floor, and immediately dashed upstairs. Yi Shi, armed with a dagger, kept her gaze fixed on the movements of the Level 3 zombie and Pei Hongqing. Both were remarkably swift, and she could barely keep up with their actions. The battle was evenly matched at present, but Pei Hongqing's abilities were being depleted. In a matter of minutes, the Level 3 zombie would gain the upper hand. At that moment, Yi Shi bit her lip and resolved to intervene. With one hand gripping the dagger and the other loading her gun, she swiftly prepared to fire. Then, under Sheningqing's astonished gaze, she charged towards the Level 3 zombie with incredible speed. As Yi Shiran descended the stairs with 2 foul-smelling zombie cores, he caught sight of this scene and thought, what is that fool doing, courting death? Sheningqing shot him a glance, seeking a way to assist them. After a brief exchange, he grasped one of the cores and quickly absorbed its energy. In a minute's time, he had consumed 1 core, which sufficiently replenished his energy channels temporarily. However, Pei Hongqing was already on the verge of exhaustion, still locked in combat with the zombie. Yi Shi, on the other hand, had gained the upper hand. Although she hadn't decapitated the Level 3 zombie, she had successfully severed one of its arms. Infuriated by the loss, the Level 3 zombie redirected its wrath towards Yi Shi. She was drenched in sweat, taken aback by the tenacity of this Level 3 zombie. Thus far, they had only managed to chop off one of its arms, and it was in its prime, showing no signs of fatigue as it relentlessly attacked them. Pei Hongqing paused to catch his breath, sweat glistening on his forehead, just as Yi Shiran's voice rang out behind him. Brother Pei.
Catch.
With that, a filthy zombie core was tossed his way. Grabbing it deftly, he immediately began to absorb its energy, while keeping a vigilant eye on the tussle between Yi Shi and the Level 3 zombie. Yi Shi was adept at drawing the zombie's attention while skillfully evading its strikes. Within mere seconds, she had dodged at least 3 lethal blows. The zombie's claws seemed intent on finding their mark on her neck. A single swipe would surely sever her carotid artery, releasing a torrent of blood, a delicacy for the zombie. Unbeknownst to her, she had lured the zombie onto the main road, a good distance away. Sheningqing, having fully absorbed the core and replenished his abilities, charged towards the Level 3 zombie. At that moment, Yi Shi had seized the remaining left hand of the zombie, pinning it firmly to the ground. Noticing this, Sheningqing swiftly conjured an ice blade. However, the cunning Level 3 zombie broke free from Yi Shi's grasp, shedding its severed arm to escape and narrowly avoiding the ice blade's strike. Yi Shi, holding the useless severed arm, nearly let out a string of expletives. Sheningqing rushed to assist her, asking, "Are you all right?" She wiped the sweat from her brow and, panting, replied, "I'm fine. We can't let it escape. Now that it's lost both arms, we can surround and subdue it." Agreed, Sheningqing affirmed, leading the charge after the fleeing Level 3 zombie.
Pei Hongqing,
having replenished his energy, followed closely behind. Before long, they found the Level 3 zombie cornered outside the dilapidated house where Lu Wenfeng had met his demise. The zombie, having endured a blow from Pei Hongqing that had cleaved its crown, let out a furious roar. It finally took a hit from Sheningqing's wind blade, which struck its left leg. Another ice blade followed, targeting the zombie's torso. Yi Shi, witnessing this, couldn't help but halt her advance. It seemed unnecessary for her to press forward, for the level 3 zombie, having lost both arms, was significantly weakened. With Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing mounting a combined assault, in less than 2 minutes, the zombie's head was severed from its body. With a dull thud, it fell to the ground. It tumbled to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop right in front of Yi, who was approaching. A slight twitch at the corner of her mouth suggested an inexplicable sensation of having stumbled upon a significant opportunity. This was merely a newly upgraded Tier 3 zombie. Not yet a complete transformation. Otherwise, with the combined strength of the three of them, capturing it would have proven exceedingly difficult. Pei Hongqing wiped the residue from the crystal core off his hands, breathing slightly heavily, and glanced at Yi.
It's dead.
Indeed. Yi bent down decisively, swiftly extracting the crystal core from the zombie's brain. She stepped on the ground, the congealed brain matter being covered by dirt and rolling away, revealing the core's substantial form. Pei Hongqing focused intently and noticed that the Tier 3 crystal core was half deep red and half a dark, translucent red. A Tier 3 crystal core? Yes. But it hasn't fully evolved yet. We are fortunate. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, glancing towards their temporary shelter, and said to the two, "Let us discuss the rest when we return."
All right.
Pei Hongqing stepped forward, casually picking up the Tier 3 zombie crystal core that she had stepped on. Shen Yingcheng followed suit, inquiring, "How are you feeling?"
Pei Hongqing nodded, "Iemme fine."
Yet, his gaze drifted towards Yi's retreating figure. What's going on? Yixiran rushed forward to ask Pei Hongqing and Shen Yingcheng as soon as he saw Yi return, heading straight inside without pausing. Pei Hongqing displayed the crystal core to him. Shen Yingcheng asked, "What about upstairs with Yi Yan and the others?" Xiao Qingzi is still in a precarious state. Xianyu mentioned that it's an issue caused by her psychic abilities, and none of us can assist her. Yixiran, initially skeptical of Yi's words, found himself with no alternative means to rouse Fu Ruoqing from her stupor. He could only relay what Yi had said to Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing. Upon hearing this, the two swiftly ascended the stairs, only to find several mutated zombie corpses littering the hallway, creating a scene of utter disarray. Upon entering the room, they saw Fu Ruoqing lying on the bed, her complexion ashen and her breath faint. Seeing Shen Yingcheng and the others arrive, Yi Yan anxiously inquired, "Where's Xiaoxi?" "She's downstairs," Shen Yingcheng replied, then asked solemnly, "Is Ruoqing's condition critical? Is your upgraded ability of no help to her?" Chapter 57. Beat him. Indeed. Yi Yan wore an expression of guilt. "I've tried numerous times, but Ruoqing remains unresponsive, no matter how I call her." Yan Ziming had retrieved the mutated zombie crystal cores, a total of 5, and handed them to Shen Yingcheng. Yixiran, observing the zombie crystal cores, suddenly had an idea and suggested to Shen Yingcheng, "Brother Shen, should we let Xiao Qingzi absorb a crystal core and see if that works? If you think her death isn't swift enough, feel free to try." Yi entered the room with her arms crossed, her tone cool as she delivered this remark. Just that one sentence drew the attention of everyone in the room. Yixiran retorted, "This won't work, that won't work. Useless Xianyu, if you're so capable. Why don't you think of a solution quickly? Have I not mentioned before? Let her strive on her own. No one can assist her in this matter. Just like how you can't upgrade by absorbing a crystal core right now, what can a captain do to help you? Absorb the crystal core for you?" Yi's lips twitched slightly. It was undeniable that Yixiran was indeed a fool, for he never bothered to listen properly. Yixiran was so infuriated that he couldn't form a complete sentence. Shen Yingcheng restrained him, saying gravely, "Since Yi has made her point, let us refrain from disturbing Ruoqing. She needs to rest well in bed. We will leave when she awakens." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Yan Ziming continued to tidy the room. Pei Hongqing glanced at Yi, furrowing his brow as he asked, "Is it true that only psychic ability users experience such situations?" Yi affirmed, "Yes. Psychic abilities differ from other powers. The higher the ability level, the greater the power, but the risks involved are also considerable. You may understand it as a question of control over the ability. If one has yet to master control over their psychic powers, such incidents may occur. Similar to Yixiran's inability to utilize his fire abilities properly." "Who says I can't use my abilities?" Yixiran protested, feeling indignant at her disparagement. Pei Hongqing pressed his face back, frowning, "Quiet down. Let her finish." Yixiran, pushed away, wore a look of helplessness. Yi Shi glanced at Fu watching, concluding she was likely not in any grave danger. She had merely upgraded her psychic ability earlier than in her previous life, and there was still ample time before the specter of death loomed. Moreover, this was merely the disarray stemming from a Tier 2 psychic ability. The symptoms were milder compared to those arising from Tier 3 and Tier 4 abilities. There was no cause for alarm. Yi Yan expressed her concern. I never anticipated that our abilities could manifest in such a manner, and today we just happened to encounter a crisis surrounded by mutated zombies. Had it not been for Yi Shi's timely appearance, at least one of us would have been bitten or scratched by a zombie. The thought alone sent shivers down her spine. Yi Shi regarded her and softly remarked, Sister, every phenomenon possesses duality, including abilities, which undoubtedly harbor weaknesses. It is a natural constraint born from evolution. A natural constraint born from evolution? Pei Hongqing's eyes narrowed as he regarded Yi Shi intently. Are you suggesting that every ability has its weaknesses? Indeed, Yi Shi replied, her tone unhurried. Abilities can counter each other. The specifics will only become apparent when faced with them. To eliminate one's weaknesses, one must grow stronger at a faster pace than others and ascend to the apex of the food chain. Ishiran crossed his arms, scoffing, you without any abilities. Speak so lightly. Do you know how arduous it is to upgrade? Look at the mutated zombies we hunted today, 6 or 7 of them, mere Tier 1. And they nearly brought our entire team to ruin. Reflecting on this, he felt a lingering unease, and his complexion darkened. Yi Shi shot him a sidelong glance. In this apocalyptic world, weakness is a sin. Instead of lamenting how difficult it is to upgrade, one should contemplate how to expedite the process. Zombies will not wait for you to level up before they hunt you. They too will evolve. When Tier 3 zombies become more prevalent and you remain at Tier 1, you will merely be fodder. Ishiran's expression shifted, his molars grinding audibly. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words to counter her argument, for Yi Shi's reasoning was undeniably compelling. Upon hearing her words, Shen Yingcheng and the others fell into silence. The situation had indeed taken them by surprise. If the 3 of them had not returned in time, Ishiran and the others. Shen Yingcheng furrowed his brow deeply, casting a serious gaze at everyone. This sudden turn of events is due to my lack of foresight. Yi Shi is correct. Upgrading is our team's foremost objective. After collecting the crystal cores today, those who can upgrade should proceed to do so. As he spoke, he turned to Pei Hongqing. What about the Tier 3 zombie crystal core? Pei Hongqing produced it and tossed it to him. Holding the Tier 3 zombie crystal core, Shen Yingcheng suggested, let us vote to decide who gets to use this core first. Unnecessary. Yi Shi yawned. Currently, the most potent offensive ability remains the wind type. However, my recommendation is to allow the one who cannot afford to lose to give it a try.
Huh.
Ishiran appeared bewildered, momentarily overlooking Yi Shi's derisive remark about him, and questioned in confusion, why me? Because you are foolish, Yi Shi retorted without mercy, spitting out those 4 words. Ishiran erupted in fury, exclaiming, I knew you worthless good-for-nothing couldn't hold it together. Who are you deliberately insulting here? With that, he prepared to throw a punch at Yi Shi. Without hesitation, Yi Shi delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. The speed was astonishing. He barely had time to react before he collapsed to his knees before her. Ishiran, Shen Yingcheng and the others. You useless fool. Fury surged within Ishiran. He rose, his face contorted in rage, ready to confront Yi Shi with a deadly determination. Yi Shi showed no mercy, seizing a nearby chair and smashing it forcefully against Ishiran's back. Damn it! Ishiran cried out in pain, cursing vehemently. Shen Yingcheng's expression shifted, and he stepped forward to intervene, only to be halted by Pei Hongqing. Pei narrowed his eyes and whispered, wait, don't rush in. Xiao Shi. Yi Yan, frantic, also wished to intervene. Pei Hongqing restrained her, urging her to observe. Yi Yan, puzzled, thought, what are we waiting for? To see Ishiran get beaten to death? Yi Shi was indeed relentless in her assault on Ishiran. One could even hear the sickening crack of his ribs as her foot connected with his solar plexus, sending him flying and leaving him gasping in agony. How dare you, useless fool! If I don't kill you today, I'll write my name backwards, he shouted, his anger escalating. After spouting his threats, he charged at Yi Shi, swinging his fists with ferocity. The air whistled as his fist sliced through, but Yi Shi deftly sidestepped, seizing his arm and slamming his head against the wall with a resounding thud.
Bang!
The dull sound resonated. Yi Shiran's head spun, his entire being ignited with rage. His eyes blazing with fury as he roared at Yi Shi, "I swear, I will kill you." In this moment of overwhelming wrath, his eyes bulged as he broke free from his restraints. In the next instant, both palms erupted, unleashing a massive fireball that hurtled towards Yi Shi. Chapter 58. I'm Not Dead? The fireball was nearly half his size. At the moment it was released, Shen Yingcheng, Pei Hongqing, Yi Yan, and Yan Ziming were all taken aback. For all the time since Yi Shiran had awakened his powers, he had never unleashed such a formidable display. This time, the fireball charged directly at Yi Shi. Shen Yingcheng reacted swiftly, erecting a thin ice wall before Yi Shi to shield her from the impending attack.
Boom!
The fireball collided with the ice wall, shattering it into fragments, extinguishing the fireball in the process. Yi Shiran, panting heavily, glared at Yi Shi, his eyes still aflame with rage, wishing nothing more than to annihilate her. "Brother Shen, she's about to beat me to death. Why are you saving her?" His rage was unbridled, fixated solely on avenging himself against Yi Shi. Yi Shi, having reduced him to a pitiful state, remained unfazed, casually addressing Shen Yingcheng and the others.
Did you see that?
He simply cannot handle defeat. He deserves this, wasting such a great power. Nothing can't be solved with a good beating. If one doesn't suffice, then a few more should do the trick. Damn it! Yi Shiran coughed up blood, his vision blurring, nearly fainting from her words. She ran. Yi Yan exclaimed, worried, rushing forward to use her powers to heal him. She looked disapprovingly at Yi Shi. "Shaoxi, even if you have to resort to this, you could at least give a heads up. What if you really hurt him?" Upon touching Yi Shiran's skin, she found it frighteningly hot, with a temperature that was somewhat alarming. Fortunately, under her healing abilities, the temperature gradually returned to normal. Yi Shi had indeed been merciless in her actions, and witnessing Yi Shiran being beaten had genuinely shaken her. She feared her sister might accidentally kill him. For a few minutes, her heart raced with anxiety. Yi Shi waved her hand dismissively. "Sister, don't worry. I know my limits. I merely broke a couple of his arms and 4 or 5 ribs. He won't suffer any internal injuries. It's just superficial damage." Superficial damage? Yan Ziming glanced at the unconscious Yi Shiran, silently reflecting on whether he had ever crossed Yi Shi to deserve such vengeance. Honestly, given Yi Shiran's current state, it was impossible to believe she was not harboring ill intentions. You intentionally provoked Yi Shiran, prompting him to unleash his powers while in a state of confusion. Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes, discerning Yi Shi's motivations behind her earlier actions. Yi Shi offered no reply, merely acquiescing. Shen Yingcheng sighed, directing his gaze at her. "Yi Shi, please inform us beforehand next time. At least let us prepare ourselves mentally." Yan Ziming observed him quietly. "Captain, you've changed. In the past, when Yi Shi nearly harmed Yi Shiran, you were furious. Now you don't even flinch, standing firmly by her side. If Yi Shiran were to awaken and learn of this, he would surely be furious. However, it was no longer his concern. As long as he wasn't the one being beaten, it was acceptable. Ahem." Minutes later, Yi Shiran regained consciousness, coughing violently before realizing the pain had dissipated. "Yanjia?" Spotting Yi Yan, he touched his chest, incredulous. "I'm not dead?" "No," Yi Yan replied, half amused. "I apologize on behalf of Shaoxi. Her actions were provoked." "Sister," Yi Shi interjected, frowning, "there's no other reason except that I found him annoying and wanted to beat him."
Damn!
Yi Shiran sprang up from the ground, furious, rolling up his sleeves. "You worthless good-for-nothing, just wait. I wasn't ready for you earlier, but now, I'll show you how I plan to kill you." His anger surged once more. Yet, just as he was about to act, Shen Yingcheng placed a firm hand on his shoulder, interrupting him with a grave tone. "Forget about revenge for now. Focus on upgrading your powers first."
What?
Yi Shiran was utterly bewildered. Shen Yingcheng thrust a 3rd-level crystal core into his hands. "You heard me right, that crystal core is yours. Go upgrade now." "Can I really?" Yi Shiran looked astonished. After all, he hadn't contributed during their fight against the 3rd-level zombies.
"Yes.
We've all agreed to let you upgrade first. Don't let us down," Shen Yingqing continued, now. Head to the next room. Yixiran was overwhelmed with gratitude, his anger temporarily subdued. He nodded vigorously and took the crystal core to the adjacent room. Shen Yingqing followed closely, primarily to monitor the situation. After all, Yixiran was at level 1, and a sudden leap to level 3 raised concerns about potential complications. Yet, since Yishi had suggested it, it should be fine. Still, a part of him remained uneasy about Yixiran. Once Yixiran left, the room fell silent. Yishi yawned again, glancing at Fu Ruoqing on the bed, who was likely close to waking up. Yan Ziming, bewildered, asked, how can you tell? Yishi pointed to Fu Ruoqing's brow, relaxed. Yan Ziming, such a hasty judgment? Yet it seems that ever since Yishi expressed her intent to change a few days ago, all behaviors have become elusive and unpredictable. You say it's casual. Yet it feels anything but. Many of Yishi's words carry deeper meanings, prompting one to instinctively start believing in her. As the last syllable fell, Fu Ruoqing emitted a faint sound, her body stirring, her eyes fluttering open slowly. Ruoqing, are you all right? Yi Yan hurriedly approached, taking a seat by the bedside to inquire about her condition. With a sigh, Fu Ruoqing exhaled a breath of stale air, rubbing her still dizzy head, and replied hoarsely, I'm fine. The chaotic thoughts in her mind had finally been organized. She now remembered everything she had heard before losing consciousness, including all that Yishi and others had said, as well as the faint sounds emanating from Yixiran's upgrade next door. Her senses were overly acute, which was not advantageous. She had to exert effort to control her abilities, temporarily sealing off these sensations to gain a brief respite. Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a glance at Yishi before focusing on Fu Ruoqing, asking, have you learned to control your mental abilities? Fu Ruoqing felt her cheeks warm slightly, embarrassment washing over her as she admitted, not entirely, but I've adapted somewhat and have grasped a few tricks. I need more time to familiarize myself.
Today.
It was my oversight, I apologize, everyone. As she spoke, she lowered her head apologetically. In the midst of such a crisis, it was her fainting that had precluded any warning, exposing everyone to a level 3 zombie. If they had faced calamity, she would have undoubtedly been the primary culprit. Burdened by guilt. Chapter 59. This request seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? Ruoqing, this is not your fault. Yi Yan looked at Fu Ruoqing, who was of similar age to her sister, offering her gentle reassurance. You have already done your utmost. Xiaoxi mentioned that your mental abilities differ from ours, requiring you to adjust and endure more on your own. Yan Ziming added, indeed. Sister Yan is correct. We do not blame you for this. Pei Hongqing squinted slightly. Addressing Fu Ruoqing, rather than dwelling on guilt, it would be prudent to find ways to master your abilities swiftly. Yes, Brother Pei, I understand. Thank you all for your encouragement. Fu Ruoqing sighed in relief, then turned her gaze toward Yishi, who had remained silent nearby, expressing her gratitude. And thank you as well, Yishi. Yishi raised an eyebrow, lazily responding, I didn't do anything. You did, Fu Ruoqing insisted. I absorbed the essence of what you said. It helped me immensely in sorting through the information I received. Even if she harbored reservations about Yishi, she had to admit that Yishi's words had been of great assistance. Each individual's abilities were unique, and hers were particularly so. Discovering how to strengthen her mental powers required personal exploration. Yishi's words acted as a guiding light, illuminating the chaotic turmoil in her mind. Therefore, expressing her gratitude to Yishi felt entirely justified. Is that so? Yishi appeared pleasantly surprised, a faint smile gracing her lips. That's quite good. It indicates my random advice hit the mark. If you find it useful, then that's all that matters. Having said this, she cast a disdainful glance around the disheveled room, declaring, I'm going to rest in another room. Yi Yan reminded her, Xiaoxi, there are rooms upstairs. All right. Yishi replied casually, moving at a leisurely pace toward the exit. Yi Yan sighed, assisting Fu Ruoqing to rise from the bed. Let us change rooms.
You still need ample rest.
Yes, Fu Ruoqing expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Sister Yan. It's nothing. We are all teammates and should support one another. Look. Xiaoxi is genuinely improving, isn't she? Her nature is simply a bit introverted. Her words might not always be pleasant, but I hope everyone can show her some understanding as she gradually becomes better. As Yi Yan spoke, she glanced at Pei Hongqing and Yan Ziming, Yan Ziming scratched his head, somewhat at a loss for words, right? I also believe Yi Shi is improving. He then turned to Pei Hongqing. Brother Pei, what do you think? Yi Yan's gaze shifted to Pei Hongqing as well. Pei Hongqing raised an eyebrow, stating pensively, it remains to be seen. After all, you all are aware of her actions over the past month. It is unreasonable to alter one's perception solely based on a few days of slightly better behavior. Fu Ruoqing and Yan Ziming nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning sound. Yi Yan, upon hearing this, chose not to press further. After all, her perspective differed from theirs. She was Yi Shi's elder sister. Even if Yi Shi had committed wrongdoings in the past, she would continue to embrace her, believing in her potential for change. Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing, however, were not bound by familial ties to Xiaoxi. Their tolerance for her stemmed only from their regard for her sister. It was inherently challenging to shift their views entirely on Xiaoxi, given the circumstances. Achoo! On the third floor, Yi Shi sneezed. Standing on the balcony, she glanced down to see Lin Yujia and Lu Hong standing at the base of their temporary lodging. The two had vanished moments earlier, likely summoned by Shen Yingqing to hide away until the surroundings settled. She rested her chin on her palm and observed for a moment as Shen Yingqing emerged from the building, leading the two inside. In the next instant, Ishiran's exuberant laughter erupted from below. Haha, I did it! I've finally leveled up to level 3. His triumphant exclamations reverberated loudly. It was not merely confined to their temporary abode. Even those several dozen meters away could hear him. Not only could they hear him, but as Yi Shi looked down, she also witnessed a fireball erupting from the second-floor window. With a whoosh, it ignited a pile of firewood at the entrance, illuminating the area. Where remnants of the level 3 zombie's arms she had previously severed lay scattered on the ground. Xiaoxi, Yi Yan knocked on the door, announcing, "The captain has instructed us to prepare to leave this town." "All right, understood," Yi Shi acknowledged, opening the door to descend alongside her. As they reached the first floor, everyone had gathered, including Lin Yujia and Lu Hong. Ishiran dashed towards Yi Shi, sneering, "Humph, dead fish, I'll remember this grudge from earlier. One day, I will repay you in full."
Is that so?
"Very well, I shall await the day you come to seek your revenge," Yi Shi scoffed, utterly dismissive of his words. Her attitude only served to further infuriate Ishiran, his fists clenching with a cracking sound. Shen Yingcheng grasped his shoulder, intently stating, "Have you forgotten what you promised me?" Ishiran huffed in defiance. "Brother Shen, just look at her attitude. She is intentionally provoking me. Do you know how you acquired that level 3 crystal core?" "It came from Yi Shi's efforts," Shen Yingcheng reminded him pointedly. Ishiran pouted. "What's the big deal? I can always slay a level 3 zombie later and return it to her. But returning it serves no purpose. She lacks any abilities." Shiran. Shen Yingcheng's brow furrowed deeper, his gaze heavy upon him. Such words should not be uttered again. Ishiran was momentarily taken aback. "Brother Shen?" Shen Yingcheng cast a glance at Yi Shi with a complex expression before addressing him. Though Yi Shi lacks supernatural abilities, she possesses the capability to eliminate mutated zombies. This cannot merely be evaluated by the presence of powers. We cannot disregard her contributions to the team over the past few days. Do you understand? "Oh, I see." Ishiran responded reluctantly, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Shi. Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself, "For the sake of the crystal cores, I shall temporarily set aside the grudge from that beating. Currently, we have a total of 7 first-tier zombie crystal cores. Except for Yi Shi, who lacks powers and cannot utilize one for now. Each of us will take one as a reserve, and I will temporarily hold on to the remaining one. It shall be distributed according to circumstances. Does anyone have any objections?" "I do." Yi Shi raised her hand. Shen Yingcheng turned to her, and the gazes of Pei Hongqing and the others also fell upon her in unison. Clearing her throat, she arched an eyebrow and remarked, "I also exerted effort to obtain the crystal cores. Given the team's need for advancement, isn't it a bit unreasonable not to allocate one to me? Although I lack powers, my sister possesses them. I could always give it to her instead, right? Furthermore, I have an even better proposal. Henceforth, any crystal cores I personally acquire shall not be surrendered to the team." As she spoke, her gaze shifted back to Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing, continuing, "Moreover, I am neither stealing nor hoarding. This request is quite reasonable. Wouldn't you agree?" Chapter 60. The Ungrateful Wolf. In recent days, She had revealed her strength under the watchful eyes of Shin Ingcheng and the others. Even without supernatural abilities, she could still slay mutated zombies. Contributing to the team without receiving any crystal cores in return was evidently unjust. The fact that Shin Ingcheng had directly excluded her from the distribution suggested a degree of distrust. Consequently, she boldly proposed her own demands regarding the cores she had personally secured. Intentionally, she mentioned that her crystal cores would be allocated to Yi Yan, using her sister as a shield for the time being. Shin Ingcheng hesitated for a brief moment, realizing that this distribution was indeed somewhat unfair to her, and nodded in agreement. However, the ones we jointly defeated will still belong to the team, and there will be a fair allocation for you.
All right.
Yi Shi gestured affirmatively, indicating her agreement with this arrangement. In this team, who didn't harbor their own ulterior motives, she had no immediate plans to reveal her supernatural abilities. Moreover, her power was rather peculiar. If disclosed, no one would believe it. It was better to keep it concealed for now, to develop cautiously. She intended to observe the effects of absorbing more crystal cores in her blank space. Does anyone have further objections? Shin Ingcheng inquired, looking towards Fu Ruoqing and the others. Everyone shook their heads. At this stage, each individual's supernatural abilities were in a crucial growth phase, necessitating mutual assistance to hunt mutated zombies and acquire more crystal cores for advancement. They all acknowledged Yi Shi's capabilities. However, her ability was limited to independently slaying a single first-tier mutated zombie. Yi Yan remained an essential healer within their team. Thus, the crystal cores Yi Shi acquired for Yi Yan posed no grounds for dispute. Even Yi Shi Ran, who had always held a grudge against Yi Shi, expressed surprise upon hearing her words, scoffing, "You a mere fish, still think of Sister Yan? It seems the past month of meals you snatched from her haven't gone to waste. You've truly turned into an ungrateful wolf." Yi Shi's lips twitched in annoyance as she retorted coldly, "I find the title of ungrateful wolf suits you quite well. Using the zombie crystal cores I earned through my efforts, while hurling derision at me, are you not the only one in the entire team to engage in such behavior?"
Damn.
Yi Shi Ran exploded again. "I know you've contributed. I'll repay you in the future, all right? What does it have to do with my disdain for you? It's clearly two different matters." He had always been clear-cut in his grievances. Kindness was kindness, and he would repay it. Resentment was resentment, and it needed to be addressed. Was there something wrong with that? Yi Shi's lips twitched again, too fatigued to engage further with this insufferable individual. Shin Ingcheng interjected, restraining Yi Shi Ran. "Enough.
Say less.
Yi Shi is also our teammate. Regardless of past grievances, as long as we unite in the future, you should refrain from constantly disparaging her." "But she disparages me too," Yi Shi Ran countered. "If you don't criticize her, will she criticize you?" Yi Shi Ran was left speechless, his face contorted with frustration as he glared at Yi Shi several times. Yi Shi scoffed, leisurely offering him an international gesture of goodwill. Yi Shi Ran, damn. HM? Shin Ingcheng shot him a warning glance. Yi Shi Ran's irritable expression immediately wilted, feeling even more aggrieved. He could only grit his teeth and reassure himself that for the sake of this fish who proposed an upgrade for him, he would endure this indignation for now. Has everyone finished packing? If there are no other matters, let us prepare to depart. Shin Ingcheng announced, giving Yi Shi Ran a shove. You drive. Oh, Yi Shi Ran could only sulkily proceed to the front. Yan Ziming followed closely behind him. Shin Ingcheng glanced over at Lin Yujia and Lu Hong, who had been lingering in the corner. You two, come along. Upon seeing this, Lin Yujia hurriedly grabbed her small backpack and caught up with him. Lu Hong pressed her lips together, silently trailing at the rear of the group. Her mind was flooded with various thoughts regarding Shin Ingcheng and the others' conversation. Terms like supernatural powers and crystal cores felt utterly foreign to her. Yet one thing was certain. As long as she kept pace with Shin Ingcheng and the others, she would surely survive. 3 vehicles were assembled. Yan Ziming and Pei Hongqing were at the cargo truck, while Yi Shi Ran drove the off-road vehicle, accompanied by Lin Yujia and Lu Hong. Shin Ingcheng took Fu Ruoqing, Yi Yan, and Yi Shi with him. After upgrading her powers, Fu Ruoqing's range of perception expanded significantly. She could now sense ordinary zombies within a 2-kilometer radius and mutated zombies within a 1-kilometer range, unaffected by day or night. However, even with her enhanced mental abilities, she could not maintain this perception indefinitely as it consumed energy. Whenever possible, she relied on electronic devices instead. Yishi leaned back in her seat in the rear of the vehicle, dozing off as she entered the blank space once more. However, this time she noticed that the weeds sprouting at the edge of the pool had ceased to grow, seemingly fixed at a particular size and range. Squatting down, she gently tugged at the wild grass. Could it be that they could only grow after absorbing crystal cores? The grass offered no response, and two stems snapped easily under her grasp. Yishi's hand hovered awkwardly in the air as she silently buried the broken grass back into the soil. Well, this could be considered a form of self-sufficiency. Rising to her feet, she began exercising her body. The repetitive regimen did not bore her. Each time she depleted the fluids in the pool, she felt her physical strength augmenting. Remarkably, after fully exhausting the small pool's fluids for the first time, she distinctly sensed her newfound ability to independently hunt a second-tier mutated zombie. After the second depletion, while she might not be able to slay a third-tier zombie, she could at least hold her ground against one. In fact, she felt confident in her capacity to take down that newly evolved third-tier zombie she had encountered earlier. This was an extraordinary sensation. Unlike Yi Yen and the others' powers, which had clear delineations of levels, her post-training abilities operated on a different plane, aligning her strength with that of the zombies, a form of raw, unrefined physical power. In her previous life, Yishi had never heard of anyone possessing such a unique supernatural ability as hers. Thus, she could only proceed with her research gradually. However, just 2 hours after their departure, Wang Chen's convoy arrived at the small town. The group disembarked from the bus, each member bearing injuries to varying degrees, including Wang Chen himself. His expression was one of grim coldness as he narrowed his eyes at the house ahead, addressing everyone with authority. Prepare to rest. We shall continue our journey at dawn. Lu Gang approached him, perplexed. Brother Wang, what is our plan? Why must we go to City B? Wouldn't it be sufficient to find a random place to establish a base? City B already has a base, Wang Chen replied icily. And it will be the site of the apocalypse's conclusion. So tell me, why the insistence on going there? Wang Chen's cold glare silenced the group, leaving them momentarily stunned. A young man with bleached hair stepped forward, asserting, exactly. If it weren't for Brother Wang, many of you would have perished on this journey. Indeed. We must heed Brother Wang's guidance. We must press on to City B. I need to reach the base to survive. Another relatively younger man rose, addressing the group. At this juncture, unity is our only path to overcoming adversity. Let us not question Brother Wang's decisions. He is our pillar of strength. Without him, we would have been bereft of supplies. Yes, we should follow Brother Wang's arrangements. My family resides in City B, and I am determined to reach it. The others quickly echoed his sentiments. Lu Gang's expression shifted, contemplating a retort, but he was met with Wang Chen's frigid glance. If you wish to leave, I will not stop you, but you shall not take a single item from the team. Lu Gang stiffened momentarily before hastily clarifying, Brother Wang, you misunderstand. I was merely inquiring, not intending to leave the team. Leaving the group would make survival exceedingly difficult for him. Very well. From now on, you will follow my instructions without question. I have my reasons for the arrangements I make. As he spoke, he directed Lu Gang, take a few individuals to clear away any zombies. Understood. Lu Gang reluctantly accepted the command and sought out others to assist. However, he soon returned, breathless, to report. Brother Wang, there are no zombies nearby. It seems someone has cleared the area before us. Wang Chen's expression darkened, alarm coursing through him. Could it be that team led by Xiningchen? Yet that didn't seem right. They shouldn't have lingered here. Suddenly, he recalled something and rushed to examine the slain zombies. Soon discovering a crucial clue. All these zombies had their brains extracted. These were mutated zombies. The ones who harvested the cores must be ability users. Yet during this time in his previous life, no one was even aware of the existence of these cores. He was instantly reminded of the batch of firearms stolen in the Jiangbei district, and a surge of fury ignited within him. It must be that people around him had also been reincarnated. Otherwise, no one would know about the cores, especially since he had not disclosed this information to the rest of the team. They had killed a mutated zombie in the Jiangbei district, but he had secretly taken the core for his own use. No one knew. Brother Wang? Lu Gang noticed his fluctuating expression, concerned that something was amiss, and quickly inquired. Should we pursue the team that just left?
No.
Wang Chen swiftly dismissed that notion. The other party had managed to kill so many mutated zombies, indicating they were not to be trifled with. He was only a level 2 lightning ability user. It was prudent to bide his time and wait until he could eliminate Yi Shi before proceeding. Only by defeating Yi Shi and acquiring that unique ability could he swiftly advance to become a high-level ability user. At that point, he would be an unmatched force in this apocalypse. With that thought, he cast a glance at Liu Gang and reaffirmed their original plan. They would depart at dawn for City M. As dawn approached, the vehicle gradually slowed. Shen Yingcheng identified a relatively open and safe stretch of road to halt the vehicle. He then instructed all team members to disembark, leaving Lin Yujie and Lu Hong inside. As the group gathered nearby, Shen Yingcheng unfurled a map and announced, "Our next destination is City M ahead. This route is essential. We must traverse City M and take this highway to continue towards City B." In essence, the danger they would face this time was exponentially greater than what lay outside. Fortunately, by the time they reached City M, their team boasted 4 level 3 ability users and 2 level 2 ability users. Yi Shi's combat prowess could tentatively be categorized as a level 2 user. Moreover, they possessed a significant amount of firearms and supplies they had previously gathered. Navigating City M safely would likely not pose a significant challenge. Does anyone have any further questions? After his statement, Shen Yingcheng's gaze rested intently on Yi Shi. Yi Shi contemplated the events surrounding City M from her past life. There seemed to be no significant anomalies, except that City M was densely populated, teeming with zombies. And there was a possibility of encountering level 4 or 5 advanced zombies. Yi Shi? Noticing her silence, Shen Yingcheng called out to her. Yi Shi paused briefly before responding. "We can proceed. As long as we avoid reckless confrontation, we can make a hasty retreat if danger arises." Pei Hongqing cast a glance at her, asking, "When you mention danger, are you referring to level 4 or 5 zombies?" "Yes," Yi Shi admitted candidly, "with our team's current combat capabilities, we can handle level 3 zombies and evade level 4 ones. Unless we encounter an exceptionally unfortunate situation with a level 5, we should be fine." The mutated zombies that had killed Pei Hongqing and Ishiran during this time frame in her past life had, at most, been level 4. Their deaths were primarily due to a significant disparity in strength. Zombies require time to evolve as well. In her past life, she had learned about the emergence of level 5 zombies 3 months into the apocalypse. It was only a little over a month now, and they were still far from that timeline. If they exerted themselves to eliminate more zombies, they could aim to level up 2 more times, rendering level 5 zombies negligible. Given their team's current rate of advancement, they had already surpassed many newly awakened ability users. After all, in her previous life, the knowledge of using cores for upgrades only surfaced at least 6 months later. During the initial 6 months of the apocalypse, everyone was focused on mere survival, with concerns centered on awakening abilities rather than upgrading them. In this regard, she was leveraging her memories from her past life to gain an advantage, effectively giving Shen Yingcheng and the others a sneak peek into the future. "Very well." Shen Yingcheng nodded in agreement with her assessment. "Let us proceed according to this plan. The safety of the team is paramount. If we encounter zombies we can hunt, we will do so. If not, we will flee, regardless of direction. Remember the route to City B. If we become separated, we can reunite along this path." Ishiran and the others nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, inside the vehicle, Lin Yujie kept glancing toward Shen Yingcheng and the others. Even though they had successfully caught up with this group, she felt a sense of unease. It was evident that Shen Yingcheng and his team were discussing matters while deliberately excluding her and Lu Hong. They had not truly accepted them into the fold. Lin Yujie furrowed her brow, biting her lip in contemplation as she pondered her next strategy. Her earlier attempt to seduce Yan Ziming had ended in failure. The prospect of seducing yet another man seemed utterly implausible. Instead, it would be far more prudent to devise a means to eliminate one of the individuals within their midst and usurp her position, specifically that woman named Yi Yan. She could sense that Yi Yan was easily swayed by her emotions, making her particularly susceptible to feelings of empathy. In such circumstances, she represented the second most attainable target within the team. Contemplating this, a remarkably clear plan gradually took shape in her mind. "Lin Yujie." Suddenly, Lu Hong's voice pierced through her thoughts from behind. Startled, Lin Yujie turned to face her. "Xiao Hong, what is the matter?" Lu Hong pursed her lips, increasingly troubled by the circumstances surrounding her brother's zombie bite. How could a zombie have entered their rooms so effortlessly? The doors and windows had been securely shut. She looked at Lin Yujia, unable to restrain her curiosity. How exactly did my brother get bitten? What transpired? Please, recount it for me once more. Lin Yujia stiffened, her complexion paling slightly. Xiao Hong, I too mourn the loss of Wenfeng. I prefer not to revisit the past. It causes me great distress. I am in pain as well. But I simply wish to understand how my brother was bitten and why that zombie invaded the room where you were sleeping. Lu Hong's gaze was penetrating. Did he say anything to you before he was bitten? Nothing. Lin Yujia replied somewhat anxiously, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Xiao Hong, it all happened so suddenly. I was sleeping on the inside of the bed, and your brother was on the outside. When I awoke, I saw that zombie breaking through the window and lunging at me. Your brother pushed me aside, attempting to drag me towards the door, but that zombie leaped at him. Breaking down, she implored, Xiao Hong, I truly do not wish to relive such a scene for a third time. Let us not speak of it any longer. If Wenfeng were alive, he would not want to see us in such anguish. He would want us to survive in this apocalyptic world. As Lin Yujia spoke, tears streamed down her face. Lu Hong's eyes also began to well up, her nose tinged with a painful ache as she choked out. I know my brother would want us to endure. Indeed. Lin Yujia continued. So, Xiao Hong, let us cease dwelling on the past. It has all come to pass. I am here beside you, and I will take care of you in place of your brother. Lin Yujia embraced her, offering a gentle promise. Lu Hong pursed her lips, remaining silent. She understood Lin Yujia's character. Care for her? How could that be possible? She would not dare to expect Lin Yujia to care for her in any meaningful way. Now, with the opportunity to join Shen Yingcheng and his group, she would find her own way to grow stronger. Previously, Lin Yujia had been her brother's girlfriend, and she could call her sister-in-law. But that was no longer the case. Her brother was dead. Lin Yujia was likely already seeking another man for support. It was a wonder she could be relied upon at all. The more Lu Hong pondered, the more uncomfortable she felt. She pushed Lin Yujia away and declared, It's fine. I can take care of myself. My brother is gone. And you are no longer my sister-in-law. From now on, you should look after yourself as well. Having spoken those harsh words, she turned her head away, refusing to meet Lin Yujia's gaze. Lin Yujia felt the sting of rejection, her face flushed with embarrassment. Deep down, she simmered with irritation. Were it not for the need to conceal the truth about Lu Wenfeng's bite, she would not have bothered to play emotional games with Lu Hong. An inexperienced girl like her was of no use at all. She intended to find a stronger ally, and Lu Hong would be the first to be cast aside. With this thought in mind, Lin Yujia's gaze once again drifted to the window, fixating on Shen Yingcheng. This man was the core of their team, the most handsome and formidable presence among them. Perhaps she should devise a plan to eliminate Yi Yan and then win Shen Yingcheng's affection, making him fall at her feet. At that point, the entire team would dare not challenge her. The more she contemplated, the more her lips curled into an involuntary smile. Lu Hong turned her head and, upon inadvertently catching Lin Yujia staring at Shen Yingcheng, felt an overwhelming sense of disgust. As expected, Lin Yujia was already in the process of selecting her next man. She clearly didn't regard her brother's death with the seriousness it deserved. Meanwhile, Yan Ziming glanced at Lin Yujia and Lu Hong in the vehicle and asked Shen Yingcheng, Brother Shen, are we certain we want to keep them with us? As soon as he spoke, the others turned their attention to Shen Yingcheng. Neither Lin Yujia nor Lu Hong possessed the capability to defend themselves. Lu Hong might have the courage to slay zombies, but Lin Yujia would only scream at the sight of one. Such individuals could not remain in their group. Yi Shiran was the first to voice his opinion, impatiently stating, Having one dead weight is already unbearable. I do not wish to endure another. Brother Shen, once we reach City M, let us see if there are other survivor teams, and consider leaving them behind. Chapter 62, Fishing. Surviving in this apocalyptic world was no easy feat. Each of them was exerting every ounce of effort to endure. Merely taking care of oneself was already commendable. There was little room for attending to others. Moreover, the past experiences with Yi Shi, who had been a burden, served as a cautionary tale. Upon hearing Yi Shiran's words, Shen Yingcheng instinctively agreed. However, he turned to Pei Hongqing, asking, "What do you think?" Pei Hongqing lazily yawned and coldly spouted, "Not worth it." Shen Yingcheng, fully expecting this response, pressed on. If we were to abandon them midway, their chances of survival would be slim. Yi Yan glanced toward Lin Yujia and Lu Hong, softly suggesting, "I believe Chiron's proposal is valid. We can keep an eye out for other survivor teams along the way and inquire if they can take them in." In this harsh world, survival was paramount. Previously, Yishi had remained with the group solely because of her status as an elder sister. Lin Yujia and Lu Hong were complete outsiders. It was not that they lacked kindness, it was merely that their abilities dictated that surviving took precedence over benevolence. Therefore, even if they could not accept them, they might still offer a modicum of assistance in good conscience.
Cease.
Yishi looked at her sister in surprise, seemingly unprepared for her less-than-idealistic stance. In her previous life within Wang Chen's group, her sister had not expressed such sentiments. Their party had initially consisted of merely 12 or 13 members, but had continuously absorbed others along their journey. By the time Yi Yan had met her demise at the hands of Wang Chen and his cohort, their group had swelled to over 50 members, with no more than 10 females among them. Initially, Yi Yan's sympathy for women had led to an increased female presence in the group. However, as they fled, many had perished. Yi Yan regarded her astonished sister and sighed. "This is a necessary course of action. We must prioritize our own survival. Once we are secure, we can extend help to others." Yishi nodded, sensing that her sister was sincere in her words. Perhaps her prior actions and current transformation had impacted her sister's outlook? "I concur with Ishiran and Sister Yen." Yan Ziming raised his hand, earnestly addressing the group. "The main issue is that we cannot spare the manpower to protect those two. If we encounter a level 4 or 5 zombie, our first priority must be to safeguard Sister Yen and Ruoqing. We would need to allocate at least 2 individuals for their protection. With only 8 members in our team, our combat effectiveness would be halved. Adding Lin Yujia and Lu Hong would only heighten the risk of injury for everyone." Shen Yingcheng acknowledged with a nod, folding away the map. Thus, it was decided for the time being. After a half-hour respite, they would continue their journey, aiming to reach City M before dusk and secure a place to rest. "Understood." Yan Ziming and the others responded in unison. Yishi, savoring a lollipop, squinted at Lin Yujia, who was seated in the vehicle yet frequently gazing outside. Beside her, Pei Hongqing casually polished the dagger in his hand, stealing a glance at her before following her line of sight to Lin Yujia inside the car. It was evident that Yishi's hostility towards Lin Yujia had not diminished. She seemed to be contemplating ways to ensure Lin Yujia's demise. Noticing Pei Hongqing's gaze, Yishi did not shy away, but instead redirected her attention towards him. Meeting his narrow, phoenix-like eyes, she raised an eyebrow and murmured, "Do you not find Lu Wenfeng's death rather suspicious?" Pei Hongqing's eyes narrowed slightly. "Do you suspect that Lin Yujia was responsible for Lu Wenfeng's demise?" "Indeed. And what evidence do you possess?" "The window," Yishi mused, stroking her chin thoughtfully. "When we entered, I observed that the window was ajar. However, it can only be pushed open from the inside, not the outside. The glass remains intact. It wasn't shattered by a zombie." By the time we arrived, Lin Yujia had already exited, while Lu Wenfeng lay sprawled at the bedroom door. If Lin Yujia had indeed been inside during the attack, there is no way she could have escaped. There were indeed numerous inconsistencies in the account. Pei Hongqing was aware of the circumstances surrounding the incident and recognized that Yishi's observations were valid. However, to leap to the conclusion that Lin Yujia had harmed Lu Wenfeng based solely on this conjecture seemed rather hasty. Perhaps it is best not to dwell on it too much. "I might simply be overthinking," he conceded. Yishi lightly clicked her tongue, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Pei Hongqing's lips twitched, exasperated by her cryptic manner. He could see through her. She was simply fishing for information, and he was the unsuspecting fish. In truth, Yishi's thoughts were not as convoluted as Pei Hongqing imagined. She understood him well. His seemingly indifferent demeanor concealed a fierce tenacity. He appeared to prioritize the team's interests, but in reality, he was primarily concerned with his own welfare. In the harsh realities of the apocalypse, a lone wolf's survival was fraught with challenges. Despite their team's relatively modest abilities, they were among the elite in this world of the living. Yet, even Pei Hongqing, with his third-level wind powers, could not single-handedly hunt a third-level zombie. The previous night's encounter with an evolved third-level zombie was a testament to the necessity of teamwork to swiftly acquire higher-grade zombie cores. For Pei Hongqing, the essence of teamwork lay in this collaboration. Any indication of Yishi's actions impeding the team would ignite his desire for her elimination, especially with Lin Yujia and Lu Hong around, figures he regarded with even less regard than strangers. In his eyes, there was no trace of compassion or sympathy for them, only an overwhelming indifference. Thus, she refrained from confiding in Yi Yan about her wish to eliminate Lin Yujia, opting instead to confide in Pei Hongqing, knowing he would not interfere excessively with her future actions. If circumstances permitted, she might even devise a means to enlist Pei Hongqing to carry out Lin Yujia's assassination on her behalf. Reflecting on her previous failures against the protagonists, she considered that her past experiences under mysterious influences might play a role, and this time, she could attempt to wield another's hand for her purposes. With this thought, Yishi's gaze drifted back towards the vehicle housing Lin Yujia, her eyes narrowing dangerously. City M surely harbored other groups of survivors. Regardless, the mysterious forces hindering her from acting against Lin Yujia were inconsequential. There were countless other methods to ensure Lin Yujia's demise. She would not allow Lin Yujia to survive to rendezvous with Lin Cece. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, their speed diminished as they approached City M. In the passenger seat, Fu Ruoqing simultaneously utilized her psychic abilities to scan the surroundings while deploying a drone to assess the road ahead. Soon, the computer display revealed a route leading directly into City M. Fu Ruoqing furrowed her brow in confusion. Yi Shi, glancing back, remarked, "This road has been cleared. Another group of survivors entered City M before us." Chapter 63. Exposure. As the apocalypse unfurled, 70% of the global population succumbed to zombification, leaving the remaining 30% scattered in desperate search of survival. City M, vast and a crucial waypoint on the journey to City B, 2,000 kilometers distant, was hardly an unusual locale for other survivor groups. Xiningqing's gaze flickered as he exchanged glances with Yi Shi before instructing Fu Ruoqing. Inform everyone to exercise caution when disembarking. In this world, the most unpredictable element is the human heart. With a vehicle laden with supplies, they were akin to travelers in the pre-apocalypse era transporting a truckload of gold, an enticing target wherever they went. Understood, Fu Ruoqing replied, continuing her surveillance of the road ahead. Half an hour later, the vehicle began to enter City M. The number of zombies visible along the roadside increased markedly. Xiningqing frowned. Compelled to locate a less infested district to temporarily halt their vehicle, for the sun had completely set, and they could not traverse the city during the active hours of the undead. They halted in a relatively secluded area on the outskirts of City M, not yet fully within the city's confines. As was customary, Pei Hongqing and Ishiran exited first to eliminate the zombies. Yi Shi, still enjoying her lollipop, observed as the newly ascended Ishiran, brimming with enthusiasm, charged into the horde of zombies, unleashing flames. Pei Hongqing provided support, his wind abilities sweeping through, toppling the ablaze zombies like a row of dominoes, engulfing them in flames. In that instant, the desolate City M burst forth with vibrant hues. The flames illuminated the darkness, swiftly cleansing an entire block of zombies. Xiningqing casually selected a temporary shelter that afforded a clear view of their parked vehicle before summoning everyone to join him. As Lin Yujia disembarked, she instinctively glanced towards the open back of the truck that Yan Ziming had opened. Her eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the supplies stacked within, not to mention the presence of submachine guns. The shock of encountering handguns on Xiningqing and Pei Hongqing had already been overwhelming. She never anticipated that they possessed even more firearms. Where could they possibly have acquired such an arsenal? Lin Yujia's curiosity deepened, fueling her speculation about Xiningqing's true identity. Perhaps he was a military man. For who else could amass such an impressive collection of weaponry? The more she pondered, the more resolute she became in her intention to win Xiningqing's favor. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a pharmacy adjacent to their temporary shelter. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue as a plan began to form in her mind. After Xiningqing dispatched 2 zombies in the temporary shelter, he turned to Yi Yan, Yi Shi, and Fu Ruoqing, saying, "This place might not suffice for all of you. You girls should take the room, and we shall rest downstairs." Yi Shi glanced at the dilapidated motel across the street, which boasted a water tank, perhaps containing some usable water resources. I'll go over to take a look. Yan Ziming stood up and directly walked toward the motel. Checking for water is quite simple. Just step into the restroom on the first floor. He soon returned, informing everyone, indeed, there is water available. It's from a solar-powered tank. I tried it just now and found that hot water can still be drawn. In the previous town, they had been preoccupied with slaying the mutated zombies that had besieged them, leaving no time to cleanse themselves properly. Each individual was covered in grime and odors. Though it was true that they all shared the same scent and should not disparage one another, as living beings, they naturally wished to be a touch cleaner. Shen Yingqing nodded and addressed everyone. Let us relocate to the motel for the time being. Ziming and I will first clear out the zombies inside. No one voiced any objections. As the group stepped outside, they were suddenly startled by frantic screams emanating from the neighboring pharmacy. Shen Yingqing furrowed his brow and immediately spotted Lin Yujia, her face ashen with terror, stumbling out of the pharmacy, pursued by a zombie employee who had seized her shoulder. "Brother Shen, save me!" Lin Yujia cried out, lunging toward him. Shen Yingqing's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly unleashed an icy blade, severing the zombie's head with a single stroke. With a thud, the zombie collapsed backward. However, Lin Yujia, taking advantage of the moment, lunged toward Shen Yingqing. He instinctively sidestepped, narrowly evading her desperate embrace. Lin Yujia, taken aback by his evasion, stumbled and fell face-first to the ground with a resounding thud. Dazed, she raised her head to find her nose throbbing painfully, and upon touching it, discovered her hands smeared with blood. Disbelieving, her eyes filled with tears as she looked at Shen Yingqing, silently accusing him. "Brother Shen, how could you not catch me?" Though she did not voice this accusation, Yi Shi, standing at the entrance of the temporary shelter, noticed her silent plea. Not only did she notice, but she also burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Her unabashed laughter caused Lin Yujia's expression to shift once more, and tears streamed down her cheeks, unable to hold back. The harsh laughter only deepened Lin Yujia's embarrassment, making her feel like a complete fool. She had already been on the ground for 2 minutes, yet no one, including Shen Yingqing, had come forward to help her up. Lin Yujia was bewildered. Why did the tactics that worked on Lu Wenfeng fail against Shen Yingqing? Previously, Yan Ziming had fallen for it as well. Shen Yingqing, who appeared to be gentle towards the women in their group, should have been more susceptible. Shen Yingqing's brow was tightly knitted as he cast a cold glance at Lin Yujia, lying on the ground. "You ought to learn how to kill zombies. Screaming at the sight of them won't save you. You'll be torn apart before anyone can come to your aid. Do you not understand this basic principle?" His tone was filled with reprimand. Upon hearing this, Lin Yujia shivered uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. "Yes, I'm sorry. I understand now. Brother Shen, please don't be angry. I will be more careful next time." "Oh, careful? Are you sure it's not about practicing your tackling skills so that next time you can land more accurately, making it impossible for our captain to evade?" Yi Shi crossed her arms, watching Lin Yujia, who was still feigning vulnerability, with amusement. She began to question the woman's intelligence. After all, the same trick had been exposed once. How could she think to use it again? Did she truly consider Shen Yingqing a fool? Or did she believe that all men were as dim-witted as Wang Chen, whose intellect resided in his lower half? Oh, right. At this moment, Lin Yujia had yet to encounter Wang Chen, nor had she met her cousin Lin Cece. Until then, Lin Yujia had used these tactics to navigate through various teams. If Yi Shi were not present, perhaps Shen Yingqing and the others might have fallen for her tricks. But with her here, Lin Yujia was destined to experience the embarrassment of performing for a crowd. It was merely a casual amusement for them. Lin Yujia's expression froze, her eyes reddening as she gazed at Yi Shi, her voice trembling softly. "Yi Shi, I have no enmity with you. Why do you always target me? I never intended to do what you suggested. Since the apocalypse began, Wenfeng has always protected me. I just need time to adjust." Yi Shi raised an eyebrow. "If you struggle to adjust, then why did you harm Lu Wenfeng? Wouldn't it have been better to stay with him than to follow us?" "What?" Her words left everyone stunned, including Lu Hong, who stood behind Yi Yan, her face turning as pale as a sheet, fists clenched tightly as she glared at Lin Yujia, who lay on the ground. Chapter 64. See a ghost? Lin Yujia felt a jolt at Yi Shi's words. She had not anticipated that her covert actions would be discovered. How could Yi Shi know? It was impossible. No one should have known. Lin Yujia's complexion fluctuated as she desperately denied, I didn't. Wen Feng is my boyfriend. How could I harm him? Ultimately, no matter what Yishi said, she would never admit to the truth. If that is the case, can you explain how that zombie burst into your room from outside?
I
don't know. I can't remember. Lin Yujia cried, tears streaming down her face. Wen Feng was bitten by that zombie while trying to save me. If you claim that I killed him because of that, then I accept it. Yishi clicked her tongue softly, gazing at her with a haunting look. Actually, I possess special abilities as well. At this very moment, the deceased Lu Wenfeng is standing beside you, staring at you intently. He has one question for you. Why did you open the window? What? Lin Yujia trembled all over, freezing at her words. It was nighttime, and hearing the mention of a window made her heart race. In that instant, she felt an unsettling gaze on her back, sending chills down her spine. Her blood ran cold. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't spout nonsense. Shen Cheng and the others looked at Yi Shi in confusion. Ghostly abilities? What use could such powers serve in the apocalypse? Surely it was a fabrication? Yi Yan understood that Yi Shi was deliberately saying this to provoke Lin Yujia. Yet, she remained puzzled. What kind of conflict existed between Yi Shi and Lin Yujia? She could sense that Yi Shi was indeed targeting Lin Yujia. After Yi Shi finished speaking, she chuckled lightly. It doesn't matter if you deny it. Lu Wenfeng said he would always follow you until you provide him with an answer. With that, she purposely glanced behind Lin Yujia and whistled. Lin Yujia turned abruptly, but behind her lay only darkness, obscuring everything. Yet, faint footsteps could be heard. But they were all the footsteps of zombies, certainly not ghosts. She refused to believe Yi Shi's words about ghostly powers. It must be a ruse. All right, let us head back to the temporary shelter to rest. Shen Yingqing cast a glance at Yi Shi, then addressed the others. Be vigilant and keep an eye on our surroundings for any signs of other people or zombies. Ensure the vehicles are securely locked, and we shall take turns keeping watch throughout the night. Yan Ziming and the others nodded in agreement. Before long, Pei Hongqing and Yi Shiran returned from their expedition to eliminate zombies. Upon seeing Lin Yujia, who sat on the ground, her face smeared with blood and her expression one of alarm and disquiet, Pei Hongqing's gaze drifted momentarily towards Yi Shi, who seemed indifferent as she retreated into the shelter. After all, her objectives for the day had been accomplished. Now, she awaited the results. How tiresome it was to witness this woman's incessant weeping. Yi Shiran furrowed his brow as he glanced at Lin Yujia, who was sluggishly rising from the ground. Observing her unsteady demeanor only intensified his growing impatience, compelling him to abandon her. Lin Yujia wiped the blood from her face, her voice trembling as she implored Lu Hong, Xiao Hong. Do not believe a word that Yi Shi says. How could I possibly harm your brother? Lu Hong pursed her lips, fixing a piercing gaze upon Lin Yujia. Did you not deliberately fall to land in Shin Ji's arms? Xiao Hong. Lin Yujia's expression morphed into one of incredulity as she looked at her, wounded. Others may not understand me, but you should know better. I certainly did not fall intentionally. I was merely startled and lost my balance. Is that so? Lu Hong's mind was consumed by the haunting image of her brother's final moments. She clung to Lin Yujia with unyielding resolve. Initially, she believed her brother's deep affection for Lin Yujia was the source of his concern for her future, even in death. Yet now, it seemed that this was not love at all, but rather a furious interrogation. Since last night, doubt had gnawed at her regarding her brother's demise. The more she pondered, the more unsettling it became. Just as Yi Shi had articulated, the window in the room had been ajar. She had been sleeping next door, fully aware that the windows in that household could only be opened from the inside and had not been shattered by the small zombies. Coupled with Lin Yujia's repeated attempts to entice men, it became glaringly evident that her brother's death must be intricately linked to Lin Yujia. Yet Lin Yujia was utterly unwilling to concede to this truth. Realizing this, Lu Hong's eyes flickered, and in a hushed tone, she said to Lin Yujia, My brother truly cared for you. Even in death, he wished for you to live well. I only hope you do not disappoint him. With that, Lu Hong suppressed her disdain and pushed past Lin Yujia, heading towards their temporary shelter. Lin Yujia remained frozen in place, a chill wind sweeping through. The distant growls of zombies sent shivers down her spine. Her expression shifted rapidly. Biting her lip, she hurried to follow Lu Hong. It appeared her plans could no longer be executed. The members of Shen Yingqing's group were utterly unyielding. Displaying weakness before them was entirely futile. Must she truly resort to wielding a kitchen knife against a few zombies to earn their recognition? And what of Yixi's claims of possessing the ability to see spirits? She dismissed such notions. Yixi was clearly fabricating stories. If there were indeed evidence implicating her in Lu Wenfeng's death, why not present it outright? The more Lin Yujie pondered, the more she felt relieved at her earlier fortitude. Otherwise, she might have been trapped in her own words. And Lu Hong? It seemed she had yet to be swayed by Yixi's assertions. Perhaps she could still manipulate Lu Hong to her advantage. Within the modest hotel where they were temporarily residing, Yi Yan tugged at Yixi, her brow furrowed in confusion. Xiao Shi, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? The notion of seeing spirits is preposterous. Even the seniors would not believe it. Indeed, I did not expect them to, Yixi replied casually. What I said about Lu Wenfeng was true, but I lack evidence. I simply wanted to rattle Lin Yujie to see if her composure falters. Yi Yan's expression turned exasperated. Did you not mention that Lin Yujie appeared to be coerced by Lu Wenfeng? If Lin Yujie truly orchestrated his demise, there must be animosity involved. Yixi paused, sighing as she looked at her sister. Regardless of her relationship with Lu Wenfeng, Lin Yujie now has her sights set on Shen Yingqing, Yan Ziming, and potentially even you and Fu are watching. She aims to remain within our group. Yi Yan furrowed her brow, responding, in this apocalyptic world, survival is a daunting challenge for a young woman. She cannot fend off zombies, so she resorts to cunning tactics to secure her place among us for protection. Xiao Shi, I do not believe there is anything wrong with Lin Yujie's actions. She simply wishes to survive. Yi Shi was momentarily taken aback, falling silent. She gazed at Yi Yan, her emotions a tumultuous mix. In her previous life, her sister had merely sought to survive, too. Though she bore no memory of being harmed by others, she did. She would forever remember the despair and agony of her sister's death. Allowing Lin Yujie to linger would only lead them down the same treacherous path as before. These words lingered on her lips, yet remained unspoken, for that familiar constraint reared its head once more. Yi Shi could only stand there, motionless, as Yi Yan continued. There is no fault in Lin Yujie's actions. Our team is justified in refusing to accept someone like her. All we can do is seek another group of survivors willing to take Lin Yujie and Lu Hong in. That is the extent of our ability. What follows is beyond our control. Xiao Shi? I understand, sister. Yixi murmured, her lips pressing together as her fists clenched tightly. She comprehended Yi Yan's perspective. To her sister, Lin Yujie bore no grudge against them. Thus, there was no need for intervention in the affair between her and Lu Wenfeng. From the viewpoint of bystanders, they had merely crossed paths with Lin Yujie and her companions, and in the spirit of compassion, could lend a hand within their means. As for how to deal with Lin Yujie, Yixi harbored intentions of killing her. Yet, hindered by that inexplicable force, she could not act on her own. Instead, she resolved to expose Lin Yujie's deceptions before Shen Yingqing and the others. Her earlier strategy had been to use others as instruments for her vengeance. Now, her current plan remained unchanged. Yet, the means of execution must remain concealed from her sister, for Yi Yan would never comprehend her unwavering resolve to eliminate Lin Yujie. Very well, let us rest for now. We must take turns keeping watch tonight, Yi Yan suggested gently, caressing Yixi's cheek. Yixi replied, sister. You should rest first. I will join you shortly. With that, she did not wait for Yi Yan's response, and quickly turned to leave. Yi Yan watched her sister's hurried departure, a frown creasing her brow as she sighed. There was an unmistakable sense that Xiao Shi was concealing something from her. She understood her sister well. Ever since Yixi had expressed her desire for change, she had indeed transformed, not only in her actions, but within her very essence. It felt as though Yixi had matured overnight, harboring numerous secrets she could not share with her elder sister. Yixi descended the stairs and spotted Lu Hong seated alone at the reception desk in the lobby. She approached leisurely and whispered, "Do you believe my words?" Lu Hong looked up, her expression peculiar as she regarded Yixi. "Are you referring to the claim that Lin Yujie is responsible for my brother's death?" "Indeed. Do you possess any evidence?" "There can be no witnesses in death. Lin Yujie will never confess." Yi Shi squinted slightly, gazing at Lu Hong. You can feel Lin Yujia's actions yourself. If you wish to avenge your brother, I can assist you. Lu Hong was momentarily taken aback, staring at her in disbelief. You want to help me kill Lin Yujia?
No.
You will avenge your brother with your own hands. Me by myself? Lu Hong lowered her gaze to her hands, her eyes reddening as she choked out, How can I take revenge by myself? I don't even have a weapon. Deep within her heart, a seething hatred for Lin Yujia simmered. Even in the absence of evidence, she held a resolute answer. It was undoubtedly Lin Yujia who had caused her brother's demise. If she could personally slay Lin Yujia to avenge her brother, she would undoubtedly do so. But she lifted her head, looking at Yi Shi with confusion.
Why do you want to help me?
You have no grievances with Lin Yujia, do you? Who says I have no grievances? Yi Shi clicked her tongue, a cold smirk gracing her lips. My vendetta against her is no less significant than yours. Then why don't you kill her yourself? You are quite formidable. Lu Hong recalled the moment she witnessed Yi Shi eliminate a mutated zombie. At that time, Chen had assisted her in burying her brother. On their way back, their temporary shelter had been encircled by mutated zombies. Those creatures were terrifying. Chen had instructed her and Lin Yujia to hide. From a distance, she had seen Yi Shi climb up the drain pipe, enter the balcony, and slay a zombie. Yi Shi was undeniably powerful, she could sense it clearly. Simultaneously, she could feel that Yi Shi was indeed targeting Lin Yujia. She even believed Yi Shi's assertion that Lin Yujia was responsible for her brother's death. Yet, she was puzzled as to why Yi Shi did not take action herself. Wouldn't it be quicker if she acted on her own? Lu Hong looked at Yi Shi, awaiting her explanation. What other reason could there be? I can't let my sister find out, can I? You should realize what kind of person she is. She wouldn't understand why I harbor such hatred for Lin Yujia. If she saw me kill Lin Yujia, she'd be extremely displeased. Yi Shi narrowed her eyes, observing the young girl before her. If you wish to become stronger, I can teach you, and even help you awaken your abilities, allowing you to remain in this team. The only condition is that you must personally kill Lin Yujia. Lu Hong bit her lip. She had to admit, she was tempted by Yi Shi's proposition. She had always desired strength, yet there was an internal barrier she could not overcome. While her brother was alive, she could rely on him.
But now,
her brother was gone, killed by Lin Yujia. She was utterly alone. Her brother would undoubtedly wish for her to live well. She must live on. Moreover, killing Lin Yujia would also serve as vengeance for her brother.
I
agree to your terms. Lu Hong lifted her gaze to Yi Shi. But you must teach me first. And what is this awakening of abilities? You're not as foolish as you seem, Yi Shi smirked, pleased that Lu Hong was willing to learn from her first. Her current aim was indeed to utilize Lu Hong to take action. Yet, she was equally sincere about her words. Whether it was teaching Lu Hong or helping her awaken her abilities, she was not jesting. She had contemplated this. Due to limitations, if she encountered the main characters Wang Chen and Lin Cixi again, she would likely find it difficult to act, leading to numerous complications. It was better to cultivate a sharp blade for herself at this moment. Lu Hong was a promising prospect. With proper training, she could certainly become useful. Lu Hong felt her face heat up at her words. I know nothing. All I possess is a heart yearning to kill Lin Yujia for my brother's sake. Very well. Yi Shi raised an eyebrow, tossing Lu Hong a dagger that Chen had previously given her. Now I will teach you how to kill zombies and, moreover, how to kill. The last two words rolled off her tongue lightly, yet they carried a chilling aura. Lu Hong felt a shiver run down her spine. Upon receiving the dagger from Yi Shi, she gripped it tightly, her heart pounding in that instant. She hurried to follow Yi Shi's lead. At this hour, everyone was preparing to return to their rooms to rest. The night watch was being conducted by Pei Hongqing and Yan Ziming. The two sat in a vehicle across the way. Upon seeing Yi Shi lead Lu Hong out of their temporary shelter, Yan Ziming expressed confusion. Where is Yi Shi taking Lu Hong at this late hour? Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes, opening the car door. You stay here, I'll go take a look. Yi Shi led Lu Hong into the darkness, moving stealthily in a certain direction. Lu Hong cautiously trailed behind her. The deeper they went into the alley, the more anxious she became. Sister Shi, where exactly are we headed? Chapter 66. Enduring Hardships. Don't you wish to awaken your abilities? How can you do that without killing zombies? Killing zombies can awaken abilities? But didn't everyone who could awaken them do so at the beginning of the apocalypse? My brother and I encountered several individuals who had awakened abilities, but when they went to gather supplies, they were bitten by zombies. And their powers didn't seem particularly formidable. Lu Hong looked at Yi Shi with skepticism, doubting her claims. She indeed wanted to grow stronger. But relying on killing zombies to awaken abilities seemed rather implausible. You need not concern yourself with others' experiences. Just try my method first. If it doesn't work, we can discuss it then. Yi Shi replied, continuing onward.
She was not jesting.
Abilities could indeed be awakened later, but the probability was lower, a mere 30%. Not everyone would be as unfortunate as she had been in her past life, attempting to awaken her abilities numerous times only to fail each time, ultimately leading her to abandon that path. Lu Hong followed Yi Shi for several minutes. The number of zombies wandering nearby visibly increased. Her complexion shifted, and she dared not stray too far from Yi Shi. Suddenly, a zombie lunged at them from the front. Yi Shi swiftly dodged, grabbing the creature by its hair. The zombie shrieked, reaching out for Lu Hong. Lu Hong froze in place, her hand trembling around the dagger. Yi Shi glanced at her and commanded, "Stab it in the head." Gritting her teeth, Lu Hong stepped forward, aiming the dagger at the zombie's head. It was a middle-aged male zombie, but emaciated, with sunken cheeks, blood smeared across its mouth, and bits of flesh lodged between its teeth. When it opened its mouth, a foul stench assailed her nostrils, nearly bringing tears to her eyes. "Hurry up. If you hesitate, I'll let go, and let it greet you." Lu Hong. Startled, her hand shook, but with gritted teeth, she thrust the dagger into the zombie's eye. With a sickening squelch, the blade pierced through the soft eyeball. The zombie, which had been thrashing just a second ago, suddenly ceased its struggle. Lu Hong released her grip, her legs trembling as she stumbled backward. Seeing her pathetic state, Yi Shi quickly retrieved the dagger from the zombie's eye socket and tossed it back to her. "That was the first one. You must kill 20 zombies tonight. And I want to always be here to hold them for you. Do you understand?"
I
understand." Lu Hong trembled as she picked up the dagger, struggling to follow Yi Shi. Occasionally, she glanced back at the zombie she had just slain. In truth, killing zombies was not as daunting as she had imagined. With a bit of strength, stabbing through the eye would directly penetrate the zombie's brain. The sensation initially felt as if one were chopping through pork, yet as one progressed, it transformed into the delicate act of slicing tofu. Yi Shi did not afford her much time to acclimate. After imparting a few techniques for dispatching zombies, she urged Lu Hong to take action on her own at the onset of the third zombie. Yi Shi stood by, observing as Lu Hong was tackled to the ground by a female zombie, struggling valiantly yet ultimately losing her grip on the dagger, which clattered to the ground. Even the average zombie possessed strength surpassing that of Lu Hong. Nevertheless, she did not surrender, even when nearly bitten by the female zombie. She refrained from calling out for Yi Shi as help. Finally, regaining hold of the dagger, she plunged it decisively into the zombie's neck, driving it forcefully towards its brain. With a squelch, as she withdrew the blade, a viscous, semi-coagulated fluid oozed from the zombie's neck, splattering onto Lu Hong's cheek. She stifled her nausea, pushed the slain zombie aside, and, panting heavily, sat up to gaze at Yi Shi with exhilaration. "Sister Shi, I did it." Yi Shi raised an eyebrow slightly, a smile gracing her lips. "Indeed, quite impressive, even beyond my expectations." She had anticipated Lu Hong would first cry out for help, yet she had ultimately persevered and vanquished the zombie herself. Such tenacity was indeed rare. She had not misjudged Lu Hong. "Thank you, Sister Shi." Lu Hong nearly burst into tears, overwhelmed with emotion. Yi Shi's words undoubtedly conveyed to her that she was not as inept as she had believed. "No need for thanks. Let's not forget, our relationship is merely transactional." Her tone was distinctly indifferent. Lu Hong's expression turned somewhat awkward. It was indeed a mere transaction between them.
Yevi,
unwilling to waste time, urged her to continue eliminating zombies. After dispatching several more, Lu Hong grew increasingly adept. Although her body fatigued, her spirit soared. She transitioned from passively killing zombies to actively pursuing them, eventually exceeding the 20 zombies Yi Shi had mentioned. Ultimately, Lu Hong collapsed, breathless and drenched in sweat. Looking at Yi Shi, Sister Shi, "I can't go on. I know. Yi Shi swiftly hoisted her up onto her back, declaring, I'll find a place for you to rest. With that, she carried Lu Hong into a nearby house. After quickly dealing with the zombies inside, Yi Shi instructed Lu Hong, stay here until I return. Okay. Lu Hong nodded, watching Yi Shi close the door behind her before she could no longer resist collapsing onto the sofa. Outside, the eerie moans of zombies echoed. Time passed unmeasured before the door creaked open again. Lu Hong jolted upright, her gaze fixating on Yi Shi as she entered, holding a severed zombie head. Unlike the others, this zombie had red eyes, reminiscent of the one that had slain her brother, yet distinctly different. Yi Shi extracted the primary crystal core from the zombie's head, rinsed it in water from a long-abandoned kettle on the table, and then addressed Lu Hong. Extend your hand.
Huh?
Lu Hong, puzzled, complied, not knowing what to expect. In the next moment, Yi Shi pressed the sanitized dagger against Lu Hong's palm, slicing open a small wound. Pain shot through her, leaving Lu Hong bewildered. Yi Shi then placed the crystal core atop her injury, commanding, squeeze tightly, close your eyes, and see what sensations arise. Lu Hong thought, what sensations could possibly emerge? The core, extracted from a zombie's head, felt rigid and slightly abrasive against her skin. Yet, in an instant, warmth surged through her palm. Startled, her instinct was to discard the object, but Yi Shi firmly held her hand in place, asking, what do you feel? It's so hot. Lu Hong exclaimed, the burning sensation intensifying, her complexion paling as she pleaded, Sister Shi, what is happening? This is one of the steps to awaken your abilities. If you feel something, it indicates you possess the potential for extraordinary powers, and they will soon awaken. But before that, you must endure some discomfort. Yi Shi was uncertain of the underlying principles of this method. It had been devised by advanced researchers in her previous life as space. Regardless, she had attempted it numerous times without ever witnessing such a vivid reaction as Lu Hong's flushed face and feverish state. Chapter 67. The Living Team.
What?
Lu Hong was still in a daze. She had never envisioned that awakening her powers could be so straightforward. No, it wasn't entirely simple. The crux seemed to lie within the crystal core Yi Shi had extracted from the zombie's head.
Ouch.
The pain intensified, causing Lu Hong's complexion to redden further. Yi Shi arched her brow, observing her. Hold on a little longer. At this stage, you are passively absorbing the energy from the zombie's crystal core, which will cleanse your body and stimulate the latent powers within you, facilitating their awakening. This process typically lasts about an hour. If you relinquish the core, it signifies failure. Do you wish to remain a weakling?
No.
Lu Hong gritted her teeth, enunciating each word with resolve. I refuse to be weak. Excellent. Then do not let go. No matter how painful it becomes, I will remain here to watch over you. Yi Shi settled onto the sofa directly in front of her. Lu Hong, overwhelmed by pain, collapsed onto the floor, yet her grip on the crystal core remained steadfast. The energy within the core was invisible and intangible, yet it distinctly resonated within her body. Soon, she began to comprehend the meaning behind Yi Shi's words. Gradually, she sensed something awakening within her, even perceiving the energy coursing through her being. As time stretched on, the agony intensified, yet simultaneously, her extraordinary powers began to stir. An hour later, Yi Shi opened her eyes to find Lu Hong sprawled on the ground, utterly unconscious. Yet her hand still clutched the crystal core tightly, her forehead slick with sweat, her cheeks flushed, and her breathing rapid. What does it feel like to forcibly awaken one's powers with a crystal core? Yi Shi had never experienced it and could not imagine. However, observing Lu Hong in such a state, it seemed akin to the descriptions found in cultivation novels regarding the refinement of one's essence. Awakening powers necessitated the emergence of an extraordinary energy channel within the body to accommodate the energy. This process was forcibly induced by stimulation, resembling evolution, and would inevitably entail a degree of suffering. When Yi Yan awakened her powers, she had burned with fever, reaching 40 degrees Celsius, enduring for an entire day, compounded by pain, nearly failing to persevere. Lu Hong's condition appeared significantly better than Yi Yan's at that time. Reflecting on this, Yi Shi glanced at her watch. It was already past 2 in the morning. It was time to return. She approached Lu Hong, gently tapping her cheek. How are you feeling? Are you all right? Lu Hong's brow furrowed, her lips moving as she murmured, "It hurts." Yi Shi's lips twitched. She decided to pour a bottle of water over Lu Hong's face. It proved effective. Lu Hong jolted awake, staring intently at Yi Shi for a long moment without uttering a single word. Yi Shi raised an eyebrow. "What? Have you forgotten what you were doing?" Upon hearing this, Lu Hong's expression shifted. Lu Hong took a breath, lowering her gaze to the crystal core in her hand. "It seems I have awakened an ability," she murmured. "Really?" Yi Shi arched an eyebrow, a smirk playing on her lips. "Well then, showcase your talent. I wish to see what power you possess." Lu Hong nodded, her voice still somewhat hoarse, her gaze fixed on a pen resting on the table. Yi Shi's eyes followed suit. In the next moment, the pen trembled and began to levitate from the surface, floating towards Lu Hong like an elderly woman relying on a cane. Blushing, Lu Hong caught the pen and whispered, "This is it. I can control metal." "Metal manipulation?" Yi Shi regarded Lu Hong with a hint of surprise. This was no ordinary ability. In fact, its lethality might surpass even Shen Yingqing's ice powers and Pei Hongqing's wind abilities. A delightful surprise, indeed. Her eyes narrowed as she placed a dagger in her palm. Gazing at Lu Hong, "This too is metal. Try to make it float." "Okay." Lu Hong nodded and immediately directed her power towards the dagger. Slowly, it began to hover. However, due to the limitations of her ability, it fell back into her hand with a loud thud after less than 20 seconds. Lu Hong's face flushed. "I'm so sorry. Sister Shi, this is all I can manage right now." "Not bad," Yi Shi replied nonchalantly. "This ability is formidable. As long as you can upgrade it properly, the future is promising." "Really?" Lu Hong wiped the sweat from her brow, her face alight with hope as she looked at her. "Sister Shi, may I stay in your team? I now possess an ability." "I don't know. That is not my decision to make." Yi Shi stood, brushing non-existent dust from her clothes and wiping the dagger with a tissue. She turned her gaze back to Lu Hong. "You may tell them that you have awakened an ability, but do not mention that I assisted you. This matter must remain confidential, including our transaction. Do you understand?" "Yes. Sister Shi, I remember." Lu Hong clenched her fists, nodding vigorously. She would never betray Yi Shi. The hope Yi Shi had given her was not trivial. With her newfound ability, her chances of surviving in this apocalyptic world had greatly increased. The more she thought about it, the more grateful she felt towards Yi Shi, even if Yi Shi's intention was merely to use her as a pawn in their transaction. But Sister Shi, this crystal core. Lu Hong opened her palm, only to discover that the red crystal had completely turned transparent. Just as she spread her fingers, the crystal shattered into glass fragments. "What is happening?" She stared at Yi Shi in confusion. "Quite a normal occurrence," Yi Shi replied coolly, then proceeded to enlighten her about the levels of zombies, reiterating, "Do not speak of anything I have told you to outsiders." "Understood." Lu Hong nodded repeatedly. Though she was unsure why Yi Shi wanted her to keep it a secret, she was willing to follow her instructions. Moreover, she committed every word Yi Shi had said to memory. "Let's head back." Yi Shi glanced at the time, realizing that if they did not return soon, dawn would break. "Right." Lu Hong quickly got up to follow her. However, just as she pushed the door open, a furious roar from a zombie echoed outside. The sound was neither too far nor too close. Yi Shi's expression shifted slightly, judging by the volume. It was likely a level 3 zombie. Furthermore, she could faintly hear voices in the distance. Not just one, but a group. At least 10 people. A team of survivors. Yi Shi quickly assessed the situation, furrowing her brow as she glanced at Lu Hong. "You stay hidden here, and do not venture out. I will check what is happening outside." The temporary shelter was about 2 kilometers away, and the commotion from the level 3 zombie would surely attract Shen Yingqing and the others' attention. She needed to investigate first. Lu Hong nodded obediently and closed the door behind her. Yi Shi furrowed her brow and swiftly made her way towards the source of the sounds. Chapter 68. The Appearance of the Dog-like Follower. Minutes later, Yi Shi witnessed a level 3 zombie relentlessly pursuing a group of people. The 2 stragglers at the back were caught up by the creature. Its sharp claws pierced through their hearts. With a sickening squelch, their hearts were ripped out, and they did not even have time to scream. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground. With another thud, the 2 bodies collapsed, twitching a few times before falling still. Meanwhile, The level 3 zombie gleefully devoured the hearts it had seized, crunching them with relish. What left Yishi speechless was that it continued its pursuit of the fleeing survivors without missing a beat. Its hands, feet, and jaws never faltered. Those being chased were gradually succumbing to exhaustion, attempting to scatter and flee. A young man leading the group, panting heavily, shouted for everyone to attack the zombie at once. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 ability users, including the young man, launched an assault on the level 3 zombie. Yishi, hiding from a short distance, had a clear view of the scene. Among the 3, one wielded wood abilities, another possessed water abilities, and the last one had fire abilities. By gauging the strength of their powers, she estimated they were all at level 2. Moreover, the young man with wood abilities looked vaguely familiar. Wasn't he one of Lin Cece's devoted followers, Ji Chu? She narrowed her eyes. The dim light of night made it difficult to see clearly. But she couldn't shake the feeling that it was indeed him. Ji Chu, the devoted follower, was someone she remembered vividly. Among Lin Cece's numerous admirers, he was the weakest, both in strength and background, embodying the role of a silent guardian by her side. If they were to categorize her followers into 5 tiers, he would undoubtedly occupy the lowest. For Lin Cece, his utility was also the least. Even though his wood abilities could grow plants to meet the most basic needs for food, what was Lin Cece's status? Among her admirers, there was Wen Xiyu, who couldn't ensure she never went hungry. Ultimately, it was Wen Xiyu who sought to imprison Lin Cece, only to be discovered by Ji Chu. Lin Cece had turned to Ji Chu for help, and although he initially intended to rescue her, he was caught by Wen Xiyu along the way. Fearing discovery, Lin Cece claimed Ji Chu was insisting on taking her away. In a fit of rage, Wen Xiyu ordered Ji Chu to be killed. Yishi had disguised herself as a servant in Wen Xiyu's household and had witnessed this scene unfold from a distance. Ji Chu, even in death, could hardly believe his goddess would utter such words. Yet, the reason followers remained devoted was that they loved the protagonist wholeheartedly. Yishi had observed that Ji Chu, even at the moment of his demise, harbored no regrets about his affection for Lin Cece, as his unseeing eyes reflected only sorrow for not being able to save her. One could say he was the epitome of a hopelessly devoted follower. As for when he had first encountered Lin Cece, she had no knowledge, having never researched it. Given Ji Chu's lowly follower status, he was not deemed useful enough for her plans to eliminate Lin Cece. To encounter him here now was indeed a twist of fate. Yishi raised her eyebrows slightly, stroking her chin as she observed Ji Chu and his companions engaging the level 3 zombie. Clearly, with their current strength, dealing with that 3rd-tier zombie was akin to a merciless slaughter. The remaining 1st-tier ability users huddled nearby, trembling in fear. Yishi shook her head in disbelief. However, she had no intention of intervening, for the fate of these individuals was of no concern to her. Ji Chu was drenched in sweat, having expended a significant portion of his abilities. The others were in a similar predicament, yet the mutated zombie before them remained unscathed. Save for the tattered fabric around its abdomen, singed by their powers, and the puncture wound from his wooden spike. Striking at the zombie's heart was utterly futile. They had to aim for its brain. This mutated creature moved with alarming speed, exhibiting a cunning intelligence, seemingly relishing in their torment. What should we do, Brother Chu? My abilities won't last much longer. If this continues, we will all perish at the hands of this mutated zombie. We should have never listened to Lu Yi. That scoundrel speaks nothing but lies. Claiming that there is something within the mutated zombie's brain that could enhance our abilities is simply absurd. Brendi, endowed with fire abilities, turned pale, his gaze icy and filled with resentment as he fixated on the shadow lurking in the corner. Ji Chu's expression was equally grim, beginning to doubt Lu Yi's words. Moreover, with the mutated zombie having already dispatched several of their comrades, he was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. If it were true, then this abominable creature deserved to be exterminated. Yet, who could have anticipated that this mutated zombie would be so formidable, far beyond their capacity to confront? Indeed, Brother Chu, for now, we must scatter and flee. Preserving our lives is paramount. Tang Yuan, whose water abilities were faltering, felt his legs weaken. He had been at the rear, utterly terrified to halt, for the sound of flesh being devoured echoed ominously behind him, relentless in its pursuit. If he slowed down even slightly, he could suffer the same fate as the 2 unfortunate teammates behind him. This mutated zombie was truly terrifying. The other teammates hiding not far away sensed the gravity of the situation. How can this mutated zombie be so powerful? Lu Yi, you're not toying with us. Are you? Exactly. You had better clarify how we are to confront this mutated zombie. Otherwise, we might just toss you to the zombies as bait to secure our escape. Once such words were uttered, it indicated their resolve. The individual who spoke forcefully shoved the boy standing in the corner. The boy, caught off guard, fell to the ground. He wore a tattered hoodie, his pants smeared with dirt and blood, his head bowed, long bangs obscuring half of his face. Yet, one could faintly discern a prominent nose and a pair of notably delicate, pale lips, with a defined jawline marred by grime. He did not raise his head but muttered, I didn't he know it was that powerful. Upon hearing this, the others grew even angrier. You're deliberately sending us to our doom. Aren't you? Damn it. Brother Chu, they can barely hold on any longer. Let us just throw Lu Yi out there to buy us some time. He's useless anyway, a complete liability, without any abilities. I concur. What are we waiting for? Act now. After saying this, they advanced to seize the boy. He was roughly yanked up and shoved forward. Initially, Yi Shi had intended to continue watching the spectacle, but upon hearing the name Lu Yi, she was momentarily taken aback. She squinted her eyes, scrutinizing the boy being pushed around. He was not tall, with long bangs obscuring his face, making it difficult to ascertain if he shared the same name. However, in her previous life, she had heard of a particular incident regarding Lu Yi, the top researcher of the zombie antidote at the base, who, like her, possessed no abilities whatsoever. Chapter 69, Brother. With this thought, Yi Shi's gaze intensified with fervor as she recalled the descriptions of Lu Yi, the esteemed researcher from the superbase. After the antidote for the zombie virus was developed, there was a report specifically chronicling Lu Yi's experiences in the post-apocalyptic world. It described him as a brilliant biologist, the offspring of top-tier researchers, but, tragically, his parents perished at the onset of the apocalypse. Subsequently, Lu Yi was left to navigate the desolate world alone, without any awakened abilities, relying on the protection of various teams to survive. His situation was strikingly similar to hers and Yi's. She remembered feeling profoundly moved when she read that article. However, the report also noted that Lu Yi, this exceptional researcher, had lost an eye and a right hand during his struggle for survival. No one believed that someone in his condition could produce anything of value. Thus, he was essentially ostracized, deprived of any opportunity to conduct research, until, by sheer chance, someone recognized his potential and brought him back into the laboratory. Yet, his disabilities posed significant challenges in conducting experiments. Ultimately, he nearly lost the success of his own zombie antidote to theft. The only reason it wasn't stolen was that he had used himself as a test subject, deliberately allowing a zombie to bite him before consuming the antidote. This audacious experiment garnered the approval and admiration of the base's leaders. Upon reading that article, Yi Shi's initial reaction was that this Lu Yi, despite his youth, was a ruthless individual, a madman, in fact. Yet it was precisely his madness that led to the creation of the zombie antidote. Such a madman was indeed deserving of compassion. In that very moment, Yi Shi resolved that, for Lu Yi's sake, she could no longer remain a passive observer. Naturally, she also wished to prevent Ji Chu and the others from reaping the benefits of the third-tier zombie core without consequence. She narrowed her eyes, focusing on those who were shoving Lu Yi, quickly formulating a plan. Lu Yi, hurry. If you don't distract that mutated zombie, you'll be condemning us all to death. Even if you don't go, we'll all perish together. Rather than face death as a group, it would be better for you to go first. After all, you were the one who mentioned that the mutated zombie possesses something that can enhance abilities. The others relentlessly pushed Lu Yi towards the mutated zombie. Ji Chu turned to see that Lu Yi had already made his way behind him. His abilities were nearly depleted, unable to hold on any longer. Beside him, Ren Di, whose fire abilities were particularly conspicuous, had borne the brunt of the mutated zombie's assault and now lay on the ground, blood oozing from his mouth, nose, and ears, barely able to rise. At that moment, Ji Chu looked at Lu Yi, a deep-seated hatred flickering in his eyes. The predicament they faced was indeed entirely due to Lu Yi's influence. The decision to include Lu Yi in their team was predicated on his parent status. He assumed that Lu Yi might possess some knowledge regarding the zombie virus. And this was the outcome? They were on the brink of annihilation? The more Ji Chu pondered, the angrier he became, gritting his teeth as he spat. Regardless of whether what you said is true or false, we are undeniably in peril. Lu Yi, for the sake of everyone's survival, you must be the first to make the sacrifice. Having spoken, he forcefully shoved Lu Yi towards the direction of the mutated zombie, then turned around, and along with Tang Yuan, pulled Ren Di away to escape in different directions. The others, witnessing this, quickly scattered in all directions. The third-level zombie squinted its dark red eyes, gazing at the suddenly appearing youth before it. Its nose twitched, and its sharp hand was about to descend upon Lu Ye's neck. Ji Chu couldn't help but look back. Indeed, as he turned, he saw the mutated zombie gripping Lu Ye's neck, lifting him off the ground. The young man struggled incessantly, but could not budge an inch. Ji Chu's heart raced uncontrollably. Just as the zombie's other hand was about to tear Lu Ye's neck apart, suddenly, a shadow darted out before his eyes. The speed was astonishing. Crack. The zombie's hand gripping Lu Ye's neck was abruptly severed. Lu Yi then fell to the ground. Who? Ji Chu was filled with confusion, and even his fleeing steps involuntarily slowed. Following that, the figure reappeared, this time targeting the zombie's other arm. Once again, with a crack, Ji Chu barely had time to discern what weapon was being used. The mutated zombie's arm fell off once more. This time, the mutated zombie was utterly enraged, hissing as it lunged towards the rapidly moving shadow. Seconds later, Ji Chu finally saw that entangled with the mutated zombie was a woman. She was petite, yet her speed was remarkable, her evasion and attack swift, fierce, and precise. In mere minutes, the mutated zombie, which their party's second-level abilities could not harm, had endured several strikes from the woman. Its neck was even half severed, its head swaying precariously. Realizing the danger, the mutated zombie instinctively halted its assault and began to flee. But the woman would not allow it to escape. A dagger swiftly and accurately plunged into the mutated zombie's head. In the blink of an eye, the creature that had just intended to flee was rendered motionless. Thud. The mutated zombie fell straight to the ground. Its head rolled off its neck, tumbling aside. Ji Chu was left dumbfounded. Ren Di and Tang Yuan were equally incredulous. How could someone be powerful enough to kill such a formidable mutated zombie with their bare hands? Was she even human? The woman then stomped on the zombie's head several times. Ji Chu and the others' expressions darkened. As they regained their senses, everyone found themselves frozen in place, staring intently at the woman. After witnessing her mercilessly stomp on the zombie's head, she strode directly towards Lu Yi. Ji Chu's breath quickened, and instinctively, he hastened his steps to speak with the formidable woman. Yet, as he drew near, he heard her say to Lu Yi, "Stinky little brother, what's wrong? Are you happy and foolish now that sister is here?" "Brother? Sister?" Ji Chu froze instantly, his face turning pale. Ren Di was also taken aback, wiping the blood from his mouth while perplexed. "She is Lu Ye's sister? What a joke." The others were equally bewildered. "No way? Lu Yi has a sister? Who has ever heard of this? Isn't he an only child? It should be a cousin or something, but she is indeed so powerful." She directly killed the mutated zombie that had taken the lives of so many of their teammates. Yes, Brother Chu and the others couldn't hold on any longer, otherwise, they wouldn't have pushed Lu Yi out to block it. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others instantly stiffened. Oh no, this woman is Lu Ye's sister. Did she witness them pushing Lu Yi out? Chapter 70, Deceit. Sister? The youth looked up, his gaze peculiar as it fell upon the woman before him, through his long bangs. "It's me, your sister, Yi Shi. Has your brain been squeezed by a zombie?" Yi Shi stepped forward, cradling his face, tenderly brushing aside his obstructive bangs. No doubt about it. Her eyes sparkled momentarily. The Lu Yi from the previous life. This the very image of him 10 years later? Who would have thought? The 19-year-old Lu Yi was quite handsome. With his high nose and starry eyes, red lips and white teeth, he would have been a prime young man before the apocalypse. Of course, she wasn't some creepy aunt. Saving Lu Yi was entirely for the future zombie virus antidote. What a coincidence. Possessing the ability to read minds, Lu Yi, having heard her thoughts, The terms from his previous life, 10 years later, and the zombie virus antidote were all too familiar to him. He simply hadn't anticipated that the woman before him would be in the same situation as him, having been reborn. Lu Ye's emotions were complex. After casting a few odd glances at Yi Shi, he chose to remain silent. Yi Shi was delighted to find Lu Yi, preoccupied with thoughts of the zombie virus antidote. Little did she know that the youth before her was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Seeing him silent, she assumed he was merely traumatized from narrowly escaping death. She comfortingly patted his head, saying, "Don't worry, sister is here. I will never let anyone bully you again." Lu Yi. Upon hearing this, Ji Chu and the others, Ren Di, recalling Yi Shi's decisive movements in slaying the zombie, felt a shiver run down his spine. "Brother Chu, what do we do?" He glanced at Ji Chu, remembering their previous actions. Ji Chu's expression darkened further, his mood plummeting. That mutated zombie had overwhelmed them without resistance, and this woman claiming to be Lu Ye's sister could kill the mutated zombie, indicating her formidable strength. If they were to account for this, they would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Run. Don't confront her. Remembering how he had just pushed Lu Yi out, Ji Chu felt an intense guilt and could only shout for everyone to retreat quickly. The others had long been intimidated by Yi Shi's earlier display of power in defeating the zombie. They feared retribution. As Ji Chu spoke, they hesitated no longer and fled. Yi Shi straightened up. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Ji Chu and the others fleeing in disarray, a smirk gracing her lips. Perfect. She had no desire to waste words with Ji, the sycophant. Redirecting her gaze to the youth before her, she deliberately asked, "Your name is Lu Yi, right? The incident happened so suddenly. Seeing you pushed out to feed the zombie, I couldn't help but intervene." She decided to temporarily construct an image of a just and kind-hearted person in Lu Ye's eyes, aiming to boost his favorability towards her. Once they returned, she would gradually work on the zombie virus antidote. She thought in her previous life, Lu Yi had lost an eye and a hand, but was still able to develop the antidote for the zombie virus a decade later. This time, with his body intact. If she found a base with a better research facility, wouldn't that shorten the research time by 3 to 5 years? The end of the apocalypse would be just around the corner. After hearing her thoughts again, Lu Yi. End the apocalypse?
No.
He did not wish to end the apocalypse. Lu Ye's deep-set eyes glimmered with an unusual hue before he slowly raised his head to look at Yi Shi. Speaking in a muffled voice, "I understand. Thank you, Sister Yi Shi. Coincidentally, I also have a team. Why don't you join us? Rest assured, I won't throw you out to feed the zombies. The reason I saved you is that I felt your encounter was similar to mine. I almost got thrown out to feed the zombies too, sigh." Yi Shi observed with a sympathetic expression, appearing quite benevolent at that moment. Lu Yi, his eyes shimmering with gratitude, turned to her and said, "Thank you, Sister Yi Shi. You are my savior, and I will heed your words from now on." How obedient. Yi Shi gently patted his head, akin to stroking a beloved pet. Internally, she mused that his hair was surprisingly soft and clean. However, she quickly recalled the recent encounter with zombies and withdrew her hand, pondering if it was too unclean to touch his head without washing her hands first. "Let us go,"
Lu Yi said.
Yi Shi grasped his arm and effortlessly lifted him. As they approached the severed head of a third-level zombie, she deftly extracted the crystal core within. Intentionally, she inquired of Lu Yi, "Do you know what this is?" Lu Yi nodded. "It's something that can help enhance the abilities of those with powers." "Oh, did you discover this?" she probed. "My parents previously researched the evolution and coexistence of humans and viruses. It was merely a hypothesis, and I never expected it to bear fruit," Lu Yi replied calmly. Yet, Yi Shi could distinctly sense a hint of sorrow in his tone. This was entirely understandable. After all, the anguish of losing loved ones is a profound sorrow. It reminded her of her own loss of Yi Yan in her previous life. Casting aside such thoughts, she pocketed the crystal core and declared to Lu Yi, "Let us go. I'll take you to our team." Lu Yi followed her at a leisurely pace, his mind lingering on the name Yi Yan that she had just thought of, which sounded akin to a sister or a younger sibling. He squinted slightly, gazing at Yi Shi's silhouette, now imbued with curiosity about how far she would utilize him. Upon returning, Yi Shi did not forget to call for Lu Hong. When Lu Hong spotted Yi Shi, her face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Sister Shi." "Yes, this is Lu Yi, my brother whom I just rescued, she replied, having decided to disregard the authenticity of their sibling relationship. For all intents and purposes within this team, Lu Yi would be known as her brother. Lu Hong paused for a moment, looking at Lu Yi, her first instinct being to ask, Sister Shi, does he possess any powers? Should we? No need. Yi Shi interjected. He is different from you, he has other skills. Lu Hong merely regarded Lu Yi with curiosity, believing that Yi Shi would not bring back someone without merit. Lu Yi maintained a stoic expression, not bothering to glance at Lu Hong, remaining steadfastly behind Yi Shi. As the trio made their way back, they fortuitously encountered Shen Yingqing approaching from the opposite direction. Yi Shi? Shen Yingqing was taken aback upon seeing Yi Shi accompanied by Lu Hong and an unfamiliar young man. Yi Shi replied nonchalantly, I took Lu Hong out to slay zombies for training and stumbled upon a group of survivors. Coincidentally, my brother Lu Yi was among them. She then brought Lu Yi forward, saying, let me introduce you to our team leader, Shen Yingqing. Shen Yingqing, taken aback, responded before Lu Yi could speak. When did you get a brother? I've always had one. A cousin, Yi Shi asserted, her eyes unwavering as she spun a tale with a smile. It's merely a stroke of luck that we siblings have had the chance to reunite in this apocalypse. She would not divulge Lu Ye's true identity to Shen Yingqing and the others, as the fewer people who knew about the antidote to the zombie virus, the safer it would be. Once the antidote could be developed, she would then make it known. Shen Yingqing scrutinized her with suspicion. Yet the moment was not ripe for such inquiries. He continued, so, about that encounter you had.
Oh.
The group of survivors encountered a mutated zombie while hunting and seemed to have lost track of it. My brother was slower and got caught. Which is how I brought him back, she explained. By the way, she added, placing her hand on Lu Ye's shoulder in a familiar manner. Lu Yi, why don't you tell the captain about the survivor group you were with? At her address, Lu Yi momentarily froze, taken aback by hearing someone refer to him in such a way after so long. He regained his composure and turned to Shen Yingqing, stating, I was with them for over a month. Their leader is named Ji Chu, and the group consists of 4 second-level and 6 first-level ability users. However, they recently faced a mutated zombie and lost 1 second-level and 2 first-level ability users. Ji Chu? Shen Yingqing echoed the name, unfamiliar with it. Which direction did they head? If they were indeed of that caliber, a group should have no issues dealing with a mutated zombie. However, he wondered if they were aware of the significance of the crystal cores. Lu Yi glanced towards a certain direction behind him. Shen Yingqing furrowed his brows, understanding the implication, and redirected his gaze to the 3 of them. Since you're all fine, let us head back to our temporary base. M City is not safe. We've already detected other survivors in the vicinity. Yi Shi nodded, and the group proceeded back. Xiao Shi, Yi Yan, who had not been asleep, was waiting downstairs at their temporary base. Upon seeing Yi Shi, she quickly rose to greet her. Yi Shi smiled at her, pulling Lu Yi forward. Sister, look who this is. Yi Yan froze for a moment, confusion etched on her face. Yi Shi swept back Lu Ye's long bangs, revealing his handsome visage. This is Ah Yi, our cousin. It's been years since we last met, hasn't it? Ah Yi? Yi Yan paused, momentarily baffled. But upon catching the subtle hint in her sister's gaze, she quickly comprehended and exclaimed, Is it really Yi? It's been so long since I've seen him. He has grown so much. Indeed. Yi Shi noted as her sister caught on to the act, raising an eyebrow as she continued, This is my sister. Your older cousin Yi Yan. You haven't forgotten her, have you? Lu Ye's lips curled slightly as he murmured, Yes, it has been a long time. No worries. You can take your time to remember, she said, guiding him towards the sofa. The ones left puzzled were Yan Ziming, Yixiran, and Fu were watching, who looked at Shen Yingqing with bewilderment. What kind of inexplicable person had Yi Shi brought back? Shen Yingqing, seeing that Yi Yan had accepted the relationship, ceased his doubts and explained, Yi Shi encountered her cousin Lu Yi while out hunting zombies with Lu Hong, amidst a skirmish with a mutated zombie. Yan Ziming and Fu Ruoqing nodded in understanding, while Yixiran crossed his arms, scoffing, and remarked to Lu Yi, You look so frail. I doubt you've ever faced a zombie before. Lu Yi glanced at him briefly but offered no response. Yi Shi stepped in front of Lu Yi, visibly irked, and said to Yixiran, I will teach him, so kindly keep your comments to yourself and refrain from meddling. All right, I'll be keenly observing how you intend to teach him. Remember, our team does not harbor useless individuals. Yixiran retorted, emphasizing the last 4 words with disdain. Yi Shi chose not to engage further. Meanwhile, Yi Yan observed Lu Yi sitting nearby, her feelings somewhat complex. She was uncertain why her sister had brought back such a stranger, but since it was Yi Shi's decision, there must be a purpose behind it. She merely needed to provide cover. However, Yi Yan couldn't shake the feeling that this boy named Lu Yi was rather too taciturn. Despite his handsome appearance, his overall demeanor exuded a somewhat gloomy aura, which was not particularly endearing. Lu Yi, attuned to Yi Yan's unvoiced thoughts, remained silent. To be precise, the inner musings of everyone in the room were beyond his mental prowess. In a matter of moments, he had garnered a general understanding of the group. Brother Pei hasn't returned. I'll go take a look, Yan Ziming remarked, recalling that Pei Hongqing had accompanied Yi Shi and Lu Hong when they ventured out. Now that they had returned without him, a sense of unease began to creep in. Shen Yingqing called out to him. Which direction did Hongqing leave? Yan Ziming instinctively glanced at Yi Shi and Lu Hong. Shen Yingqing immediately grasped the situation. Pei Hongqing had been keeping a watchful eye on Yi Shi, and it was evident that he had stepped out to ascertain what Yi Shi and Lu Hong were up to. He was also surprised that Yi Shi had taken Lu Hong to confront zombies. Regardless of the intent, this development could hardly be detrimental to their team. With that thought, he refrained from probing further. Ziming, come with me to search. Shiran, you stay here and keep watch, Shen Yingqing instructed before heading out with Yan Ziming. As they departed, Yi Shi turned her attention to the disheveled Lu Yi. Would you like to take a shower? She inquired. The boy had just been nearly strangled by a level 3 zombie, leaving him bloodied and in dire need of cleansing. Lu Yi nodded in agreement. Yi Shi then stood and led him toward the bathroom, reminding him to wash thoroughly. She also took the opportunity to fetch a clean set of sportswear from the vehicle for him. Just as they reached the doorway, they spotted Yan Ziming rushing towards them, drenched in sweat and carrying someone on his back. Shen Yingqing, who had not yet arrived, was already calling out urgently, Yi Yan.
Hongqing needs you.
Yi Shi halted her actions, witnessing Yan Ziming lay Pei Hongqing onto the coffee table. Upon closer inspection, Pei Hongqing appeared charred, his hair standing on end. Yet, that was not the main concern. The most alarming aspect was his unconscious state and the numerous bloody wounds that marred his body. The most severe injury was a 20-centimeter-long gash across his chest, grotesque and gaping, from which blood flowed freely. Yan Ziming's back was soaked in crimson as he had carried him. Yi Yan was taken aback by the grievous injuries and hurriedly stepped forward to utilize her healing abilities on Pei Hongqing. What on earth happened? How could Brother Pei end up like this? Shiran's expression darkened, disbelief written across his face. Having known Pei Hongqing for so long, he had never seen him in such a dire state. Chapter 72. In grave danger. Yan Ziming furrowed his brow, speaking in a low tone. We spotted Brother Pei in a nearby alley, in this condition. He was on the brink of death, and there were no signs of a struggle around him. Judging by his wounds, it seems he was ambushed and brutally attacked. Shen Yingqing's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. It seems the assailant intended to kill Hongqing, but upon noticing our approach, they fled. When I found Hongqing, I saw a shadow escape. Damn it! Which scoundrel is so treacherous? Shiran fumed, striking the sofa with his fist. Fu Ruoqing was at a loss for words, her complexion pale from the unfolding events. As a mental ability user, she had been in close proximity, yet sensed nothing. Why did this happen? She pondered, turning to Shen Yingqing. Brother Shen, I didn't detect any anomalies. That can only mean the assailant's power surpasses yours. They also knew how to conceal their presence. Yi Shi, holding the clean clothes for Lu Yi, nonchalantly entered from outside. Upon hearing her words, Shen Yingqing and the others paused in surprise. Yi Shi said nothing further. Standing behind Yi Yan, her gaze fell upon the charred skin and standing hair of Pei Hongqing. Such damage could only result from lightning-based abilities. Had Pei Hongqing encountered a lightning ability user just before this? With a slight frown, she contemplated the implications. As Yi Yan channeled her healing powers, a gentle golden light enveloped the gaping wound on Pei Hongqing's chest. The deep gash began to mend at a visible pace, transforming into a faint scar in less than a minute. She then proceeded to address his other injuries. This healing session nearly depleted Yi Yan's entire reserve of energy, and beads of sweat dotted her forehead. After a brief moment, She turned to Shen Yingqing, her brow knitted with concern. Hongqing is gravely injured. One treatment may not suffice. Shen Yingqing nodded, quickly instructing Yixiran and the others, everyone, take out all the level 1 crystal cores. We need to assist Yi Yan. Without hesitation, Yixiran, Yan Ziming, and Fu were watching produce their crystal cores and handed them to Yi Yan. As she absorbed their energy, she continued her healing efforts on Pei Hongqing. Lu Hong stood nearby, observing their actions. Xiao Hong. Suddenly, Lin Yujia's voice broke the tension. Lu Hong turned to her, her expression shifting slightly. What do you want? And nothing, Lin Yujia stammered, taken aback by Lu Hong's reaction. I merely wanted to say, look at that girl named Yi Yan. She appears to be releasing her abilities? What does that have to do with you? Lu Hong retorted, her eyes narrowing as she discerned Lin Yujia's intentions. Xiao Hong, you. Lin Yujia felt a surge of dissatisfaction at Lu Hong's tone, suspecting that Lu Hong was now wary of her due to Yishi's comments about Lu Wenfeng, prompting this change in demeanor. However, she held back her frustration, biting her lip and murmuring, I was just curious. It seems like she possesses a rare ability to heal wounds. That is certainly the case. With that, Lu Hong dismissed her, returning her focus to Pei Hongqing's condition. Everyone awaited his awakening. Lin Yujia watched Yi Yan intently for a long while, her gaze flickering before she retreated to a corner. Suddenly, Pei Hongqing stirred. He gasped for breath, followed by a violent cough that expelled a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. Hongqing. Shen Yingqing's face lit up with hope as he rushed to support Pei Hongqing. Slowly, Pei Hongqing opened his eyes, surveying the concerned faces around him. After taking a few heavy breaths, he hoarsely uttered, It seems I still have some luck left. Who did you encounter? Shen Yingqing pressed. Pei Hongqing shook his head, his expression grim. I didn't see him. He attacked me from above. I only felt a surge of electricity strike down from above, hitting my body. Then I lost consciousness. Lightning abilities, Yishi surmised as she assisted the exhausted Yi Yan. Moreover, he is at least of equal caliber to you. One strike failed to kill you, so he attempted a second. Fortunately, the captain and Yan Ziming arrived, forcing him to flee. Pei Hongqing's brows furrowed further, a glint of fury in his narrowed eyes. What was the reason for his attack? Is he perhaps an old adversary of mine? Yixiran stroked his chin thoughtfully. Otherwise, why would someone be so ruthless upon first meeting? I do not know. Pei Hongqing grew increasingly troubled, as if a blade were suddenly suspended from his neck. Who could it be that dared not show their face yet sought to end his life? A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to glance towards Yishi. Raising an eyebrow, she remarked, You see, I am of no use in this matter. I cannot fathom who wishes to harm you. All I can ascertain is that the assailant is an individual with lightning abilities, and they are indeed intent on your demise, likely an adversary of yours. You ought to ponder this yourself. With that, she turned and made her way toward the bathroom, clutching her clothes. Pei Hongqing watched her retreating figure, mulling over her words. Lost in contemplation. Beside him, Shen Yingqing gently patted his back and inquired, How are you feeling now? Yi Yan expended her powers twice to save your life.
Pei Hongqing,
momentarily taken aback, shifted his gaze to Yi Yan, who sat nearby, her complexion slightly pale, and murmured, Thank you. Yi Yan hurriedly waved her hand, softly responding, It was the least I could do. However, your injuries are quite severe. I fear that the lightning strike has significantly impacted your internal organs. Therefore, I expended more of my abilities to treat your insides first. Otherwise, you would not require further absorption of crystal cores for healing. Pei Hongqing nodded, I see. I no longer feel any discomfort. Yi Yan sighed in relief. That is good to hear. Her proficiency with her powers was still developing. And since Pei Hongqing's injuries were internal, she had to channel more energy into his treatment until he regained consciousness. Yet it appeared he had not fully recovered. And once she absorbed the remaining crystal cores, she would need to continue assisting him. Brother Pei is fine. That's a relief, Yan Ziming observed, addressing the group, however. This close call has made it evident that M City is indeed a perilous place. Beyond us, there are other practitioners of abilities, and they're not to be trifled with. We must expedite our departure from M City. Fu Waking interjected, perplexed, we upgraded our abilities by locating zombie crystal cores. Could it be that the assailant targeting Brother Hongqing is in a similar situation? Perhaps, Shen Yingcheng replied, his gaze thoughtful. If they did not rely on zombie crystal cores for enhancement, but rather evolved naturally, they could be immensely powerful. We must prepare to traverse M City as swiftly as possible. Chapter 73. Unusual Sounds. In a large supermarket within M City, Wang Chen returned with a sullen expression, the machete in his hand still stained with the blood of a level 3 wind ability user. He had come so close to acquiring wind abilities for himself. Alas, it was not to be. Lu Gang, noticing Wang Chen's dark demeanor, hurriedly approached. Brother Wang, what happened? Wang Chen flicked the blood off his machete. Nothing much. Just dispatched a zombie. Lu Gang, maintaining a composed facade, cast a discreet glance at the blood on the blade, realizing it bore no resemblance to that of a zombie, but rather looked like fresh human blood. His expression shifted, yet he dared not reveal his thoughts. Wang Chen entered the supermarket, where their group had swelled to nearly 30 individuals. Upon his arrival, everyone rose and respectfully greeted him. Brother Wang. Where's Feng Hua? Wang Chen scanned the crowd. I'm here. Brother Wang. Feng Hua, a bespectacled young man, quickly stepped forward. Wang Chen inquired, how is the packing coming along? Feng Hua adjusted his glasses and replied with a smile. Rest assured, we have cleared the entire supermarket and are ready to set off at a moment's notice. Wang Chen squinted his eyes, feeling a surge of agitation. His disappointment over not obtaining the desired wind abilities, coupled with the absence of a space ability user, weighed heavily on him. Moreover, he was also on the lookout for healers and psychics, essential assets for any team. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he couldn't help but think of Yishi. Despite following the route he recalled from his previous life, he had yet to catch a glimpse of her. Was it possible that his memory had faltered, and she had not traveled in that direction? The more he pondered, the more irritable he became. Lu Gang, Feng Hua, and the others, sensing his mood, fell silent, each one resembling a quail, wary of provoking his ire. They had followed Wang Chen for some time now. His lightning abilities were formidable, allowing him to ascend to level 3 in mere days, capable of obliterating zombies with ease. His ruthless methods toward those who defied or displeased him instilled fear in everyone, making them hesitant to speak unless directly addressed. Brother Wang. Suddenly, a voice from the entrance caught his attention. The scruffy-haired Zheng duo approached, trailed by a dozen individuals of varying ages and genders. Wang Chen looked up, his eyes narrowing as he noticed a few attractive women among the group. He raised an eyebrow at Zheng duo. Where did you find them? Zheng duo, eager to please, replied, just survivors we stumbled upon at a nearby hotel. They wish to join our ranks and accompany us to B City. What do you think, Brother Wang? Wang Chen surveyed the group, a smile creeping across his face. Very well, the more, the merrier. Strength in numbers increases our chances of survival. However, his tone shifted dangerously. We do not accommodate idlers in our team. You all, speak up about your abilities or special skills. The newcomers exchanged glances, and after a moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward, announcing, I am a chef. I can cook, and this is my daughter. She's just started college and has no special skills. As he spoke, he pulled his timid daughter from behind him. Wang Chen's interest piqued at her pretty face, and he chuckled, no worries, since you can cook, your daughter can assist you in the kitchen. He scanned the rest of the group, prompting more introductions. Unbeknownst to them, joining this team marked merely the beginning of their nightmarish existence. Meanwhile, at their temporary refuge, Pei Hongqing had escaped danger. Shen Yingcheng and the others exhaled in relief, deciding to take a brief respite before discussing their next course of action. At the bathroom door, Yishi scrutinized the youth emerging from the shower, his damp hair still exuding steam. Cleaned up, his fair skin was more pronounced, though his long bangs obscured much of his face, revealing only the sharp lines of his jaw on either side. She stroked her chin, wielding a pair of scissors, and cheerfully proposed, how about a haircut? Lu Yi blinked in surprise, his deep-set eyes glimmering as he softly replied, like an obedient puppy, leaning his head toward her. Yi Shi, amused, nudged a stool with her foot. Sit here. It's harder to cut standing up. Complying, he awkwardly perched on the stool, his long legs making it a challenge, resembling a child squatting. Yi Shi raised an eyebrow, the scissors swiftly snipping at his long bangs. Strands of hair floated down, and Lu Ye's emotions became complicated, his mind echoing with Yi Shi's cheerful thoughts. Oh my, the hair has grown quite beautifully. I wonder what shampoo this lad is using. Isn't it a pity to cut it like this? However, if it remains uncut, what if he is ambushed by zombies? Those braids could be quite lethal. Lu Yi, dear Lu Yi, you are our precious gem. You must take care and live on in good health. The antidote for the zombie virus. The end of the apocalypse. All depends on you. Lu Yi listened, his eyes narrowing slightly, an odd expression crossing his face.
All right.
Yishi clapped her hands, trimming away the excess bangs and the lengthy strands of hair, revealing the boy's entire face.
Clean. Fresh.
Coupled with her freshly cut hair, he looked absolutely dashing. He was undoubtedly the epitome of the handsome younger brother in the hearts of most girls. Yishi stepped in front of Lu Yi, thoroughly pleased with her handiwork, and asked him, "How about taking a look in the bathroom?" Lu Yi responded with a slight hum, rising to head towards the bathroom, only to encounter Yi Yan approaching from the opposite direction. The moment Yi Yan laid eyes on Lu Ye's hair, she was momentarily stunned. The uneven lengths were quite wild and untamed. How could such a reckless hairstyle exist? Yishi chuckled. What do you think, sis? My skills are quite commendable, right? Doesn't a Yi look particularly nice? Lu Yi thought to himself that Yi Yan's expression did not seem to convey such sentiments. Yi Yan observed her younger sister, paused in silence for a moment, then forced a smile. Xiaoxi, it's quite good. But next time you cut hair, perhaps use a proper pair of scissors? This is rather poorly done. It surely couldn't be her sister's fault. Lu Yi pondered, how ugly could it possibly be? With that thought, he stepped into the bathroom. Yi Shi, oblivious to any issues with her skills, scrutinized the scissors for a moment, thinking they seemed fine. Quite sharp indeed. Yi Yan tugged at the corners of her mouth, finding it hard to say much more. Glancing towards the bathroom, she noticed Lu Yi was already looking in the mirror. The expression on his face seemed as if he had been struck by lightning. Yi Yan shook her head. Poor child. Perhaps he was about to cry over his new hairstyle? When Lu Yi emerged, Yi Yan gently reassured him. It's all right. Boys' hair grows quickly. It won't be long before it's back to normal. At that time, let Brother Shen help you fix it. He can. Fix what? Is it not nice? Yi Shi interjected, glancing at Lu Yi. Sister isn't lying to you. This is the trendiest hairstyle in the apocalypse. 10 years from now. Lu Yi remained silent. He had not seen such a trendy hairstyle even 10 years from now. Currently, it seemed entirely a manifestation of Yi Shi's peculiar taste. Subsequently, every member of the team who beheld Lu Yi's new hairstyle was momentarily taken aback, yet out of politeness, no one laughed.
Pei Hongqing,
having learned of Lu Ye's background from Shen Yingcheng, merely narrowed his eyes to scrutinize him and Yi Shi, saying little else. However, Ishiran burst into uproarious laughter, exclaiming, Dude, I think you did this on purpose. Who would cut such an ugly hairstyle? Yi Shi turned to Lu Yi, a slight smile gracing her lips. Yi. Is it ugly? Lu Yi glanced at Ishiran, aware of the tension between Yi Shi and him, and graciously replied, Not ugly, I quite like it, thank you.
Sister Shi.
What? Ishiran stared at him, bewildered, as if questioning his sanity. Just as he was about to speak, an unusual noise emanated from the vehicle parked across the street.
Click.
The sound was particularly distinct. Yi Shi narrowed her eyes and scanned the opposite side. Chapter 74. Save me. What is that? Ishiran abruptly changed his words, squinting in the direction of their truck, following Yi Shi's gaze. The next moment, a piercing, shrill sound resonated as sharp claws scraped against the metal surface, exploding in everyone's ears. Yi Shi felt her scalp prickle, goosebumps rising all over her body. Her gaze sharpened as she immediately bent down to peer beneath the vehicle. A shadow swiftly darted past in the darkness. Not human. It was. Her expression changed dramatically as she spun around, pushing past Ishiran, hastily pulling down the iron gate while shouting to everyone, Quickly! Secure all the doors and windows in the house. The urgency and seriousness of her words caused the expressions of Shen Yingcheng and the others to shift. Ishiran, having been shoved aside, cursed, glaring at Yi Shi. What else with the sudden madness? What the hell is that? Leaning against the iron gate, Ishiran suddenly felt something snag his clothes. He turned sharply only to find a rat, the size of a dog, crouched outside the door, incessantly tugging at his attire. Ripping sounds filled the air as his pants tore. That enormous rat even bared its teeth at him, its 4 sharp fangs glistening with thick blood. It opened its mouth wide and lunged at him. Ishiran, terrified, stumbled backward. However, his movements were still a moment too slow. The rat's sharp teeth snagged his belt. With another rip, his pants were completely torn apart. Ishiran lunged forward, feeling a chilling breeze brush past his backside, making him shiver uncontrollably. Hidden. Shen Ingcheng rushed forward, pulling him up from the ground. Ishiran touched his rear, his mind buzzing.
Who am I?
Where am I? Did I manage to save my backside? His face turned pale as he reached back, feeling a sticky liquid, horrified to the core as he clutched Shen Ingcheng's arm. Brother Shen, I've been bitten. Shen Ingcheng's expression darkened as he swiftly threw an ice blade, severing the mutated rat's neck. As the rat fell, he turned to examine Ishiran's backside, which was covered in the rat's blood, making it impossible to discern if there was an actual injury.
Yan.
Quickly come and check on Shiran. Shen Ingcheng urged, his tone urgent. Yi Yan rushed over. Yi Shi's lips twitched as she raised her foot and kicked Ishiran squarely on his torn rear. Damn it. Ishiran was sent sprawling onto the sofa. Glaring furiously at Ishi, if I turn, you'll be the first one I bite, you salty fish. I'll turn you into a zombie. Yi Shi scoffed dismissively. Sure, I'll be the first to chop off your head and extract the third-grade crystal nucleus from your brain. Consider it payback. What the hell? Ishiran cursed, quickly covering his rear. Looking to Yi Yan for help. Sister Yan, save me. Yi Yan felt utterly awkward. Of all places to be injured, why that one? She was not much older than Ishiran. How was she to treat this? Yet, the situation was urgent, and she couldn't afford to hesitate, gritting her teeth as she prepared to step forward. Don't. He's not injured. Yi Shi grabbed Yi Yan, addressing Shen Ingcheng and the others. What appeared just now was a mutated rat, and its virus is more terrifying than the zombie virus. If bitten, it wouldn't take a minute for a living person to begin mutating. Have you seen him mutate? While Ishiran wailed and cursed, there was no sign of mutation on him. The only evidence was the clear footprint left by Yi Shi on his rear, glaringly obvious.
Cough, cough.
Shen Ingcheng swiftly removed his clothing and draped it over Ishiran's posterior, giving him a gentle push. It's all right, you haven't been bitten. Ishiran was drenched in cold sweat, panic-stricken by the searing pain in his backside, nearly on the verge of tears. Brother Shen, don't lie to me. If I wasn't bitten, why does it hurt so much? Please, let Sister Yan help me. Otherwise, I might truly perish. I've just upgraded to a level 3 ability and Haven T had a chance to showcase it. I cannot die now. Shen Ingcheng rubbed his temples in exasperation. Pei Hongqing's lips twitched slightly as he yanked Ishiran off the couch. Go check in the bathroom if you have any bites. If you don't, it's not too late to come out for treatment. Don't worry if you die, we'll ensure you receive a proper burial. Ishiran widened his eyes in disbelief. Brother Pei, how have you become just like that dead fish, Yi Shi? Can't you say something more human? If you do something human, I'll speak human too, okay? Ishiran felt utterly aggrieved, trembling all over, clutching his rear. And after casting a furious glare at Yi Shi, he dashed towards the restroom with reddened eyes. Yi Shi paid him no mind. Her brow furrowed as her gaze fell upon the corpse of a mutated rat outside, which was roughly the size of an ordinary adult farm dog. Mutated rats do not appear alone. The presence of one in the vicinity indicates many more lurking about. They must seal the doors and windows and monitor the situation outside. How could mutated rats appear out of nowhere? Yan Ziming was perplexed. Fu Ruoqing stood nearby with her eyes closed, her brow tightly knitted, and spoke. I can sense the mutated rats that Yi Shi mentioned. There are indeed numerous ones approaching from our left, at the 12 o'clock direction. They are incredibly fast. The numbers? There are far too many to count. The more Fu Ruoqing unleashed her mental abilities, the more sweat beaded on her forehead, feeling an immense threat drawing near. Her breathing quickened, and she struggled to maintain her balance. Yi Yan, quick to react, steadied her and urgently asked Yi Shi, Little Shi, how do we deal with these mutated rats?
Fire.
Yi Shi uttered tersely, her expression grim. She hadn't anticipated their unfortunate luck. They had barely entered M-City when they were met with a tide of zombie rats. These creatures were particularly troublesome. Aside from fire, they were impervious to everything else. Yet igniting a fire in the darkness of night would also attract hordes of zombies. Their situation would only become more perilous. Contemplating this, Her expression shifted again as she looked at Shin Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing. First, let Ishiran start the fire and prepare defenses around. These mutated rats can gnaw through anything. Iron doors, glass. Nothing can hold them back. We must devise a way to divert them from the outside. Upon hearing this, the hearts of Shin Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing sank a few degrees. Yi Shi would never jest with their lives. Moreover, the sharpness of that mutated rat's teeth and its size, comparable to a fully grown farm dog, were enough to signify the gravity of the situation. They were certainly not easier to deal with than mutated zombies. Shin Yingcheng quickly regained his composure and spoke in a low voice. All right. I'll have Shiran prepare the fire. Hongqing, how is your recovery? Can you continue to move? Pei Hongqing coughed a couple of times, his throat still somewhat hoarse. It's manageable. I can handle diverting them. However, his gaze shifted back to Yi Shi, his eyes narrowing as he asked, what is the best way to lure these mutated rats away? Chapter 75. Carry her? Use yourself. Yi Shi did not hesitate in the slightest, her tone heavy. They are not much different from zombies, but they are more agile and come in vast numbers, acting in packs. According to Furuwatching's perception, this should be a small-scale rat tide, which we can temporarily avoid. If it were a large-scale rat tide, not only would we be in peril, but any living person in M City, even zombies, would become their prey. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces turned grim. Just then, Ishiran emerged from the restroom. Brother Shen, I truly wasn't injured. Shen Yingcheng shot him a glance and replied sternly, put on your outerwear and come with me upstairs to start the fire.
Huh?
Ishiran looked bewildered, having initially intended to change his pants. But all their supplies were locked in the vehicle outside, and there were no spare pants available. Shen Yingcheng didn't allow him time to respond, tossing him a shirt and pulling him upstairs. Pei Hongqing glanced at Yan Ziming, Furuwatching, Yi Yan Lu Hong,
And Lu Yi.
You all check the windows and close them. Lastly, he turned to Yi Shi. You'll come with me to divert the zombies? His tone was inquisitive, not intending to pressure her. Yi Shi slightly furrowed her brow. I can. However, her gaze flickered as she looked at Pei Hongqing. For the first time, he felt a shiver at the calculating glint in her eyes. What do you want to say? Yi Shi remained silent. As they reached the doorway, she pulled in the mutated rat that Shin Yingcheng had dispatched with his ability. With a crunch, she stepped on its palm-sized head, splattering blood everywhere. Little Shi? Yi Yan's expression soured as she looked at Yi Shi in confusion. Yi Shi, unhurried, extracted a crystal core from the shattered skull of the rat and placed it by Pei Hongqing's feet. This type of mutated rat possesses a crystal core. According to Furuwatching's assessment, we are facing a small-scale mutated rat tide, not exceeding 1,000. The more we kill, the more crystal cores we can collect. The revelation stunned Yan Ziming and the others. It can be done this way? Pei Hongqing frowned, looking at Yi Shi and asking, how does such a small thing compare to a level 1 zombie crystal core? About 10 mutated rat crystal cores equal 1 level 1 mutated zombie crystal core. So if we kill 200, we can obtain 20 level 1 zombie crystal cores? Yi Yan's eyes brightened with anticipation as she gazed at Yi Shi. Yi Shi nodded. However, these mutated rats aren't easy to kill, especially when they appear in swarms. They are the most troublesome. We need to devise a trap. As for you all, before she could finish, a fireball fell from above outside. With a loud bang, flames erupted at the entrance, illuminating a circle. What greeted everyone's eyes was a horde of mutated rats squatting in the darkness at the doorway. As the fire singed them, they quickly scattered.
Squeak, squeak.
The incessant sound filled the air.
Ah!
Lin Yujia screamed. Everyone turned to look at her. Lin Yujia, terrified, pointed towards the window. There's a rat. The window was barred with iron, and a rat the size of a dog was gnawing vigorously at the bars, producing a sharp, piercing sound. Crunch, snap. Pei Hongqing's expression changed as he unleashed a wind blade. The mutated rat's teeth were severed, and its neck snapped as its body plummeted to the ground with a thud. But soon, another mutated rat climbed onto their window. Yan Ziming trembled, quickly running upstairs. I'll have Brother Shin change the direction of the fire. Yi Shi furrowed her brow. Starting a fire could temporarily prevent them from getting close, but it wouldn't resolve the underlying issue. Pei Hongqing tugged at his arm. Looking at her, do you have a plan for either luring them away or eliminating these mutated rats? Yi Shi scanned a direction outside the door. There's a gas station nearby. Shall we lure them there to burn it? This was the quickest and most effective solution. All right, let us proceed as you suggest. Pei Hongqing, having completed his warm-up exercises, approached the gate and unleashed a flurry of wind blades to dispatch the dozen or so mutated rats that had besieged the entrance. In truth, his wind blades only managed to strike 7 or 8 of them, while the rest skillfully evaded the attack. These mutated rodents were not so easily vanquished. His expression darkened as he turned to Yi Shi, silently inquiring, "Are you ready?" Yi Shi tightened her grip on the dagger and nodded in affirmation. In the next instant, the gate swung open with great swiftness. Simultaneously, illuminated by the flickering flames, the mutated rats concealed in the shadows emitted piercing squeaks and lunged towards the two. With a swift motion, 2 wind blades sliced through the air. 2 of the mutated rats were cleaved in half and fell to the ground. Behind them, the gate was forcefully pulled down by Fu Ruoqing and Yi Yan. Yi Yan cast a worried glance at Yi Shi and urged, "Xiao Shi, safety first." Yi Shi nodded in acknowledgement and cast a brief glance at Pei Hongqing. Taking a deep breath, Pei Hongqing patted his back and said, "Climb on, I'll carry you." "Carry her?" A twitch of annoyance crossed Yi Shi's lips as she replied, "No need. I can manage on my own." With that, she dashed towards the direction of the gas station. Pei Hongqing raised an eyebrow, observing her retreating figure, and quickened his pace to catch up. The mutated rats, noticing food fleeing from the building, had their blood-red eyes gleaming with excitement. Sniffing the air, baring their sharp teeth, they turned and bounded after Yi Shi and Pei Hongqing on all fours. On the rooftop, Shen Yingcheng and Yixiran, who were igniting flames, witnessed this scene unfold. Yixiran, astonished, remarked, "Wasn't it said that Brother Pei would lure the mutated rats away? Why is that useless fellow following them? Is he delivering dinner?" Shen Yingcheng, holding a piece of alcohol-soaked cloth, gestured for Yixiran to light it and replied, "Hongqing has his own considerations. Yi Shi is not a reckless person. You shouldn't always think the worst of her." Yixiran looked at him peculiarly. "Brother Shen, since when have you and Brother Pei begun to side with that lazy fish, Yi Shi? Is she truly that admirable? Let us not forget how she dragged us down over the past month. Who can guarantee she won't falter again in the future?" As Shen Yingcheng tossed the flaming cloth out the window, simultaneously using an ice blade to slay a mutated rat, he glanced back at Yixiran and said, "Shiran, you can see Yi Shi's transformation. You simply refuse to accept it. Consider how much our team has changed since she expressed her desire to improve. Isn't this change a result of our influence? Including the collective enhancement of our team's abilities, how do you think your own level 3 ability came about?" Moreover, he paused for a moment before continuing, "Yi Shi possesses a wealth of knowledge about the apocalypse, far beyond our imagination. Her presence now benefits our entire team more than it hinders. You must learn to think rationally and refrain from acting impulsively." Chapter 76, Fatal Attraction. Yixiran gritted his teeth, feeling a deep sense of reluctance, yet he had to concede that Shen Yingcheng was correct. He could not bring himself to believe that Yi Shi would suddenly become virtuous. From the very beginning, Yi Shi's actions had nearly cost him his life and had provided little benefit to the team. He believed everyone should strive to become stronger, to survive in this harsh apocalypse, rather than languishing like Yi Shi. The Yi Shi of the past was precisely the type who resigned herself to becoming a burden, comfortably reaping the rewards of others' hard work, even if those rewards stemmed from her sister's willing sacrifices. That was something he could not tolerate. Of course, even if he harbored disdain for her, he would not resort to the extremes of pushing her into danger as she had once done. In any case, he needed to reflect. Everything Yi Shi was doing now was undoubtedly for the benefit of their team. She had already become one of them, and he hoped Shiran could soon set aside the grievances from their past. Shen Yingcheng urged him helplessly, "Even inmates in prison have a chance for redemption. Why shouldn't Yi Shi have the same opportunity? Human nature is inherently selfish, and he was no exception." Yi Yan was crucial to their team, which was why he had initially tolerated Yi Shi until her actions endangered the lives of the team members, and when Yi Yan sought to distance herself from her, that was when he entertained the notion of allowing Pei Hongqing to eliminate Yi Shi. However, in the time that followed, Yi Shi had demonstrated her transformation through her actions. These changes struck him as somewhat peculiar. Yi Shi's knowledge regarding zombie classifications and cores, as well as details about the mutated rats below, raised suspicions. Having spent the past month in their company, how had she acquired such information? Even regarding the recent distribution of cores, Yishi had insisted on claiming the cores she had obtained herself. On the surface, it appeared to be for Yi Yen's sake. Yet he suspected she possessed some unique ability, perhaps an analytical one, similar to being able to perceive zombies or mutated rats and instantly processing information about them. While it seemed odd, it was not entirely implausible, especially in such apocalyptic circumstances. As for why she concealed her powers, it was evident she held little trust in them. Compared to the simple-hearted Shi was undoubtedly more shrewd. Yet he saw no issue with this. Over the past month, their interactions with Shi had not been as extensive as with Yi Yan. Their distrust of Shi was reciprocated. However, within a team, such dynamics could change. Yishi's attitude towards Ishiran was telling. Her usual sharp tongue had softened, and she no longer harbored overt animosity towards him. In fact, she had even come to Ishiran's aid. Additionally, she had recently proposed that he upgrade using the level 3 core she had acquired. From these two instances, it was evident that she was composed and rational. Conversely, Ishiran, with his naturally impulsive temperament, often acted childishly. I understand, Brother Shin. For the sake of the team, I will attempt to not despise her, Ishiran said begrudgingly, pouting. Shun Ingqing shot him a knowing glance. It's not about attempting. It's imperative that you change your attitude towards Yishi. Brother Shin? Ishiran questioned in confusion. Am I not allowed to have a natural aversion to her? Shun Ingqing's gaze grew serious, and he stated firmly, before Hongqing was injured today, I saw Yishi take Lu Hong out. She claimed to be teaching Lu Hong how to kill zombies and even returned with a so-called cousin, Lu Yi. Don't you find anything suspicious about that? Ishiran frowned. So she just brought back a cousin? That merely indicates she had good fortune, doesn't it? Shun Ingqing massaged his weary temples, realizing that conversing with Ishiran was truly exhausting. The young man was so single-minded that he couldn't see the bigger picture. Shun Ingqing now had a hypothesis. Yishi wouldn't casually teach others or bring people back without reason. Perhaps she was contemplating leaving the team. If that were the case, it would put them in a precarious position. To put it bluntly, he now needed to ensure that Yishi remained with them, just as he had endeavored to keep Yi Yan from leaving. Sigh, Brother Shin, must you always leave half your thoughts unspoken? Ishiran exclaimed, frustrated. Just then, he caught sight of dozens of mutated rats leaping from the rooftop of the second-floor building, all rushing in a singular direction. Their vantage point from the 4th floor allowed them to witness this astonishing scene unfold. In the alley across the street, a formidable number of mutated rats surged forth. A veritable swarm. They rushed forward with the fervor of wild dogs catching the scent of prey, their incessant squeaks piercing the night with an unnerving sharpness. Shun Ingqing's expression shifted as he grasped Ishiran's arm, urging her downstairs. As he spoke, he did not forget to discard the burning clothing outside while shutting the door behind them. On the ground floor, Yi Yan and her companions watched the deluge of mutated rats pass by with grave concern. The sheer volume was staggering. Lu Hong's face drained of color as she voiced her worry. Can Sister Shi and the others really handle this? Yi Yan pressed her lips together, her expression rife with anxiety as she turned to Fu Ruoqing, asking, Ruoqing, can you sense the number of these mutated rats? Fu Ruoqing shook her head. I can't distinguish them, but I can feel a vast multitude of mutated rats surging towards a single direction nearby. Outside the iron gate, amidst the flames, one mutated rat took notice of their presence and paused. Its blood-red eyes, the size of marbles, fixated on them for a moment. Then, as if sensing a more enticing target elsewhere, it resumed its frantic dash towards the throng. As the tide of mutated rats flowed past, the earth itself seemed to tremble. In the shadows, Lu Yi observed this scene, his eyes glinting with a cold, inorganic chill. Not far away at a gas station, Yi Shi and Pei Hongqing also sensed the ominous presence behind them. Pei Hongqing's countenance soured as he quipped, Is my bait truly that effective? Yishi shot him a withering glance, her lips twitching. You overestimate yourself. These mutated rats are not stirred into a frenzy because of you. Pei Hongqing squinted, puzzled. Aside from human flesh, what else could possibly attract them? More delectable food. Yishi retorted, for rats, isn't everything delicious? Pei Hongqing found her statement somewhat redundant. She halted, refusing to proceed further. What's the matter? He asked, perplexed. Without answering, Yishi's gaze fixated on a supermarket plaza a mere dozen meters ahead, where an incessant influx of mutated rats was pouring in. Chapter 77. The Mutated Beast. Pei Hongqing followed her gaze, and his expression shifted dramatically. In the plaza stood a towering figure, over 2 meters high, a gigantic cat. Upon closer inspection, his breath caught, and his pupils constricted. No, it was not a tiger. A piercing and shrill meow shattered the night. The enormous creature raised its forepaw, angrily swatting away the relentless assault of mutated rats. With a resounding smack, the rats were obliterated, splattering into a gruesome mash against the concrete. Some rats, driven by madness, attempted to gnaw at the giant cat's paws, its ears, and its fur. But in the next moment, the colossal feline shook its body with remarkable swiftness, sending the rats flying off in all directions. Thud after thud, they crashed to the ground. The giant claw descended again, effortlessly dispatching several more rats. Moreover, it opened its cavernous maw, greedily devouring the rats that dared to approach.
Crunch.
One rat was decapitated between its sharp teeth.
Crunch.
Along with the head, it swallowed the bones whole. Witnessing their kin being consumed, the remaining mutated rats grew increasingly enraged, their squeaks escalating into a cacophony, a clear call for reinforcements. Yishi's expression shifted rapidly. When she first sensed the mutated rats' unrest, she had surmised that their natural predator had emerged. If it were merely a level 3 entity, there might have been a chance. Yet, she never anticipated it would be a level 4 mutated cat. Initially, she had hoped to see some mutated rat cores amidst the chaos, but it seemed prudent to flee instead. After all, attempting to snatch cores from the jaws of a level 4 mutated cat was, at this moment, nothing short of a fanciful dream. Yishi pressed her lips together, decisively turning to Pei Hongqing. We must leave. These rats, upon sighting the mutated cat, have gone berserk. What began as a small wave of rats could easily escalate into a massive torrent, potentially numbering in the tens of thousands. The very thought of tens of thousands sent a chill down their spines. Even Pei Hongqing, typically composed, felt his breath quicken as he matched Yishi's hurried stride, inquiring, "Should we leave M-City as swiftly as possible?" "Yes." Yishi gritted her teeth, observing the unending stream of mutated rats surging towards the mutated cat. Her heart filled with reluctance. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a grand haul. While the level 4 mutated cat was formidable, it could not possibly withstand a large-scale assault from mutated rats. Such colossal mutated creatures had transcended mere animals. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, they were referred to as mutated beasts, possessing a degree of intelligence alongside their anomalous abilities and the perilous skill of self-detonation. When cornered with no escape, they would choose to perish alongside their foes. But who could predict how long the battle would last? With tens of thousands of mutated rats surging through M-City, survival for any human was a distant hope. Fear gripped her, and she dared not gamble. Pei Hongqing sensed her trepidation but refrained from probing further. The pair hastened back to their temporary refuge. The mutated rats had vanished, all summoned to confront their nemesis, the mutated cat. What happened? Shuningcheng, observing the grim expressions on Yishi and Pei Hongqing's faces, felt a pang of anxiety. Were you injured? No, Yishi met his gaze, addressing everyone. We must leave immediately, as a massive wave of mutated rats is about to erupt. We're talking about tens of thousands of them. Remaining in M-City poses a grave danger. Shuningcheng and the others' faces paled. Just a handful of mutated rats had already sent shivers down their spines. The thought of such a multitude was horrifying. If they remained, they would likely be devoured to the last bone. Steadying his breath, Shuningcheng decisively instructed everyone. Prepare to board the vehicle and leave. But where shall we go? We can't possibly traverse M-City in such a short time, Furuwatching fretted. Shuningcheng turned to Yishi, suggesting, what if we retreat beyond M-City? Yishi frowned, her tone grave. Retreat. The farther, the better. Mutated rats are inherently social creatures. Once summoned, who knows how many will emerge from every dark corner. The best course of action is to distance ourselves from M-City. All right, let us proceed with that plan. Shuningcheng recognized the urgency in her voice. They had to leave without delay. He swiftly turned to Furuwatching. Get in the vehicle and assess the route. Understood. Fu Ruoqing responded, climbing into the vehicle. Yan Ziming hurried to start the truck. Ishiran, with a complex expression, shot Yishi a glance but, remarkably, said nothing as she followed Yan Ziming. Yishi stepped inside, casting a meaningful glance at Lu Hong. Lu Hongming's gaze flickered as he cast a glance at Lin Yujia, who was cowering in the corner, trembling with fear. He impatiently demanded, "Are you leaving or not?"
Go.
Lin Yujia bit her lip, flustered beyond measure, and hurried to follow Lu Hong. Yishi barely acknowledged her, instead calling out to the slender youth standing in the corner. "Ah Yi, let's go." The boy responded with a slight and joined her. The chaos caused by the mutated rats was palpable, with the appearance of fourth-level mutated feline beasts. Even from a distance, the supermarket where Wang Chen was located could unmistakably sense the anomaly. "Wang Ge!" Zhang Du rushed back towards the supermarket in a frenzy, shouting, "Where's Wang Ge?" Fang Hua's expression shifted dramatically as he seized Zhang Du, exclaiming, "What are you in such a hurry for? Wang Ge is busy. Don't disturb him." "Good heavens! This is hardly the time for business." Zhang Du gasped, his face pale and drenched in sweat. "I just saw a massive swarm of rats, each as large as a full-grown dog. They're all heading towards that large supermarket plaza, 2 kilometers away. It's terrifying. They devoured every last zombie in their path." Zhang Du continued to describe the horror he had witnessed, adding, "And there's a tiger, standing taller than us on all fours. Damn it. If we don't run now, we might end up as their next meal." His urgency was palpable. Fang Hua, however, found it hard to believe Zhang Du's claims. "Are you dreaming? How could such a thing exist? I swear, I'm not lying. Hurry and call Wang Ge." Suddenly, the office door was violently kicked open. Wang Chen emerged, his pants hastily pulled up, wearing a grim expression as he glared at Zhang Du and Fang Hua. "What are you shouting about? Are you looking for death?" "Wang Ge, don't be angry." Fang Hua quickly intervened, pressing down on Zhang Du's head as he explained. "This guy is just drunk and rambling about seeing rats larger than dogs and some giant tiger outside." "What?" Wang Chen's expression changed instantly, fear evident on his face. Without fastening his belt, he seized Zhang Du by the collar and barked, "Where did you see them? Speak clearly." Zhang Du, startled, shakily pointed in the direction outside the supermarket.
Boom.
The sky began to take on a pale hue, and it seemed that everything around them was not as perilous as Yishi had described. Would a wave of tens of thousands of mutated rats truly come? Shen Yingcheng sensed an eerie silence on the road leading away. No, to be precise, it was an unsettling quiet. Not even a single zombie was in sight. He continued driving towards the exit of M City when suddenly, the vehicle jolted violently. Shen Yingcheng slammed on the brakes, staring ahead in shock.
Boom.
The once smooth highway collapsed into a massive pit. Chapter 78. Recognition. Fu Ruoqing was bewildered. The events unfolded so abruptly that she scarcely had time to react. Fortunately, Shen Yingcheng was not driving at high speed. He halted, followed closely by the 2 vehicles behind him. Furrowing his brows at the deep chasm ahead, he asked Fu Ruoqing, "Is this the only way out?" Fu Ruoqing replied hurriedly, "This is the sole route to leave M City, though we can temporarily divert in another direction." She gestured towards a muddy path sloping down to the right. Shen Yingcheng shifted his gaze, began to reverse, and then turned onto the muddy road. The 2 vehicles behind followed suit without hesitation. The tremors beneath continued. After maneuvering the vehicles several dozen meters into the mud, the vibrations began to subside. Only when the shaking completely ceased did the 3 cars come to a stop. Shen Yingcheng promptly exited, gazing back towards the highway. In the distance, he could see the road they had intended to take still collapsing, extending several meters ahead. What on earth is happening? Yi Yan questioned, her expression filled with confusion. Fu Ruoqing frowned as she operated a drone to fly towards that direction, capturing all the visuals. Yishi glanced at the screen displaying the footage. The section of the road that had collapsed was extensive and at least 5 to 6 meters deep, teeming with scurrying mutated rats. "It's the mutated rats that caused this," Fu Ruoqing exclaimed. Shen Yingcheng, Pei Hongqing, and the others gathered around.
"Damn.
No wonder I've been feeling goosebumps all over," Ishiran muttered, rubbing his arms. "Tens of thousands of them." Shen Yingcheng recalled the 4 words Yishi had mentioned, his breath growing heavier. "Should we continue our journey?" Yi Yan frowned, looking at Yishi. Xiao Shi, if the mutated rats win, will they scatter in all directions when they retreat? The lair of the mutated rats lies within the city as sewers. Judging by this landslide, their numbers are overwhelming and the situation is uncertain for the time being. Yi Shi's expression darkened as she spoke. In her previous life, she had only heard of such waves of mutated rats, but had never truly encountered them. Even when she did come across them, it was merely a few solitary specimens. Given the current circumstances, they could only wait for the wave of mutated rats to pass before continuing through M City. First, we need to find a safe haven, Shun Ingqing declared. Spotting a small village, not far off. Let us head there to take shelter and assess the situation in M City. Everyone nodded in agreement, and they boarded their vehicles to continue onward. As dawn broke, the outlines of houses in the village became clear, 2 to 3 kilometers away. Shingo, there are living people in the village. Shiningqing turned to her and asked, what is going on? Fu Weiqing turned the computer screen towards him, revealing 2 vehicles and several individuals, seemingly having arrived before them. Should we continue forward?
Yes.
The presence of living people isn't necessarily a bad thing. We'll see what the situation is like. Perhaps we can temporarily join forces to traverse M City. In the rear of the vehicle, upon hearing Fu Weiqing's words, Yi Shi glanced at the computer screen, faintly recognizing the silhouettes captured by the drone. Squinting, she pondered, could it be the team of Ji Tiango? It seemed Lin Yujia had found her way after all. Ji Chu and his team had barely escaped from M City and had just located this new refuge, clearing the zombies from the small village, when Rendi rushed in, exclaiming, Chugo, another group has arrived outside. Ji Chu immediately stood up, his brow furrowed. What is happening? 3 vehicles, 2 SUVs, and a medium-sized truck. They seemed to be carrying a substantial amount of supplies. Tang Yuan glanced out the window, a glimmer of greed in his eyes. That truck looks good. It would perfectly replace our broken one. Replace what? Do you think a group capable of transporting supplies would be ordinary? Haha, just joking, Chugo, Tang Yuan chuckled. Ji Chu shoved him aside, his expression grave as he looked out the window. Prepare to gather all the team members. We need to meet them. Rendi nodded and hurried out to summon the others. Their team had dwindled from over 10 members due to that mutated zombie, leaving only 7. Once everyone was assembled, they made their way toward the direction where the vehicles had stopped. Upon spotting Yi Shi and Lu Yi disembarking from the vehicles entering the village, Rendi exclaimed, Chuge, it's them. Ji Chu's gaze initially rested upon the young man descending from the driver's seat, yet before he could discern anything substantial, he was drawn away by Rendi's words. When he finally beheld Yi Shi and Lu Yi, his pupils constricted slightly and his breath became somewhat erratic. However, he quickly regained his composure. Given that the individual named Yi Shi was so formidable, it was evident that the caliber of this team was beyond what his own could contend with. A flicker of thought crossed Ji Chu's mind, leading him to devise a strategy. He promptly led his team toward Shen Ingqing and the others, his immediate reaction being to call out, Lu Yi. At this exclamation, Shen Ingqing looked momentarily startled, glancing at Lu Yi. Do you know him? Lu Yi's expression remained nonchalant as he responded with a simple, yes. Yi Shi's eyes narrowed with amusement as she remarked, know him? When I found our dear A Yi, this group was just about to use him as bait for the zombies. Had I not arrived in time, we would have lost this brother.
What?
The revelation left the others astonished. Yi Yan interjected, Xiao Shi, was there quite a bit that happened when you went to find Yi? Indeed. In any case, since they couldn't handle the mutated zombies on their own, they resorted to using others as shields. Quite impressive. With her arms crossed, she succinctly laid bare the true nature of Ji Chu's team. Shen Ingqing and the others quickly grasped the situation. As Ji Chu approached, he was the first to greet Shen Ingqing, offering a warm smile. Hello, I am Ji Chu. I never expected to encounter a living team here in M City. It seems our luck isn't entirely dire. Adhering to the principle of not striking a smiling face, Shen Ingqing replied with a curt nod. Shen Ingqing. Shen Ingqing? Suddenly, a youth sprang forth from the crowd, exclaiming, Brother Shen? He gazed at Shen Ingqing in surprise. Shen Ingqing, hearing the appellation, regarded the boy with curiosity. You know me? It's me. Don't you remember, Brother Shen? I lived next door to you 10 years ago. Back then, you often tutored me. The boy beamed with joy, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Shen Ingqing. Xiao Di? Shen Yingcheng momentarily faltered, eyeing the youth with surprise. You are Ren Di? Yes. Brother Shen, you remember me? Ren Di was nearly moved to tears, overwhelmed with excitement at their unexpected reunion. Chapter 79, Agreement. The sudden revelation of kinship caught everyone off guard. She couldn't help but muse. Her recognition was feigned, whereas Shen Yingcheng's was genuine. It seemed the path ahead would be fraught with further complications. She squinted her eyes, surveying the members of the team. Unsurprisingly, their numbers were set to increase once more, a situation that did not bode well for her sister, Yi Yan. Naturally, she was not fond of teams that were overly large. Should Shen Yingcheng choose to ally with Ji Chu, transforming their small group of 9 into a contingent of 17, she would need to consider whether remaining with this team was prudent. Yi Yan's healing abilities were unique. She preferred that they remain undisclosed to so many. Furthermore, her sentiments towards Ji Chu's group were far from favorable. This was not solely due to their decision to thrust the utterly powerless Lu Yi into the fray against a level 3 mutated zombie, but also because of G's sycophantic tendencies, which would undoubtedly lead to chaos should they encounter Lin Cici's team. I didn't expect you and Xiao Di to still be acquainted. How about we all sit down and have a chat? Ji Chu suggested with a beaming smile. Shen Yingcheng could clearly sense that Ji Chu had ulterior motives. Nonetheless, recalling Yi Shi's prior description of this group, he understood that even the familiarity with a past neighbor would not hasten his judgment. He contemplated for a moment before nodding slowly in response to Ji Chu. Seeing his acquiescence, Ji Chu promptly invited him inside. Pei Hongqing exchanged a glance with Yi Shi before following suit. I want to see what they discuss, Yi Shiran remarked to Yan Ziming before hastily joining them. Xiao Shi? Yi Yan turned to Yi Shi. Should we go and see as well? Yi Shi fixed her gaze on her sister. Sister, do you truly wish for our team to grow even larger? Yi Yan paused, contemplating. Xiao Shi?
What do you mean by that?
Ji Chu possesses wood-type abilities. Ren Di wields fire, and there's a water type among them, with the others being level 1 ability users. Given this situation, how do you think Shen Yingcheng will deliberate? Yi Shi continued. Are you suggesting that the senior plans to collaborate with Ji Chu's team?
Yes.
Yi Shi leaned closer, lowering her voice. In truth, the increasing number of team members may not be advantageous for us. I have an idea. If the situation unfolds as I suspect, and Shen Yingcheng truly decides to team up with Ji Chu, once we pass through M City, I wish to take you away from this group.
What?
Yi Yan looked at her in disbelief. Xiao Shi, didn't we discuss this before? If we leave the team. That was back then. Yi Shi interjected firmly. Sister, we are both growing and becoming stronger. I am also training Lu Hong. Eventually the 4 of us, including you, me, Lu Yi, and Lu Hong, can set out together. But Xiao Shi, Yi Yan frowned, still hesitant. You know my abilities. Aside from healing, I find it challenging to combat zombies. And Lu Yi, his origins are unclear to me. I don't understand why you wish to keep him, but from his somber demeanor, it is evident he is merely a child, likely inexperienced in slaying zombies. Moreover, Lu Hong has only been out with you once. Lu Hong has awakened her abilities, Yi Shi interjected. So, sister, she will grow stronger quickly. Really? Yi Yan was taken aback. But how is that possible? Lu Hong never possessed any abilities, did she? She didn't, but I have a way to help her awaken them. Yi Yan stood dumbfounded, staring at her sister. Xiao Shi, are you suggesting there is a method to awaken the abilities of those who are otherwise powerless? Yes, Yi Shi whispered. In any case, sister, this is my plan. I know you've been through thick and thin with Shen Yingcheng for over a month, and it might be hard for you to part with them. But this is an apocalypse. Our goal is simply to survive. Do you remember what I said about the superbase? Heading to City B is correct, but it is a distant journey fraught with unknown dangers. Previously, we were too weak and our abilities advanced too slowly, which forced us to stick with the team.
Now,
you possess level 3 healing abilities, and I can independently slay a level 3 mutated zombie. We are both growing stronger, and with Lu Hong's future development, just the 2 of us, alongside her, will be sufficient to protect you and Lu Yi. However, Yi Yan furrowed her brow, still in doubt. We might also encounter level 4 or level 5 zombies. Staying within a team could provide greater safety, and based on my understanding of the senior, he will have his own considerations. As you mentioned, Ji Chu despises those who betray their comrades. He may not agree to form an alliance. But what if he does agree? Yi Shi gazed intently at her sister. Sister, I need you to give me an answer now. Yi Yan bit her lip, hesitating momentarily before sighing. All right. If it truly unfolds as you say, we'll separate from the team and proceed on our own. That's the answer I was waiting for. Yi Shi sighed in relief, though she sensed that her sister's agreement stemmed largely from her trust in Shen Yingqing. Her primary concern was the lack of trust in Shen Yingqing. Given Shen Yingqing's character in his previous life, the size of his team later did not fall short of Wang Chen's. Thus, upon her rebirth, her intention was to temporarily remain within this group, nurturing Yi Yan in a discreet manner rather than committing to a permanent stay. Even if Shen Yingqing exhibited a greater integrity than Wang Chen, it could not guarantee that every member of his team would be united in purpose. In his past life, he had placed undue trust in his team members, unaware that Wang Chen had infiltrated his ranks with a traitor, ultimately leading to his betrayal and capture by Wang Chen. Due to this concern, she had been deliberately offering Shen Yingqing numerous reminders during their recent team operations, scrutinizing his reactions. However, a person's character is not easily altered. As a leader, Shen Yingqing had his own considerations regarding the team's development. Moreover, with the emergence of the mutated rat tide, it was a clear indication that this apocalyptic world was far more perilous than he had anticipated. To enhance the survival rates of both his team members and himself, he might need to temporarily set aside certain principles, much like his tacit approval of Pei Hongqing's lethal actions against her, which had previously impeded the team. Meanwhile, Shen Yingqing, Pei Hongqing, Yixiran, and Fu Ruoqing followed Ji Chu into the house. However, as soon as they entered, Ji Chu's expression shifted slightly as he glanced at Shen Yingqing and the others, lowering his voice to say, "Brother Shen, heed my advice. It's best not to bring that lad, Lu Yi, along on your journey." "What do you mean?" Shen Yingqing asked, regarding him with suspicion. "He was part of your team. Do you harbor a grudge against him?" Ji Chu offered a wry smile, saying, "It's not exactly a grudge, but our team originally consisted of over a dozen members, and now only 7 remain, all thanks to him." Outside, Yan Ziming stood before the vehicle, surveying the direction of Shen Yingqing and Ji Chu's crew, perplexed. Why haven't Brother Shen and the others come out yet? "They're probably discussing matters of collaboration," Yishi remarked, showing no intention of prying further. While chewing on a lollipop, she observed Lin Yujie stealthily descending from the vehicle and hastening towards Ji Chu's team members at the door. "Shi Jie," Lu Hong approached her, lowering her voice to say, "It seems Lin Yujie intends to join their team." "Indeed." Yishi glanced at her. "Have you figured out how to take action?" Lu Hong nodded resolutely. "I've already devised a plan. I must act swiftly. If I wait until their team accepts her, it will be difficult to find another opportunity." "Precisely." Yishi nodded, somewhat surprised by her determination. "You seem to have matured overnight. Until last night, you would have hesitated on how to confront her, wouldn't you?" Lu Hong smiled at her. "Shi Jie, I am no fool. This is the apocalypse. I once had my brother to protect me, but now I am alone. You provided me with this opportunity. If I do not seize it, I would be ashamed of myself. You place great trust in my words, including my assertion that Lin Yujie was responsible for your brother's death," Yishi remarked, raising an eyebrow as she regarded her. "Do you have no doubts whatsoever?" "Because I understand Lin Yujie," Lu Hong gritted her teeth, replying, "When my brother died, the way Lin Yujie looked at him was unsettling. But she is adept at feigning innocence, and without evidence or the means to eliminate her, I could only proceed with caution. In any case, I have long suspected that Lin Yujie was responsible for my brother's demise." Yishi's words merely provided her with the confirmation she sought. Coupled with her understanding and disdain for Lin Yujie, she was more inclined to trust the stranger, Yishi. Naturally, she was not oblivious to the fact that Yishi was utilizing her through this transaction. However, the allure Yishi offered was substantial, teaching her to kill zombies and even humans, thereby endowing her with the capability to survive in this apocalyptic world. Moreover, eliminating Lin Yujie was both a request from Yishi and a means of avenging her brother. Ultimately, she risked nothing. She merely became a weapon in Yishi's hand. Lu Hong saw no fault in this arrangement. In fact, she felt fortunate to be chosen by Yishi as that weapon. Without Yishi, she would never have had the chance to grow so rapidly. "Shi Jie, I will personally ensure Lin Yujie's demise," she declared. Her gaze filled with hatred as she fixed her eyes on Lin Yujie's distant figure, enunciating each word with conviction. Yi Shi regarded Lu Hong, inwardly acknowledging that she had not misjudged her. Despite her youth, this girl possessed a tenacious spirit, clarity of thought, sincerity, and an understanding of gratitude. She was undoubtedly one of the most desired companions in both Yi Shi's past and present lives. Shi Jie, shall I now divert Lin Yujie's attention and make my move? Lu Hong asked, her urgency growing as she observed Lin Yujie engaging with Ji Chu's team members. Yi Shi placed a hand on her shoulder, advising, you may take action. But first and foremost, ensure your own safety. As for eliminating Lin Yujie, there will be more than one opportunity. Do you understand? Lu Hong felt a swell of emotion at her words. The last person who cared for her in such a way was her brother, who is now deceased. From this day forward, she vowed to regard Yi Shi as her sister and repay her. With that thought, she departed from Yi Shi's side, striding purposefully towards Lin Yujie. Lin Yujie had been conversing with Ji Chu's team members, seeking an opportunity to join their ranks, as it was evident that Shen Yingqing's team was beyond her reach. Remaining with them would only waste her time. It was far more prudent to swiftly select her next target, Ji Chu. After exchanging a few words, Ji Chu's two younger team members were already blushing in her presence. It was clear that Lin Yujie's charm over men remained undiminished. The men in Shen Yingqing's team were simply devoid of romantic sensibilities. She smiled sweetly at the two, her demeanor entirely that of a demure, neighborly girl. Let us make a pact. When Captain Ji comes out, you must speak highly of me. One of the male members assured her. Rest assured. We have no female members in our team. A lovely and gentle girl like you would be impossible for the captain to refuse. The other concurred. Indeed, even Lu Yi, who lacked abilities, was taken in. You are undoubtedly more useful, and you can cook, right? Absolutely. Lin Yujie smiled radiantly, embodying the very essence of a sweet and obedient girl next door. Lin Yujie. A voice called out unexpectedly from behind. She turned in confusion, spotting Lu Hong striding towards her with purpose. Lin Yujie froze momentarily, her expression shifting. Could it be that Lu Hong intended to thwart her plans? She pressed her lips together, forcing a disingenuous smile as she softly inquired, Xiao Hong, what is the matter? Come with me. I have something to discuss with you regarding my brother. Lu Hong's words sent a wave of panic through Lin Yujie. However, her fear stemmed not from the revelation of her involvement in Lu Wenfeng's death, but rather from the anxiety that Lu Hong might expose their romantic relationship. What if Captain Ji had a cleanliness obsession? She dared not take the risk, for it directly affected her survival in this apocalypse. After much deliberation, she could only comply, hastily replying, Xiao Hong, let us talk elsewhere. As she spoke, she grasped Lu Hong's arm, leading her behind a nearby building. Just as the two departed, the door to the house where Shen Yingqing and Ji Chu were gathered swung open. Yi Shi squinted her eyes, biting down on her lollipop with a sharp crack, glancing at the time on her watch. This round of discussion had lasted for 15 minutes. Observing the expressions on Shen Yingqing and his companions, she could tell that a conclusion had been reached. Sister, she called out to Yi Yan, who was approaching her. What is the matter, Xiao Shi? Yi Yan inquired. Yi Shi lowered her voice, reminding her, Sister, don't forget what we discussed earlier. Yi Yan looked at her helplessly but reassured her. Rest assured, Xiao Shi, I will not go back on my promise. Although she still struggled to understand her sister's decision, she chose to trust her. After all, the current Yi Shi had changed drastically, entirely different from her former self. At times, Yi Shi even exuded a reliability reminiscent of Shen Yingqing. If she were to choose between Yi Shi and Shen Yingqing, her choice would unequivocally be her younger sister. Yi Shi, Yi Yan, Ziming, come here. I have something to discuss with you, Shen Yingqing called out, his brow furrowed and his expression grave. The trio approached him. Yan Ziming sensed the tension in their faces and asked curiously, Shen Ge, did the discussion not go well? What happened? Yi Shiran crossed her arms and cast a sidelong glance at Yi Shi, raising an eyebrow with a cold smirk. What else could it be? It's about that cousin of someone who just returned, Lu Yi. What about Lu Yi? Yi Yan questioned, looking at the troubled expressions of Shen Yingqing, Pei Hongqing, and Fu Ruoqing. It's likely that they consider Ah Yi to be a calamity, responsible for the deaths of many in their team, she surmised. Yi Shi clicked her tongue, looking at Shen Yingqing and the others. Am I mistaken? Shen Yingqing paused in surprise. Pei Hongqing raised an eyebrow. Seems you know a thing or two. Indeed. When I arrived, I saw them pushing my brother towards the zombies, Yishi replied, casting a meaningful glance at him. They harbor resentment towards Ah Yi and will undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. Shen Yingcheng fell silent, letting out a sigh before addressing Pei Hongqing. Hongqing, perhaps you should elaborate. Very well, Pei Hongqing said, turning to Yi Shi, Yi Yan, and Yan Ziming. He spoke slowly. They indeed claim that the deaths of their team members are related to Lu Yi. However, they mentioned something even more significant. Lu Yi told them that mutated zombies possess something in their brains that can enhance abilities. Isn't that the crystal core? Yan Ziming found it unsurprising. While Yi Shi recognized this as well, it was not unusual for others to discover it. But how does this link to the calamity? Fu Ruoqing frowned, saying, if it were merely this, it would not be a problem. However, they stated that when they encountered Lu Yi, his team had been slaughtered by mutated zombies. Apart from Lu Yi, only an old man survived, who later was bitten by a mutated zombie. Prior to his transformation, he pointed at Lu Yi, calling him a scourge, a calamity, insisting that Lu Yi must be eliminated. If someone has said that, why do they still keep Ah Yi around? Yi Yan expressed her doubts, though her primary allegiance was to her sister's judgment. Lu Yi gave her the impression of a brooding youth, but it hardly seemed sufficient to label him a calamity. They had retained Lu Yi out of sympathy, stating that they had not initially intended to hunt mutated zombies for the purpose of enhancing abilities. Yet, once they set out, they encountered numerous misfortunes, nearly facing total annihilation 3 times within a week. As Pei Hongqing spoke, he cast a peculiar glance at the boy standing beside the off-road vehicle, correlating it with the events they had faced since Yi Shi had brought him back, the appearance of mutated rats, encounters with a level 4 mutated cat, and even being obstructed by road collapses when attempting to leave. Ultimately, they had initially been skeptical of such absurd claims. However, after experiencing everything that had transpired since accepting Lu Yi, they were compelled to believe it. After listening to their accounts, Yi Shi's lips twitched. Her arms crossed as she narrowed her eyes at Shen Yingcheng and the others. So, what you're saying is that after a 15-minute conversation with Ji Chu's team, you want my brother Ah Yi to leave? Pei Hongqing gazed deeply at her, asking to be frank, is he truly your cousin? Yes, Yi Shi replied with unwavering conviction. Meeting his gaze and articulating each word, Lu Yi is indeed my brother. No matter what you say, I will not cast him aside. Seeing her resolute attitude, Shen Yingcheng felt a headache coming on. After a brief frown, he turned to Yi Yan, speaking solemnly. We want to hear your perspective. Is Lu Yi truly your brother? Yi Yan hesitated, biting her lip as she looked at Yi Shi, opening her mouth as if to say something. Shen Yingcheng continued sternly, Yi Yan, in the past, we could afford to be skeptical. But now, in this apocalyptic world, many possess abilities, and there are all sorts of bizarre powers. Perhaps Lu Yi himself is unaware of any calamity attributes he possesses. We say this for the sake of the team. Do not shelter her just because Yi Shi wishes to. Lu Yi was of a similar age to Yi Shi. He speculated that perhaps there was a special relationship between Yi Shi and Lu Yi, leading her to bring him back under the guise of kinship. However, given the current circumstances, it was clear that Lu Yi was ill-suited to accompany them further. Yi Yan was taken aback. She had previously prepared for the scenario where Shen Yingcheng decided to align with Ji Chu's team, which would have led the sisters to leave the group. However, she had not anticipated the issue to revolve around Lu Yi. Her brow knitted tightly as she turned to Yi Shi. Yi Shi adopted an entirely unconcerned tone, shrugging and saying, Sister, it's fine. If they want you to make a choice, then you should decide. Upon hearing this, Yi Yan understood her sister's intent. Regardless of the reason, Yi Shi was determined to keep Lu Yi. With a resigned sigh, she raised her gaze to Shen Yingcheng and the others, stating earnestly, I apologize, Senior, but Ah Yi is extremely important to Xiaoxi, and Xiaoxi is equally significant to me. Therefore, Xiaoxi's decision is my decision. I will heed her choice. Even if this choice meant leaving their current team, her words elicited a visibly troubled reaction from Shen Yingcheng and the others. Ishiran could hardly contain his frustration. Speaking urgently, Sister Yan, this matter is no trifling matter. It concerns the lives of so many of us. What if Lu Yi truly is a calamity? We will all be dragged down by him. Sister Yan, I believe you should reconsider this carefully, Fu Ruoqing added, looking at Lu Yi with a furrowed brow. For some reason, I have a nagging feeling that this Lu Yi indeed has issues. It's a sensation that is hard to articulate. It's like a sixth sense. And when I lock eyes with him, I feel a chill. The mental abilities are indeed sharp. But is this sixth sense perhaps overly heightened? Yi Shi reflected. From what she knew of Lu Yi in her past life, he was, without a doubt, a madman, a scientific madman. Yet, this very madman held the key to their future. Even if they spoke the truth about Lu Yi being a calamity, she could not bring herself to abandon him, let alone the notion that it was a baseless accusation. If Lu Yi truly were a calamity, how could he have achieved such feats in his previous life? He would have long perished, lost to obscurity. Not to mention, if calamities only brought ruin to those around them, how could Lu Yi's development of a cure for the zombie virus be widely celebrated, earning him the title of the savior of the apocalypse? People are often treacherous, as long as one possesses sufficient strength and power. Seizing a scientific breakthrough is a trivial matter for certain factions within the superbases. Nevertheless, Yi Shi turned to Shen Yingcheng and the others. Her tone calm as she remarked, "If you insist on making Yi leave, so be it. I will depart with him." As soon as those words were spoken, the expressions on Shen Yingcheng and the others' faces shifted dramatically. Ultimately, the truth had to be voiced. Upon hearing her sister's words, Yi Yan couldn't help but sigh, responding, "Senior. Hongqing, Shiran, Ziming. I understand that you do not trust Xiaoxi and are unwilling to accept Lu Yi. If that is the case, then we must part ways." "Yanjia, are you leaving?" Yi Shiran asked, her face clouded with displeasure. She glanced at Yi Shi, irritated that she would follow the disaster away. "Aren't you afraid of being harmed by the disaster? Staying with us is the best choice. We can all protect you." "What a joke. Without you, I cannot protect my sister?" Yi Shi scoffed, casting a cold glance at Shen Yingcheng and the others. "Since we've reached this point, let's be straightforward and clarify things." Chapter 82. What a face. Over the past month, I admit I have caused some trouble. But the information I provided about the levels of mutated zombies and the ability to upgrade powers using zombie cores is more than sufficient compensation. There is no need for you to constantly seek my sister's advice, as she now only listens to me. If you wish to expel Lu Yi from the team, that is entirely your prerogative. Equally, I can take my sister away from your group without any qualms. From the beginning, my sister was only accepted because of her healing abilities. Moreover, after these past few days, it is evident that you do not trust me much either. A forced relationship bears no sweetness and may even turn sour. Rather than let matters worsen, it is better for us to part ways now and seek our own peace." She articulated her firm stance and decision in the calmest of tones. Upon hearing her words, Shen Yingcheng and the others fell silent.
Why?
Because Yi Shi spoke the truth. Even in just a few short days, her contributions to the team had sufficiently compensated for her previous actions. Had she not revealed the classification of mutated zombies, they might have continued to struggle against a second-level zombie in Jiangbei district. Clearly, Shen Yingcheng, Pei Hongqing, Yi Shiran, and Yan Ziming together could not have taken it down. And with their powers nearly exhausted, escaping while protecting everyone would have been an arduous task. When Yi Shi proposed to leave, was it not Pei Hongqing who nearly fell victim to that second-level zombie? Were it not for her retrieving that cache of weapons from the Jiangbei Bureau and eliminating the zombie on the spot, Pei Hongqing might very well have met his end there. Following that was the matter of the zombie cores. These individuals were still in the exploratory phase regarding power upgrades. Yi Shi's disclosure about the cores guided them to verification, which, once confirmed, became crucial for enhancing their team's strength. This included their escape from being besieged by zombies in Qingxi town and their encounter with a third-level zombie in the previous town, where Yi Shi exerted considerable effort to ensure their victory. Contemplating this, Shen Yingcheng's brow furrowed as he gazed deeply at Yi Shi, stating gravely, "I know you possess such abilities. I must admit there lingers a trace of distrust in my heart. But Yi Shi, it was you who concealed secrets from us, leading to this mutual distrust."
You are not like Yi Yan.
He had to acknowledge his lingering prejudice against Yi Shi, primarily stemming from doubts regarding the sources of her information on zombie classifications and cores. He had always felt she harbored many secrets, failing to fully trust them. His trust in her was, however, slightly higher than that for Pei Hongqing and Yi Shiran. Yet, when it came to the distribution of cores to those without powers, his lack of complete faith in Yi Shi became evident as he had not entirely integrated her into the team. To him, Yishi was akin to an auxiliary teammate, while Yi Yan was the true comrade with whom they had faced life and death. Yet now, Yishi proposed to take Yi Yan and Lu Yi away from their team. Shen Yingqing found himself somewhat vexed, deciding it best to lay everything bare before her. He wished to ascertain from where Yishi had acquired her knowledge regarding zombie levels and cores. Yingqing was right. Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes, regarding Yishi as if attempting to see through her, and coldly remarked, "The issue of trust is not merely our distrust of you, but also your distrust of us. Yishi, the reason you informed us about zombie levels and cores was primarily because you require us to grow stronger, to form a powerful team to protect both Yi Yan and yourself, is it not?" "Indeed," Yishi unabashedly admitted, "I do have that intention. Mutated zombies are not easily dispatched. It requires teamwork to eliminate more and obtain cores for my sister's upgrades. However, you all benefit from this as well." As she spoke, she shot a disdainful glance at Ishiran, scoffing, "Even he has advanced to a third-level ability. Can you truthfully claim that the primary beneficiary of this is not yourselves? As for my secrets..." She paused, once more fixing her gaze on Shen Yingqing and Pei Hongqing, and stated nonchalantly, "Everyone possesses their own secrets. I am willing to share mine, but whether you choose to listen or believe is up to you. Of course, I do not deny that I do not fully trust you, for I would rather grow strong myself to protect my sister than rely on you and your whims. To put it plainly, our relationship is one of mutual exploitation. None of us holds a position of moral superiority." Her words rendered Shen Yingqing and the others utterly speechless. Yi Yan was equally taken aback by her sister's forthrightness. Observing the reactions of Shen Yingqing and the others, her emotions became quite complex. It was indeed due to her healing powers that they had tolerated Xiaoxi's previous actions. The subsequent restitution clearly indicated that Yingqing, Hongqing, and Shiran harbor reservations regarding Xiaoxi. In a team, if the most fundamental trust among members cannot be established, then there is no necessity to remain together. Yi Yan sighed and addressed Shen Yingqing and the others. "Senior, Xiaoxi speaks the truth. I can sense that although everyone's attitude towards Xiaoxi has shifted, it does not parallel the trust you extend to me. Xiaoxi is my biological sister. I am different from all of you. She is my only family now. So, I must apologize to you all." "Yanjia!" Shiran frowned disapprovingly, even urgently exclaiming, "This is merely about Lu Yi. It should not escalate to this extent." He turned to Yishi. "Do you just want me to apologize? Fine, I can apologize. It isn't about Shungo and the others. It's my own disbelief in you that has led to my disdain. I feared you would revert to old habits and plunge our team into greater peril. That's why I've always disliked you. If you agree to abandon Lu Yi and remain in the team with Yanjia, then I'll change my tune. From now on, you shall be my sister. Can I at least call you Shijia?" Yishi's lips twitched as she regarded him with a cold smile. "You think you hold any sway here? An apology and a change of title will not sway my resolve. You." Ishiran's face flushed with anger, glaring at her, gritting his teeth. "I'm offering you an opportunity. Why are you so ungrateful? Even if you can single-handedly slay a third-level zombie, what if you and Yanjia encounter a fourth-level or fifth-level zombie? How will you escape then? Will you not be the one to endanger Yanjia's life?" Chapter 83. The Decision. Peske, Yishi crossed her arms and looked at him with amusement, questioning whether remaining in this group could truly shield them from the fourth and fifth-level zombies. With merely a third-level ability, the combined strength of you, Shen Yingqing, and Pei Hongqing would scarcely suffice to even deter a fourth-level zombie. What grounds do you have to assert with such conviction that my sister's safety hinges upon her staying in your ranks? Her words were unrelenting. Ishiran's face flushed deeper, filled with indignation. At least our numbers can provide cover for Sister Yen to escape first. Oh, so then you would all return, each dragging your mangled bodies, to seek my sister's aid, depleting her powers time and again? Yishi raised an eyebrow and let out a cold smile. It is evident to me that you are the ones who cannot bear to part with my sister. Do not speak with such righteous fervor, claiming my sister would receive greater protection within your group, as if she were merely a passive recipient of your sacrifices, contributing nothing herself. Shen Yingqing, Pei Hongqing, and the others exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Yi Yan, momentarily taken aback, turned to her sister. "Xiaoxi, I am merely stating the truth. I understand that Shun Ingcheng prioritizes the interests of the team, making decisions to enhance our survival in this apocalypse. He has his own considerations, believing that Lu Yi is a harbinger of disaster and insisting on his expulsion. I see no issue with this. I choose to respect it. She cast a frosty glance at Shun Ingcheng and Pei Hongqing before continuing. However, I would appreciate it if you all could also respect my decision. Let us part amicably. Without creating a spectacle, Yi Shi's determination to sever ties with Yi Yan, Lu Yi, and the others was unmistakably resolute. Shun Ingcheng's brow furrowed in concern. He hadn't anticipated Yi Shi to be so immovable this time. It seemed that no amount of persuasion would alter her decision. He turned to Pei Hongqing for support. Pei Hongqing, too, was bewildered by Yi Shi's obstinacy over Lu Yi. He had always thought Yi Shi to be astute, even if their relationship was one of mutual exploitation. Remaining in the team would undoubtedly be the most advantageous choice for both Yi Shi and Yi Yan. Yet, the more Yi Shi defended Lu Yi, the more he questioned the latter's character. Was it true, as Ji Chu had claimed, that he was indeed a disaster? If that were the case, why would Yi Shi be so foolish as to insist on bringing him along, thus endangering her own sister? Unless, of course, she possessed a level of strength far beyond their comprehension. Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes slightly and turned to Shun Ingcheng. I believe we should reconsider the matter of Lu Ye's departure from the team. Finally, he addressed Yi Shi calmly. Currently, M-City is plagued by mutated rats and fourth-level mutated cats. You have mentioned uncertainty regarding when this will conclude and what the aftermath will entail. Even if we part ways, you will still need to traverse the city, correct? Why not set this issue aside for now? Let us all contemplate this further. And once we have safely crossed M-City, we can make a decision then. A stalling tactic? Yi Shi raised an eyebrow, recognizing that this cunning fox was not being entirely forthright. Yet, she had anticipated this. Her sister's healing abilities were exceedingly rare and far too valuable to them. They would not let her depart easily. Of course, she could leave with Yi Yan, Lu Yi, and Lu Hong at any moment. However, Pei Hongqing had made a valid point. They too would need to navigate through M-City. Even if the wave of mutated rats subsided, the remaining scattered mutants would still pose a significant nuisance. The greater their numbers, the less risk of casualties. Once they had passed M-City, the crisis would be temporarily averted, allowing her to find a town where she could lay low and level up. Yi Shi regarded Pei Hongqing and Shun Ingcheng with a languid gaze. Collaborating to navigate through M-City is acceptable, after all. You also intend to collect the crystalline cores from those mutated rats, do you not? Should you miss this opportunity, acquiring more cores will not be so effortless. Pei Hongqing raised an eyebrow slightly. This girl had not directly acquiesced, but instead proposed collaboration. Was she merely playing a game of words? Stubborn as ever, she clearly intended to extricate herself from their group. But such a task was not as straightforward as she might presume. After finishing her remarks, Yi Shi ignored the group and pulled Yi Yan toward Lu Ye's direction. Shun Ingcheng watched the sisters' retreating figures and sighed, addressing everyone. It seems Yi Shi has made up her mind. Since Yi Yan listens to her sister, we cannot force her to stay. Ishiran clenched his teeth. Then let us just abduct Sister Yan. Ishiran, could you please use your brain for once? The previously silent Fu Ruoqing could no longer restrain herself, glaring at him. What use is it to forcibly keep Sister Yan? She cares dearly for Yi Shi. Do you really believe she would abandon her own sister for you? Shaoqing. Yu Ishiran was left speechless by her retort. Fu Ruoqing rolled her eyes in exasperation. I'm merely stating the truth. If I were Sister Yan, I would undoubtedly choose my sister without hesitation. Ishiran, you think far too highly of yourself. Ishiran's face turned a deep shade of crimson, his expression one of despair as he clenched his fists, eyes glistening with unshed tears. Then I'll go apologize to her. Until she forgives my previous rudeness, I will plead with her to stay with Sister Yan. With that, he turned on his heel and hurried toward Yi Shi. Don't go. Pei Hongqing yanked him back. Ishiran was taken aback, gazing at him with gratitude. Pei Go, this isn't my fault, is it? It's his fault if we lose a healing ability like Sister Yan. Pei Hongqing shot him a sidelong glance, refraining from directly answering his question. Instead, he replied coolly, apologizing will not change her mind. It would be a futile effort. Yi Shi, despite her seemingly languid demeanor, was remarkably rational. since she had made her stance clear. She undoubtedly had her own plans and strategies in place. Peigo, hearing his words, Ishiran's expression stiffened. What do we do now? Wait and see. Shin Ingcheng replied gravely. Yishi has stated that before leaving M City, she will continue to cooperate with us, rather than considering the option of remaining. This indicates her mind is set. Forcing Yi Yan to stay would be futile. We must prepare ourselves for her departure. Once the wave of rats has passed, we will enter M City and gather as many supplies as possible. Yan Ziming paused before addressing him. Shingo, what about the cooperation Ji Chu mentioned? Shin Ingcheng frowned. No cooperation. I have no great fondness for Ji Chu and his group. Yi Shi made a valid point. Ji Chu may very well have slandered Lu Yi. It was merely coincidental that when we encountered trouble, Lu Yi was present, leading us to mistakenly perceive him as a disaster. As this realization dawned upon him, he couldn't help but massage his temples, wondering how he had suddenly come to believe Ji Chu's words and suggested expelling Lu Yi. If he hadn't mentioned it, Yi Shi wouldn't have insisted on parting ways with them. Suddenly, he turned to Pei Hongqing. What do you think? Indeed. I concur with your perspective. We can travel together, but there's no need to collaborate with Ji Chu's group because before he could finish, a piercing scream echoed from a distance. Abruptly interrupting him, Pei Hongqing's brows knitted in displeasure. Shin Ingcheng and the others were momentarily stunned, looking towards the source of the sound. Chapter 84. Help me meanwhile. Xiao Shi, have you truly made this decision? Yi Yan gazed at her sister, who was pulling her away, a look of helplessness in her eyes. Yi Shi halted her steps, raising an eyebrow as she retorted. Sister, are you reluctant? Is it because of Shin Ingcheng or Pei Hongqing? Surely, you cannot be infatuated with someone who cannot bear defeat, can you? As for Yan Ziming, he may be large in stature and somewhat honest, but I could reluctantly consider him as my brother-in-law. Xiao Shi, what nonsense are you spouting? Yi Yan exclaimed, both exasperated and helpless. How did their conversation veer into this territory? It's the apocalypse after all. Indeed, it is the apocalypse. If we are not selecting boyfriends or husbands for a life together, why must we associate with them? Yi Shi interrupted, speaking in a grave tone. Sister, trust me. There are no eternal friends in this world. The bonds between people are merely for mutual benefit during certain periods. The apocalypse illustrates this perfectly. They wish to keep you around solely because of your healing ability. But that does not mean you are irreplaceable. Once we continue on our journey, should they encounter another healer, one with a higher ability level than yours, your value will diminish, do you understand? Besides, sister, we can entirely form our own team. In our previous life, wasn't Yi Yan's treatment in Wang Chen's group akin to this? It's just that Shin Ingcheng and his companions possess some semblance of a moral compass, unlike the insidious Wang Chen. Yet, those moral limits can be broken at any time. The way Shin Ingcheng and Pei Hongqing regard her is telling. They are of the same ilk, with Pei Hongqing being more overt and Shin Ingcheng more covert. Despite their incomplete trust in her, Shin Ingcheng's team is indeed competent. After all, in the later stages, Shin Ingcheng became one of the 10 most powerful abilities in the super base, wielding substantial power. But she is acutely aware that rather than placing her bets on others, it is wiser to rely on herself. She needs a team that wholly belongs to her, where she possesses absolute authority. This way, she can ensure that Yi Yan will not have to endure the indignity of seeking favors from others to survive. She need not worry about Yi Yan repeating the mistakes of their past life. Yi Yan was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time she had heard her younger sister speak with such a stern and serious tone, expressing a resolute intention to part ways with Shin Ingcheng's group. She understood that Yi Shi's words and the decisions she was making were largely for her benefit. This realization brought a bittersweet sting to Yi Yan's eyes, a mixture of happiness and emotion. Her sister had truly grown up, now wholeheartedly focused on how to protect her. Fully persuaded, Yi Yan turned to Yi Shi and smiled gently. All right, I shall heed your advice, Xiao Shi. Let us strive to build our own team. As her words fell, a blood-curdling scream from Lin Yujia echoed in the distance.
Ye Yan froze momentarily.
Yi Shi's gaze darted towards the source of the sound. There Lin Yujia, pale as a ghost, clutched her bloodied neck, staggering towards Ji Chu. Help me. Brother Chu, save me. Ji Chu had just exited the building when Lin Yujia crashed into him. He was momentarily stunned, furrowing his brow, what happened? Lin Yujia's neck was bleeding profusely, her face growing increasingly ashen. She clung to his arm, trembling in fear as she stammered, help me. Brother Shin? This girl is from your team, right? Ji Chu asked, perplexed, and quickly called out to Shin Yingcheng. Naturally, Shin Yingcheng and the others spotted Lin Yujia and her bleeding wound. No, Shin Yingcheng furrowed his brow. She was just a hitchhiker, not one of our members. But we can't just stand by and watch her die. Ren Di glanced at Shin Yingcheng. Brother Shin, do you have any medicine? We need to get some for her, quickly. He reasoned that a vehicle is large, as theirs must have some first aid supplies. Shin Yingcheng did not respond, instead casting a glance at Yi Yan. Yi Yan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Lin Yujia to be so severely injured. Although she harbored little fondness for Lin Yujia, it was difficult to watch someone die before her eyes. However, despite her reluctance, she did not rush forward. Yi Shi had mentioned that her healing ability was unique and should not be revealed easily in front of outsiders. Internally conflicted, Yi Yan bit her lip and looked at Yi Shi. Yi Shi grasped her hand and pulled it behind her. Her icy gaze sweeping over the sobbing Lin Yujia in Ji Chu's embrace, coldly stating, there's no need to save her. At this, Ji Chu's team was rendered speechless. Ren Di's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at her. You are truly heartless. She is a girl just like you. Even without abilities. You can't just watch her die, can you? Shen Yingcheng and his group were less surprised. Pei Hongqing glanced at Yi Shi, and he did not believe that Lin Yujia's current state was unrelated to her. Yi Shiran, who was already agitated due to Yi Shi's matter, couldn't help but roll his eyes at Ren Di's words. What is the issue with being a girl? She is not one of our team members. Why should we save her? If you have the ability, then go ahead and save her. In his view, regardless of gender, everyone was equal in the apocalypse. If one lacked ability, then they deserve their fate. Why save them? Ren Di, taken aback by the retort, wore a grim expression as he looked at Yi Shi and Yi Shiran, unable to comprehend their coldness. He turned to Shen Yingcheng. Brother Shen, you won't side with them, will you? Shen Yingcheng furrowed his brow, observing Lin Yujia clutching her neck and the blood flowing from it. He spoke solemnly. There's truly no need to save her, for she has been bitten by a zombie. Bite by a zombie? How is that possible? We cleared all the zombies in the vicinity. Ren Di exclaimed in disbelief. However, Ji Chu, who had been clutched by Lin Yujia, suddenly turned pale and yanked her hair back. Sure enough, the time it takes for a person to turn after being bitten by a zombie varies, but the initial sign of transformation is always the change in the eyes. The pupils transition from black to grayish-white, and once the pupils have completely transformed, that individual has fully become a zombie. At that moment, Lin Yujia still had one black eye. This indicated that she had not yet entirely turned.
Damn.
Ji Chu's expression changed dramatically as he kicked Lin Yujia away. She rolled on the ground, wailing in pain. In a dazed state, she cried for help, insisting, I didn't kill Lu Wenfeng. Please let me go.
Then,
she began to convulse violently, spewing black blood from her mouth. Her remaining black eye was filled with anguish and fury as she fixed her gaze on a certain direction, attempting to utter Lu. Lu Hong, still stained with the blood from killing zombies, approached her coldly, step by step. In front of everyone, Lu Hong smiled. She slowly squatted before Lin Yujia, her gaze brimming with satisfaction from revenge, declaring with deliberate clarity, This is how my brother was harmed by you.
Now,
I repay you in kind. You shall relish this. Chapter 85. Just a matter of revenge. You. Lin Yujia's left eye gradually turned grayish-white, and ultimately, she gasped her last, filled with pain and resentment. Yet, in the next moment, she convulsed violently and abruptly rose from the ground, her grayish-white eyes fixated on Lu Hong. Emitting a zombie-like roar, Lu Hong's expression shifted slightly as she stomped on Lin Yujia's forehead, bringing down her weapon once more. Crack! The sharp knife fell mercilessly. With a swift motion akin to chopping wood, Lin Yujia's head was severed, rolling forward to come to rest at Ren Di's feet. Ren Di gazed at the lifeless eyes, filled with terror, retreating several steps in fright. After dispatching Lin Yujia, Lu Hong wiped the kitchen knife she had fortuitously discovered while searching for zombies and approached Yi Shi. Her eyes reddened with emotion. Yet, she remained silent, her exhilaration still palpable. Until last night, She had never envisioned that she would personally avenge her brother by killing Lin Yujia. Just moments before, she had nearly missed her opportunity due to her lack of proficiency in controlling her powers. Fortunately, she had prepared a backup plan, luring Lin Yujia to the location from which the sounds of zombies emanated. Xiejia, Lu Hong addressed Yi Shi, biting her lip, and softly uttered, "I'm sorry. Have I caused you any trouble?" She glanced at Shen Yingcheng and the others, including Ji Chu's team. Not long ago, she had overheard members of Ji Chu's group disparaging Yi Shi as cold-blooded. If that were the case, she decided to be more forthright, making it clear to everyone that Lin Yujia was slain for her revenge, and that it bore no relation to Yi Shi's alleged cold-heartedness. Yi Shi regarded the anxious and tentative girl before her, unable to restrain herself from patting Lu Hong's head with a smile, saying, "You merely avenged someone. How could that possibly be a trouble?" Moreover, Lu Hong had inadvertently validated her belief that with her assistance, they could eliminate the protagonist team. She felt quite pleased and cast a teasing glance at Ji Chu and the others, reminding them that double standards could lead to dire consequences. Like Lin Yujia, Lu Yi possessed no special abilities. Why was it that they were willing to sacrifice Lu Yi and his companions while feeling compelled to save Lin Yujia? Not to mention Lu Ye's previous remarks against them. The notion that zombie brains contained crystal cores and the desire to experiment with obtaining these cores was a decision made by Ji Chu's team, similar to the point she had previously raised with Shen Yingcheng. It was merely unfortunate for Ji Chu's group that their first encounter was with a level 3 mutated zombie. Yet, Lu Yi remained oblivious to this fact. Why should he bear the blame for their misfortune? Reflecting on Lu Yi's gloomy disposition, which left him with little to say even in dire situations, she understood why he had been ostracized upon joining the super-base laboratory in her past life.
He was simply too naive.
She indeed wished for Lu Yi to develop a cure for the zombies as soon as possible, which could be viewed as her exploiting him. However, she also intended to protect him as a genuine teammate, which could be seen as her way of repaying him for his future creation of the cure. Upon hearing her sardonic remarks, Ji Chu and his team wore grim expressions, clearly recognizing that she was defending that young man, Lu Yi. Yet, they found themselves unable to counter her effectively. Given Yi Shi's own formidable strength, they were ill-equipped to challenge her at this moment. Nevertheless, Ji Chu's expression turned serious as he looked at Shen Yingcheng, saying, "Brother Shen, I hadn't anticipated that this woman had a grudge against your team member. However, I believe this is not the time to discuss such matters. Instead, we should sit down and thoroughly deliberate on how to proceed together to M City." When we withdrew from M City, we encountered numerous mutated rats the size of dogs, quite formidable and difficult to handle. In essence, he sought collaboration with Shen Yingcheng and his team. Without their assistance, entering M City to confront the mutated rats would be perilous for their group. The notion that Lu Yi was a harbinger of disaster was not baseless. However, he intentionally revealed this information in front of Shen Yingcheng and the others, aiming to instill a negative impression of Lu Yi. Having already offended Yi Shi, it would be advantageous for them if Lu Yi could be driven out of their ranks. A fracture within the team would present the ideal opportunity for intervention. Ji Chu's scheming was astute. Shen Yingcheng observed Yi Shi, who had turned to lead Yi Yan and Lu Hong back to the vehicle, his brow furrowing as he addressed Ji Chu. "The tide of mutated rats is unpredictable. We must first assess the situation." Ji Chu's gaze flickered as he regarded him. "Brother Shen, do you possess any insights regarding this mutated rat tide?"
No.
Shen Yingcheng had yet to respond when Pei Hongqing interjected, his narrow eyes glinting with a smile that was anything but warm as he looked at Ji Chu, coolly stating, "There is nothing to discuss. If you wish to accompany us through M City, you must obey our orders." In essence, regardless of Ji Chu's intentions, if they were to collaborate, they were obliged to adhere to the arrangements of Shen Yingcheng's team. Very well, Ji Chu readily acquiesced. Without further ado, he sensed that Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing were stronger than Yi Shi. Given this, it was imperative for him to cultivate a good relationship with them. A temporary concession would yield little loss. Meanwhile, beside the off-road vehicle, Yi Yan observed Ji Chu's beaming face, a wave of unease washing over her. She turned to Yi Shi and whispered, "Xiao Shi, it seems you were right. The seniors intend to collaborate with Ji Chu, rather than cooperation. It feels more like Ji Chu is shamelessly trying to tag along. Given their group's strength, they will struggle against the mutated rats. They are merely seeking refuge. Yishi replied coolly, aware that both Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing were not fools. They could discern Ji Chu's ulterior motives and were not blind to the situation. Their agreement to collaborate was within her expectations. As for whether Shen Yingcheng would change his mind and fully embrace Ji Chu's team after passing through M-City, that remained uncertain. Regardless, such matters would no longer concern her. Yi Shi, disinterested in further contemplation, shifted her gaze to Lu Yi inside the vehicle. She rapped on the window. Lu Yi, momentarily taken aback, opened the door to look at her. "Get out," Yi Shi instructed. "We will be staying in this village today. There's no need to remain cooped up in the vehicle." Lu Yi replied softly, his gaze slightly solemn. In truth, he was not bored. He understood perfectly well what they were discussing and the thoughts of each individual, including Yi Shi's intention to form a new team with Yi Yan, Lu Hong, and himself. Yi Shi led the three of them to a relatively clean house in the village to serve as their lodging for the night. Lu Hong glanced at Shen Yingcheng's team before realizing that by following Yi Shi and Yi Yan, she seemed to have distanced herself from them. She had felt a hint of unease since their return, and ultimately, she could not resist asking Yi Shi why they were keeping such a distance from Shen Yingcheng's group, wondering if it might prove inconvenient. Yi Shi responded directly. "From today onward, we are parting ways with their team. We will only maintain a temporary cooperative relationship. We are no longer teammates. Do you understand?"